Does it not?
You can say it feels like a bold statement, but the proof is in what we saw yesterday.
That's an MVP quarterback yesterday.
That was one of the best games we've seen from Jalen Hurts this year.
And your
4
MVP
touchdowns,
caliber
no
running
picks.
back. And your
141.5 passer rating. By the way, following that up the week prior, he had a perfect passer rating. 2 weeks in a row, he's been awesome.
And your MVP caliber running back looked like an MVP caliber running back.
Yes.
I mean, this is okay, they're not. Everyone says they're not trading him. They're not thinking about trading him. They don't want to trade him.
Well, they can say they're not trading him until they ended up trading him. We hear that all the time. I don't put any stock into the business of we're not trading a guy. He's off limits. There are only, a handful of players that you would say a team is not going to listen to trade offers.
Fair.
The Dallas Cowboys said they wasn't trading Michael Parsons until they were.
Right.
So it happens all the time. So we're not trading A.J. Brown business is ridiculous.
Let me ask you this. Can they show A.J. Brown, and he was there, he doesn't need extra vision of this, but can they show him what happened yesterday and say, can we do this with you, please? Can we do this where you're part of this?
But, Ev, he already told you that this is not enough for him. He's already said it. He put it out in an Instagram post days after they won the Super Bowl. People wanted him to feel a certain way about being a champion, and he just didn't because, in his eyes, he wasn't dominating in the way that he wants to, consistently winning his one-on-one matchup, being uber productive, and not translating to overall team success. He doesn't like the alternative path to victory that the Philadelphia Eagles routinely showed last year. The path to victory that allows the Eagles, from a personnel standpoint, to be at their best, which is running the ball, which is leading with that offensive line, and then Jalen Hurts dialing it up every now and again just to force defenses to play him honest. That's not good enough for him. He already told you that. That's why I asked the question weeks ago, if winning is not enough, if championships are not enough, then how can you square the circle of making A.J. Brown happy with this Eagles team as constituted?
No idea. Literally no idea.
I don't know how you do it either. That's why they pay Nick Sirianni the big bucks. He's going to have to figure it out because this falls on him. I don't know how the hell you figure it out.
Right, because what you're saying is you want a champion. Not what you're saying. What you're recounting of what A.J. Brown is saying is championship, not good enough. Best offense they have displayed all year, he didn't play in it.
Well, week prior, using me but not using me.
Dead cap hit is enormous by trading him.
And he said using me but not using me after a 100-yard day and the quarterback throws for 300.
That's right.
You're right. I have zero. I don't like presenting problems without solutions. I have no idea what the suggestion is.
Yeah.
What, you're going to make him inactive the rest of the season?
I don't know, but this is why you pay your head coach. He's got to figure it out. And if he can't, then that's up to Howie Roseman to figure it out.
What happens when you better not lose a game and you lose the game? We'll discuss next. We're on Sportsmanlike, presented by Progressive Insurance.
Hey, this is Rich Eisen. Coming up Monday, we break down all the biggest storylines coming out of the NFL Week 8 Sunday action, preview the Commanders and Chiefs on Monday Night Football, and talk some World Series, too. That's Monday on The Rich Eisen Show on Disney+, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
$2.25 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.25 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Febreze.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Mike Ditka on Tom Waddle.
Whatever he's accomplished in life, he's done it because of Tom Waddle. He's done it because of the effort he put into being a football player, for one thing. If you're talking about full-out speed and blazing talent, no. But how do you measure the heart and the will of an individual? And he had that. So if you have the heart and the will, that's going to propel you to do things a lot greater than this guy who has these flexy muscles and stands around and gets his ass kicked when the ball snapped.
Hear Waddle with Silvy.
Now, weekdays 2:30 to 6:30 on ESPN Chicago.
Hi, I'm Connie Britton, and I want to share with you the experience of Donna in Washington. She writes, I got injured about 5 years ago. I was let go when, because of the injury, I couldn't keep up with my schedule. I've tried to find other work, but I'm 68 now. No one wants to hire someone that old. This week is tough, though, because I had to get my tooth fixed. So I only have $10 in my checking account. But it will be okay. I at least have food because of this pantry. Millions of people face hunger. Some every day, just like Donna. The Feeding America network of food banks helps provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org. Feeding America, 200 food banks strong.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago, brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
This is Unsportsmanlike.
Just like music.
We are Unsportsmanlike here on ESPN Radio. Same place. The World Series is. Catch all the action tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. One apiece between Toronto and L.A. This weekend, yesterday, there were a lot of games where going in, the conversation was, you better not lose this game. If you're really good, you can't lose to that team playing that way. Well, the Chicago Bears were one of those teams that we thought, hey, you're playing pretty well. You had a winning streak. The Ravens have all this drama going on around when they reported Lamar's injury, and the league is going to have to look into it because of the injury report and releasing the information. And let's be honest, let's not ignore this. The scandal that is going on in and around the NBA last week with gambling and allegations around that absolutely plays into the NFL looking into the Ravens situation as to proper information. Not that the Ravens did anything wrong in terms of gambling, but the reason they want proper information is because with legalized gambling, the great thing is you catch the irregularities. And so they need all of the information that is out there. And so Ravens have all this drama at its core for the Bears. Lamar's not playing. Snoop Huntley is the starting quarterback. And the Bears lose 30-16? What? Bad interception late by Caleb. And the
awful interception by Caleb.
And their Ravens now are 2-5. Ben Johnson, head coach of the Bears, had this to say about Caleb's late interception.
I didn't quite see it. I'll have to check it out on film just one more time. Just in my mind, there might have been another option that we could have gotten to.
Okay, well, Caleb had this to say about his own interception after his coach said that.
It was a good read. Rome man-to-man with the guy that caught the pick, and I just didn't give a good ball to Rome.
A little different in terms of the response there. What do we make of the Bears losing this game that I think in many ways was a telltale sign for how good they could potentially have been? Beating the teams you're supposed to beat, they didn't do that yesterday.
Well, I mean, you knew it was a last-ditch effort from the Baltimore Ravens, right? That was the game that they had to have. And unfortunately, you gave up a golden opportunity to stay in the mix for the division race in the NFC North. Mm-hmm. And to me, that's how I looked at it. A missed opportunity, catching the Baltimore Ravens without Lamar Jackson. You couldn't script it better when you saw the schedule come out at the beginning of the season. And for you to give away that opportunity and thwart whatever momentum you had after winning 4 straight games is unfortunate. Now, as far as that specific play in the fourth quarter, backed up, only down by 3, the interception that you threw when you were targeting Rome Odunze, there was absolutely a better option for Caleb Williams on that play. He absolutely should have taken the running back in the flat as opposed to the situation that he went with trying to throw that crosser to Rome Odunze and letting Nate Wiggins cut the route. So probably should take his cues from his head coach, Ben Johnson, and follow whatever script that he's laying out, because the last thing you want to do if you're Caleb Williams is create a versus with your new head coach after this is the guy that you publicly cape for during the offseason in hopes that the Bears would eventually hire him. You wanted him to be your head coach. You wanted him to be your quarterback whisperer. Well, damn it, listen to him when he talks to you. And it feels like there was a miss right there from Caleb Williams, literally and figuratively, coming off of yesterday's Ravens game.
Yeah, it was a miss by Caleb there, and it was a miss by the team as a whole, as you mentioned. You know, it snaps that 4-game winning streak. The Lions definitely look like contenders. The Packers, after that performance last night, definitely look like the Packers we expected them to be. And even though the Ravens are getting healthier, this was a game that the Chicago Bears definitely should have won, and they didn't. They dropped a golden opportunity. Now, conversely, Baltimore, Vegas kept predicting that they could come back and win the AFC North, and I didn't see it even with a healthy Lamar. My eyes told me this is not a football team that is going to contend in any way, but they are getting healthier. Even though Lamar's missed 3 straight games, you're hoping that he's going to come back and provide even more of a spark for this team. And each of the next 5 opponents for the Ravens are all currently below 500, and they have a combined record of 11-28. So while the Bears missed a golden opportunity, the Ravens have one coming up as they continue to get more complete to really do what Vegas has predicted of them, which is go on a bit of a run here.
Thursday night against the Dolphins, too. Quick turnaround.
Is Lamar going to play? Is he going to play?
I'm not guessing I have no idea.
I don't know. Before I start assigning wins to Baltimore, I need to know what the status is of number 8. Because if he's not going to play, that game feels like a coin flip.
Even though they beat the Bears, which is a significantly better opponent, with Snoop Huntley.
Are they? Are the Bears a significantly better opponent
Than the Dolphins?
Are they?
They had just won 4 in a row.
Are they? They were 4-2 at the beginning of last year. How'd that end up for the Bears?
We were talking about the Dolphins quitting already and everyone getting fired.
I hear you. I'm just saying the Bears started out 4-2 last year. What was their record at the end of the season? 5-12.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the Bears are.
See,
I have no idea.
I'm going to say something, but after yesterday, I have egg on my face even saying this. They don't feel like last year. Except I don't remember anything that Ray Lewis and Ed Reed did on the Ravens defense yesterday. So, I mean, I'm going to have egg on my face saying, no, this is different. No, the game yesterday is the same. The season's different. The rest of the season could be different. But yesterday's game is the same kind of bad loss that they had a year ago. And I thought they graduated from that. I did not think the Bears graduated into beating the Packers on the road. I didn't think the Bears graduated into beating the Lions on the road. But I did think the Bears graduated into beating a 1-win football team.
On their 3rd-string quarterback.
Correct. That's what see, there's levels of, you graduate middle school, you get to high school, you don't graduate graduate school as a result of graduating middle school. Like there's levels to this. I thought they graduated to the place of that team we're playing, not very good. We're good enough to beat them. We're not good enough to beat Kansas City. We're not good enough to beat this year's Indianapolis Colts. But we are good enough to beat the team that has proven to not be good this year. And yesterday was a gut punch. If you're sitting there, and I saw our buddy Mark Silverman, Waddle Silvy, ESPN 1000, he does the bit on his swing after the games, just miserable. I thought he retired that. It actually came out of retirement yesterday for the misery meter for the Chicago Bears because you didn't graduate. You're still in the elementary school process. I thought you got to middle school here. You're still in elementary school. And that's a gut punch if you're a Bears fan today. Because this is not your Ravens teams that you played on.
No.
This is not Super Bowl Ravens teams. As you said, a 3rd-string quarterback. You're down 3 in the 4th, and your QB throws an awful interception.
Brutal.
I thought you graduated past that. And I was wrong. So, yeah, do I think they're better than the Dolphins? Yes. But can you assume victory? I don't understand how you can assume victory for this team now. Because where are you going to... They lost to the Ravens and Snoop Huntley. I thought Snoop Huntley was on the Browns.
The Ravens were one of the worst teams in the league, one of the worst defenses in the league. And Caleb Williams didn't throw for a touchdown.
And Ben Johnson didn't scheme for a touchdown, if we're going to be fair, too. brilliant schemes. We know he has them. Not yesterday. Upon further review, coming up next, we're on Sportsmanlike, presented by Progressive Insurance.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Okay, all signed up. Easy. Now let's run payroll. What the? Hey girl, I'm you with more gusto. Nice. Who's that? New social media manager, hired and onboarded with gusto. And spoiler, we're kind of famous now. Wait, we're famous? Oh, well, I'm famous. Payroll, benefits, and HR. Designed and built for small businesses. Choose a future with gusto.
Great Clips believes veterans make us great, and that's why this Veterans Day, they're offering free haircuts to all veterans and active duty service members. Here's how it works. If you served or are serving in the military, simply visit a Great Clips salon on November 11th to get a haircut at no cost to you with your military ID. Don't need a haircut that day? Stop by for a free haircut card to use later. Not a member of the military? Any customer who gets a haircut on Veterans Day will also receive a free haircut card to give to a veteran or active duty military member in recognition of their service. It's just one small way Great Clips is saying thank you for all the sacrifices you as service members make to protect our country. Offer valid while supplies last. Learn more and read giveaway rules at greatclips.com/promotions. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Stock up with big fall savings at Menards. Winterize with RV and Marine antifreeze and automotive antifreeze on sale now. Save big on an 8-pack of 100-watt or 12-pack of 60-watt LED light bulbs. Protect your home and family with great sale prices on select security lights and smoke alarms. Plus, stay warm with a fantastic selection of space heaters on sale. Check out Menards' weekly flyer for all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey guys, it's Mitch Lyons with Mitch Lyons Wealth. You hear Jurko, the good kid, talk about me all the time. And yes, I did play in the NFL. But to be honest, these days, I'm more into spreadsheets than playbooks, and I'm solely focused on making sure my clients win retirement. Look, retirement's not about gambling on stocks or chasing crypto tips from your brother-in-law. It's about smart planning, steady income, and ultimately enjoying every day like it's Saturday. So if you want less guessing and more confidence, visit MitchLyonsWealth.com.
It's been said that when someone you love has Parkinson's, you have Parkinson's. The Parkinson's Foundation knows that the disease doesn't just affect the diagnosed. It affects everyone who supports and helps care for them.
If you or someone you know is living with Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement, we understand that it can be difficult to know where to find help.
If you have questions, the Parkinson's Foundation has answers. Answers for everyone in the fight.
We can help you understand the disease,
help you find expert care and local support,
give you tips for living a better life,
and share the latest research.
Find your answers and join us in the fight against Parkinson's.
To learn more, please go to parkinson.org
or call 1-800-473-4636.
That's 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A Good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Kap and J Hood.
That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
It's Bears Monday.
to Caleb. Looking to throw. Pressure coming. They got him. Nibbling away at the ankles of Caleb Williams. He's brought down. And the Ravens somehow turn these Bears away after a promising drive. Second and 1 from the 3. Again, takes and turns, gives, and a walk into the end zone. Left side, untouched. Touchdown, King Henry. And a 6-6 ball game, an extra point away from taking the lead. They're bringing out Santos, and there we go, the Mayday team. This will be a long field goal. Try off the logo of the Ravens. 3-2, snap, placement, kick, swings the right leg. It's going to be short. We had a great view of it here. Short from 58. He'll take the snap, rolling to the near side. He looked for, but could not throw it to who he wanted. He goes deeper, and he makes the catch. Bateman breaking tackles inside the 30-yard line before Byard makes the stop. They were thinking, I think they were looking for King Henry on the short route. He went deeper, and the Ravens strike quickly with a deep shot of 36 yards. Snap and a play fake. Caleb Williams looking to throw. Oh, and the crosser, it's intercepted. Down tiptoeing to the sideline left, a swipe by Nate Wiggins. Jump the route, and the Ravens are going to be first down inside the Bear 15-yard line with 9 minutes to go in the game. On 4th down and goal at the 1, movement but no flag. Urban wants it. He's got to get back in his stance. Snap back to Caleb. Caleb looking. Caleb sings it back of the end zone off target for DJ. That's it.
It's Bears Monday on ESPN Chicago.
Highlights courtesy of ESPN 1000, the home of the Bears, and welcome in to a Bears Monday here on the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Along with Hall of Famer David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you. Talking to you about the Bears and their loss against the Ravens, 30-16. Phone lines over for you, 312-332-ESPN. 332-3776 is our telephone number. Watch our show on all the shows here on this Bears Monday on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago. Like, share, and subscribe. What we do here on YouTube and on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Well, the four-game losing streak is a four-game winning streak is over, and the Bears lose against the Ravens on the road, 30-16, Cap.
I used opportunity that Shay gave us at our meeting last week. A great opportunity against a team that, while they've won 12 games each of the last 2 years, they were a shell of themselves much of this season. And it's a missed opportunity because every time they get down in the red zone, it's the Bermuda Triangle. They get in there and you can't find them. And I don't understand what's going on with that offense that they melt down. First of all, I believe 31 of 32 teams throw more in the red zone than the Bears. We brought an offensive guru in here. Why are we only running the football basically in the red zone? But then they throw the football late in the game, and DJ Moore's open in the back of the end zone, and Caleb misses him. The defense missing their top four cornerbacks, that's a problem. But when your guys up front are reasonably healthy and you don't get pressure, I think they got three pressures the entire game. Snoop Huntley, he's a professional quarterback. He may not be great, but he's going to look good. He's going to beat your ass. And then your quarterback, substandard. That's unacceptable. And finally, 11 penalties. 11. That falls first at the feet of the players. But guess what? You know who else it falls at? The feet of the head coach. And I love our head coach. But he makes $13 million a year to instill discipline in his football team. And I don't want to hear every week, got to clean up the penalties. Got to clean up the pre-snap penalties. Got to clean up the pre-snap this. You're not getting it done. Figure it out.
You're going to win games and you're going to lose games in the NFL. It's just week to week. We understand that. But when you are the Chicago Bears, it's one thing for you to get beat, but it's another thing that when you beat yourself. And I think that the Bears a lot beat themselves against Baltimore. I don't mind that Ben Johnson, the coaching staff, is working with Caleb Williams to get him to the apex of his career. But there is too much inconsistency in the red zone of this offense. It's too much of it. There's a force field between the 20-yard line and the end zone in the passing game of this offense. You are trading sevens for threes way too often in this offense is supposed to be productive and a high-potent offense. Way too often we're seeing threes instead of sevens. And Caleb Williams, when you know what he needs, Cap, he needs a quarterback closer. That's what he needs, a closer. Caleb Williams can get to maybe the 10-yard line, and somebody should come in and finish the job because he can't for whatever reason. You just make the signal over to the sideline and then bring someone in that can score via the pass. We're not good enough from a running game standpoint to just keep running the ball in for touchdowns. At some point, it's got to be on the right shoulder and the right arm of Caleb Williams, and that's just not good enough. It's just not good enough. I don't want to hear any more from House Hall about how you got to clean things up. You know why I don't want to hear it anymore? Because we've heard it since August. You can't talk about, well, we got to clean up. You know when you could use that phrase? When you feel like you're close, right? When you feel like, okay, if we could just tighten the screws, a phrase I use, tighten the screws, then we're going to be fine. But see, when you've been talking about pre-snap penalties since training camp, then you're not really cleaning anything up. You're really not. What you are is an undisciplined football team. That's what we're seeing on a regular basis. And you've been able to skate by, again, with one-score games or just by a point, and that's fine because it's hard to win. I don't take the wins away because it's hard to win in this league. But the bottom line is, Cap, is that this team has a discipline problem. Not just offensively where you can't get it in, but again, you shoot yourself in the foot time and time again. And you keep doing that, and guess what you're going to turn into? A bad football team.
Fair. All well said. Can't disagree with one thing you just said. I'm tired of hearing about we've got to be better at this and we got to do that. At some point, the coach has to either bench guys or change out the bottom guys on the roster who are playing special team. The first play of the freaking game, a kickoff. Illegal block in the back, Chicago. Back up 10 yards. One play, got a penalty already. Joe Tooney's jumping. False starting. Colston Loveland, another false start. One after another.
Too many penalties. And again, it's just one of these things where you're going to get penalized. I mean, it's an over-officious NFL. You go look through the NFL, Cap. It's like, why is that play called? Why is that play called? Listen, it happens. But there's certain things that you just cannot do. You have to be able to look at where you're lining up and say, okay, I want to make sure that I'm in the same alignment of my teammates and not have my helmet up my quarterback's ass. I can't do that. And I'm going to, because you know why? Because I'll get called for a penalty. Little things like that you've got to be able to understand. And so Ben Johnson said something that we're going to play later on about having the players take accountability. It's almost like he's kicking the can down the road, but also saying, hey, I've been telling these guys every week we got to do these things. It's not getting cleaned up, as he said. So he put it on the players, on the captains of the football team. Well, I think it has to be together, Cap. It's got to not just be, all right, well, listen, I've told you guys 100 times that you got to do this, so it's on you. It's on everybody. It's on everybody. My hope is that Ben Johnson's not trying to kick the can down the road saying, well, like, I'm exasperated. I just can't keep dealing with this, so it's on the captains. No, it's on everybody to get this right. Don't put your feet up on the desk and say, well, I've said all I can say. Now it's on Caleb Williams and all the captains on the football team. It's on everybody to get this right. You have to do that. You are 4-3. You're not in the basement. You're not toiling. What I'm saying is that there's things that this coaching staff has to do and different ways you have to look at it to be able to get this thing to work. Offense, defense, and special teams. And by the way, special teams also didn't have a good day yesterday. Did not.
No, when you start the game with a penalty on the kick return, that's putting you behind the 8 ball. And then you have Torrey Taylor, 59-yard punt down at the 1-yard line. Illegal formation on the kicking team. What? Like Torrey Taylor kicked the heck out of the football yesterday. I mean, just murdered it. And you can't find a way either to cover the kick properly. We've seen that happen where guys are getting returns. Or you line up. We had another one. I think it was Ford. Yeah, lined up in the neutral zone. Sweet mother of God. Line up, look down, and go, oh, I'm a little over.
Yeah, am I lined up? Let me take a look here.
That's just undisciplined. And yes, it falls at his feet, but guess what? It falls at his position coach. It falls at his head coach. You're tolerating it because it's not getting fixed, period.
Defensively speaking, look, it is a mash unit for this defense. They were taking guys, off the field, and they could not play. I mean, I'm concerned, obviously, about Tyreek Stevenson, concerned about Kyler Gordon, Shamar Turner, Dom Robinson. I'm concerned about all those guys. But, I mean, Cap, I think it's very simple. I'm a very simple sports fan. The Bears are 4-0 when they have one or more takeaways. They're 0-3 when they have one or less. And so there was no takeaway. So if you go into the game and say, hey, guys, we're not going to have a takeaway, so how are we going to win the football game? It's got to be on the quarterback. It's got to be on the offense.
What are we if we don't have takeaways? What are we? So you said they're 4-0 when they have more than one?
When they have one or more takeaways.
So when they have 0 takeaways, then they are 0-3.
0 or 1, they're 0-3. So what I'm saying is that they need multiple takeaways to be able to win football games.
Correct.
As of late.
Correct.
And so if you go into the game in Baltimore and say, hey, guys, just so you know, we're kind of banged up, and we're at our, almost third or fourth string when it comes to the secondary. Hey, so you're not going to have any takeaways. So good luck. How are you going to win the football game? Well, the defense accounted themselves well enough to be able to win that ball game because it should have been 14-0 early if you were punching it in. So that way there's no pressure on the defense.
Correct.
But here's the thing. No takeaways, and so now it's on Caleb Williams to be able to see the field, for you to be able to run the football better. 96 yards does not tell you the story about the running game. It does not. It wasn't like we had these, we were just chipping away. We got some long ones. Caleb Williams ran for 22 yards. Unfortunately, he didn't understand time and score because he didn't go out of bounds.
Correct.
What the hell is that? DJ Moore, same thing. He gets a catch, doesn't go out of bounds on a very, very spectacular play, Sports Center highlight play, but didn't go out of bounds. It's just little things like that, Cap, that in which you had an opportunity to win the football game and you just trickle it down your legs against Tyler Hundley. Again, a Ravens team that was desperate for a victory. You had an opportunity to put that game away early, and you did not. You faded when in the biggest spots, you faded offensively.
Correct. It was a winnable football game. Now, when you don't have Jalen Johnson, Kyler Gordon, Tyreek Stevenson, Terrell Smith, that's your top 4 corners.
Yeah.
I understand that. But that means the guys up front have to put more pressure. They do. They just do. And I don't understand how this offense could short circuit to the degree it does when they go down the field. Wow, Caleb looks good early. Boom, 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 right down the field. Bermuda Triangle. See you later. Can't find you.
Then stop right there. Then you get to the 20, then call in a different quarterback that can get you into the end zone because he can't. I don't understand why you don't even take shots into the end zone. That's the other thing, too. I just thought that some of the play calling was uninspired by Johnson, especially late in the ball game. And he puts it on himself, which I do love, because the previous coach would have never blamed himself until he knew that there was a knock at the door that he's going to get fired. So at least Johnson did put it on himself. I thought some of the play calling was substandard, I thought, but the execution was even worse. How about that?
The execution was terrible. Absolutely terrible.
I'd like to know when it's going to be an opportunity for us to talk about the quarterback being the reason to win outside the Dallas game. That's what I'd like to know. When will we have a Bears Monday where we say, hey, the quarterback really did the job?
I can't answer that for you. This was the opportunity. You had a great one. Now you play a Cincinnati team we can laugh that they lost to the Jets. They did put 38 points up.
And pissed off. So you just know what that's going to be come Sunday.
Who's guarding Jamar Chase? Who's covering T. Higgins? I mean, not going to be easy.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. So we talked to you on this Bears Monday. The Bears lose to the Baltimore Ravens 30-16. We'll hear from the head coach, Ben Johnson, also the quarterback, Caleb Williams, as the Bears are now 4-3 on the season. It's a Bears Monday on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago. Here comes the Chicago Bears podcast. It drops daily on the ESPN Chicago app, and its rotating co-hosts make an essential pod for Bears fans. Join host Pat the Designer and company for the Chicago Bears podcast from ESPN Chicago. Your home for Chicago Bears content.
Yep. Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Get ready for chilly days with True North's True Brew Coffee. True Brew Coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend brewed daily. Now only $1 when you use your True Rewards. Find the app in your favorite app store to sign up and save instantly.
Your old furnace is costing you money. Call your trusted local expert, Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric for a free in-home estimate. Furnaces from $39 a month. So call today.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right, pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text AREA to 42424 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text AREA to 42424. That's AREA to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Snap and a play fake. Caleb Williams looking to throw. Oh, and the crosser, it's intercepted. Down tiptoeing to the sideline left, a swipe by Nate Wiggins. Jumped the route, and the Ravens are going to be first down inside the Bear 15-yard line with 9 minutes to go in the game.
Jeff and Tom on the call right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000. Here's hoping that you're going to have a great Monday. It's a Bears Monday as the Bears lose to the Ravens 30-16. And we're getting your reaction. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Some thoughts from Ben Johnson, the head coach of the Bears.
So a number of guys that didn't make it through the end of that one. Dom Robinson had an ankle. Shamar Turner had a knee. Luther Burden had a concussion. And then OZ, we're still taking a look at his knee right there. So that's what we got for injuries. In terms of the game, give Baltimore a lot of credit. You know, they came out and they played a physical brand of football just like you would expect. You know, they were hungry, they were determined, and truth be told, I expected a little bit more out of our squad to counter that on up. So we fell short. You it's our first game in a while, really all season, that we didn't have a takeaway. And so when that happens, you really got to play a clean game, and we didn't. We're double digits in penalties once again. We're not scoring in the red zone. We couldn't quite get off the field as often as we'd like on defense. So they had some good drives. I think time of possession wise, they did a nice job controlling the game. And like I said, we fell short. But our guys, we're gonna get this thing cleaned up. I know they understand how important it is that we play cleaner as a team and we complement each phase better than what we did today. And so that'll be our mission here this week.
Yeah, I mean, it's a mission every week, but it's not happening. That's the thing. Like, again, I take nothing away from the 4-game winning streak because it's hard to win in this league. However, while you're winning, you want to get better in each phase. Defensively, it's difficult to be able to be stellar, especially when you're losing players. But offensively, you have healthy players. You've got healthy bodies. You've got plenty of weapons to choose from. And the offense is not getting it to the key players. Perfect example is Colston Loveland, right? Colston Loveland is a guy that should be getting that football. There's no Cole Kmet, so there's no excuses. But when you lock in on one guy, on Roma Dunze, and I know that's your guy, DJ Moore's second on that list, but Colston Loveland is way down the list. You have got to use your tight end. You know why the tight end is vital, Cap? Is because it's your safety valve. If you feel like you're in trouble, at least your guy will be at the sticks. Your tight end will be there for the first down. It's kind of like the way they utilize Zacchaeus early. You have to utilize your tight end. If your wide receivers are doubled, there's Loveland. And also in the red zone, speaking of that, what a weapon to use in Colston Loveland when you get into the end zone. There's a guy there that's physical enough to go up and get it if you need to. Another reason why you throw it to the tight end. They're going away from him, which I don't understand. Is either Kmet or Loveland as if it's a luxury. Oh, we don't need to throw the football to them. In the red zone, why not throw it to Loveland so he can go up and get it? He's a young physical talent. See what he can do. That's my point.
It doesn't make any sense to me. It really doesn't. You took this kid 10th. It's not like he was a 4th-round pick. You took him with the 10th overall pick, and here we are now through 7 games. He's had a minimal impact on this football team. That's just a fact. Minimal impact. Okay, you weren't able to run the ball as effectively as you hoped to, as you did the last couple weeks. That's fine. But a combination of not running the football and 0 takeaways? Like they kept saying, well, we're going to get 3. I think J-Mac tweeted that Al Harris, the D-back coach, said, we're going to get 3. Okay, that's all cute and funny.
He says it every week.
Yeah, you're not going to get those number of takeaways every week. It is an unsustainable model. So the question I have to ask is, what are you as a team if you can't run the ball and you can't get takeaways? You suck. That's just a fact. It is. I'm not being harsh. I'm being honest. And then combine that with your quarterback not playing very well and add in, you're missing your top 4 cornerbacks. Guess what? That is a recipe you could have got blown off the field. Absolutely could have. I thought Kayla, I gave him a grade on TV this morning, 4 out of 10. 1 to 10, 10 being the best. What would you grade him? I said a 4.
Yeah, I'm not going to do a taffy pull between a 3 or a 4. It just what it is substandard. Here's what it wasn't. It wasn't a 9, and that's the problem. It wasn't an 8. And on the road, I expect at least a 7 out of 10, meaning that you're getting into the end zone, that you're keeping the offense in the ball game, and that's not happening. I'm here to tell you this morning, folks, that we have a quarterback problem. I think that's pretty cut and clear. I mean, you can turn a blind eye to it if you want, but there is a quarterback problem with the Chicago Bears. And the quarterback problem is not that he's bad. We know how bad quarterbacks can be in this city. I'm just talking about for everything that Caleb Williams is supposed to be doing as far as getting into the end zone, it's a problem. You're going to overshoot receivers. I see it across the NFL. It's not like Caleb Williams is going to be perfect. He doesn't have to be perfect for me, Cap. He just has to be better.
100% has to be better. 100%. The interception he threw, it was an absolutely awful, awful throw. He had a check down wide open. Just look to your right there. There's a running back. You're going to pick up a first down. That was an absolutely terrible decision. But to get 3 pressures on Snoop Huntley all day, 3?
I mean, look, my issue is, for once, is about the offense, not the defense. As you well know, I've hammered the defense and given them praise when it's deserved. I understand they got some issues, but again, you want to be able to get pressure on a backup quarterback. And whether it's Lamar Jackson or Huntley, here's what happened. The Bears made Huntley look like Lamar Jackson. Right? So they ran all over you, 177 yards. That's a lot of yardage. And it wasn't like Derrick Henry was just this powerful running back that was like Earl Campbell going down the field. It wasn't that. It was that the Bears let go of the rope defensively, in which you gave up 177 yards. Now you're going backwards as far as rushing yards. Now you're going backwards. So that's not good. So the front line needs to be better. But for once, Cap, I'm looking at an offense in which the quarterback has got some issues here. So can you tell me for sure against Cincinnati that Caleb Williams and the offense are going to get in the end zone via the pass? Will he take shots into the end zone? I need to know that.
I don't understand why they don't. They don't take a chance at all. I don't get it.
I'll tell you something else that's real small about this, but I'm going to bring it out, and maybe this will be something that the Bears coaching staff can clean up. I like for Caleb Williams to be able to identify the players that he's talking about on Wednesdays and Sundays. It's always like, well, the defender or this guy. Like, I want to make sure he's locked in on guys that are hurting him. I want you to listen to the press conference closely, or Caleb, when they asked him specifically to preview the team that you're taking on. Some quarterbacks will give you the number, but Caleb Williams didn't give you the name. He didn't even give you that. So I want to make sure that he understands, like, who's hurting you. If you're watching the film, who do you actually have to look out for? Do you know his name? It may be small to some people, but I think that that's part of the learning process. Who's actually going to be a threat to you as a quarterback? Give me the name. Do you know the name? It's not just, playing video games where you don't know who the defenders are. Know who it is. Listen to that very closely and see if that gets better. That's something, too, to identify and be able to understand the position all the way through, 360 degrees.
On the topic of why they don't take shots, is it fair to say Ben Johnson doesn't trust his quarterback? Because it feels that way. I think they're hiding him in game plans a little bit. It's a lot of running the football in the red zone. It's a lot of waiting until third and intermediate, third and medium, third and long, start throwing it. And then those are pretty consistent misses. Every big-time third down yesterday, Caleb missed.
Well, as I said after the Saints game, Ben Johnson just kept hitting the running back button on the controller.
Yeah.
You're just like, okay, well, this ain't working. So was it 2 or 3 times for Swift to get in there, finally pounded into the end zone because he didn't have the quarterback throw the football into the end zone. Why is that?
Even the Cowboy game, you go back, it's the best game that Caleb has played. But think about when the pivot point hit in that game. It wasn't Caleb throwing it all over the field. It was a 13-run drive that weathered their defense and then allowed Caleb to take advantage of the rest of the game. It was a 13-straight-run drive. Like, there are just moments that I look at this offense in tight games, and Ben Johnson very clearly does not want to put it on the arm of Caleb Williams.
Yeah, but he lets him throw in other situations where I'm like, wow, okay. He does. I just think he's got to be better as a play caller. He does. He has to be better as a play caller.
Oh, yeah. No, as far as his ability to throw it down the field, that's great, Cap. But between the 20s, we're talking about where the money's green. The money is green in the end zone.
But you're 31st in passing in the red zone. Fewest attempts. I'm talking a number of attempts. So he's not giving him the opportunities to throw the football. So put it on him, man.
I will also say, in Detroit last year, one of the biggest gripes with Ben Johnson was red zone play calling. So I'm not going to say that that's not an issue. It feels like one.
Yeah, 100%. That and all of those penalties, yes, they fall at the feet of the player. If Jonathan Hood keeps jumping off sides or false starting, that's on Jonathan Hood. But guess what? As a head coach, either clean it up or sit somebody down and go, hey, man, I know you're the best player for the job, but until you clean that nonsense up, you're sitting. What's the difference? Figure it out. And then the other thing, and this is not why we lost, but you're in a one-score game. It's third down, and DeAndre Hopkins grabs you by the face mask, literally grabs you by the face mask, tosses you away, and then gets the first down, and there's no call. I mean, that's just a garbage job by the officials. Garbage.
Yeah.
But again, that is not the reason that you lost the football game.
As you well know, I'm not an officials guy and will come in and, give you a furnace blast of information about what the officials did and did not do. That's not kind of what I do. But however, when it's egregious, Cap, you have to point it out. But again, not the reason why you lost, but it's something that's noteworthy. Mm-hmm. There's several plays like that happen in the game, which we'll document within the framework of the show. We'll go back to and take a look. But I'm not an officials or blame the officials for losing. The Bears lost the game. The Bears shot themselves in the foot. The Bears lost the game as much as the Ravens beat them, especially because the Bears had an opportunity, if nothing else, Cap, at the minimum, should have been able to be up by a touchdown or early in the game. I say 14, but even if it's 10, I'll take that.
Correct. Get one of those two possessions, you're going right down the field. I'm like, oh, wow.
6 is not good enough, and that seems like it's the whole thing. You should go through the gates at House Hall and it should be this numbers. It should just be 3s because that's all they do. They just shoot 3s, Cap. It's not 7s, it's 3s. Just the kicker. And you just can't just rely on a defense that's getting takeaways and your field goal kicker to help you through. At some point, you've got to be able to put it on your right arm. The offense and everything else has to be better. But again, when you're going backwards, doing a cha-cha slide backwards because of penalties, you get what you deserve. You get what you deserve.
Fair. Absolutely fair.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. We're getting your thoughts about the Bears and get your phone calls in here next on this Bears Monday. We've been doing a Bears Victory Monday over the last, 4 weeks. But now the Bears are now 4-3. We're talking about it on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Good morning to you.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
One of our guilty pleasures during the football season is dips with chips, wings. That was Brett yesterday. And veggies while we watch the big game. Mindy and I like the veggies. And that means Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip. These are as delicious as a homemade dip, and they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your very own kitchen. So do what I do. Put Daisy French onion dips on your game day roster. That's right. My wife's going fishing with her dad today. They're having Daisy French onion dip today out on the river. Look for Daisy French onion dip at your local grocery store.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
It's been a few years of big real estate moves for Chicago Fire FC with a new performance center on the near west side and plans for a South Loop Stadium. Now it's making another one on the Mag Mile. The Fire have signed a lease to move their headquarters to the historic Wrigley Building later this year from their current home in the Loop. Not a big surprise since the Michigan Avenue landmark is owned by billionaire Fire chairman Joe Mansueto. That'll be the club's new home office as it hunts for new naming rights partners and other sponsors at a new 22,000-seat venue planned along the Chicago River just south of Roosevelt Road. The Fire won city council approval for the stadium plan last month, but still need city officials to sign off on a deal to use TIF money on new roads, utilities, and other infrastructure to support it. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
$2.25 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.25 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
This one is for the flavor fanatics. Sour Apple 5-hour energy shots don't mess around. They bring the big bite. Tart, tangy, and packed with tasty caffeine, this little 2-ounce bottle punches above its weight with 0 sugar and as much caffeine as your favorite 12-ounce coffee. It's the kind of pick-me-up that keeps your taste buds happy without the crash. And it doesn't stop at Sour Apple. They've got 17 bold flavors waiting for you to discover. Pick one up in-store or stock up online to 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon today. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Henry deep in the eye with Ricard. Snap giving. Bears steamroll him, and then he bounces right to the 5 to the end zone. Touchdown.
Jeff and Tom on the call right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show. Here's hoping that you're going to have a great week with you till 9 o'clock, and then it's going to be Carmen Jurko at 9, followed by Rich Eisen at noon. Bleck Abdalla from 2 to 3, uninterrupted, followed by Waddle Silvy at 3. And then we've got the World Series as the Blue Jays take on the Dodgers at 6:30 right here on your home for the Major League Baseball playoffs, the Bears and the White Sox, ESPN 1000. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. Cap, a very special event that you were able to attend on Saturday.
Yeah, we went to the gala for Special Olympics Illinois. The governor spoke at it. It was just a magnificent night celebrating Special Olympics Illinois over at the Garrity. Just wanted to shout out Peter Beal Del Vecchio, the CEO, and all the great people that were there. They raised over $1 million that night. Super, super awesome. So it was an honor to be there. Just a phenomenal night.
The Bears, the last 5 games, listen, the Bears are 6 for 19 scoring touchdowns in the red zone. But, Cap, the point is that it's just been a mixed bag offensively. It's not that it's been awful. What it's been is just a mixed bag, and I just feel like it's just got to be better. Yeah, you can score via a touchdown running the football, jam it in there with Swift or Monungai, but it's got to be shots into the end zone for Caleb Williams in this offense. So let's go to the phone lines to talk to you. 312-332-ESPN, that is our phone number. We say hello to Lewis in Hyde Park on Kap and J Hood. Lewis, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing today?
Good.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, I just this is my take on it, and it's really not hopefully it's not a crazy take. But is it possible that in this system that Caleb is actually regressing if you compare it to how he played last season? Like last season, he threw for 300 yards 4 times across 2 different systems. In Laser's system, he did it twice. and then Waldron's system did it twice. Then he had 5 games where he completed 70% of his passes. Again, he did it across 2 different systems, Laser system and Waldron's system. Now I look at the way that he plays.
Laser?
And he's
Laser wasn't here.
No, not Laser, but who was the...
They had the same system all year. Same system. They didn't change anything.
Brother Brown?
Thomas Brown and Shane Waldron.
Yeah, Brown. Right. Brown.
It's the same system.
Yeah,
They didn't change systems.
Well, okay, Waldron's system. Well, the point is he had 4 300-yard passing games, and he threw 70% completion rate 5 times. We haven't even seen close to that in this system.
Yeah, I don't think that's valid at all. I think he's getting better. He's being coached better. It's just a totally different thing. Last year, you were in a 10-game losing streak, a lot of times playing from behind. Yeah, no, I don't put stock in that. I do not.
All right, my friend, appreciate your telephone call from Hyde Park, and now he leaves the line open for you. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. In Frankfurt, here is Manning on Kap and J Hood. Good morning, Manning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
I was waiting for Kap in the open segment to bring up this kicking issue that he seems to be or deem not be an issue. And so I've just kind of been waiting for him to bring up the kicking situation we got going on in Chicago.
And we did.
Yeah, I don't know if we brought it up this morning. We talked about it the other day. I would love to have a guy like Brandon Aubrey. I would love to have one. Tell me where one is out there.
I mean, I've heard you say that we have the most accurate kicker, but if he can't kick beyond 50 yards, then
he can
really
kick beyond 50. He
team's not moving.
Hold on. He can kick beyond 50. He can't kick 57, 58, 59, 60 like some of the other guys. That's absolutely
fair. Well, we can
fair.
agree and disagree about that. At the end of the day, if your team's not moving up in the field far enough to get close enough for his range, then you really don't have a kicker.
Okay, find me one.
I mean, you have Moody. You're so against Moody, but
whoa! Where was I ever against Moody? I've never been against him.
I heard you last week when Shea brought it up to you, and Shea brought up a good point last week, and you turned him down. You said, "Why would I want a kicker who was kicked out of a team from the Niners?"
Manning, I'm going to help you out because I don't think Kap was ever against Moody. I think he was more, if you're so ready to cut Cairo Santos, then you better be right about Moody.
Correct. He got drafted and released because he can't be accurate. And by the way, last year, 8 of 9 for Cairo Santos from beyond 50. He cannot kick 57, 58, 59, 60. That's just a fact. He cannot.
It still sounds like you have a kicking dilemma either way.
I don't disagree with you there. But if you take Jake Moody, and that's fine. They could announce this morning, we're moving on, we're getting Moody. You better be right because he was drafted, what, 3rd round, Shea? 3rd round draft pick, and San Francisco said, you suck. You can't be accurate. Get out. So that's fine.
I just want to know why, as an organization, we get so complacent with mediocrity.
Well, that's a different call.
Yeah, that's different.
You can call back with that. But since you want to talk about special teams, yeah, I would like to have an upgrade there. But this is what you have right now. You have a choice. You got Santos or Moody. I guess that is part of the team. I never turn a blind eye to special teams. My focus this morning is how the quarterback can get the ball into the end zone. That's my focus this morning. I'd like to know how that's going to happen, how all of a sudden in the game plan the tight end is disappeared. Like that's not a safety valve for him. That's not a thing. I know that he's homies with Roma Dunze, and there's nothing wrong with being close to wide receivers, but when you have a number of weapons, you got to utilize them. When you're struggling as a quarterback, you got to nickel and dime your way down until you feel comfortable. And you got a number of guys that are sure shots as receivers that can help you matriculate the ball down the field. That's my thing. And from a kicking standpoint, yeah, of course. And I think we addressed special teams. We just didn't talk about Santos. We talked about how special teams struggled yesterday in the first half hour.
Yeah, we talked about the punt that was downed at the 1, and you got a guy who's got an illegal formation penalty. I mean, that stuff just can't happen. You're not good enough to keep screwing up in situations where you make a play and now you have to go back 5 yards and kick again. And he still kicked it a long way, and it went out of bounds, I want to say like the 22. But that's a 20-yard loss on your ledger because you can't clean up your penalties. So, again, I'm not against Jake Moody. Just be right. And can he make 58, 59, 60? I hope so if that's the direction they go. But Cairo Santos, just so we're clear, I'm reading this from his stats. He was 8 of 9 last season. In his career, he's the second most successful kicker in Bears history behind Robbie Gould on 50-plus yard field goals. Does he have the biggest leg? He does not. That's a fact.
Yeah, 100%. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Cap, if I told you I can get 3 times as many first downs in the first quarter as the opposition, how many points should that be?
Say that one more time.
If I get 3 times as many first downs in the first quarter as the opposition, how many points should I score? Because that's what happened yesterday.
Look, you told me you also added in there that they got into the red zone both times. You got to come away with at least 1 touchdown. It's 6-0. They score and they take the lead on you. At least if it's a 10-0 game, you're like, all right, we got 1 touchdown out of it. They didn't get either.
They had the ball for 12 minutes and 40 seconds in the first quarter.
Correct.
And they got 125 yards in the first quarter, and they scored 6 points.
Right.
The red zone offense, I knew in the first quarter, I looked at my wife. I said, they're going to lose because you can't win that way in this league. Field goals will get you beat.
Yeah. Yep. You just knew that was going to happen. You just knew that it was going to happen when, once again, you're trading in 7 for 3. That's exactly what happened.
Fair.
Again, the platform with Shay is next on Kap J Hood.
Kap J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Need insights on your favorite football team? I mean, do you want to know more than all your friends? Done. Courtney Cronin checks in often with breaking news, insight, and foresight on ESPN Chicago. Reports brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Did you know that Fry the Coop is now using Vienna beef pickles on their epic chicken sandwiches?
Vienna beef sells pickles?
What, do you live under a rock? Yeah, Vienna beef is celebrating 100 years of selling pickles. Where have you been?
Right here.
Well, they are the bomb.com. Fry the Coop uses their zesty pickles, which are a sweet and spicy crinkle-cut pickle. When I tell you they are epic, they are epic. If you haven't tried Vienna beef pickles, do yourself a favor and head to Fry the Coop today.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Injuries on the field are rough, but your injury case doesn't have to be. At Postman Law, there's no fee unless they win. Car crash, work accident, slip and fall. Postman Law's your local injury lawyers. With over $3 billion won for their clients, they don't just show up, they deliver results when it matters most. After an injury, call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Others promise. Postman delivers.
This is attorney advertising.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Refresh your home today with window images, blinds, and shades. We have everything you need for updating your window treatments. We carry vinyl, aluminum, and faux wood blinds, cellular shades, and more. Plus, you can get them trimmed to width in-store for free. Also, be sure to check out the flyer on Menards.com for all our great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey, it's Kirk Herbstreit. On game day, great prep makes all the difference. Same goes for your pizza. That's why I go with Frigidaire Stone-Baked Pizza Oven. Fresh pizzas go from dough to done in just 2 minutes.
Whether you're throwing a party or squeezing in dinner between plays, this oven delivers hot, crispy, restaurant-quality pizza right from your kitchen. Only from Frigidaire. Game-ready pizza. Get it today at the Home Depot. how doers get more done.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has all the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats right at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy teams synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee. Included with every tire purchase with paid installation, you'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee only at Midas. Midas, trust the Midas touch. Jay Moore.
Good morning. Glad you're along for the Kap and J Hood experience on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN.
Hello.
Chicago.
Good morning.
And now it's time for the platform with Shay Norling. Shay?
All right, Hoodie. Shay's platform, as always, brought to you by the Chicago Transit Authority. Save money, do more, ride CTA. I was going to bring up the kicking situation from yesterday, not because I want to talk about the kicker more. And, I've made my feeling on Cairo Santos pretty clear. I think everybody knows where I stand. It showed up yesterday again. I was very annoyed by it in the moment. I simply tweeted, why is this guy in the roster? Every time I do that, there is a sect of Bears fans who reply saying things like, kickers should be the least of our worries. It is not the reason we're losing the game. I would just offer, I have never said that Cairo Santos is the reason you will lose football games. I have never said he's the sole problem with the Bears. I think it is a much bigger issue that you can't get in the end zone, that your quarterback might stink, that, there are bigger problems here. Defensively, the line, the defensive line has been my biggest concern for 3 effing years and hasn't been fixed. But I do think Cairo Santos is a pretty perfect example of why they keep getting stuff wrong. Because, Hoodie, the Bears are always happy with just okay. Everywhere on this roster, they are consistently happy with just okay. They're happy with Montez Sweat, who's just okay. They're happy with Dio. He's just okay. Grady Jarrett as a free agent signing, just okay. Braxton Jones for 3 years, just okay. The running back room, just okay. The safeties, just okay. They're always just complacent with it everywhere. So when you're complacent with Cairo, who is at best just okay, it's a perfect example of why the rest of this roster is still not right.
This is where Ben Johnson has to be able to step in and say, okay, well, I evaluate the talent that was here and new talent that we brought in, but you have to know at the end of the season, Cap, however this ends, it won't be good enough, because I know he's got his checklist of saying, okay, I know what a winning team looks like because I just came from the Lions. Here's what's needed to be able to fuel the fire for this Bears team. So that's up to Ben and Ryan Poles to get this right.
No question about it. Just so we're clear, and I understand where Shay's coming from, and I'm all for going to get a kicker has a bigger leg. I just don't know if Jake Moody's that answer. Jake Moody in college at Michigan, 4 of 10 over 50 yards in his career. Jake Moody in the NFL, over 50, 6 of 12. Cairo Santos, 21 of his last 26 from 50 plus. Good.
I agree. I get that Cairo's accurate. But the problem I have, and I wish that they would track the stats more clean about it, because it says 50 plus. Dude, the target line yesterday on the final field goal, or at the field goal at halftime, was the 33-yard line. That's pathetic. In 2025, that your target line is the 33, because 50 plus includes 50, 51, 52. And if you're not allowing him to even attempt from beyond 52 very often, then it's the field goals you're giving up that bother me more.
Agreed. Now, what was the wind doing? I don't know any of those.
I think the wind was with him on the miss, to be honest with you.
Because he made a 57-yarder in the preseason.
Yeah, in Kansas City. The wind was definitely with him on that one. But again, I watched them punt from the 40-yard line in Vegas indoors. I watched him miss short last year in Indianapolis. And now yesterday, and I get it's a hurricane kick. You don't have a K-ball. You kind of got screwed by the timeout usage. But I just need a kicker that I feel like can get it through the upright.
Don't disagree. I'm asking, is Jake Moody the answer? His accuracy in his career is terrible. He has a bigger leg, but his career long's 57.
I don't know if he's the answer, but I don't know that he isn't.
Yeah, fair.
And I'm willing to test the unknown at this point because I know what Cairo Santos cannot do. And it's just to a broader point that it's not me like I care so much about the kicker. I care about every part of this team. And they seem very complacent everywhere on the roster. And kicking is not an exception to that.
Jay Moore?
Fair.
Is Caleb Williams just okay?
So far.
That might even be generous, Jay Moore.
I just did
After
watch
yesterday,
Clay
I'm in a
Harbor,
bad place.
Clay Harbor posted a video of Caleb. Remember the one he rolled out and he fired it to Rome?
Yeah.
And he didn't catch it as he was going out of bounds?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. It's right in his hands.
I know.
It's the football, man.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not defending Caleb. He wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
It's a great throw. I thought in the moment even, that's an outstanding throw. And that's the throw you expect Caleb Williams to make, and Rome's got to catch the football. But if that's the throw that you're going to rely on him to make consistently, you're not going to win games.
No.
That's so low percentage.
It's a special throw and just a bad result. You would have liked for him to be able to catch that ball. He did not. He's on the precipice of being just okay. And that's not a very good barometer, Jay Moore, when you are not the reason why you're scoring. That just won't work. As
fair.
Shay's platform is brought to you by
the Chicago Transit Authority. If the Kennedy Express lanes are closed, the CTA doors are open. Don't sit in traffic when you could ride the train. Park and Ride is available at the Cumberland exit, number 79B. Get into the city back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic and spending money on gas. Just $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA. And I just had a friend call me about the tap to pay because they weren't aware. I want to make sure this is clear. You don't need to get a Ventra ticket. You don't need to stop and buy a ticket. You literally can just take your credit card or your smartphone if you have like Apple Pay and tap it on the turnstile or tap it on the bus and just walk on. You don't need to buy anything else. You can just tap your card.
Beautiful.
It makes it super easy. It's obviously affordable. $5 covers your trip and back. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
You tap your card, Cap. It's germaphobe friendly.
Perfect.
Even Cap could do it.
That's it. No question.
We will hear from Caleb Williams.
Even Howie Mandel could do it.
Yes. We will hear now from Caleb Williams, the aforementioned quarterback for the Chicago Bears, coming up next. But first, we pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves along the Kap J Hood ESPN Chicago Radio Network.
State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
Whatever happens today, take it on with a fresh cup of True Brew coffee. Now only $1 with True Rewards. True North Store's True Brew coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend created from coffee beans from around the world. As a free True Rewards member, pick the size that is perfect for you and pay only $1. Don't have the True Rewards mobile app? Find it in the Apple or Google Play Store to download and save instantly. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Any coach will tell you, games are won in the preparation phase. If you're not ready before kickoff, it's too late. The same's true in cybersecurity. That's why companies choose my friends at Trend Micro. With AI-powered proactive security, they don't just respond to attacks, they stop them before they begin. For over 35 years, enterprises worldwide have trusted Trend Micro to prepare, protect, and perform. Don't wait for the whistle. Get secure now at trendmicro.com. That's trendmicro.com.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Lowe's knows you want to spend less time shopping and more time on the job site. Bulk savings on trusted brands means big savings and more time on the job. Get up to 25% off select drywall when you buy in bulk. Buy more and save to make sure you're prepared for any job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Selection varies by location.
It's Bears Monday.
Half to Caleb, looking to throw. Pressure coming. They got him. Nibbling away at the ankles of Caleb Williams. He's brought down. And the Ravens somehow turn these Bears away after a promising drive. Second and 1 from the 3. Again, takes and turns, gives, and a walk into the end zone. Left side, untouched. Touchdown, King Henry. And a 6-6 ball game, an extra point away from taking the lead. They're bringing out Santos, and there we go, the Mayday team. This will be a long field goal. Try off the logo of the Ravens. 3-2, snap, placement, kick, swings the right leg. It's going to be short. We had a great view of it here. Short from 58. He'll take the snap, rolling to the near side. He looked for, but could not throw it to who he wanted. He goes deeper, and he makes the catch. Bateman breaking tackles inside the 30-yard line before Byard makes the stop. They were thinking, I think they were looking for King Henry on the short route. He went deeper, and the Ravens strike quickly with a deep shot of 36 yards. Snap and a play fake. Caleb Williams looking to throw. Oh, and the crosser is intercepted. Down tiptoeing to the sideline left, a swipe by Nate Wiggins. Jump the route, and the Ravens are going to be first down inside the Bear 15-yard line with 9 minutes to go in the game. On 4th down and goal at the 1, movement but no flag. Urban wants it, he's got to get back in his stance. Snap back to Caleb. Caleb looking. Caleb sings it back of the end zone off target for DJ. That's it.
It's Bears Monday on ESPN Chicago.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we're streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you on a Bears Monday as the Bears lose to the Ravens by a score of 30-16, snapping their 4-game winning streak. Let's get your thoughts. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago there. A little Twitch as well, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Cap, this was a winnable ball game for the Bears. And again, we know it's a week-to-week league, so anything can happen. We've seen this in the NFL for years. However, since we're isolated on this game, we're talking about the Bears knew, like, okay, Sunday morning, it won't be Lamar Jackson. It's going to be Tyler Huntley as the quarterback. Okay, doesn't mean that that's a huge drop-off because Huntley knows the offense. You know, he can run a little bit, and he was good against the Bears' defense, good enough to be able to help the Ravens win. But I just think that there's little things that the Bears continue to do to shoot themselves in the foot, win or loss. That's a problem, Cap. I want you to think about this from a coaching standpoint. You watch the film and go, we're just not getting this play right. But you find a way to win the game. But you know in the back of your mind, it's like, okay, we're winning the games, but there's certain things that we continue to do to shoot ourselves in the foot to put us at a deficit. And so now you don't have the takeaways. Now you don't have the rushing ability. You don't get over 100 yards rushing. So you take those two things away, and you know what you got? You got Caleb Williams with the ability to try to help the Bears win, and it just did not happen. Between the 20s is always fine. It's almost like you bring in a neophyte broadcaster, right? Some kid from Illinois Media School, and say, okay, well, I've scripted your opening segment here. Here's your opening segment. You're going to talk about the Bears. Now, the rest of it's you're on your own. Well, Caleb's good with the scripted plays, the first 15 plays. Okay, now you know our plays. Now you call it. Now there's a disconnect. That's what I'm seeing here. It looks good in the first couple of drives, doesn't it? And then what happens? It falls off the table.
Yeah, you got 2 field goals, and then you didn't score again. I believe I'm right on this till the fourth quarter, right? You did not score again against a lousy defense. Correct. That is, I know they got Roquan back and they got a secondary guy back, but they're still not the Ravens of the last 2 years. And then you made Snoop Huntley look like an all-pro. Like, he's dropping passes in over the top of defenders. There was one right over the top of T.J. Edwards. I'm like, well, that's what happens when you give a professional quarterback time. Nobody gets to him. Sweat had 1 sack early, and then that'll be all.
That's it. That's
not
it.
good.
So no pass rush, don't give enough rushing yards, and then you don't get takeaways. So at some point, the quarterback's got to be able to say, hey, I'm a young, a scrappy quarterback for this Bears team. I can be able to connect to Roma Dunze and DJ Moore and Loveland and Zacchaeus and Swift in the passing game and be able to win the football game. It did not happen. To be able to score just a couple of field goals in the first quarter, that's just so aggravating to me because it seems like I'm watching the same game like we saw from the Saints last week. It's just aggravating to me.
They had every chance to win that game. They really, really did. And the penalties, 11 penalties. Do you realize how undisciplined that team is?
It's an undisciplined football team.
And at some point, that falls at the feet of the coaches, whether it's Ben, the position coach, the first play of the game. Bears get the football. All right, here we go. Decent return. Yeah, illegal block, a receiving team, 10-yard penalty. And they show Richard Hightower. And I'm like, look, it's on the player. But at some point, the coaches who are not cleaning this up, it should be uncomfortable around there. It should.
I understand that Caleb Williams is learning on the fly as a quarterback under Ben Johnson, this whole new system, but the passing game cannot be underwater. It just can't be like this. You can't keep moving this direction because you're going backwards, you're going sideways, but you're not going forward. And to have goose eggs in this league, not putting up anything in the second and third quarter is just ridiculous to me. Some thoughts from Caleb Williams, as he got a chance to talk to Jason McKee, J-Mac, as part of the Bears radio network.
Here, Bears quarterback Caleb Williams. Caleb, what did the Ravens defense do today to get you guys out of your rhythm offensively?
I truly think it was just us. Us just not, playing how we should play as a team. We were double digits in penalties. I turned the ball over I think it was 8 minutes on the clock, 9 minutes on the clock in the fourth quarter, something you can't do. And so I think we got to get to where we're playing our ball on offense and we're executing our plays and when the defense isn't getting turnovers and things like that, we're able to go toe to toe with any team and any offense, and I think we can. I think it just comes down to the small things, the small details, and I think we gotta be better at that.
How frustrating has it been? You guys have been in the red zone frequently the past 2 weeks. How frustrated have you been to not put touchdowns on the board?
Yeah, it's supremely frustrating just because the type of players. It's the NFL. Like other teams are going to go score, and a lot of times teams count 3 points as a win. A lot of times, especially when teams are moving the ball well, and then they get into the red zone and they stall. They count that as a win. And so I think we got the players. We got everything we need to be able to go score. We just got to go out there and execute and do it at the right moments.
You had one interception on the day. Break down that play for us.
Yeah. Just didn't give Rome the best ball, and the cornerback made a good play on it, and that was about it.
On the play, the deep shot, you hit the DJ Moore late in the fourth quarter. You took a big shot for Marlon Humphrey. How are you feeling after that hit?
Yeah, I feel all right. Just go ice up whatever it is, and be ready to go.
Caleb Williams talking to Jason McKee on the Bears Network right here on ESPN 1000.
You can hear the frustration in his voice, and it's so great. That's the first time he talks to the media. It's before he goes and meets with the whole group. And you could hear the frustration in his voice, and I appreciate the honesty. And the honesty's cool to hear. It's not them, it's us. Great. Well, guess what? Us is a large portion on you, the quarterback. And you have to be better. And it's getting tiring each week to hear, yeah, we got to be better here. We got to clean up the penalties. It's cool when Ben's doing the good, better, best, better than the rest, blah, blah, blah. That's all cool and fun, and I love hearing it. But when you don't take the football away, what are you as a team? And then add in 11 penalties, and you don't run the ball successfully, and you've got injuries on the back end, that's a recipe for disaster.
Offensively speaking, Cap, there are no excuses. They just have to be able to execute better. A perfect example of no excuses is that the Bears were able to activate Ozzie Trapillo and put him in there at times as an extra lineman. You saw him out there.
Correct.
Just not all the time, but they put him out there
Early in the game they did.
For protection, just to make sure that Caleb Williams had time. One of the things we talked about in the summer is that this Chicago Bears team is about no excuses, right? No excuses, that you got to be able to execute there. And Ben Johnson at one point said there's no reason why we can't be a really good football team, a good operation. Well, again, you do have running backs. You in Monangai and Swift, you do have a number of receivers at your disposal, a number of them. I know Odunze with 7 receptions, get 114 yards, but never confuse activity with accomplishment. He was targeted 10 times, but didn't get into the end zone. So, you like those numbers, and those are eye-popping, but again, non-productive. Not enough to be able to get into the end zone. Not good enough. DJ Moore had a hell of a catch in the fourth quarter. But I think that the last part of that game in the fourth quarter, Cap, was a microcosm of Bears football as far as the disconnect between the players and the play caller. Even Ben Johnson himself, will play Ben Johnson coming up in a little bit, talked about how, I shouldn't have had Caleb Williams try to do a quarterback sneak. What kind of call is that when everyone's piled up like, the traffic on the junction? Right there at the goal line. Now you're moving bodies out of the way, time's ticking, you got no timeouts. Like, what is that? Well, this is bad play calling.
Yeah, I didn't think Ben had a great day yesterday.
Horrible. You saw that.
I did. I did not think he had a great day. And I kept thinking, why don't you run Colston Loveland? Just a little flare out there, a little block, release, throw it up and let him go make a play. Guy's what, 6'7"?
And you also spent a 10th pick on him. And all week we kept hearing about this.
Earlier.
You're going to see. He made like the first catch of the game, and the broadcast goes, he's going to be way more involved today. Cole Kmet's out. They're going to get Colston Loveland involved. And then you look up in the fourth quarter, he's got 2 catches on 3 targets. What are you doing?
Right.
Like, why is he? That's the one thing I'll really get on Ben Johnson about. Why is Colston Loveland not in the game plan?
And this is the guy Ben wanted in the draft.
Bingo. Yeah. I have to imagine Ben Johnson's the reason Colston Loveland is here. He's the reason that you spent the 10th pick on him. So why is he not part of the game plan?
Yeah, there is no Cole Kmet excuse yesterday because he did not play. It's the first time that Cole's missed a game. So because of Colston Loveland is an opportunity, especially, and again, if you're not going to get him out in the flat or have him give you the first down, which he should, then at least when you get into the end zone or close to the red zone, Cap, he should be a red zone target. He can be able to climb the ladder and get up there and get it. At least put him in position to do so.
Give him an opportunity. But you're not even taking a shot.
All I'm saying is that this offense just cannot just be Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze. That's just not good enough. You have a number of weapons. That's why they gave you everything. And so you got to utilize it. For you to have 6 points in the first half and then don't score again until the fourth against a Baltimore Ravens team that's on their heels. Even at home, I didn't hear the full throat support from the Ravens fan because they are pissed that they were 1-5 coming in there. There's a standard there in Baltimore. And so whatever the standard is, it's a double-digit win outfit. They're usually better than this. So it took a while for the Raven fan to even get revved up because they were looking for the other shoe to drop. They thought that the Bears were going to be able to take advantage of the Ravens not being good enough defensively. That's not the case, though, of course.
Yeah, Loveland ended up getting targeted 5 times, 3 catches for 38 yards.
And he had the target on the red zone, that final possession, dropped a would-be touchdown. Like, he's got to make that catch. But I still just wonder, where is he? Does Caleb Williams hate tight ends? Can we ask that question? He didn't throw to tight ends last year. He's not throwing to tight ends this year. It's 2 different offenses. Does Caleb hate tight ends?
Well, that's a hell of a thing to do, especially on National Tight End Day. If you hate tight ends, especially yesterday, then that's on you.
I know Dak hates Jake Ferguson. Shout out my fantasy team, 1 target on National Tight End Day. But seriously, does Caleb have a problem throwing to tight ends? What is it?
What was the deal on the Jake Ferguson thing? Like, he's really good.
I have no idea. It screwed me in fantasy football.
Yeah.
All right. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. We'll take more of your phone calls as the Bears lose to the Ravens 30-16. Something interesting that Ben Johnson had to say. We're going to hear from Courtney Cronin at 7:35. It's all part of the mix on this Bears Monday on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9.
This is how it should be done.
ESPN Chicago.
Here comes
It's Bears and Bengals, live from Cincinnati. Sunday, starting at noon. This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Capo, I told you lately about Howard Ankin.
He is the attorney of the Kap and J Hood Show. He is the single best personal injury attorney in Illinois. Files more injury cases than anyone.
Yeah, he's all about injury law made personal. Think about all the awards that he's won, Distinguished Service Award recipient and American Association for Justice member, and rated a super lawyer 10 years running.
That's Howard Ankin, ankinlaw.com. If you go to 312-6million, either call it, go to ankinlaw.com. Our guy Howard Ankin is there to take your call and handle your case.
312-6million, injury law made personal. That's Ankin Law. Jay Moore.
Fall is here. So many great things you do with the kids this time of year. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking that next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. And now, with the end of the year approaching, this is the perfect opportunity to maximize your insurance benefits or to use your remaining flex spending dollars before they disappear. 5 locations to serve you. Downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4BAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey, usual haircut? Yeah, but make it quick. I gotta go pay my ComEd bill. Yeah, I just mailed my check this morning.
There's an easier way, fellas. Get the ComEd app. I just paid my bill while getting this trim.
For real?
You can pay your bill, check your energy usage, even report and track an outage 24/7.
How did I not know about this?
Because y'all are too busy filming dance trends on your phones.
Make life easier. Download the ComEd app today at ComEd.com/app.
In football, the red zone is where games are won and lost. Same thing with retirement. The 5 years before and after you ride off into the sunset, that's your retirement red zone. And when it comes to navigating that critical window, you can trust Mitch Lyons and his team at Mitch Lyons Wealth. Mitch played in the NFL. He knows how to build a winning game plan for your future. Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com to make sure you have the income you need when you are done working. MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Paying extra for tire care is BS. Bad service. So at Midas, we're rolling out our BS-free tire guarantee, included with paid installation and tax on every purchase. You'll pay nothing for flat replacements, nada for flat repairs, and zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles. That's $0 for all that. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the BS-free tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Listen for Danny Acker and the Crane Chicago Sports Business Minute, airing Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers. back to Kap and J Hood.
When I tell you he's got his own money, I mean the boy has got his own money.
On ESPN Chicago.
I think just punching it in that situation. And then, right there at the end, it was just me and DJ not being on the same page. I think it was 0. I think I saw. I haven't gone back and watched it yet, but 0 was sitting. Obviously, he was sitting a little bit lower on the front part of the goal line, but I still saw space to the right of him. So I tried to get DJ to try to throw it there, and I think it's just a miscommunication in that situation.
Yeah, that final drive was bowling shoe ugly for the Chicago Bears, but the game was offensively as the Bears lose 30-16. You're going to win some games, you're going to lose some games. Bears kind of lost that game as much as the Ravens beat them yesterday. We'll talk to you about it right here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're going to hear from Courtney Cronin coming up at 7:35. We go to the phone line to talk to you. We say hello to Atlanta, Georgia, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's Mike on Kap and J Hood. Mike, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Hey, I had one comment and one question. My comment, I was at the game yesterday, and when I tell you those Baltimore fans, if they would have scored at least one touchdown those first 2 drives, they were ready to mail it in. They were already woe is me and all that stuff, and if we would have just scored an actual touchdown, they would have been totally defeated, and there was enough Bears fans in that stadium for us to make that a home game crowd. But my one question was, not being able to watch the broadcast, is where was Swift at? I mean, he seemed to be playing the first drive, and then we didn't see him until maybe the end of the fourth quarter, and then one drive that they actually got down the field at the end of the game. So where was Swift at all game? It just goes back to the point of they don't have enough running backs in their stable.
I agree with you there. I know he's dealing with a groin. He did have 11 carries for 45 yards, so he was their leading rusher. But again, you're exactly right. Their running back room, I think Shea put it best a couple segments ago. Is their defensive line horrible? No, it's fine. They're the settlers. Their safeties, solid. Their corners, very good. But there's not enough depth there, and they've had a lot of injury. Their running back room, it's fine. They just aren't. Their kicker, he's fine. They're not elite in enough areas.
Mike, we appreciate a telephone call. Now he leaves the line open. 312-332-ESPN is our phone number. Yazin is in Palos Park on Kap and J Hood. Yaz, good morning.
Hey, how you guys doing? Thank you for taking my call.
What's up, Yazin? How are you, buddy?
Good. The one play that really bothered me and I love Caleb Williams, and I want him to succeed. I want him to be great. But sometimes I question yesterday made me question his football IQ. Right before the half, I know you guys alluded to it before the field goal, but right before all that, 2-minute drill, he scrambles for 22 yards, and I'm running, get out of bounds, and then he slides, having them to burn a timeout. And then the next play, intentional grounding, he throws the ball out of bounds. Now you lose half of that yardage back, and then you have to run a hurricane drill, before the half, and obviously you guys know what happened. They missed the field goal. It's just little plays like that where the quarterback, when I'm expecting you to, you number 1 selection overall in the draft, you got to have a better football IQ than that. Like
you're correct.
Right by the sideline. You're right by the sideline. Run out of bounds. Save a timeout, because in the back of your head, you know that maybe, hey, we need to get a little bit more yards for a field goal kicker. If they would have gotten 3 points before the half, I'm saying that they would have gotten a little bit more momentum going into the half. Instead, you get no points, and it's just like, come on, dude. Like, really, what are we doing here?
That is a great call. How he does not know. It's like I remember Mitch Trubisky was getting chased, and he got near the sideline. Instead of throwing the ball out of bounds, he got sacked in bounds.
Correct.
What are you doing, dude?
Remember that play? Yeah. Yeah, it's about time and scoring awareness, Yazin. So you make a great point. It was just him as DJ Moore as well. Now, DJ Moore, what a tremendous catch for him late in the fourth quarter. It's like, it's one thing that you got to be able to reach up and catch that ball, but then you got to figure out, like, where you are. It was such bang that I can understand where he may not understand, like, where he is on the field, because he made a hell of a catch. in which he didn't have to, by the way. Right. He contorted his body in a way that he caught that ball.
Are you talking about the touchdown?
The DJ Moore, toward the end of the fourth quarter, that last drive.
Right.
What a great catch that was. But Caleb, man, you're roaming free. You know you got to understand the time, the situation, and you got to get out of bounds. He has to do that. DJ Moore is probably oh my God, where am I after that catch, man? The way he twisted his body the way he did is that was
the 42
the one-hander.
Jeez, man, come on. So don't have to worry about effort with him. He cares a lot.
How accurate is this? Now you have the Spider-Man meme going around with Caleb, Trubinsky, and Fields pointing at each other. Is that where we at now?
No, it's not that bad.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't put it at that level, but Caleb has to be better, man. You did not take him, 20th. You took him number 1. You had pick of everybody. And I watched a lot of the Patriots yesterday. That dude just looks like an NFL quarterback. He just does.
Yeah, that's the part that bothers me the most is people keep making the excuse of, Caleb's got a new coach and a new play caller, and last year was terrible. What's the difference? Yeah, Drake May was sabotaged with Gerard Mayo and Alex Van Pelt last year. He's got a new coach. He's got a new play caller. I got news for you. He's got a worse offensive line than you do. He's got worse pass catchers than you do. And yet, he's number 3 in MVP odds.
He looks great. He absolutely looks great.
LaPorte City, Iowa. Matt is on Kap and J Hood on this Bears Monday. Good morning, Matt.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Hey, I'm just go back what Shea said about Caleb Williams hating tight ends. I'm a Sooner fan, and I always go back to with Caleb big game hunting. If you look at the throw he makes in the Red River War, when he gets Marvin Mims in the corner, it's a great throw. It's a great touchdown he catches. But you look, Braden Willis is all alone. There's nobody within 20 yards. If you go back and YouTube that play, there's nobody around Braden Willis. And that's all he does. He big game hunts. And so it's just baked into this guy. But he knows he has the ability to make that throw, which is great. But you make that throw, you complete it 3 times out of 10. You hit Braden Willis or the tight end, you make that throw, you hit that completion 10 out of 10 times, dude. And he will not check down. He will not. Even the interception he throws yesterday, the running back's open in the flat. Hit the flat. He just big game hunts all the time. And it's just, I don't know how you get it out of him.
Well, thank you, Boomer Sooner. Thank you very much for the phone call. And by the way, enjoy the ReliaQuest Bowl. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776
that was uncalled for.
Well, I mean, the big game. You're at home.
Hoodie and I lost money on Oklahoma. You know what? We get to take our shots.
That wasn't good for me on Saturday. So try to beat Tennessee and Alabama and Missouri to the rest of your schedule. Good luck. God almighty. Oklahoma. Some thoughts from Ben Johnson about the fixing the offense, Cap. Listen.
Yeah, I think you see flashes of some explosive plays and some really good things happening. But the penalties to me is what stands out first and foremost. We still have some of the pre-snap issues. There's occasional not getting lined up quite right. There's occasional not getting the motion quite right. And so that stuff it adds up and it hurts us. We get away with it occasionally, but it's just not the way you win in this league. And so I think I really put it on the leaders there in that locker room to get this ship going the right direction in that regard. Us coaches, we've been pounding that drum now for a while, and we haven't gotten the results we wanted. So it's on the leaders here on this team to get us right.
Jay Moore, that is a big statement that you just put on the screen there. You heard what he said, Cap, did you not?
I did.
Play it again?
I'd play it again.
Mm-hmm. I mean, listen very closely, Bears fans, because there's now you're at a boiling point from a frustration standpoint that we haven't heard all year.
Yeah, I think you see flashes of some explosive plays and some really good things happening. But the penalties to me is what stands out first and foremost. We still have some of the pre-snap issues. There's occasional not getting lined up quite right. There's occasional not getting the motion quite right. And so that stuff it adds up and it hurts us. We get away with it occasionally, but it's just not the way you win in this league. And so I think, I really put it on the leaders there in that locker room to get this ship going the right direction in that regard. Us coaches, we've been pounding that drum now for a while, and we haven't gotten the results we wanted. So it's on the leaders here on this team to get us right.
How do you read that? Coach has been pounding that drum all season. We're not getting the results we want, so putting it on the leaders for the Bears to get this right, to get the ship right. How about that?
I like what he said. But again, he knows. He's not stupid. And I'm thrilled he's our coach. He's not dumb. He knows when your team keeps getting 11 penalties, 9 penalties, that falls at his feet at the end. And he's frustrated because they're harping on it every single day. I mean, I guarantee you I'm not unearthing a revelation here that when they sit in the theater today, the amphitheater they have there with the huge monitor, and he goes, let me show you the opening kick of the game. Penalty. Let me show you this one. Penalty. Joe Tooney, false start. He's going to call out everybody. At some point, Caleb Williams has to take control. Joe Tooney, these veteran players have to clean this nonsense up.
Okay, that's fine. And again, we're beyond the cleaning up thing because they've been saying the same thing since
Still
July.
has to.
That's fine, but saying that they got to clean it up is not the answer. It's not. It's a crutch. That's not the answer. What they got to do is they got to be able to execute, and I would say that it's got to be collaborative. It's interesting the way he laid that out there, by the way.
Yeah.
Like when you struggle offensively, remember what Kap just said. Hey, man, you're paid big-time money to be able to fix this quarterback and fix this offense. You don't kick the can down the road now when you're a leader. It's the leadership, the coaching staff, and the players collaboratively to be able to get this done.
But it goes back to something you said last hour that resonated with me. You said that this is an evaluation period. So I really think that whatever happens this season that doesn't go the way Ben Johnson think it should go, he's going to make major changes, and I'm okay with it.
Sure, whatever you got to do to get the team the way you want it, as long as it wins.
Yeah,
it's in his image, Cap. When you take over as a head coach or a coaching staff, you got to put it in your image. A lot of these guys, he didn't coach last year. A lot of those guys he didn't coach last year.
He didn't draft him either.
Didn't draft him. So,
right. But I still agree with him. You have to clean up the penalties. How you're going to do that and how you're going to get lined up properly at some point, he said, we've been harping on this. What was the word he used?
Yeah, been beating that drum.
Beating that drum.
Yeah.
Well, at some point, these are adults that are playing the game, that are getting paid millions of dollars. They need to figure it out.
But what if they don't? Because like they are adults, there's no doubt. We know that they're grown-ups. They're professionals. You should play like a professional. But someone's got to lead them.
Correct. But if they don't, then guess what? You're going to keep having days like yesterday.
And then you'll be out.
Well,
You'll be
I really feel like here, and yesterday was putting the blame firmly on the captains, on the leaders, on the players for why this keeps happening. There's going to be so much turnover this offseason of guys that Ben Johnson just goes, you can't do what I need you to do. Get out.
It's okay for you however this ends, Shay, playoffs and out, 8-9, don't make the play, whatever it is. That checklist is going to be bountiful. It's going to be a lot. F this guy, and because at some point, especially if it's a veteran player, those veteran players will be expendable.
Fair.
You want to grow young players and feel like, yeah, you know what, he's coming along, he'll be fine. But again, it's your reputation on the line.
And look, maybe it'll be a bunch of players that he brings in that also aren't capable of doing what he needs to do, because we'll be on, like, his vision is extremely specific and it's got to be exactly right. And maybe those conditions to meet it just never exist and he ends up getting fired. That can happen too. But I'm not fighting City Hall on the reality that is he's going to find new players to try to run his system.
Rebuild the rebuild.
Yes.
And he said the other day, hey, I didn't come here. We're not in a rebuild. We are here to compete now.
Okay.
And that's fine. This stuff's got to get cleaned up then. It has to. And it's got to start with your team leaders. The coaches, obviously, it falls at their feet. But at some point, this nonsense has to stop.
Courtney Cronin with the latest on the Bears as they lose to the Ravens, 30-16 on Kap and J Hood.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
Hey everyone, big news, exciting news. Carmen and Jurko now, 9 a.m. to noon.
The new ESPN Chicago lineup.
On the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Hey football fans, it's Adam Colopy with the Village of Bedford Park. Just like a winning team needs great players, your business needs the right support to succeed. And that's exactly what you'll find in Bedford Park. Our team works hard to block obstacles, open lanes, and help drive your business into the end zone. Plus, we offer a safe and reliable Lake Michigan water supply. Ready to move the chains for your business? Contact me, Adam Colopy, at ACOLLOPY@villageofbedfordpark.com.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe, amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
They say a full marathon is the ultimate test. For me, it's more than a race. It's a milestone I once thought impossible. Michelle Smallman here, and I'm running my very first marathon in New York City with the support of Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assists powered by Parity. Together, we're empowering girls and women through sports and education, with grants to 32 organizations in 21 states. Every step I take is for the finish line and for the next generation chasing their dreams. Here's to 26.2 miles and a future with no limits.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools that you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you and your fantasy teams synced right into the app. You can back your squad then. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Jay Moore.
If you miss something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Keep your beak out of this.
Courtney Cronin national Chicago Bears reporter for ESPN.
You have to temper expectations if you are a Bears fan, just given everything that this team had to kind of undo.
Breaking down the Bears and the latest NFL storylines.
Foles was given the flexibility and the freedom to take this thing down to the ground floor, down to the studs, to be able to build it back up.
Courtney Cronin with Kap J Hood on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Courtney Cronin is brought to you by Costa Ivoni. Injured? Call 708-4million. For the people of Chicago, because they are Chicago. Costa Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
Good morning, Courtney. How are you?
I'm great, guys. How are we doing?
We're doing good. I fixed the Bears just now at the break, Courtney.
Oh, yeah? What'd you do?
I took out the ping pong table and the video games out of the locker room. We're good.
So they have a basketball hoop in there. Like, all jokes aside, they do have some fun things in there. I have never actually covered a team that had a pinball machine. According to John Harbaugh, he had one that he gave them 2 years ago that he doesn't know the whereabouts of. But I did cover a 2-14 San Francisco 49ers team that had a ping pong table, and they were still playing it when it was well clear and abundant that Chip Kelly was going to be fired. So I don't know. Like, maybe it does work, because it clearly worked for the Ravens this past week to get rid of those things. I don't know if it was the catalyst for them getting back on track, but yeah, maybe it's time to remove the basketball hoop in Hallis Hall.
All right, so here's our question. 11 more penalties yesterday. The opening kick of the game, illegal block in the back. Ben could say all he wants. We have to clean up the penalties. Now he said it's on the leadership. We've been, it's been our battle cry, I think, is what he said. How does this get fixed? Because if it doesn't, what are you if you don't take the football away?
Yeah, I mean, the takeaways, I think we all could tell that was probably having for a game. I know that's the goal, but that's an unattainable figure to expect that you're going to have that every single week. But before that, when you talk about the penalties, like, it's sloppy football and it's killing drives. They get down in the red zone on the first drive, and then Colston Loveland false starts. And then they can't run the ball, and then Caleb gets sacked, and then they have to kick a field goal. And it happens it just happens routinely. And, there were more defensive penalties yesterday than there had been. We're always talking about the pre-snap penalties of the offensive kind, but there's encroachment, there's an illegal shift, there's illegal hands to the face, but there's quite a few defensive penalties I don't think you're happy with, not the ones that you can live with if it's a well-defended play and it's defensive pass interference. Like, honestly, I heard Ben yesterday say that, and to me, that's him throwing his hands up, being like, I don't know what to do with this. Like, it's on you guys. The coaches have been harping on this. As he said, like, they have been pounding the table about this for a long time. Now he's putting it on the players, like, to take it seriously enough. Because, like, what is the solution? You're not going to bench guys, like, because it's not a college team. When this happens in college, you have 90 players on a roster to be able to replace somebody who keeps having these issues with penalties. You have 53 guys on an active roster. If your starting tight end, who yesterday was Colston Loveland, gets flagged multiple times, I mean, I'm not saying it happened once yesterday, but, like, if that happens, like, are you really going to go with a lesser quality player? Like, that would be a message to send, but I just don't think that they would do that. And I don't know, it's so frustrating to watch over and over again, and I'm sure it's frustrating for the coaches to have to witness this stuff as the way it's being coached. Maybe that needs to change, but 8 weeks in, they're talking about the same things that were issues back in July 20th, and that's a problem.
Courtney, the disconnect that Caleb Williams had with the offense last year versus the disconnect he has as far as trying to get it into the end zone, passing into the end zone, does that look the same to you or different?
There's parts of it that look similar. Yesterday, I think he's holding on to the ball too long. And I know that Ben Johnson claimed that he wasn't really aware of that number. It's over 3 seconds. It was the longest in the league last week. I'd have to check to see if anybody else, like, time to throw wise surpassed him yesterday. But that's a flaw of Caleb's game that's coming back into haunt him a little bit, where he's waiting too long for things to develop downfield and not necessarily seeing things, I think, as clearly as he would like and probably the coaches would like. That's where I think the disconnect is.
In terms of how this gets fixed, they didn't run the ball well yesterday. They also defensively are completely outmanned in the defensive corners because you're missing, if we count Terrell Smith, Tyreek Stevenson, Kyler Gordon, Jalen Johnson. Can they go to the scrap heap at all? Is there anything they can do? Or it is what it is?
Well, Ben said yesterday he didn't think Kyler would be a long-term IR injury stint for him. But
that's a month, right?
Week 12, yeah. Like, that's a minimum, 4 games. Like, clearly they couldn't get it done with the group that they had. And, like, even to think about someone like Josh Blackwell, who was your backup nickel corner and lost that job, like, they don't trust him to have one of those roles back there. So your depth is not going to be able to cut it. Like, I guess you hope that Stevenson, since Ben said it was a week-to-week thing last Monday and then reiterated that you hope you get him back for this Bengals game because we know that, they can score points. Joe Flacco in this offense put up 38 in a loss yesterday. I think if you can get one back, that's good. But right now it feels like, based on the injuries, that they're going to have to bring an outside body in. But does it really make the unit that much better? Probably not. Like, this is a byproduct of the attrition factor that started early in training camp when we found out Jalen Johnson wasn't going to be out there. And then now it's slowly kind of domino affected on itself where you don't have your starting group of corners, and it's a problem, and it's hurting your pass defense in a big way.
Courtney Cronin with us as we review the Bears in their loss against the Ravens 30-16 on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Damn, you're a pretty man. Hey, everyone. Big news. Exciting news. Carmen and Jurko now, 9 a.m. to noon.
The new ESPN Chicago lineup.
On the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
At Coast Ivoni, we get you.
What do you mean, we get you?
You're a Chicagoan, right?
I am.
You know about all the things that make this city what it is, right?
Of course.
And when you meet a fellow Chicagoan, there's that connection.
It's a pride of being part of the greatest city.
Nobody's going to tell you you're the second city or the third coast.
All right, already. I get you.
No, it's we get you.
This is Courtney Cronin, and my friends Anthony Iavoni and Julio Costa are ready to fight for you, Chicago. 708-4million.
Costa Ivoni, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Mitch, you played in the NFL like me. You know how important the red zone is.
Absolutely, Jurko. And in retirement, your red zone is the 5 years before and after you stop working. That's where the game's won.
That's what I tell people. Don't go at it alone. Mitch Lyons Wealth is the team to trust.
We build personalized game plans to help you retire confidently. No guesswork, just strategy.
Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com today. That's Mitch Lyons Wealth.
Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
This college football season, show your school spirit every time you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom school designs that let everyone know who you root for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing snacks for the watch party, or celebrating a win, you can unlock 15% cash back at ESPN. 1 free year of Perplexity Pro and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard.
Max cashback varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank, N.A.
Tailgate season is on, and Monster Energy flavors are bringing the heat. Crack open the wickedly creamy citrus blast of Orange Dreamsicle, or ride the shockingly smooth wave of Electric Blue. Both packed with real sugar, bold flavor, and that legendary monster kick. This is the energy your game day deserves. So grab your can and unleash the beast.
True North Convenience Store's True Brew Coffee is a hot gourmet blend created with coffee beans from around the world. Right now, enter for a chance to win free coffee for a year. Check the True Rewards app for details or find the mobile app in your favorite app store. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
This college football season's show your school spirit every time that you pay. Introducing the college branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom school designs that let everyone know who you root for. Get yours now at Venmo, at the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/card. Max cash back varies and terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. J-Mo.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood. You're officially locked in. On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Courtney Cronin with us here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Courtney, what's the latest on all the injuries?
Yeah, so the Dominique Robinson ankle injury left them pretty thin at defensive end. Shamar Turner, I believe that was a knee injury. You know, he left the game right away. They're thin on the defensive line. Like, great time that they could, or great opportunity, I'd say, to activate Austin Booker to the active roster. Like, that should be among the things that they do within the next 24 hours because they have to before tomorrow. The 28th is when his window closes. But those were the two, like, on the defensive side that we were keeping an eye on. And then Olamide Zaccheaus, I believe his was a knee, and then Luther Burden had a concussion. I saw Burden leaving the locker room yesterday, didn't, notice anything, but obviously it's a head injury, so he'll be in concussion protocol until he's able to clear it.
In terms of Austin Booker, this dude's had his window open. It's 3 weeks tomorrow. Like, what is going on there?
The explanation we got last week was that there were other players they felt put them in good position, and they were comfortable riding with them going into that Saints game. Now you don't have defensive end depth. If he can't get onto the active roster, that is an indictment on the front office because that's the coaching staff saying, now we're good. Like, there's no reason for that now, knowing that Robinson's got an ankle injury, Turner, who plays defensive tackle, but also, he can play some edge as well. Like, he's out too right now because of the knee. Like, there absolutely is no reason for him to not be on the active roster at this point, unless he's been full. Like, there's no injury reason that would hold him back at this point because Ben has said he did not have a setback. He has been full in every single practice. Their actions have told you they feel that there's other guys that are better suited to play off the edge in Dennis Allen's defense than Austin Booker. Maybe he doesn't have the right body type. Maybe they're seeing something in practice that's holding them back and like wanting to, unleash him. But now I don't think you have a choice because everybody else behind Montez Sweat and Dayo Dengbo is hurt, and that's a problem.
So, going back to what Ben Johnson said, this is going to be a story, this week, what Ben Johnson said. Well, we beat that drum. I believe that was the quote yesterday, Courtney, of we beat that drum since training camp about cleaning up stuff and, just the penalties and all that. Now he's put it on the captains. This is going to be an interesting storyline because on one end I could say, hey, Courtney, look, it's got to be collaborative. It's a new coaching staff with players that can't get out of their own way. So they got to fix this together, not just the captains, but everyone.
Yes, but the coaches, what more can the coaches do is what Ben's I interpreted that as what he was saying. Like, the coaches have done everything that they could. They've tried to coach it a certain way, and yet it's still happening. It's not like anybody's maliciously trying to do this, but something's not clicking to where we've given you the tools. It's on you as players who make adult-level decisions, adult-level salaries, to take it to heart. And if you're not getting it right, ask questions. If it's happening in practice, figure out why on the spot. This is the accountability factor that I think is coming into play off of what Ben said yesterday, but also what he's been saying. He can only throw the offense off the field so many times in a practice to get a message through. You can't do that in a game. So, if he's exhausted all options, at that point you have to turn to the players and say, it's on you guys now. We're doing everything we can. We have done everything we can now for months. if you can't get it right, you've got to figure out why that is by looking at yourself and looking at your teammates that ultimately you're responsible for.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, and I'm not advocating to make a quarterback change, but to your point of what's he supposed to do, they can harp on it so long, there's only 53 men on the roster. Is there any scenario where, like they did in Carolina a year ago, where they sat Bryce Young for a week or two and then gave him his job back, that he'd be like, you know what, Caleb? We can't get these guys organized right. We can't get out of the huddle with enough time on the play clock. We're getting false starts. We're making decisions that don't help us win. Tyson's starting Sunday.
Well, if you look at what happened with Bryce, I mean, Bryce was getting killed back there. Like, physically, there's physical things that were happening, the sacks and all of that early on in the season, and they were losing games, like, in really big ways. Like, the Bears are still 4-3. I get what you're saying, Cap, and I don't think that you should ever rule out if something isn't working. It's, because Ben has gone to lengths to protect the quarterback. He's talking about, like, when we were asking him last week about Caleb on the run, Caleb in the red zone, the offense in the red zone, a lot of those things where receivers need to run better routes, guys need to block better. Like, a lot of it throughout the last couple months has been protecting the quarterback. And I think he's, even yesterday, like, they both clearly had different interpretations on what happened on the interception, like that he should have gone a different way with the ball. And, Caleb said one thing, Ben said another. Like, that's showing you that there's some sort of disconnect there.
Yep.
But I don't know if benching the quarterback, like, I think things would have to go really, really off the rails for that to happen. Now, it's not to say that it wouldn't benefit him. I do think that sometimes you need to take a step back, and it's impossible to do it effectively in a 17-game season where week to week you are constantly locked in and locked down on what you have to do, that there really is no time to learn, like, truly learn new things in season when you have to pick up and do what you have to do as a starting quarterback. But I just don't see it happening. I really don't. I think that is such a drastic move to make that you'd have to see some massive regression from Caleb Williams for that to be on the table.
Courtney, lastly, what are the repercussions that are on the table for the Ravens for this whole thing with Lamar Jackson starting or not starting?
So did you guys hear what John Harbaugh said yesterday when he was trying to justify, like, he said, like, yeah, they labeled it wrong or they said it wrong with the whole full participation. Someone followed up, and they're like, who's they? Who labeled it? Who told you that? And he's like, the trainers and the PR staff. Like, this man is trying to protect his own earnings and his money, and, a gigantic CYA move to say it was no one on the football side who got this wrong. Like, this is going to be a six-figure fine and a potential draft pick getting taken away. And I would imagine that there are some not happy people inside of that building in Baltimore right now, given the way the head coach handled that. And not to longer, but, like, they have been the model of consistency for a while. And I think sometimes that arrogance catches up with you, or, like, I guess that consistency can turn into arrogance to think that they could get away with it, something like this. It's very evident that it didn't have anything to do with gambling. I know the perception that's out there, but they were trying to pull one over on the Bears from my perception on this. Like, they were trying to have a competitive advantage to be like, oh, well, maybe Lamar will play, maybe he won't. Like, how would we know that, like, it very clearly states right there in the injury policy guide that you can't list a player who's normally a starting quarterback, a guy who's won the MVP as a non, you could list him as a full participant when he's running the scout team. Like, you can claim ignorance all you want, but that's what's gonna tick the NFL off. And that's why I think when I had spoke with the league spokesperson on Saturday, they said, yeah, like, we're not taking this lightly. Like, we are going to be investigating this, and they will probably end up dropping the hammer on them at some point.
Courtney, have a wonderful rest of your Monday. Be interesting. What time is Ben going to speak today?
I believe he's at 3:00.
All right. Look forward to hearing what he has to say after watching the tape. Have a great rest of your Monday.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
See ya. Courtney Cronin on the Yuengling hotline, John.
Yuengling, the old oldest brewery in America.
We got Shot or No Shot coming up at 8 o'clock, but first we pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves along the compactly, thick-set, densely,
soft,
vast,
yummy.
Burning.
What'd you say?
Burning.
Burning. Oh, my God. Oh, no. Where's the ointment? Kap J Hood, ESPN Chicago Radio Network.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
You notice how tight it is. Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Howard, got a question. It's fall. I'm on the road.
Beautiful. Michigan's calling.
It was Wisconsin.
Okay, the point.
Some guy behind me admiring a sugar maple rear ends me.
Been there. What happens, Howard, when you're hurt and you're out of state?
Hopefully you'll never experience peak color and pain, guys. But if you're injured, out of town, I can most likely assist. Aiken Law is attorneys licensed in all contiguous states and referring attorneys across the U.S.
So you could still help me out.
312-6-million.
Howard Ankin is our attorney on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
It's football season, Chicago, and every winning game plan starts at the corner booth. Forget wedges. Real Chicago pub-style pizza is cut into squares with crispy thin crust, thick shredded cheese, and toppings piled high. From classic pepperoni to barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and our fan favorite sausage and jardiniere. The corner booth delivers flavor that satisfies the soul. So huddle up, grab a pie, and taste the original Chicago pub-style pizza.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Bite Electric smart home products make everyday living simply smarter. Add color to your home's exterior with LED outdoor string lights. They're perfect for holidays or get-togethers, and they can be scheduled to automatically turn on or off. View our entire selection of Bite Electric smart home products today on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer for other great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards. You're listening to Kap J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram at The Catman and at IGJ Hood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Along with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. Still to come, we'll give you around the NFL. But first, shot or no shot on this Bears Monday. Here's Shay Norling. Shay?
Good morning, boys. On a Bears Monday. How we feeling?
We're feeling good, man. I get up in the morning. I get to come in here and be with you guys. Disappointed in our Bears, but guess what? It's like my mom said to me shortly before she passed. She goes, the weather doesn't make you. Don't give me that, oh, it's cold out, it's rainy, it's not a nice day. She goes, you're better than that. And the Bears don't make me either. Aww. I'm not going to let their crap bring me down. Take that, Bears.
Well, there's a lie. So we turn now to Shay Norling. The audience is duped. But the point is, though, Shay, I'm doing just fine. A fine college football Saturday, a quality NFL Sunday at night. And then that's it.
Yeah. Can we just be real for a moment? Yesterday in the NFL stunk across the board. It was all blowouts.
Yeah, well, since I got knocked out of the Survivor with my brother, first prize was not much. It was only $18 million. And we were still alive till the freaking Falcons lost at home to the Dolphin?
Don't worry. Okay, well, don't worry. We'll get to that at 8:18 when we do Around the NFL because I have a very big opinion on that one. We'll get to it.
So it happens when he tells you in a documentary he's confused with the offense. He was not lying. Kirk Cousins.
No bleep.
He told you in the documentary at quarterback on Netflix, I don't understand this offense. I don't get it. Yeah, Penix took your job. And guess what? He's still confused about the offense.
Horrible.
Strange. There's a couple of games that we liked, but the rest of it, boy, not great in the NFL. But we now have Shay Norling for the Monday edition.
All right, well, there is growing speculation that Ben Johnson is losing patience with Caleb Williams. Basically, every place you look at for NFL content this morning is talking about, could Ben Johnson give up on Caleb Williams? Is he losing patience with Caleb Williams? Will this ever work? Yesterday, a tweet a lot of people are referencing from former NFL scout John Middlekauff on Twitter. Ben Johnson became a star with a quarterback who had great timing and touch. Caleb currently has neither. Just don't see this ever working. Shot or no shot, Ben Johnson is going to lose patience with Caleb if the timing doesn't improve.
I think he's frustrated, but he came out, 10 days ago and said, part of the reason I wanted this job was I wanted to coach that guy. So you're telling me he's going to cut bait on him after 7 games when he could have had any job in the league?
To be clear, I am not saying he's going to cut bait with him now. But I do want, how long is it going to go before Ben Johnson's like, dude, all I'm doing is asking you to hit your back foot and throw the ball on time, and you keep bouncing around outside the pocket, and those throws aren't even good. How much longer is Ben really going to put up with this?
How long do you need to see what you have? It's.
But he's not stupid, Jay Moore. He took this job. It wasn't like he didn't know about this. He did his homework. He was offered the Washington job. Said, no, I'm not ready. I'm going to turn that down. Jaden Daniels. There are many teams that would have hired that guy. Many.
Yeah.
You're telling me after 7 games, he's going to go, yeah, I'm out. Get him out of here. Again, I'm not saying after 7 games. I'm asking, how much longer is he really going to put up with this, is my question.
Oh, I don't know. I think it's toward the end of the year. You got to be. Remember what he came here to do is to fix the offense and to coach Caleb Williams.
Correct.
So he's not going to cut bait because it's easy to just cut and run after 7 games. We just see that there's a pattern here that's just not going in the right direction. If you're a competitor, if you're a head coach, you will exhaust every possibility to fix that quarterback until you have nothing left, and then you have to bring in someone else. So I would just say, Cap, that we as fans are quick to be able to pull that trigger. I get that. But as a head coach for someone who's been paid handsomely, you got to be able to find a way to get the mystery that's unlocked. That is Caleb Williams.
But they've given him everything, though.
They're
giving him everything. He didn't want to wear a wristband. Okay, you don't have to wear a wristband. Okay, we give you a new O-line. We give you all these weapons, and it's like you keep reverting back to the same stuff that we telling you not to do.
I agree, but it's 7 games.
Fair.
I can't just cut him and just say, okay, now you're going to ride the bench.
Fair.
You got championship aspirations this season. You could maybe if there's a quarterback can get the ball in the end zone. You sure you have that on the roster? Not sure if you have it this year.
I guess I'll reframe the question a little bit too. And I don't even know if I could turn this into a shot or no shot on the fly. But the question I would ask is, do you feel like this will ever work? Not hope. There's a way it does, just with the evidence that we've been given over 7 games. Because for me, I feel like the head coach and what he wants offensively is antithetical to what the quarterback does. And I don't know how you ever make those two things meet.
Okay, it's a shot. I believe that at some point that this will work this season. That's a shot. I don't know when. I can't give you a date or a game, but I believe that the quarterback, Caleb Williams, can get the ball into the end zone. I believe that will happen because that's why I asked Courtney the question. I asked her, I said, what's the difference between his struggles last year and the struggles this year? At least for sure, he's getting it done between the 20s. But that's not where the money's made. The money's made in the end zone. That's the problem.
Yeah, and I do believe that it will work. Again, he picked this job because he wanted to coach that quarterback.
And I agree.
So, yeah.
And I also want to be, I want to separate too, because I'm not saying I think Caleb is bad. I don't believe that. But I want to make it clear, I do wonder if Caleb is the type of quarterback that can work in the very specific offense Ben Johnson wants to run.
Because if he can't, then what offense can you run?
Well,
what are you good at?
That's the ultimate question. Is like, are you just a college offense guy where it's all creativity and it's all extra stuff? And we'll see if that can ever translate to the NFL. But we know Ben Johnson wants to run a very specific style of offense. It's on time, it's in the pocket, it's on schedule, it's on platform. And so far, Caleb doesn't do those things.
It is not at least not when when the rubber meets the road. It's not there. We can have plenty of plays, Cap, that we see on the All-22 where it's like, that's a great throw, that keeps the line moving. That you like that. But now when you get tight right there in the end zone trying to score, that's the problem with him. When he's got room to roam and can be able to get the ball down the field, that's fine. We saw plenty of plays. The first play was to Loveland, was it not?
It was.
The first play.
But he only caught 3 balls all day long.
But
he did have 5 targets.
No, but my point is that it's not like impossible. We've seen quarterbacks that couldn't even get the ball down the field. And he can do that. But again, in the red zone, that's a major problem. You only have to score there. It's no big deal, though. You just have to score.
Well, I was with Shay. I was watching the game with Brett, and as soon as we got 2 field goals, I went, we're effed.
I thought that too. I looked at my wife and I said, we're going to lose. And it's the stuff that bothers me is Caleb will do the spectacular. He'll roll out and he'll have it like he did to Rome late. He'll have an incredible throw.
Was incredible.
Yeah.
But it's the simple stuff. It's 3rd and 7 when you have Rome over the middle on the second drive of the game and you just flat out miss him. Or it's the on-time throw to the back of the end zone to DJ Moore on the final possession, wide open for a touchdown, flat out miss him.
Just miss him.
It's like all the on-schedule stuff, he just whiffs.
But that script, though, early, he's got that down because it's given to him. Loveland, 18 yards. Kyle Monangai with a 1-yard run. Adunze, 17 yards. Great throw. Swift with a 3-yard run. 2nd and 7, Swift with 11-yard run. Then Adunze, 14 yards, a bootleg to the right. And it goes on and on with Adunze. Williams on the move makes a play. But the problem is you took a sack on 3rd and goal, and now you got a field goal. It's 3-0.
Exactly.
That sucked.
So maybe they have to script 30 plays.
Well,
here's another amount of plays for you.
But the scripted stuff's great, but it's the same issue. You get into the red zone and the windows are a little tighter for you to throw into. All of a sudden, you can't make throws.
It's
a problem.
I'm sorry. I think it's a quarterback issue.
No, that's a problem. No, but it's not. But you're accurate, Shay. That's what it is. You're watching the games like we're all watching the games, and we see the same result. Not a surprise. How does that get better, though? That's the question. That's why I'm not going to give up on him or the coaching staff. That's 7 games. You're going to blank or get off the pot this year, won't you, to decide what you want to have at quarterback?
You're going to find out real quick.
Jay?
In a vacuum, I believe if I had told you that the Bears would be 4-3 coming out of the Ravens game, I'm sure you would have taken that. We all would have been like, sounds like things are going well. Somehow the path to getting there for me feels a little less than satisfying. And the way they lost yesterday, I think tells the story on what this team is more than the 4-game winning streak. So I will ask you, shot or no shot? The Bears are more like the team we saw yesterday than a true 4-3 team.
I don't know if I'd say true. You are what your record says you are, and they do have some good players on this team. But I don't like how we got there. Because I told you a week ago, all these takeaways everyone thinks is cute. It's an unsustainable model, period. Unsustainable.
Okay, it's a no shot only in this regard, though. So the only definable game in which you believe the Bears have earned the victory, talking about like going away, was the Cowboy game. It's the only game. Like you appreciate how you were right there, Johnny on the spot, to be able to get that fumble in the Commanders game to win 25-24. You're able to win the Raiders game. You're able to outlast the Saints, a game that you should have been able to win by, 25, but you won 26-14. So you'll take all the victories. But out of all the games that they played, the Cowboys game is the one in which it was the most complete.
It was, but to say they didn't earn the other ones, I think is unfair. I do.
But
you earned each victory just not in the manner I think we all would like.
I don't want to take anything away from them winning the games. I've said multiple times, you don't ever apologize for winning in the NFL, however it happens. But when you start looking forward, Cap, you saw the red flag as well as anybody last week. You were +3 in turnover differential against the Raiders. You were +3 in turnover differential against the Commanders. You won both of those games by 1 point. That shouldn't happen.
I told you that last week.
You were +4 against the Saints. You won. It felt much closer than the final score would indicate. You should have blown out those teams with the turnovers that you generated. And that's why we talk about yesterday, when you don't generate turnovers, you stink.
I want to make sure it's clear, because I've led many shows with this statement that it's hard to win in this league. But I would say, as far as earning a complete victory, which I said the complete victory is the Cowboys game. That's the one on both sides of the football in which they really, really played well on both sides. Now, again, you earn everything that you get, win or lose. Mm-hmm. But my point is that as far as a complete victory on both sides of the football, they earned that victory against the Cowboys. They beat down the Cowboys. You get a win in this league, it's hard to do. But that one is the game that you circle and say, boy, they got it done. And by the way, Eberflus is in trouble in Dallas. I've been hearing that over the last 24 hours.
Told you.
May not make the year.
I said that defense, man.
The defense is horrible.
Knock me over with a feather hoodie.
Yeah, just want to report it. Yeah. It's not good at all.
They got clowned yesterday.
I mean, Parsons, that dog don't hunt. Holy smokes.
Terrible.
Can you squeeze in one more? I know we got around the NFL.
Sure. Next 2 weeks for me have become critical after the loss yesterday. Bengals, Giants, two of the worst defenses in football at preventing scoring. Both feel like they are mired in lost seasons. For anything short of Caleb playing well and this team going 2-0, and I feel like we're just going to be wasting our time looking at the in the hunt graphic with the Bears at the bottom of it throughout December.
In the hunt.
So shot or no shot, the Bears need to go 2-0 the next 2 weeks.
That'd be nice. Yeah, that's a shot.
Yeah, that's a shot. They need to be 2-0 the next 2 weeks. That Cincinnati team's not very good. You should beat them. You should. And then the Giants, no Scatabo anymore. That team is banged up. Yes, you should win both those games.
But Jackson Dart's going to be just like, look at his chops, like, oh, a defense that I can be able to pick apart. Because Kevin Byard just can't continue to just carry the team the way he has. He's done a great job.
Yes.
But he's doing all he can, Cap. He's an able-bodied veteran that's doing all that he can. Almost had a pick yesterday, by the way.
He did. It was just a little too far from him. It was off his fingertips, and he's like, ah.
He almost had one, Cap.
He almost did.
Which tells you he's always in the right spot and a smart player.
That is correct.
I was rooting for him there.
Yep.
But just fell short.
Just disappointed at the mistakes they continually make.
Well, Shay, can I just tell you this? When we made our predictions, our one loss, I had the Bears losing against the Ravens.
I think we all did.
Yeah, I think we all did.
Tough on the road,
No doubt.
But this is without Lamar Jackson. This is with a team that was desperate for a victory. We had no idea. This is why the league is so great. Had no idea that they'd be swimming upstream looking for a victory. And the Bears lost it anyway. It's sad. Now you got to come back on the road and get it done against Cincinnati.
Find a way, man. But they run the ball well. You better stop the run. Chase Brown's pretty good. And they got two big-time receivers.
Around the NFL is coming up next on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood show are presented by Hankin Law.
Hey, ComEd wants to help you manage your energy usage and save. And now they're making it easier with the ComEd app where you can monitor your energy usage 24/7. By understanding how much energy you're using and when, you're able to manage it more efficiently and stay in control right from your phone. Anytime, anywhere. So make your life easier and save with the added control and convenience of the ComEd app. Download the app today at ComEd.com/app.
All your favorite NBA players are back, and DraftKings, a Casino Queen sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, is the place to bet on NBA stars this season. DraftKings, the #1 sportsbook for live betting, is live when others aren't. New customers, bet just $5 and get 3 months of NBA League Pass. Plus, score $300 if your bet wins, paid in bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WMVP. That's code WMVP. Bet $5 and get 3 months of League Pass, plus get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over, Illinois only. Pass-through per-wager tax may apply. Eligibility and restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. NBA League Pass auto-renews until canceled. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
All right, let's be honest. Game day isn't just about football. It's about the food. And for me, that means Nancy's Pizza. Your game day might include putting your favorite jersey on, the remote in hand, but also make sure Nancy's Pizza is front and center. Whether it's with the crew or you're flying solo, nothing beats that crispy crust, molten blend of mozzarella cheese and those legendary toppings. Nancy's has been doing it right since 1971. Make Nancy's Pizza part of your game day routine. Order now at nancyspizza.com or go to their flagship restaurant in the West Loop.
This is the Let's Revitalize Our Neighborhoods commitment. This is the Roll Up Our Sleeves and Pitch In commitment. This is Busey, where our commitment to strengthen our communities is a top priority. Through energetic, engaged volunteers, through monetary support, community leadership, and advocacy. Because Busey is more than a bank that does well, we're a bank that does good. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth, since 1868. Member FDIC.
They say a full marathon is the ultimate test. For me, it's more than a race. It's a milestone I once thought impossible. Michelle Smallman here, and I'm running my very first marathon in New York City with the support of Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assists powered by Parity. Together, we're empowering girls and women through sports and education, with grants to 32 organizations in 21 states. Every step I take is for the finish line and for the next generation chasing their dreams. Here's to 26.2 miles and a future with no limits.
Deadlines move fast. So should your takeoffs. With Lowe's Blueprint Takeoff, you can turn blueprints into competitive quotes. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting faster and easier. And when you're ready, we'll deliver everything you need straight to the job site. Visit the Pro Desk today to get started. Lowe's, we help, you save.
$2.25 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.25 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks. I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator. I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes. This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl. I want winners. He starts to come and then he pulls out. This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
It's time to go around the NFL right here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Our thanks to everyone that came out to Harvey on Saturday. Jay Moore, Shay, trunk or treat is a hot thing, isn't it? It's a new thing where you bring your vehicle up and you dress up your trunk and the kids come by and get candy. It's really awesome.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's the new thing, the trunk or treat. So thanks so much for everyone that came out to Harvey.
Those pictures are awesome that you did. So cool.
Even I dressed up as a crayon.
You should see him with the blue crayon head on. Oh, man, it's hilarious.
It's on my Twitter right now.
And the shirts, she said, I'm a crayon, and you said, I'm with a crayon.
Yes.
That was super cool.
So thanks so much for coming out. That was a great event on Saturday at the Harvey Park District on Broadway Avenue. Now around the NFL with Shay Norling. Shay?
All right, if you asked me to tell you what the two worst performances in football are this season, the Falcons would have both of them. The 30-0 loss to Carolina earlier in the year, and yesterday's 34-10 drubbing at the hands of Miami. And it's not just that they lost to the god-awful Miami Dolphins. They let Tua with pink eye dice them up. Tua's on the injury report, illness eye. He can't see.
Tua Tagovailoa.
Before it was he couldn't see because he's too short to play the position, as he told everyone. Now he's got pink eye.
You got cooked by a quarterback with pink eye. And Kirk Cousins just hang it up. I mean, Hoodie, can we be real for a minute?
Hang it up.
Can we be real?
Yes, go ahead.
Raheem Morris is gone at the end of the year.
Oh, come on.
Radio Raheem is gone at the end of the year.
That's his second opportunity.
This roster is too good to look this bad.
Damn it.
That is the two worst performances of the year.
Get out. They always get us, Jay Moore. Every time they get us. Damn
Get
it.
out.
Brother.
Well, there you have it.
That'll be all.
And Kirk Cousins, who said, I don't understand the offense. I don't get it. They press him into service. This is why last week that Michael Penix, as crippled, should have been on the sidelines of that game against, was it the Vikings last week? Yeah, he was just like, I'm not coming out for that guy.
Like, oh, hell
No. And guess what happened, Cap?
Not good.
You know what they are, the Falcons, the Dirty Birds? Losers.
I'd like to thank them for eliminating my brother and I from the Survivor contest and not even getting a battle.
Yep.
Like it was over.
Falcons and Bengals both just tanked Survivor pools yesterday. Ooh. And in the Falcons case, I think their DNA is that they are losers. They know how to lose games. They got no clue how to win them.
Let's put a Chick-fil-A into the stadium. Oh, it's not open on Sundays. Here's Shay Dorling.
Dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Myles Garrett might be becoming the most wasted player in NFL history.
Oh, man.
5 sacks yesterday.
5 sacks in a game that they lost by 20. How does that happen?
Somebody in the Cleveland media asked Myles Garrett, because he took the podium, like, hey, you had a great game, but your team, fell short. And he said something along the lines of, I'm tired of you asking me that question. He got pissed. He goes, Look, I understand my team's not good, but I'm getting the job done. But apparently someone in the Cleveland media keeps asking, you had a great performance, but the team is losing. What do you say to that?
What do you want them to do, Myles? You accepted $40 million a year to stay there. It's hard for me to feel bad for you. This is what the questions are going to be. You're an all-time great player. You are a first ballot Hall of Famer. Your team blows. Why are you there?
I mean, it's as obvious as a nose on your face. He saw the bag. He's like, I don't care if we win. I got the bag.
I mean, that's what he should say, though.
But he'd get the bag wherever.
He just he comes down to an all-time great on a bad team and a bad franchise.
They'd be like, how do you feel about that loss? That's it.
Yeah, just
play
go
the cash register.
The Marshawn Lynch route. I just don't want to get fined. I got this money. I want to keep this money.
I mean, that's all world, man. 5 sacks, 5 tackles for a loss, 5 quarterback hits, and you lose 32-13. Back with more on the Browns postgame show next on the Browns Radio Network.
I don't get it. I really don't.
I mean, that bag is healthy, though. It's a good bag, Cap.
His bag is insane.
Excuse me?
Let's see, how much does he get? $40 million a year?
Yeah, that's it.
That's insane.
Here's Shay Norley.
Like, if you're the Browns, why are you doing it?
Shay?
Like, he's a great player. What could you get for him? 3 number ones?
Here's Shay Norley.
20s.
The Eagles are a better offense without A.J. Brown. The same way that the Bills were a better offense without Stephon Diggs. Yesterday, with A.J. Brown inactive, the Eagles actually ran the ball to the tune of 276 yards. Part of this is, yes, Shane Bowen, the Giants defensive coordinator, is dead man walking. Some people might say not good, if not dumb, bad. Even Brian Burns talked about Shane Bowen. Like, when your defense is what it is, which is Brian Burns, Dexter Lawrence, Kayvon Thibodeau, and Abdul Carter.
Yeah.
You can't ever drop 8. Why? Because one of them can't be on the field. Why do you ever drop 8 if you're Shane Bowen? Nobody knows. Yes, part of this is the Giants' defense is awful and their coordinator doesn't get it. But part of it is also that the Eagles' offense, their identity is too often dictated by A.J. Brown. And when he's not involved, it looks better.
It's one of the few times, Cap, that we're not pining for a receiver help or offensive help. Bears got plenty of that. It's one of the few times in our career we want that wide receiver, we want that tight end, no, we're fine. We got everything we need.
Right.
Just got to execute. So because you could have at some point told me, Hoodie, I think that he should be a Bear. Guess not. You don't need A.J. Brown. And I still don't understand why Brown in a winning situation is still pissy. What is the problem?
Yeah, I don't. He makes no sense to me.
What's the problem?
But if we did get Brown, who's going to get him the ball?
Well, I would say an aircraft carrier.
What will Brown do for you?
I would say it would have to be someone, like a Feller Express, a FedEx.
Yeah, it's just what Caleb needs, more weapons.
Could you imagine? That's what we need, kid. A.J. Brown. Go 5 wide, he's still going to get the ball down the field. Christ. One more, pal.
All right. Kaplan, you ready for this?
Yeah.
The Baltimore Ravens are going to win the AFC North. Despite sitting at 2-5, they are the favorite in the market at -120 to win the division, largely because the Bengals stink, the Browns stink, and watch out, dude, the Steelers stink. That defense is so bad. It might actually be worse than Baltimore's. Do you realize
it all sucks?
In 4 consecutive weeks, the Steelers have allowed season-high pass yardage to their opposing quarterback.
It all sucks.
Damn.
Yeah, not good, man.
Brother.
Oh, don't blame him.
Are they going to make a trade?
Come on.
For who?
I don't know. A defensive help.
They built this team on trades. They built this team on signing old players who aren't that good anymore. Shout out Jalen Ramsey.
I mean, the Browns like trading guys in the division. Maybe they'll give him Myles Garrett.
Yeah, good. Then you'll have $80 million between Myles Garrett and T.J. Watt. I don't even think they could trade for Myles Garrett.
Dear Lord.
They went all in on this roster with the guys that they acquired in the offseason, and the sad fact is they're kind of all over the hill. DK's been great, but the rest of it, they're all a little over the hill.
They are. Joey Porter and these guys,
Damn.
they don't look good.
Damn.
I'm watching it yesterday going, wow, they look bad. Terrible.
Defense, man. Of all things, defense. I brought my good friend Sean Ben, who's a diehard Steeler fan. I go, you understand that the Jets have a better defense than you, right? You're the proud Steelers, and the Jets have a way better defense than you have. I told him that Saturday at the trunk or treat. He couldn't disagree.
He was honest.
It's bad, man. Horrible. And when it comes to Jackson Dart and Jalen Hurts, by the way, Shay, let's just be honest.
2 African-American quarterbacks.
Oh, he's getting the Baker treatment.
Yeah, I kind of.
Jackson Dart's got a little sauce.
Yeah, you know what? Let me go down the third baseline. Would you agree there, Jay Moore? Jackson Dart a little bit. Got a little drip.
Yes.
Safe. There we go.
Yes.
Kind of is. Got a little sauce.
I can't disagree.
Like he's got a little. Yeah, I think he's in. He's at the barbecue. Yep.
He's there.
Cap, Jackson Dart, Baker, all allowed.
That's it.
And he's in charge of the playlist.
Yes, exactly. I believe.
2 African-American quarterbacks.
Yeah. Kind of so. He got the chain going, got the drip. Like, got a little style to him.
No vanilla there.
No,
I love it.
Cap says, "Here's my good friend Jackson Dart, Baker Mayfield. Oh, please welcome. Just follow the base.
The three brothers. Come on in.
Come on in. Thank you. I mean, that's kind of what it is.
That's it.
Been watching Dart now. Like Scatterboo out for the year. Is that the news out for the year with that injury?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, he's done.
Okay.
Yeah, I think his season's over.
You know, it's, again, a great time to evaluate who Jackson Dart is. He's taking the bull by the horns. And so they got a guy.
He's good.
By the way, dislocated ankle. Reading that yesterday was an insane. That's what they called the injury. Watching that injury happen dislocated ankle, like the same way that Oscar Pistorius has dislocated legs. His foot was hanging off of his leg.
Well, it was brutal.
We've seen some ugly stuff this year.
That was brutal.
Brutal.
That ain't ballet, brother.
I feel terrible for Scatterbo, too. He was having such a nice year.
And
the way that he takes hits up top.
Well,
he might only have a few great years.
And don't forget, Monday Night Football, Caps, now doubleheader. It's Commanders-Chiefs. Just remember. So know what that means.
Yeah, I'm going to bed early.
Two African-American quarterbacks starting against each other in the Super Bowl for the first time, fittingly. February 12th is Abe Lincoln's birthday. Here we go with the highlights.
Who's starting for the Redskins? I mean, the Commanders.
That's a fine. Oh, Marcus Mariota.
He's Hawaiian.
Yeah.
You got a little brother in him.
Wow.
Yeah?
Okay.
He brings the lay.
Got it.
Him and June Jones. He brings the lay, doesn't he? I had to show Cap. Cap didn't believe me because he thought I was gaslighting him. I go, do you understand that June Jones, outside of the Hawaii coaching gig, was wearing the lay around his neck? No way! And there he is. Was it SMU? Still had the lay around his neck.
Like, what are you doing?
You don't coach there anymore. Take the lay off of your head.
Crazy.
He got confused, June Jones.
Correct.
A celebration for this show. It's kind of a throwback from a few years ago, but we're going to celebrate and take more of your phone calls on this Bears Monday as the Bears lose to the Baltimore Ravens on Kap and J Hood.
This is your morning routine.
Yeah.
Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. The Chicago Bears. The Cincinnati Bengals. Sunday, starting at noon. Turn the TV down and crank up the hometown call on the ESPN Chicago app. It's Bears and Bengals, live from Cincinnati. This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Cap. My friends at Automatic are celebrating 80 years of making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable. To celebrate their 80th anniversary, Automatic's residential team is giving you $800 off any furnace and AC replacement now through the end of October. It's a great opportunity for Chicagoland homeowners to make sure their home is comfortable. Don't wait for your system to fail. Call the pros you can trust, the best in the business. Go to Automatic.com.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Hey Chicago, it's Joe Aurelio, and if you haven't heard, we've created our new Poperoni Pizza to honor the Pope's most recent visit to Aurelio's Pizza in Homewood. It's now available at all 35 locations. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports? Not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, it's Reese Davis. Let's be honest, you can't keep an eye on everything. Unless you've got Blink Outdoor 4 cameras. While you're focused on the game, Blink's keeping an eye on your home.
With up to 2-year battery life and with Sync Module XR, you can cover more space without constant maintenance. No wires, no worries. Blink helps keep an eye on what matters most. Get Blink today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
1/3 of Illinois State University students graduate with zero debt, and Redbirds go on to earn $15,000 more a year than the national average just a few years out of school. Get real return on your investment. Apply today to start creating your legacy at illinoisstate.edu/apply.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Got me feeling lucky. I'm putting everything on black.
ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With you till 9 o'clock, then it's Carmen Jurko at 9, followed by Rich Eisen at noon. Bleck Abdalla uninterrupted at 2. We'll have the Ben Johnson press conference at 3 o'clock right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000. Waddle Silvy at 3. And then the Jays and the Dodgers in the World Series. You can hear that game right here on ESPN 1000. So one of the sound bites that really is the foundation of the Kap and J Hood Morning Show when we first started Kap was Brian Kelly going from Notre Dame to LSU. And one of the foundational sound bites that we always had,
I know where this is going,
was Brian Kelly, halftime of the LSU basketball game, talking to the fans for the first time. And Brian Kelly sounded a lot different from his time at Notre Dame or Cincinnati, his other stops, than he did in Baton Rouge.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, this is a great way to get started. And I haven't even won all my games yet. It's a great night to be a Tiger. I'm here with my family, and we are so excited to be in the great state of Louisiana, but more importantly, to be with you great fans and to be part of what is going to be an incredible ride here at Louisiana State University.
With him and his family.
That guy is the epitome of who I would never want my child to play for. And I had a child play college football. And I think the ultimate thing you could say about a coach is I would let my kid play for them. I would ask my son to become a chess player before I'd ever let him go play football for that guy. That guy's a clown. That guy is absolutely a clown.
He was uncomfortable in his own skin after all that success. And by the way, in my lifetime, one of the most successful coaches that ever coached at Notre Dame, he understood that the reason why that he could not win there, could not get over the hump, is because they were never really in the national championship picture to really win it. So even he realized that. That's why he left. I'll never win the national championship here. Our teams are good. Awesome. And he comes to LSU, and he's so uncomfortable in his own skin, he went Southern accent to try to appease the people in Baton Rouge.
Correct.
From that point, if I'm the athletic director, I go, check the contract. Is there any buyouts? Is there any way we can get out of this? Because here's a guy here is a fake, Kap, a fake. And I'm here to tell you that the Relia Quest Bowl and the Texas Bowl and some of the other places that he's in, that wasn't good enough for LSU. And so now he's going to get a $54 million buyout.
Isn't that insane how much these buyouts are? Insane.
The first base umpire told you years ago that if you, talking about Shea, if you want to buy out somebody, you will. If you just feel like, because it's not going in the right direction. I saw that game. And Shea, you knew that it was, you went with LSU for the picks because it's at night and you felt like they can turn it around. But I didn't realize the internal damage that Brian Kelly has done before until Saturday night, Sunday morning, just watching the coverage. Kap, you can't coach in college if you don't talk to the alums.
You cannot.
Or the boosters.
You got to bring all the, like if I ever went back to coaching, I would want all the former players that were part of that program's history to be all in with me, to come back.
He insulated himself away from those people.
He did.
I didn't know it was that bad.
They just fired the offensive coordinator this morning.
And that'll be all for him.
Joe Sloan, get out.
So Shea, it's worse than we thought. It's one thing you're underachieving, but if you're not talking to the people at LSU, and it's just your coaches, and boy, he was all over his coaches and his players on the sideline for that embarrassing loss they had on Saturday. That's it. And Brian Kelly will coach again, sure, because someone needs an A to B coach, quick fix. But I think that the personality speaks to all of it. You're a fake. And nothing wrong with you being upset and pissed, but if you're not motivating anyone, you're just a rich coach that's just always pissed. So that's all for Brian Kelly. But that was one of our sound bites we always had, Cap. You remember in the infancy of our show.
Me and my family. Yeah, that guy. What a clown. Clown.
That's amazing, man.
Yep.
Frank Wilson, the associate head coach, will take over at LSU.
And then they're going to go after the one I heard over the weekend is Lane Kiffin. That's the guy they want.
Okay. Fine. 312-332-ESPN is our phone number. Good luck. Randy in Seattle listening on the ESPN Chicago app. Hey, Randy.
Good morning, boys.
Morning, Randy.
Early, West Coast. A lot to talk about the Bears. Wow. But I'm just going to limit it to what I called in for. My opinion, Caleb still sucks.
He doesn't suck. He doesn't suck. He didn't. He's not an outstanding player yet. That's fair.
Cap, he's nowhere close. He's not even good enough yet. But he's got 10 games to prove me wrong. I'm not saying he won't. I'm not saying he will. But he is not where he should be. And,
that's fair.
And I don't know that he will be. I mean, I'm not going to. Sometimes I refer to him as Justin Fields 2.0, which he's not. He's a better quarterback. But he's got some of the same problems. And we anointed Rome Odunze the Bears' number one receiver. I'm sorry, boys, but he's not there yet. Look at his drops this year, okay? You still got a number one. It's still DJ Moore. Now, Rome may end up being the number one, but don't just anoint him. Make him earn it.
Fair.
And that's what the Bears have done. And I understand desperation for these things as a Bears fan. I've been one longer than most of the people on the show have been alive. So, that's my take on him. I hope Caleb proves me wrong, and I hope Rome proves me wrong.
Fair. On the Rome Odunze, yes. And Caleb absolutely has to be light years better. Sucks? That's a little strong.
And shout out to Justin Fields, who had a hell of a game. They helped the Jets win their first game.
Yeah, they came back, and he said that he was on the floor of his closet crying during the week, and that when they got the game-winning score, stop.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Come on, man.
I mean, I found that a little odd, to be honest with you.
Well, it's usually a great prayer spot, that closet.
Yeah. I'm like, wow, okay. But he said that when they got the game-winning score, he went and he said it wasn't elation that we won. It was thanking God for the opportunity. So
I'm happy for him.
He had a hell of a week, man. The owner's calling him out. Tyrod Taylor then can't play, so you're going to have to play. And they won. Good for them.
Glenn said, I ain't going to tell you who's going to. And I knew that was, you meant Justin Fields. I'm not going to tell you who's going to be my starting quarterback. I was like, oh, you're going back to Fields. He has no other choice.
Correct.
But hey, they fought, man. They fought, and they earned that victory. Good for them. The Kap J Hood cut of the day. Don't forget, when you get home, Jay Moore, make sure that you get that in that closet.
Get in that closet, Jay Moore.
You got to, man.
You got
to get down and just release it.
You can't do it, man. You got too many shoes in there.
You
can't get in
I have to take some of them out.
That closet's for you.
Then I can find me a spot.
Some shoes in there.
So let it out.
Seen Jay Moore? He's in the closet.
All these shoes are piled up. What happened? Oh, he must be in there. The classic Kap J Hood cut of the day is right around the corner on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Good morning. Good morning.
Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
Great. Hey, everyone. Big news. Exciting news. Carmen and Jurko now, 9 a.m. to noon.
The new ESPN Chicago lineup.
On the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, one of our guilty pleasures during the football season, we did it yesterday. We eat dips. Brett has the chips and wings. Mindy and I have the veggies while we watch all the big games. And that means Daisy French onion dip, a Daisy ranch dip, as delicious as a homemade dip. And they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'll find in your own kitchen. So do what we do. Put Daisy French onion dips on your game day roster. Look for Daisy French onion dips at your local grocery store. Jay Moore.
Insurance companies spend millions of dollars each year convincing you that they're your neighbor and that you're in good hands. But in reality, nothing could be further from the truth. When you're involved in an accident, an insurance representative will call within a few days, assuring you that you have nothing to worry about. Shortly after that, they'll offer to pay your medical bills and maybe even give you some money for your troubles. It sounds like they're looking out for you, right? But here's their real motivation. They want you to accept their offer quickly before you've received proper medical treatment and before you realize the full nature and extent of your injuries. Because once you settle, you can never receive any more money, even if you need additional surgery. The insurance company is off the hook, and they'll leave you high and dry. Does that sound like you're in good hands, neighbor? That's why when you're injured, you need to call the Verdoliak Law Group before the insurance company plays their game. We've been fighting insurance companies since 1963. Call 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm." Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me.
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Just like a strong offense keeps moving the ball, Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can keep your company growing. Business checking, treasury management, commercial loans, big business, small business. Republic Bank has everything you need for your business. Our team is here to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC. Visit ourbankchicago.com today.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Dynaglow vent-free infrared wall heaters are perfect for supplying indoor supplemental heating. They work with either liquid propane or natural gas and require no electricity to operate, making them perfect for garages, basements, and power outages. View our entire selection of Dynaglow heaters on Menards.com. Plus, you can check our weekly flyer for all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check Kirk Herbstreit's pregame analysis first, before talking to your brother-in-law.
In this game, the key thing to watch will be the offensive line versus their front seven. If they can get pressure without blitzing, this could be a long night.
Okay, Kirk.
I know stuff.
Ooh, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Who knew caffeine could taste this good? With 5-Hour Energy Shots, caffeine just got a serious flavor upgrade. We're talking big flavor, from watermelon to strawberry, banana to sour apple, packed into a tiny 2-ounce bottle. You'll get as much caffeine as a 12-ounce premium cup of coffee with 0 sugar and 0 crash. And with 17 bold flavors to choose from, there's a shot for every mood. Find your favorite flavor in-store today or grab a variety pack online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon and give your caffeine a flavor upgrade.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously, or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. Together, let's drive.
Your fantasy roster is set. The Smack Talk is heating up, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center. Make the connection today with ESPN Bet Fan Center and the ESPN Fantasy app. ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Jay Moore.
What do you need, you people? What do you need, you people? What do you need, you people? Now back to Kap and J Hood. What do you need, you people? On ESPN Chicago.
Nipped it in the butt.
And now it's time for the classic Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by David Flom, Matt Moore, Chicago Cut Steakhouse. It's on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River. You really have got to try their burger, J. Moore.
Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Oh!
Whatever.
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut!
I'm still partial to the bumper sticker hoodie.
This
This
guy,
Cap driving around
he
with
can't
failed
do it.
presidential candidates on the back of his car.
He won't do it.
That's not happening.
He's so afraid. I'd do it for the bit, but this guy won't do it.
It's not even me making a political statement. It's just the idea. I can't stand when I'm driving behind the person who still has the Hillary 2016 bumper sticker.
Dude, I saw one the other.
Off.
Hold on,
In this country,
I saw one the other day, and it was Bob Dole.
Yeah, like, come on.
Bob Dole was still on a car.
Yeah, like if you're driving around with a John McCain 08, it's okay, dude. You can take the bumper sticker off the car.
What did you say?
Bob Dole. I saw this one. It was Dole Kemp. And I'm like, hold on a second.
Nader, yes.
Oh, God, remember him?
You can keep those fresh. He's always running.
Al Gore 2000, yeah.
Right.
I love the idea of a Ralph Nader, by the way, because that just makes you different.
I think specifically failed presidential candidate bumper sticker is a great
I think it's
benefit.
fine.
Good.
I'd do it.
What about your boy Gary Hart?
Gary Hart's another one. 84.
Okay, can you, Shay can't, but can you name the boat he was sleeping with Donna Rice on when he said to the press so arrogantly, "Follow me." That's how you walk behind me. And they said, okay. And they followed him right to his mistress.
And that's all, folks.
The Kap J Hood cut of the day. Classic.
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse on LaSalle on the north side of the Chicago River.
I do like the idea of the failed presidential bumper sticker bit. For if you lose your fantasy football league or whatever.
I'd say if everybody wants to, Cap and I are tied, by the way, now. After last week, I did the standings last night. So Cap and I are tied in the picks at the bottom. If we want to now, the bumper sticker is an acceptable substitute to me for running a lemonade stand.
I'm not putting any bumper stickers on my truck. No shot.
It's so funny.
I'm going to get him with a coexist bumper sticker hoodie.
Oh, God.
That'd be so great. McGovern. On the back of your truck.
Mondale
Ferraro. Very good. Again, you go to Hyde Park, you see all of them. On someone's sedan or someone's VW Bug. It's still out there in Hyde Park. See it all the time.
Hard pass.
And, of course, the annoying stickers, by the way. You got the 4 rows of stickers on the windshield.
Yeah, I don't get the people that put the stickers all over the car. I really don't.
I don't understand. Wait a minute. Is that a sticker from Eugene Sawyer when he was the mayor? Did Mumble Sawyer? What is he doing on there?
Unbelievable.
The 4 rows. How can you even see it on the right side of your windshield, Cap, if you got 4 rows of stickers?
You can't.
Where's the cops? Strange. We thank you so much for listening and calling in.
Dude, you just fired me up with Eugene Sawyer tonight.
Look, Gene Sawyer, yeah. And we appreciate you listening and calling and being part of the program. Thank you, Shay. Thank you, Jay Moore. How about tomorrow? We talk to Albert Breer and talk some more football.
I think that'd be awesome. How about some laughs, too?
Oh, am I off tomorrow?
Oh, wow.
So long, everybody.
Take that.
From Chicago.
Well, see you later.
I've got the best job, Carm.
Kap and J Hood. Morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. You ready to take your sports action to the next level? You need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees. Ever. Other books might charge you to get you in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. It's the only place I play. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's football season, Chicago, and every winning game plan starts at the corner booth.
Forget wedges. Real Chicago pub-style pizza is cut into squares with crispy thin crust, thick shredded cheese, and toppings piled high. From classic pepperoni to barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and our fan favorite sausage and jardiniere. The Corner Booth delivers flavor that satisfies the soul. So huddle up, grab a pie, and taste the original Chicago pub-style pizza.
Hey guys, it's Mitch Lyons with Mitch Lyons Wealth. You hear Yurko, the good kid, talk about me all the time. And yes, I did play in the NFL. But to be honest, these days, I'm more into spreadsheets than playbooks, and I'm solely focused on making sure my clients win retirement. Look, retirement's not about gambling on stocks or chasing crypto tips from your brother-in-law. It's about smart planning, steady income, and ultimately enjoying every day like it's Saturday. So if you want less guessing and more confidence, visit MitchLyonsWealth.com.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
It's Bears Monday.
To Caleb, looking to throw. Pressure coming. They got him. Nibbling away at the ankles of Caleb Williams. He's brought down. And the Ravens somehow turn these Bears away after a promising drive. Second and 1 from the 3. Again, takes and turns, gives, and a walk into the end zone. Left side, untouched. Touchdown, King Henry. And a 6-6 ball game, an extra point away from taking the lead. They're bringing out Santos, and there we go, the Mayday team. This will be a long field goal. Try off the logo of the Ravens. 3-2, snap, placement, kick, swings the right leg. It's going to be short. We had a great view of it here. Short from 58. He'll take the snap, rolling to the near side. He looked for, but could not throw it to who he wanted. He goes deeper, and he makes the catch. Bateman breaking tackles inside the 30-yard line before Byard makes the stop. They were thinking, I think they were looking for King Henry on the short route. He went deeper, and the Ravens strike quickly with a deep shot of 36 yards. Snap and a play fake. Caleb Williams looking to throw. Oh, and the crosser, it's intercepted. Down tiptoeing to the sideline left, a swipe by Nate Wiggins. Jump the route, and the Ravens are going to be first down inside the Bear 15-yard line with 9 minutes to go in the game. On 4th down and goal at the 1, movement but no flag. Urban wants it, he's got to get back in his stance. Snap back to Caleb. Caleb looking. Caleb sings it back of the end zone off target for DJ. That's it.
It's Bears Monday on ESPN Chicago.
Our string of Victory Mondays comes to an end. The Bears fall to 4-3. They fall to Snoop Hunley, 30-16. It's Carmen and Jurk. Happy Monday morning. Hope everyone had a great weekend despite the outcome of the Bears game. They're going to go on the road again next week inside the AFC North. They're probably going to be a favorite. They're a favorite now. I wouldn't expect that to change. Bears are probably going to go on the road as a favorite next week, and hopefully they can bounce back. But we'll get to that as the week goes on. We'll recap yesterday's game. We want to hear from you, the Bears fans, as always on Monday. No guests. We're just going to talk with you. 312-332-3776. Is the phone number, even with a backup quarterback playing. I don't think it's a totally surprising outcome. Maybe the way it kind of got away from the Bears a little bit in the fourth quarter, you could say, is surprising. I think with or without Lamar, they were going to be in a little bit deep in a very tough spot going on the road against a very desperate Baltimore team coming off bye with its defense much healthier than it's been in recent weeks. You know, that said, had they done a few things differently, if they eliminate some penalties, and if you get 7s instead of 3s, Yurko's rule and law of 3s and 7s, 7s and 3s really came back to bite the Bears in this game. So maybe if they're a little bit more efficient in a few areas and they cut down on the penalties, this thing's there for the taking at the end, Jurk, but a missed opportunity, I guess, in a lot of ways without the
7s
the
and 3s and 3s and 7s affected the Bears. It affected Pittsburgh last night, too.
Yeah.
You know, that's the type of silliness. You got to be able to put the ball in the end zone. After dominating the first quarter the way the Bears did offensively and only coming out with 2 field goals, then watching Baltimore take the ball all the way down and get 7 points, and you're a 7-6 loser after dominating the game
right
in the first quarter, that's when you start scratching your head a little bit and going, oh, boy, what the hell's going on? Get the ball back. 3 plays, minus 16 yards in the next possession.
Right.
And now all of a sudden you're reeling a little bit. And there's no reason in the world for you to have to be reeling. You get the possession before the half. Whatever happens, whatever official calls are made, you end up getting the ball back to the, 59-yard field goal?
58
so
or
snapping
59,
from the 42 or the 41, you snap it back there. Cairo Santos has never hit that big of a kick before for the Chicago Bears, has he? 58, 59-yarder?
I don't know what his career long is. I mean, I don't think that's really much
50,
in his range.
55
but,
for the Bears. I think it's out of his range. He's got to kick the ball absolutely perfect to get it there.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter at the end of the day. It's just you had a chance early to snuff out whatever flame Baltimore had going on. You could have taken the crowd out of the game. You could have taken everybody out of the game. And instead of doing that, now you got into the red zone the first time. The second time, you got it down to the 22.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't even make it into the red zone. You bogged down at that point.
You bogged down,
22.
Yerk. Yeah.
So,
Cairo's longest field goal in his career, by the way, is 55 yards.
Yeah.
Cairo Santos is not making a 58 or a 59.
No, he's not. He's very
especially
accurate
like in a
kicker.
fire drill when everybody's running onto the field. At
Very
the end.
accurate kicker from 52 yards and in.
Yes.
At 55, he's starting to stretch it a little bit.
Yeah.
At 59 or 58, it was absolutely
No, it's probably
ridiculous.
not going to happen.
But he didn't. It's not his fault.
It's not his fault. I agree.
It's not even remotely close. Cairo Santos, Jake Moody, not even remotely close that they lost. Injuries on the defensive side of the ball has changed your defense from a once reliable defense at the corner position, the strength at the beginning of the year, to where it is an obvious and painful weakness.
And you just don't have much of a pass rush. Sweat's been a little bit better here in recent weeks. First play of the game, you lose Dominique Robinson. Still no Austin Booker. I would anticipate he's going to get, if he doesn't get activated by tomorrow, if I'm understanding correctly, he's done for the year. That'd be stunning to me. You opened up this window. He's been practicing.
Well, with the injuries you have now, you're not going to have a choice.
You have
Both
to.
Robinson and Stewart are out.
Yes, they both
those
got
are your
knocked
two
out
main
yesterday.
backups. Those are your two main backups. I mean, Daniel Hardy, theoretically, is a guy that you've had active, and he plays on the special teams. I think he's listed as a defensive end. He looks more like a linebacker, but he's listed as a defensive end. So Daniel Hardy'd be another guy you could bring up off the edge.
But you don't have much of a pass rush, and now as your secondary has been decimated, and you're going to play 3 more games at least without Kyler Gordon. Hopefully Stevenson gets back soon, but there's no return in sight for Jalen Johnson. He had surgery, for crying out loud, in his groin. That's going to be a while. Who knows with Kyler Gordon how long this is going to be. Hopefully it's no more than just 3 more games. But to your point, without those key elements in your back end and without much of a pass rush opposite Montez, and he's been a little bit better as of late, but he's not Myles Garrett, let's face it. Where's it going to come from on this defense?
And I think Hooper does get active. He can't be that worse than Dial. It's hard to believe anybody could be worse than Dial. Okay? I mean, that's realistic.
Never mind that $40 million.
I mean, let's try Austin Booker, and let's see if he can do it against the big boys. We saw him do it against the backups. Let's see if he can do it against the big boys.
Yeah.
I mean, at least give him a chance, because I know what Dial's going to do. He keeps going to the toolbox, and there's one tool there. It's a sledgehammer. That's all he has. And he brings it every single time, and every single time, because you're going against NFL linemen, he gets stymied at the line of scrimmage. Now, they gave Gervin Dexter the sack yesterday, but Grady Jarrett had a great bull rush. I mean, he put the guy right in the quarterback's lap.
Yes, he did.
That's the way you have to do it. I don't know if Grady Jarrett is capable of doing that 30 times a game.
I don't know. At this age, I don't think he is.
At this age with that knee, but you know what? He could muster up the strength and the gumption to go ahead and get it done the time it needed to get done, which was wonderful. It forced him into a field goal after that sack. They gave it to Dexter, but
they did.
Boy, I tell you, Grady Jarrett looked like he had him around the waist also when they went to the ground. A little 50-50 love would have been nice.
Yeah, the Bears continue to get off to good starts. The script has been great on these opening drives. Ben Johnson's completely fixed one of the biggest problems this offense had a year ago.
Yeah.
The Bears were the worst team by a mile in the NFL a year ago, offensively, in most metrics, certainly in their efficiency metrics in the first quarters of games. They were worst in the NFL by a mile. And Ben Johnson has fixed a lot of that. The Bears' drop back EPA in the first quarters of games this year ranks 12th in the NFL. It falls to 20th in quarters 2, 3, and 4. As Brad Biggs pointed out in the Tribune today, on the first 2 drives of games this year, the Bears are averaging a very impressive 2.78 points per drive. After that, it falls to 2.08. That is a significant drop-off. What is happening after these first couple drives when Ben can kind of scheme things up and script it? And maybe if you do a deep dive of most teams, this naturally happens. The good play callers can really get a lot out of those first 2 drives, and the defenses in this league are good. Teams are scouted well. They start adjusting on the sideline a little bit. They start getting an idea, okay, this is what they're doing. This is how we'll kind of counter it. But why the drop-off, you think, Eric? What is it that's happening?
Well, the other teams start to adjust on what you're doing maybe a little bit. Did you see the toss play at all yesterday? Once?
No, and you've mentioned that had become part of the repertoire here in the last couple of weeks, and they've been successful. I wonder if DeAndre Swift's not a little bit more beat up than we think. Look, he's been on the injury report the last 2 weeks. He had his fewest number of touches in any game this year.
Yep.
He had just 11 carries. And I wonder, what's going on? Why don't they give him the ball? He might be a little bit more injured than we think.
My idea was
but anyway,
he takes his first 15.
Yeah.
When he goes through them, he gets a marker out, he scratches it out and puts second 15 on there and just rerun the sheet again. Is that not a bad idea?
I mean, maybe because the opening script has been very good.
First 15, put a marker out, and then put second 15. When you get second 15, put third 15 on there.
It's been very good.
And just rerun the plays that have been successful early on.
Yeah.
I know that's a little more rudimentary, and I'm being a little bit of a smartass there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does seem to be like, hey, there are no first quarter woes. Woo, great.
Then,
there are still red zone woes.
Yes, terrible.
You're still getting down there, and you're not being able to get the ball into the end zone. You can't sneak the quarterback sneak. Then you got a wide receiver that's wide open. You can't hit him. It was much, much too late. It wouldn't have made a difference anyway. But scoring touchdowns, they sure are nice. And multiplying by sevens, I've done it as a kid, as a child, forever. 7, 14, 21, 28, 35, 42, 49.
That's right, Eric.
56, 63, 70. I can go all the way up there because I loved doing it as a child. And every once in a while, the Bears would score 63 points in their lifetime. And when they did, it was fun. And that's how I learned my multiplications. But multiply it by 3 sucks, guys.
Yes,
3,
it does.
6, 9, 12, 15,
that sucks.
18. It sucks.
That sucks.
You can sit there and multiply all day. It doesn't seem like you get anywhere.
Like you said,
you don't get anywhere.
To kind of dominate the first quarter the way you did, and then to be down so early into that second quarter, you're like, man, what happened? The Bears are at 47.8% in the red zone on the year. That's 26th in the NFL. But the last 4 games, they're at like 30%. That's atrocious.
Let me tell you, this wonderfully mediocre Chicago football team, a little bit above average, okay? But wonderfully mediocre NFL football team in the middle of the heap of all of the mediocre teams. And I told you how many there are, right? 4 great ones, 4 terrible ones. And
there's
the
like
rest
24
of it
mediocre
is the
teams.
mishmash in the middle, and you're somewhere in there.
Yeah.
You just lost to a 1-5 football team.
Yeah.
That's what you did.
Yeah, a team that's probably better than that, but I hear what
you
you're
saw
saying.
Houston beat San Francisco. You saw the Jets get their first win against the Cincinnati Bengals. You saw all types of, a little bit of goofiness, that was out there. Going on the road and winning a game is where you start proving things. The Bears could have gone to 3-1 on the road.
Mm-hmm.
They could have, but they didn't. They kept that flame alive for the Baltimore Ravens, and once the fans got into the game, once the players on that opposing team started to believe in their quarterback, and the proof was in the pudding, and it's fun when you can believe in your quarterback, right? And they did. Hot Rod Hundley out there getting the job done. Hot Rod Hundley making things happen out there. The confidence was there. At one point, he was 11 of 12, Carm. 11 of 12. It's like the Bears had nothing for him. They were playing a little softer coverage. They're probably being a little bit more conservative. Why? Because you have to be. You got somebody and somebody playing corners.
I know, it's hard.
You're so far down the depth chart, it's off the page. You got to turn the page. That's how far they are in the cornerback position to get to the next page because that's where their names are.
Their top 3 corners are out. You want to talk about cluster injuries? That is brutal. And we're not making excuses. That's the reality.
No.
Teams in this league have to deal with it all the time.
Every team is dealing with injuries.
And there's that's this league. So I'm not using it as an excuse, but to Yurko's point, I think Dennis Allen's doing things a little bit differently almost because he has to, because what you have in your personnel. That said, you played a backup quarterback. A couple of backup quarterbacks around this league played this weekend, and they got their you-know-what's kicked in. They got trampled. They got stomped on. I don't know what Kirk Cousins, I mean, forget about it. Well, we knew that at the end of last year. Things that got so bad. They're like, we can't keep doing this. This is untenable. You can forget about it with Kirk Cousins. He can't move. It's it.
Yeah.
Same Andy Dalton, too. I mean, come on. So a couple of these backup quarterbacks around the league had to play. You see the result. The Bears got the good fortune of playing a backup quarterback, but they let it get away from them. They're going to play another backup, albeit in Joe Flacco. They're going to play another backup this week.
It's the right Joe, but boy.
Yes, you're dealing with a lot of injuries, but you feel like you're living a little bit of a charmed life when you know you're going to go to Baltimore and Cincinnati and not play Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow. Are you kidding?
You thought that would be a bonus, yes.
So take advantage of it this week. But they got to flush this one, figure out what's gone wrong, fix the penalty thing.
That's your problem.
And go and win a game on the road this weekend.
All right, so here's my thing of sadness for you. Number 1 and 5 play for the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah, you're
and
right.
It's Jamar Chase and T. Higgins.
You're right about that.
Now, if I'm a betting man, which I am, and I say
no, you're not.
1 and 5 against pick 2 numbers
24
of guys that
and
happen
33.
to play corner for the Chicago Bears.
24 and 33.
Oh, I'm sorry, but Flacco is decent enough at scoring 38 points yesterday to be able to deliver the ball to 2 very skilled wide receivers going up against our number 8 and our number 9 cornerback.
Okay, then you know what I'm doing? Justin Fields, before yesterday, had never won a game where the other team got to 22 points, right?
Right.
Wasn't that the stat?
That was the stat.
You know who I'm putting this on then? Offense? You better go get some in Cincinnati.
That's what it's going to have to happen.
Bengals defense is
terrible.
Putrid.
Is terrible. Yes.
It is absolutely
it is incumbent upon the offense
awful
to keep the Bears defense off the football field.
So if you have to go and win 35-31 on Sunday, go win 35-31.
Did you hear the stat the Jets had 325 yards on first down yesterday? On first down.
Is that right? I did not hear
that.
That almost seems that's impossible.
25 yards, unless you gain 15 yards on first down and you got first down again. Remember, there's more first downs in the game than there are third downs.
Yes.
Because there's a chance you get a first down on first down.
Of course, or second down.
So on first downs in yesterday's Jets game,
I did not
New
hear
York
that.
Jets gained 325 yards on first down.
That's incredible. I look at you pulling a great stat. I did not hear that
this morning.
That's great.
While we were all in the meeting, and Danny was giving us our inspiration to go in.
So
I naturally tuned him out and was listening to the TV.
So guess what? Go do that. Now, let's work our way coming up here when we come back into the Caleb conversation.
But the point is, it's not impossible for the Bears to go to Cincinnati and win a game.
No.
It's not impossible.
Impossible? They're a favorite.
Man, I know. But
the Bears are favored next week. They're a 2.5-point favorite.
I got a Jamar Chase touchdown. I got a T. Higgins touchdown next week. Who's tight end?
Gesicki.
I got Gesicki touchdown. Anybody else catch the ball for that team? I got
Chase Brown will catch the ball a little bit.
Touchdowns for them. And then the one time the Bears are going to make a play on Huntley.
Isovic will catch the ball.
And Huntley makes the mistake. Huntley makes the mistake of throwing the ball. And he's going to get it right over the middle. He's going to intercept it with a chance of it coming back to the house. Our defensive lineman tips the ball.
I know. Well,
and puts it behind him. I'm like, sweet mother of Jesus,
That's the way
what
it's
a
going.
break on the ball.
I know.
What a break on the ball.
I know.
And because he gets tipped a little bit, now it's behind him. And I'm like, oh, man.
That was Kevin Byard. He had it in his hands almost. And it got tipped.
Sometimes you just can't win to lose.
I know. That was brutal. All right. So let's talk about yesterday. Look ahead a little bit at the rest of this week. Kind of get the offense and the Caleb conversation here. It's not all bad. It's also not all that great. You know, it's 24 games now. Yes, it's only 7 with Ben Johnson. And last year was a disaster. But there's another second-year quarterback who had a disastrous situation on his hands last year. And he looks like a world beater this year. So I don't want to hear that as just, last year. Let's try to have a somewhat civil conversation about this. Nobody's saying he's awful. He's better than Justin Fields. He's better than Mitch Trubisky. We all know that. This isn't bench him like they benched Bryce Young 2 years ago in Carolina. That's ridiculous. Bryce Young was beyond awful when they sat him down last year. after a few games. Dave Canales looked at his quarterback and said, this can't happen. We got to fix this somehow, some way. And they did a little bit. This isn't that. Caleb's better, but it's not great. It's not great. And it's not as good as I was hoping it was going to be through 7 games. So let's start to have that conversation coming up. 312-332-3776. It's Carmen and Jurko on a Bears Monday. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The Chicago Bears, the Cincinnati Bengals. Sunday, starting at noon. Turn the TV down and crank up the hometown call on the ESPN Chicago app. It's Bears and Bengals, live from Cincinnati. This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
$2.25 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.25 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and the skill set that's going to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill serving over 40,000 clients. For personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all your legal needs, call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors, and they will do great for you too. Call them today, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Football season is back, and Surfside is bringing you your tailgate must-have. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your home team. Made with real vodka and real brewed tea, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously, or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. Together, let's drive.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. If you miss something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Snap and a play fake. Caleb Williams looking to throw. Oh, and the crosser, it's intercepted. Down tiptoeing to the sideline left, a swipe by Nate Wiggins. Jumped the route, and the Ravens are going to be first down inside the Bear 15-yard line with 9 minutes to go in the game.
That was the killer, obviously. My reaction was the same as Joniak's. It was a great call by Joniak. I mean, it really was. Right here on your home for the Bears. I was like, oh, no, can't believe this.
I didn't remember this one right away yesterday in the postgame. Then it dawned on me what actually happened. The pass across the middle, going from the far side to the near side on the television. I'm glad Rome didn't catch the ball because the other guy was going to murder him. I mean, that ball cannot be thrown the way it was thrown.
Widowmaker right there.
The Widowmaker was there. The receiver would have been MFing his quarterback on the sideline.
Oh, man.
You're trying to get your players killed. You don't want to do that.
Listen, Caleb yesterday did complete 65.8% of his passes. Second best mark in a game this year, so that's good. The inaccuracy to me is still the biggest issue I have here. He's done a lot of good things. Look, obviously we know his enormous talent, his arm talent, all that stuff is great. He's cut down into sacks tremendously. I think that's great. I mean, I think he's gotten better. But the inaccuracy, I don't think we're being too harsh. I think it's a fair assessment, and I think it's a little worrisome. The inaccuracy is real, and I don't know how it gets fixed. I'm not smart enough to know if it is even fixable, if it's correctable. He is now through 8 weeks of the season, still the worst quarterback in the NFL in expected completion percentage. He's a negative 7.1%. It is the worst mark in the NFL. Trevor Lawrence is next worst at negative 6.9. Only 4 quarterbacks that are qualified, so we're talking about 37 quarterbacks that have played this year enough snaps to qualify. Only 4 in the NFL are a negative 5 or worse. It's Caleb, Lawrence, Jackson Dart, and Dylan Gabriel. Now, Jackson Dart and Dylan Gabriel are rookies. Caleb's only a second-year player who isn't even at 25 career games yet. I mean, if you're a Jaguars fan, that number would probably really alarm you about a player like Trevor Lawrence, who's played in this league a long time and has been paid handsomely, and he's got the second worst expected completion percentage in the NFL, or at least he's the second worst below expectation. Only 4 guys are negative 5% or worse. And Caleb's the worst out of all of them. Throws of 10 to 19 yards downfield. He's at 52.9%. That's 23rd out of 37 qualified quarterbacks. Throws of 20 or more yards down the field. He's at 33%. That's 26th out of 37 quarterbacks. And it was a bad pass to Rome in a key spot where your defense finally got to stop. And yeah, you were deep in your own territory, but you finally got the ball back. And then that happens, and that pretty much sealed your fate.
Yeah.
So my biggest gripe here and issue is the inaccuracy. And the deep ball inaccuracy and even the intermediate part of the field on throws yesterday. I also put that in my notes. I think I might have. I'll go back and double check. On throws yesterday, intermediate and deep, he was 8 of 15. The middle of the field doesn't seem to be so bad if you look at his charts game to game. But, man, throwing intermediate and deep outside the numbers, it's bad. And I don't know what I was expecting. I don't watch every play of every college game. We saw Caleb a lot. He was a primetime player in a big program. Yeah. Bleck saw it all. He's a USC fan. So I can't say that I saw it all the time. It wasn't what I was expecting, though.
Yeah.
With the arm talent that he does have, the inaccuracy is alarming. And I guess I'll leave it at that. Like, I just expected more.
Here's your dilemma, and it's what happened last year, and we blame the coordinator. The coordinator got fired. Head coach got fired. Everybody got fired, okay? And there's a lot of blame going around. But your wide receivers, when they're not getting service, will get frustrated. And they're the first ones to let somebody know that, hey, we're here. We're just not getting the football. We're here, and you can see it on film. And I tell you, Carm, when they go in there and they watch this film, everybody in the world knows who's open and who's not open and when they should get the ball and when they shouldn't get the ball. It is painfully obvious when you look at the end zone copy and you look at the all-22. It is
painfully obvious where the football should go.
Yeah.
And you can hide it for a while. You can suppress it for a while. But at some point, the whole world, at least in that football world, they all know. So, if we're going to fix things, we're going to get things right, there's no better time than the present to get things right.
You couldn't ask for a better matchup, even though you have to go on the road. You could not ask for a better team than the Cincinnati Bengals.
They're terrible.
They're terrible.
Worse than
the
you.
defense is terrible. Ted's in Lake Geneva. What's up, Ted?
Yeah, hey, guys, I just was finding it funny that we went the entire first segment almost with no mention of Caleb. So it's one of those things where you're watching the game and your group chat with your buddies and, guys are really losing confidence. I feel like I'm the only one that's still buying stock, but that stock has dipped. My vision for quarterbacks is not 2020. I've spent the most of my adult life watching the Iowa Hawkeyes on Saturday and the Chicago Bears on Sunday.
Brutal.
It's been tough. I do see the glimpses though with Caleb. I got a question, Carm. The throw you think he missed to Rome, was that one on the sideline?
I think he missed a couple of throws to Rome. I think he's missed. I think we go every game and we're like, and I'm trying. Which one are you speaking of specifically? I mean, obviously the interception was bad, but
the one on the sideline in the fourth quarter, I thought Rome should have had that. It would have been a great catch.
Oh no, that would have been. That wasn't on Caleb as much. I even tweeted. I'm like, Rome, catch the damn football. Yeah. I agree with you. You talking about the scramble one where he's rolling to his right?
Right.
No, that's not on Caleb at all. That one should have been completed, Ted. Yes, you're right. I think there are plenty of other misses we can find. I tweeted right in the moment then, catch the damn ball, Rome. Catch the ball. You're a number one. Catch the football.
Did you put the play on there, too?
I did not. I can go back and put it on there. I agree with you on that one, Ted. He should have caught that one. That was a good throw by Caleb on the run. Tom's in Toledo. What's going on, Tom?
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call again. The thing I noticed about Caleb, the first thing, there's a couple points I'd like to make, but the first thing, when he gets on the sideline after, he comes off the field, he sits on the bench and he doesn't talk to anybody. Doesn't look, there might be a coach sitting next to him with the iPad, but don't you think he should be talking to his receivers and walking down? And another thing, the main thing about Caleb Williams, in my opinion, he always wanted to be the number one draft pick. That was his main concern. It didn't matter where he went. Whoever had the number one pick was most important to him, that he was going to be the number one pick.
I think most guys want to be the number one pick, though. I don't think that's strange.
I think Jalen Carter wanted to be the number one pick.
Tom, thanks. Listen, if you watched every single moment, I don't think it's fair just to say what you see on TV, that he never talks to his receivers. I'm not sure that's totally true.
It's not always focused on him, too, when he's on the sideline.
Yeah, it's not always. You don't catch every single moment.
Yeah.
And yes, he is, without question, sitting there at various points, looking at stuff on the iPad.
Catch the ball, Rome, 18 hours ago.
Yeah, catch the ball. Yeah. Catch the ball. You're number one, dude, and you're a stud. We love you. Catch the football.
Catch the ball.
That ball hit him in the hands.
Probably at about, looks like 2:30 yesterday.
There you go. Tough catch, yes. A catch that a number one receiver in this league makes, yes. Make the catch. Catch the football.
Here's another, right at the beginning of the game, when he had 3 catches in a row.
He was picking on Wiggins.
Wiggins is having a tough time with Rome. Feed the beast. Yeah.
And then they moved Wiggins off of him for a little while, too. They
Wiggins
put
having a
Humphrey
tough time with Rome. I sent him to the Vatican.
All right, more of your phone calls are coming up. 312-332-3776 is the number. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Kap J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
Great Clips believes veterans make us great, and that's why this Veterans Day, they're offering free haircuts to all veterans and active duty service members.
They've lost 3 in a row.
If you served or are serving in the military, simply visit a Great Clips salon on November 11th to get a haircut at no cost to you with your military ID. Don't need a haircut that day? Stop by for a free haircut card to use later. Not a member of the military? Any customer who gets a haircut on Veterans Day will also receive a free haircut card to give to a veteran or active duty military member in recognition of their service. It's just one small way Great Clips is saying thank you for all the sacrifices you as service members make to protect our country. Offer valid while supplies last. Learn more and read giveaway rules at greatclips.com/promotions. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
It's football season, Chicago, and every winning game plan starts at the corner booth. Forget wedges. Real Chicago pub-style pizza is cut into squares with crispy thin crust, thick shredded cheese, and toppings piled high. From classic pepperoni to barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and our fan favorite sausage and jardiniere. The corner booth delivers flavor that satisfies the soul. So huddle up, grab a pie, and taste the original Chicago pub-style pizza.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Insulate your home and save on energy costs. Owens Corning Pink Foamular insulation panels are moisture resistant and can be used anywhere, including walls, attics, and basements. Foamular insulation panels are available in multiple sizes to fit your project. Visit Menards.com to shop all foam board insulation. Plus, check out the weekly flyer for great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
Tired of yelling at frozen screens and endless buffering? Switch to Astound. Reliable gig speed Wi-Fi for only $35 a month. Price locked for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card when you sign up today. Astound Wi-Fi. It just works.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
They're bringing out Santos, and there we go, the Mayday team. This will be a long field goal. Try off the logo of the Ravens. 3-2, snap, placement, kick, swings the right leg. It's going to be short. We had a great view of it here. Short from 58.
His career long is 55, so and it was just about 2 or 3 yards short when you saw the like down the end zone look at it. You're yeah, just a little short. You know, it's about as good as Cairo Santos is going to hit it. So that's not his fault. That's a tough spot too. You know, you had the grounding penalty. Jurko thought that was a really bad penalty. I didn't think so as much, but
I thought it was
that hurt you.
I thought it was a bad penalty because upon the original view of it, nobody was clamoring for it. The players weren't clamoring for it. Nobody was clamoring for it. Then the official got a little bird whistle up in his ear from New York, and when people think the NFL is fixed, this is how it happens. A subjective call like that, all of a sudden they go, oh, what? You said what? What do you think it is? I'm a rookie official. What do I have to do? Goes and he throws the flag.
Or could he not have just conferred with the other officials?
No.
Grounding calls sometimes take a while because they're so subjective.
Yeah, I don't think so.
You really think the league buzzed down?
I think the league buzzed them.
That shouldn't be happening.
I agree with you, but I think the league buzzed them. And that was my problem with it. How late it came. In a situation that called for we got to play fast. right? We're at the end of the half.
Well, that was an incomplete pass, though.
How many
The clock was
timeouts?
stopped.
Okay, you got that right.
But
Good
I
call.
thought, but yeah, I thought
Hey,
it was
good call.
I thought it was a penalty. Yurko thought not as much. He said it on the post game yesterday. But regardless, that hurt. I don't put too much of that on Santos. It's a fighting drill.
also-
Everybody's running out because you didn't have any timeouts. That was tough.
I also don't think that was the difference in the game.
No, I don't think so.
Just,
Either.
that one thing right
How
there.
about,
I
like
don't
you
think it's the
said,
difference in the game.
how about score some touchdowns when you get down there? 1 of 3 in the red zone. Guess who was 3 of 6? Guess who was at 50%? The Ravens.
Yep.
You gifted them an opportunity there with the bad interception in the fourth quarter, but that was the real killer. 312-332 ESPN. Talking about the Bears' loss, talking about Caleb, the progression or lack thereof. I mean, yes, things are getting better. There are things that you can absolutely look at and say he's getting better. It's still not great. And I guess, we're all sometimes, myself included, we're a little guilty of being very greedy. We want like that instant gratification. You want to see guys thrive and have success. 24 games is not a ton. It doesn't make a career. Like Caleb can continue to get better.
And somebody asked me how many more games do you have before you go to the backup, because the backup quarterback's always the favorite.
Yeah,
I've got an answer for you. I got an answer. It's 27.
Yeah, I don't think it's
27
more
games.
Close. Yeah.
The rest of the 10 this year and the 17 next year.
Yeah.
Then after that, you can go ahead and start thinking about what you want to do or what you don't want to do.
Or who you want if it's not Caleb.
If he hasn't answered the bell.
I think we're a long way away from that.
Yeah, 27 games.
Yeah, I guess we all, and again, I know I'm guilty of it too sometimes. I try to preach, hey, take a big picture approach and, look through this lens. This kid's career is not made.
Yeah, yesterday, 3:15, you weren't looking through big lenses. You weren't looking at you were upset
that's
because
the
your
thing.
team stunk that day.
And I'm looking at him going, man, I wish it did look a little bit more like what's happening in New England right now. Now, that kid's taken too many sacks, and he got sacked 6 times yesterday. That said, Drake May's 3rd for MVP. Drake May's on pace for like 4,300 yards. Drake May leads the NFL in adjusted net yards per attempt. He leads the NFL in quarterback rating. He leads the NFL in completion percentage. He leads the NFL in completion percentage over expectation.
Those are good stats, Carm.
Drake May looks awesome.
Yeah.
Drake May's deep ball accuracy is incredible. He dropped another dime to Keyshawn Booty yesterday. Another one.
You
love
right.
Booty.
Yeah.
I mean, he dropped it. It couldn't have been better.
He's a Frenchman, Carm.
He is a Frenchman. His deep ball accuracy and numbers and metrics, and just when you watch him, it's insane. Like virtually every deep throw down the field is an absolute dime. Do I wish it looked more like that? Yes. Are you mad at me for that? Can you blame me? I'm not saying it's definitive. I'm not saying this is the way it's going to be forever. But in the here and now, when the kid drafted 3rd is the 3rd choice for MVP of the league halfway home and is dropping dimes everywhere, and his team is rolling to the tune of 5 straight wins, and they've covered the spread in all 5 of those, by the way. Is it really like out of this world to say, man, I wish Caleb would look like that a little bit? I don't think that's crazy. Do you think it's crazy?
No, I don't think it's crazy.
So that's
want your
all I'm asking
to play
for.
well.
Yeah, that's it. That's all. Let's go to Michael on the south side. What's up, Michael?
Okay, there's three things if I can put them in real quick. As far as that Drake May, his schedule they've been playing so far, other than Buffalo, been kind of soft.
It has been very soft. It's probably one of the. I'll look real quick here through yesterday.
It's become a very soft.
Not a great schedule. I would agree with you on that, Michael.
Soft.
Okay, now 2 other things about the officiating. It seems like the Bears get holds every single week, pretty much. Now, as far as that number 25, when they call it up like being between a fumble or you remember that collision that happened with number 25? Yeah, first of all, that was helmet to helmet. They didn't even call it. That's 15 yards.
Oh, Manangai?
Right, that's 15 yards right there. They didn't even look at it. And then the most egregious one was Hopkins.
Yeah,
how could you not make that call in such a pivotal part of the game?
Yeah.
And it's 3rd and 7 in the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, move
how
the
do
chains.
you not see that?
Yeah, that's true, Michael. That was bad. The Bears seem to have gotten hosed here a few times the last couple of weeks. That seemed like hands in the face at the very least.
Yeah.
On Hopkins, and that was a 3rd down play that kept the chains moving, and then they scored a few plays later, and the game was on ice.
And he didn't have the football, right?
He did not.
He interfered with the defender.
Yes.
Offensive pass interference before he ever had the football.
Correctamundo.
Because they called a face mask against the other team when both guys had their hands on the face mask yesterday. They called against Baltimore. You remember that yesterday?
Yes.
Both guys had hands on the face mask.
Yeah.
And Baltimore got flagged for the penalty. I go, it's comical. It's comical
I think
sometimes.
maybe because there was a pull on that one.
Maybe.
I think it was a true face mask. Dave's in Iowa. What's up, Dave?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Caleb Williams is Bo Callahan from draft day. He panics. When things don't go his way, when there's a penalty, it pushes him back. He thinks he's got to make it up for the very next play, and he tries to make that play and force that play. He's got greatness. He's good at what he does, but when he gets in trouble, he panics, and that snowballs. That causes more penalties. That causes interceptions. That causes more problems that he has. Not saying he's not a great quarterback or good quarterback. He's not great yet.
Not great.
But he's got potential, but he panics too quickly in situations where things aren't going his way.
Okay. All right, Dave. I seen the movie once. I found it almost impossible to get through because it's awful. So Bo Callahan panicked a lot. That was the thing with Bo Callahan. I don't really remember. I thought it was incredibly painful to get through.
Bo Callahan didn't have any friends show up for his birthday party. How many of his teammates showed up for his birthday party?
I do remember that.
None.
We need Cap for that to totally drive home the reference that Dave and I were made because Cap knows every line of the movie.
Every line in the movie he knows.
Because he loves it. But yeah, I don't know if he's like Bo Callahan or not, but the idea that too panicky, okay, that I do understand. Or that he feels like he's got to go get it all back. Brian is in San Diego. What's up, Brian?
How we doing, guys?
Good.
I called you guys last year right around the San Francisco game. I gave you guys the recommendations for the French Laundry, and then I followed up after the Bears crapped the bed that Monday, and I said, I don't see him picking up the D at the line. He's missing receivers he's not even seeing. He's missing the layups, and he's wildly inaccurate beyond 15 yards. I made the comment at that time that I didn't see much difference than Fields. You rushed me off the air and said we're absolutely not watching the same game.
He's better than Justin Fields. He's better than Justin Fields, Brian.
Are we still not watching the same game?
Close. Yes, he's much better than Justin Fields. You're kidding. I mean, I would think if you think he's Justin Fields.
And I'm glad Justin Fields had himself a ball game and they finally got a victory out there after Woody Johnson called him out. So good for Justin for being able to respond.
It was nice for Justin.
Good for him.
Justin's a likable guy. He's not a very good quarterback. He's unfortunately he's not a good quarterback at all. But he's an easy guy to cheer for and like. And what his owner did to him, as we talked about last week, was ridiculous. Woody Johnson's the problem with that franchise.
Oh, yes.
Ownership, just like ownership here at times is a problem. Ownership is the problem with that franchise.
Yes.
Woody Johnson is awful. He's every bit as awful as an owner as unfortunately Justin is as a quarterback. But yes, Caleb is better than Justin Fields. Let's say hi to, where do you want to go next? Alex is in New Jersey. What's up, Alex?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, it's not crazy to wish that Caleb kind of looked like Drake May, especially on deep throws every now and then.
I wouldn't think so, right? That's not like a totally outrageous thing to suggest.
But what is completely, totally outrageous is the fact that our GM laughed at any scout who wanted to even look at Drake May. I mean, and I understand everyone getting on Caleb Williams. He hasn't lived up yet. I'm willing to give him some time with Ben Johnson. But I don't know how this team moves forward with a GM who couldn't pick a top 50 player. I mean, usually a GM will luck into a guy if you have that many top 50 players. His draft stink. I mean, what is Luther Burden on this team? I mean, they were so excited. They couldn't believe they got Luther Burden. He's done nothing.
Well, I would push back against that, Alex. I mean, Luther Burden has shown you how dangerous he can be. It's not his fault he had one target yesterday. I think you're way off on that. I mean, Luther Burden in space has been incredible.
Okay, incredible. I mean, let's pull up his stats. He's a second-round pick. I mean,
again, it's not his fault. It's not Loveland's fault that he's barely been targeted. He was targeted a little bit more yesterday. Again, it's not Burden's fault that he was targeted once yesterday. I mean,
okay. So how about our defensive line? I mean, Ryan Poles made so many investments in that defensive line. They're awful.
Dio is a bust.
Yeah, well, you're not wrong on that.
Dio is a bust.
You're not wrong on that,
What are you going to do with Dexter? What are you going to do with Dexter? I mean, you're going to give this guy a big contract?
He's your leading sacker right now, my friend.
I don't know that they will, Alex. You're not totally off here.
You're going to send your team leading sacker away?
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
You give him his walking papers?
I don't know. I don't know what their kind of contract they're going to give him.
He's 36th in the NFL in sacks. You know that, right? We've got a top 36 pass rusher.
Thank you.
3.5 sacks. You guys just going to send him away? Nobody else is in the top 36, guys.
I'm picking up on your sarcasm.
Dexter Jr. is.
Yeah,
Dio is a bust.
Well, I don't know what they saw. Yeah, I'm not sure what they saw.
I'm going to tell you why Dio's a bust. It's simply this. He'll try hard.
Yeah, he plays hard.
He won't cheat you of any energy, okay? He's going to give you that. He'll give you all the energy in the world. He'll give you everything he has when he's out on the field. He hustles. He runs to the sideline to sideline. The kid's willing to travel, willing to go. Yeah, he's willing to do it, right?
Yeah, he plays hard.
But he goes into the toolbox, and there's only a sledgehammer. There's no swim. There's no rip. There's no speed move. There's just, I'm going to put two hands in the chest, and I'm going to bury my head in your chest, and I'm going to try to push you back as far as I can. Hopefully, at some point, I get to the quarterback.
I'll hope for the best.
Yeah.
That's his move. You're right.
That's it. There's nothing else there. He is a player that lacks the natural instincts in the game of football. Stuff that when you play for an extended period of time, it's like they went and they picked him out of a shopping mall and said, dude, you're big and you're physically gifted. Let's go play football. And for a while it worked. But at the professional level, it doesn't work that easy in that way.
Well, especially when you get paid in free agency.
You got to have a little bit of guile. You got to have a little bit of something in there. He does not.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate. But he's a try-hard guy. He'll go out there and bust his ass.
Neil Funk used to have a funny line.
Those guys get paid $3 million a year, though, in the NFL. They don't get paid what he got paid.
He's got paid a lot. The great Neil Funk used to have a funny line when in an NBA game when a guy was trying hard but was thinking it up. He said, boy, he's trying hard, but he's killing him. You know, it's like there's okay, he's trying, but you're not doing a lot to help your team right now.
I mean, he's a miss right now. Grady Jarrett, because he's been injured, is a miss. But when Grady's on the field, Grady can play.
Sure.
Problem is he's not on the field.
He's older.
Yeah.
Look, there are a lot of misses from Ryan Poles. I mean, we don't dispute that. I think it's totally unfair to say that Luther Burden's a miss.
And I don't know who's put on more weight in the offseason, me or Billingsley.
Billings is a big boy. He's a big boy.
I don't know who's put more weight on in this past year.
He's a big boy.
One of the
That's
two
his
of us
job
has.
is to be a big boy.
Not around the midsection, kid.
All right, we'll grab more of your Bears calls coming up. Coming up after 10, we'll
it's
talk.
like he picked up an 18-wheeler, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, we'll talk about the funny business that the Ravens pulled over the weekend. The Ravens are probably going to get dinged pretty good here by the league, especially in the wake of what happened in the NFL yesterday. I think the optics are bad. The timing's bad. I don't think there's any sort of I don't think there's any kind of illicit funny business going on. I think the Ravens just tried to get one over on the Bears because they didn't want the Bears to know that Lamar wasn't playing. And maybe they never had any intention whatsoever. Now, it's still a problem. The league's going to hit them for it. Again, I don't think they were like secretly, what would be the point? What would John Harbaugh be doing? The Ravens covered anyway. What's the suggestion here? That they wanted the line to stay where it was? For what reason exactly? So I don't think there was anything too illicit behind it all, other than the Ravens tried to do what a lot of teams do, and they think they are gaining or giving away some competitive advantage. They don't like the fact that they're required, because gambling's important to the NFL, to release an injury report. So they try to game the system a little. I think that's what happened.
They're going to get fined.
They're going to get fined bad.
And they're going to have a draft choice taken away from them.
They probably will.
Probably, if I had to guess, a second rounder.
They're going to get hit hard because of the timing of it.
Yeah.
Because of what happened in the NBA last week.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to get hit hard.
Bad week to screw around like that.
Bad week to screw around. Yeah. But I think that's all it was. We'll talk more about it a little bit after 10. 312-332-ESPN. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
Mitch, the stock market sure can be a roller coaster, right? Going every which way, and it makes people approaching retirement a tad bit nervous.
And they should be, Jurko.
If you're 5 years from retirement or already retired, you're in the retirement red zone. That's when volatility can hurt the most.
That's what I tell folks. You need a plan that works no matter what the market does.
Exactly. At Mitch Lyons Wealth, we help people shift from growth mode to a steady, reliable income strategy, so you know what's coming in every month.
It's like having a quarterback who doesn't panic, just moves the ball down the field and puts his team in a position to win.
That's the goal. Consistency, protection, and peace of mind. That's what we help deliver.
Don't roll the dice with your retirement. Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com and build your game plan today. That's Mitch, Lyons, Wealth.com.
Mitch Lyons Wealth, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. I know how tough it is dealing with lingering pain, whether it's your back, neck, or even headaches. You don't have to live with it anymore. Chiro One offers natural chiropractic care that can help you live pain-free without drugs or surgery. From everyday activities to getting back in the gym, or most importantly, playing with your kids. Chiro One has your back, literally. Visit ChiroOne.com today. They have locations across Chicagoland, including Andersonville, Evanston, and Vernon Hills. That's ChiroOne.com, and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Is your roof underperforming? Saggy shingles, leaky spots? Sounds like someone needs a little Avondale roofing. They don't just patch things up, they go all the way. Tight, sealed, satisfied. It's the kind of roof that'll have your neighbors going,
Now that's a roof.
Avondale Roofing. They get on top so you don't have to. Call now. Your house deserves it.
A certified GAF roofing installer. When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-MILLION, and win with Wallner.
He's coming. Here he goes. Surprise! Your table saw broke. Also, the warranty expired weeks ago, so you need to pay for a new one out of pocket.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Oh, and the replacement part you ordered doesn't fit, so it's completely useless. What a waste.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Fry the Coop got itself into a pickle. And when I say pickle, I mean a Vienna beef pickle. Yeah, that's right. Vienna Beef sells pickles. Now on the best chicken sandwiches in Chicago. Fry the Coop. Available at all locations.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Yurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Reacting to the Bears' 30-16 loss in Baltimore. They're going to go on the road in Week 9, back-to-back road trips inside the AFC North. Waddle and Silvy are taking listeners to Cincinnati this weekend for that game. Bears currently a 2.5-point favorite.
Are they doing a show on Friday out there?
In that contest. I believe they are.
Do we have a venue? Somebody asked me for a venue where those guys were going to be. I have a feeling a lot of Chicago fans are making this.
I will ask about that. Yeah. David's in St. Louis. What's up, David?
Thank you.
David,
talk to us. Talk to us, David.
Oh. Yes, hi.
Hello.
Hey,
I'm actually in my bank right now. But I
Give me a
think
couple
it's
thousand.
crazy.
Yeah, give us a couple thousand.
I think it's crazy how everyone's getting so hard on Caleb. There is a number of plays where other people could have done things a lot better. That interception in that game from him, Roman Dunze's route was very lazy. He was going down towards the field. He should have been coming back, not allowing that cornerback to cut through him. That was one thing. He dropped another one that was right on the sideline, and he seems to be dropping way too many passes. DJ Moore, our best quote-unquote receiver, is absent most of the time. He can't seem to win any one-on-one battles anywhere, so he can't throw it to him. He should have had a touchdown pass, but DJ Moore runs a 1-yard route on 3rd and 2 and can't even get himself into the end zone. I mean, that would have been helpful. The pass that he caught, how did he not even go out of bounds on that late run or get out of bounds or get into the end zone is ridiculous. But we should not be throwing Caleb away right now. Especially
anybody's doing that.
Well, he's the best quarterback we've ever had, ever, and people are just making his life miserable.
I don't know that people are really doing that. I don't know that people are totally dismissing.
Yeah, 27 games I got.
I don't think that's necessarily.
That's when I have to judge.
And whether you like it or not, Jay Cutler's the best quarterback this franchise has ever had.
The way that
Caleb
works.
hopefully will pass him.
Yes.
But make no mistake about it, the best quarterback in franchise history
was
Jay
Cuddy.
Cutler. And that's pretty simple.
Was Cuddy.
And straightforward.
Yeah.
Which is depressing, don't get me wrong, but that really is not
the
up
best
for debate.
page I've ever seen was Smoking Jay Cutler.
Smoking Jay Cutler. 312-332-3776. Back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
When your cat's a me, then your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse,
And you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
It's a crazy world, so what do you do?
At Postman Law, they're used to winning. And after an injury, you could use a win. With more than $3 billion won for their clients, they know how to deliver fast. Car crash, work injury, serious accident, Postman Law makes it simple. Speed, ease, results. Because when the game's on the line, you need a team that knows how to finish strong. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com to get started. Others promise. Postman delivers. This is attorney advertising.
And here we are, folks. It's the Jeff and Jeff Call. I know football.
And I know houses, because when it comes to selling your house, you need a winning team you can trust.
No surprises, no fumbles, just a clear path to closing, just like a perfect play.
Jeff Buys Your House makes it simple. A fair offer, no repairs needed, and a closing date on your timeline.
Don't take a chance selling your house with just anyone. Visit us at jeffbuysyourhouse.com for your no-obligation offer today.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
On 4th down and goal at the 1. Movement, but no flag. Urban wants it. He's got to get back in his stance. Snap back to Caleb. Caleb looking. Caleb zings it back of the end zone off target for DJ. That's it.
Yes, indeed. Jeff Joniak right here on your home for the Bears, ESPN Chicago. It's Carmen and York. Hope everyone had a great weekend despite the outcome of the Bears game. First time in a while we haven't had a victory Monday. Bears will try to bounce back at the Bengals. I'm probably going to go off as a short favorite in that game. I don't expect too much to change, barring some weird injury news that we get one way or the other. The Bears are a 2.5-point underdog right now. A 2.5-point favorite, excuse me. It took a little money, actually, overnight. That Cincinnati defense is god-awful, and we'll talk about it throughout the course of the week. They just got lit up by Justin Fields and the Jets, for crying out loud. We're taking your Bears calls on this Bears Monday, 312-332-3776. We talked about this briefly before the break. You can expect, in the wake of the NBA news last week, especially in the wake of the scandal, you better believe the NFL is going to hit the Baltimore Ravens and hit them hard for the funny business they pulled. Now, again, I don't think there is anything nefarious going on here other than John Harbaugh trying to make sure he doesn't lose any perceived competitive advantage. Perhaps all week they knew Lamar Jackson was not going to play. They just didn't want the Bears to know that. The problem here is walking the fine line between what the teams want, what the coaches want, because they don't want to give up a competitive advantage, versus what the league knows it needs, and that is an accurate injury report to help accurately set lines for gambling. It's been happening forever, much longer than just legalized gambling.
I think I saw it the other day, 1947 is when they implemented
1947, yeah. They've done it. They did it for a reason. The league very tacitly loves the fact that people have always gambled on their league because it makes it very popular.
Yes.
It spurns conversation and interest, and it makes the league very popular. So for years they ran from it. Now that they're in bed with all of these gambling partners, they don't run from it as much. But the injury report is there for a reason. They want it for very specific reasons. Teams hate it. Coaches hate it, obviously, because they don't want to give up an advantage. So I don't think there's anything nefarious going on here.
Right.
I just think the Ravens tried to gain an advantage, and they screwed up.
They tried to be cute.
They tried to be cute.
They'll get fined $200,000, and they'll lose a second-round pick next year. And then they'll say, hey, this is for being cute. Congratulations.
And if anybody's
and they'll cry
wondering,
that it's too harsh, or the owner will come down and just say, accept it, keep your mouth shut, accept it, and move on.
Right, yeah. They're not going to have a choice. They're going to have to accept this. There's been some good reporting done on this. Schefter wrote about it over the weekend. I heard Chris and Adam talking about it on the pregame show yesterday morning. What really is the problem here for the Ravens and why they're going to get dinged, again, the optics of it is bad considering the events of last week. That will play into it, right or wrong. The league is certainly going to look to make an example after that. But what this all comes down to is the way they tried to get away with being cute on Friday. And they listed Lamar Jackson as limited. Lamar Jackson's their starting quarterback, did not take a single rep with the first team. And when that is the case, the league is very clear. John Harbaugh's been coaching this league for, 17 years? Come on.
He didn't make a mistake.
The league is very clear. You are not allowed to do that. You are not allowed to list him as a full participant in practice if he does not rep with the first team. He ran the scout team. It is very simple. And for, and again, John, we made a mistake. We made a mistake. No, you didn't. You tried to get cute, and you got busted.
Yep.
Some people think it stems from Ian Rappaport reporting, however he found out early Saturday that Lamar ran the scout team. And once that was made public, John Harbaugh and the Ravens probably quickly realized, blank, that got out. This isn't good. And they tried to change the designation. At that point, it's too little, too late.
Right.
The league is going to come down on them hard. Again, what does it mean at the end of the day? Like, is there anything nefarious? Were they trying to gain a gambling advantage? No. The Ravens were trying and hoping for a competitive advantage.
Yeah. Bring the hammer in this situation. Bring the hammer.
Oh, it's coming.
Yeah.
That is for sure.
Yeah.
So that's sort of that. That wraps up that part of it. It didn't matter at the end of the day. The Ravens covered anyway. I think Waddle was one that had the Bears getting the 6.5, hoping that at some point Lamar would get downgraded, would not play, and then the Bears were at the 1-yard line and couldn't score. That was for a Bears cover and the over. So that's kind of I didn't have any action on the Bears one way or another. It didn't matter.
I didn't.
But that's kind of a kick in the you-know-what.
I was 27 points off of my prediction.
Well.
35-24.
Yeah. First time all year the Bears don't get to 21.
Yeah. Quite the game.
They better get to 21 this weekend. They
Looked like they were going to have 14 before I even got comfortable in my chair over there.
Sure did.
Yeah. Nope.
But that was not the case.
Missed opportunities.
But, man, 4 chances from the one, you guys, for the cover and the over, depending on which side you were on, and they couldn't punch it in. The red zone offense is terrible. As much as I love Ben Johnson, it is terrible right now. Fix that. And then the penalties. I mean, I don't know what else to say. The 11 penalties, including 2 grounding penalties. Maybe one was a little iffy. Yurko thinks one was a really bad call that probably took 3 points off the board at the end of the half. The Bears are one of the 5 most penalized teams in the league. The worst call was when the punter had a great punt and then had to do it over again. They sacrificed 21 yards of field position. 21 yards.
Another one where the guy probably didn't throw a flag all day, and he's sitting there going, well, I got to get in on it. They won't pay me if I don't throw a flag.
Terrible.
That guy looks like he's a little deep. Fire it in the air. There you go.
Where's the Ben Johnson? Isn't there a Ben Johnson bite, guys, on the penalty thing? I think there might be. We'll find it because I think he addressed the penalties after the game. And Ben Johnson's sort of out of answers. I mean, they've drilled it. They're telling these guys 11 more penalties for 79 yards, 2 grounding penalties. And again, that one, Torrey Taylor had a beauty.
4th round pick.
A beauty.
4th round pick.
And then he's forced to do it over, and you gave up 21 yards. I think the Ravens got a field goal on that
How many
drive.
games has he won for the Bears again?
Oh, stop it.
0.
No, come on now.
How many games have you lost?
0.
0. It's a non-factor. You know what you do with non-factor players? You find them in the scrap heap. That's what you do.
I'll play one Ben Johnson thing for you. This is Ben Johnson talking about the offense and what's urgent now and trying to fix. The opening scripts have been great. They keep getting bogged down, though, in the red zone. And then they're just not as productive as the game goes on. You know, Caleb's shown us a few times when he's got to just let it rip in the fourth quarter, he's capable, which is a great sign. But how do they get more out of this offense through all 4 quarters? Here was Ben Johnson after the game yesterday.
Yeah, I think you see flashes of some explosive plays and some really good things happening. But the penalties to me is what stands out first and foremost. You know, we still have some of the pre-snap issues. There's occasional not getting lined up quite right. There's occasional not getting the motion quite right, and so that stuff it adds up and it hurts us. We get away with it occasionally, but it's just not the way you win in this league. And so I think I really put it on the leaders there in that locker room to get this ship going the right direction in that regard. Us coaches, we've been pounding that drum now for a while, and we haven't gotten the results we wanted, so it's on the leaders here on this team to get us right.
That was the soundbite I was thinking of. I mean, that Ben Johnson's had it. We've done it. We've done what we can do. We've said it over and over again.
You know, at some point,
I mean, come on,
it's got to click.
11 penalties.
Yeah.
And so he's putting it on the leaders in that locker room. You better start holding each other accountable.
The captain specifically.
Whatever
so we
way,
know
right?
Who they are.
Yeah.
Tooney, Caleb, and
on offense,
defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if anybody else.
Yeah,
on
it's
offense.
Tooney, it's Caleb,
Cairo,
and on the defensive side of the ball,
Jalen is Jalen Johnson one? I don't know. Off the top of my head, I don't even really remember. I got to be honest with you.
Well, number 1 hasn't been here all year, so
that's true. So I don't.
They had to name somebody else as a captain.
Yeah,
Jalen was.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know who it is. I don't know. Whomever.
Yeah,
it's incumbent upon you. The coach just told you.
There's
enough.
only 3. Right?
Enough of this.
So let's get it done. Oh no, there's a special teams guy too.
Cairo's a captain.
Yeah. Let the little Weasley kicker go run around the locker room, keeping everybody in.
You gotta call him.
Hey, no more penalties. He'll be stuffed in the laundry basket. They're going to send him over there. He'll be in the washer going around. Hey, let me out. Let me out.
Come on. Rob's in Las Vegas on ESPN 1000. What's up, Rob?
Hey, guys. I know a lot of people seem to be frustrated with Caleb Williams, and they keep saying he's regressing, but he's coming from an offense. A lot of people don't really realize this, that air raid offense in college. It's very, very, you got to break a lot of habits on those quarterbacks. And I mentioned to the producer who took my call that I would compare him to Baker Mayfield. I mean, coached by the same person
guy.
In college. Mm-hmm. Baker, the first, 5 years of his career was nothing special. Now you look at it, it may take some time. I hope it's not 5 to 6 years, and I hope Caleb Williams isn't on a second team.
That's the thing,
When all of a sudden he becomes good. I mean, same with Sam Darnold. I mean, some of these guys, it just takes a little bit longer. You just have to kind of preach patience for it. Air raid offense is all about the big plays, and everyone complains why we aren't seeing more out of Colson Loveland. Caleb Williams just has to learn to take what the defense is giving you rather than try to look downfield the entire time. I think that's one of his biggest faults is that he tries to always goes back to playing in that air raid mentality where we just want to make big plays and just throw it all over the yard.
Well, the only problem with that, Rob, and thanks for the phone call. You bring up a good point, but the only problem with that, you kind of touched on it, is you don't want it to happen with another team. It becomes a problem if it takes 5 years because you know what? It probably won't be on your team because you won't pay him. That's right. That's Sam Darnold. That's Baker Mayfield.
Right. It was year 6 that happened for him.
You know, the decision's going to be made in a 5th-year option and a long-term contract here in a little bit. And if it's not great, you're not going to pay him. And so what good is it if he goes on and he's great somewhere else? That's why you do hope you start to see it more as we go on here through the rest of this year and early next year. And I don't know that Caleb's regressing. I mean, I think he's regressed like slightly within the season, but I think overall he's a better quarterback this year than he was last year. Would you agree?
Yeah, it's year-to-year improvement. That's what you got to look at. I mean, there's going to be games he's going to have. There'll be a game this year he has 300-plus yards.
Yeah.
And I've always talked, what do you have to be able to do? You've got to repeat that. You got to repeat games. Unfortunately, he's had 2 kind of iffy games in a row here. This one's statistically a little bit better, but still an iffy game as a starter.
I do think he's better than he was a year ago. I think, unfortunately, there's been a little regression here within the year, and you hope that starts to get better. This is the 2nd straight week he's gone without a touchdown pass. Last 4 games, Caleb has 2 touchdowns, 3 INTs. His quarterback rating over his last 4 games is 77.8. His first 3 weeks, it was 107.6. So let's find some happy medium that we could settle on where, yeah, maybe I think he has regressed a little bit over the last couple of weeks, but overall, I think he's better than he was a year ago. So I think he's getting better is my point. I don't know that there's been all this great regression from where he was a year ago. I think there was only one way to go up after last year, and that was up. And I think he's done that. But it's got to be better than this. And the last couple of weeks haven't been good, and at some point, I hope that the accuracy, especially some of those intermediate and deep throws, I hope the accuracy gets better. Matt's in Streamwood. What's up, Matt?
Hey, Carmen Jurko, thanks for taking my phone call. My question, Caleb had a horrible second quarter, no doubt about it, but my question is, the fourth quarter officiating was atrocious, guys. Zacchaeus clearly got hit in the helmet, which caused him to dislodge the ball. Then we had Joe Tooney, just because 2 Ravens jump off sides and pointed Joe Tooney, I never saw him flinch, nor did J.J. Watt initially when he was doing the call. And then, the second, they'd even call a call like going low on Caleb. And and then, DeAndre Hopkins pushing off and doing their face mask. It just was a bad fourth quarter for the refs just to secure the win for the Ravens. So I'm not saying that they caused it, but it just was a bad fourth quarter for their officiating.
It's been bad, I feel like, for the last couple of weeks, Matt. You think that these things sort of have a way of evening out. It's like balls and strikes for your baseball team in a game over a long season. It's been bad the last couple of weeks. More Your Bears calls are coming up. Thoughts, feelings going into Week 9. The Bears going on the road to Cincinnati. They've got 2. They're going to be favored probably in the next 2 games. They've got Cincinnati on the road. They've got the Giants at home. Giants had another devastating injury on offense. Poor Scatterbo. Yeah, it was terrible.
Scatterbo.
Terrible to see that like that. I mean, he was even getting
drop? Was that a hip drop? I never saw the play. I didn't get a chance to see it.
No.
And they didn't replay it. They didn't really replay it.
Yeah.
They described it in a newspaper or a paper article.
Well, you know what? It was close, Yerk.
As a hip drop tackle.
It was close.
Did he bring his body to his legs?
I mean, I only saw it once when it happened. You didn't see many replays of it because it was so gruesome.
Right.
His foot just got stuck in the ground.
Yeah.
You see the Eagles, even the Eagles fans were giving him the applause. Right. I mean, that thing was awful, and he was giving a little salute to the crowd as they were taking him off. But my point, and we can look at it, I can try to find
give him the old one-finger salute?
No. He was appreciative. He was. They were being appreciative, and he was being appreciative.
I gotcha.
It was easier because their team was winning, too. But my point is, you're going to be favored in the next 2.
Yeah.
So, okay, you stubbed your toe here. And you were in deep with or without Lamar. I really do believe that. Certainly a better opportunity to pull the upset without Lamar Jackson, but you were in deep against a very motivated team coming off bye that was as healthy as it's been in weeks, right?
Yeah.
You still got a chance here. If you clean it up. You got a chance. You're going to be favored in these next 2 weeks. You have a chance to get to 6-3.
Sure, you do.
Can keep the dream alive.
But you've got to play better.
But you got to play better.
You've got to play better.
312-332 ESPN. It's Carmen and York. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football!
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance, Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Jurko. Football season in Chicago is here, and every winning game plan starts at the corner booth. Forget wedges, real Chicago pub-style pizzas cut into squares. We're talking crispy, thin crust, thick shredded cheese, toppings stacked up high. From classic pepperoni to barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and our fan-favorite sausage and jardiniere. There's something for every craving. Flavor that satisfies the soul. Huddle up, grab a pie, and taste Chicago's original pub-style frozen pizza, the Corner Booth.
All your favorite NBA players are back, and DraftKings at Casino Queen Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, is the place to bet on NBA stars this season. DraftKings, the #1 sportsbook for live betting, is live when others aren't. New customers, bet just $5 and get 3 months of NBA League Pass. Plus, score $300 if your bet wins, paid in bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WMVP. That's code WMVP. Bet $5 and get 3 months of League Pass, plus get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over, Illinois only. Pass-through per wager tax may apply. Eligibility and restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. NBA League Pass auto renews until canceled. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. And as you well know, I wasn't the biggest or fastest guy on the field, but I did make a career out of being prepared, paying attention, and never letting defenses catch me off guard. And that's the same way Trend Micro protects businesses. With AI-powered proactive security, they see threats before they happen, and they shut them down fast. In football and in business, it's not about size, it's about smarts. Trend Micro is the smart defense trusted by enterprises worldwide. Your business works too hard to get blindsided. Go to trendmicro.com today.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
On eBay, every find has a story. Like if you're looking for a vintage band tee, not just any tee, the band tee. You wore it everywhere until your best friend stole it. Now you're on eBay, and there it is. Same tee from the same tour. The things you love have a way of finding their way back to you, especially on eBay. Where else can you find that mint trading card you searched everywhere for, or your first car, the one you wish you never sold? It has to be eBay. Shop eBay for millions of finds, each with a story. eBay, things people love.
Hit the road in a brand new Acura in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Acura Naperville, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Acura is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Acura Naperville. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now. Live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Snap and a play fake. Caleb Williams looking to throw. Oh, and the crosser, it's intercepted. Down tiptoeing to the sideline left, a swipe by Nate Wiggins. Jumped the route, and the Ravens are going to be first down inside the Bear 15-yard line with 9 minutes to go in the game.
That was a tough one, to say the least. Waddle was texting me, said that, and yeah, I think you were shaking your head when one of the callers insinuated that interception wasn't all on Caleb. You immediately kind of were shaking your head. Waddle said, this is from Tom Waddle, tenured veteran of the National Football League as a wide receiver, said that interception was 125% on Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
That there's nobody else to blame but
Right.
Caleb Williams on the interception. Sorry. And I'll take your word for it. I'll take Waddle's word for it. And it kind of looked like it in the moment, too. Not only was the throw bad, Waddle was saying the option there may have been a poor choice just reading the coverage. Yes, it happens fast. That's Caleb's job.
He was going to get that ball was complete. He was going to get crunched. He's going to get decapitated.
Waddle's saying that when you see the way they're playing it, what the coverage looks like, that play's probably got to go to the flat. I think Monangai in the flat at that point. So, yes, that was 100% on Caleb. And they'll try to pick up the pieces and go to Baltimore again. Go to Cincinnati this weekend, where they're going to be a favorite. I think Yeah, here's Ben Johnson talking about the interception yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't quite see it. I'll have to check it out on film just one more time. Just in my mind, there might have been another option that we could have gotten to.
I think that's what Waddle's insinuating. Right there. That
there's
you've got to
another
read the
option.
coverage,
Yeah.
and that ball's got to go to. Not only was the throw bad and late, but it shouldn't have even gone there. And Ben Johnson just told you.
Yeah, I didn't quite see it. I'll have to check it out on film just one more time. Just in my mind, there might have been another option that we could have gotten to.
I think Waddle's watching the All-22 this morning. That's why he texted me. He said, that ball's got to go to Monangai.
Now play Caleb's interpretation on what happened.
Give me a row and a column here, Chris. Oh, here it is. I got it.
Yeah, it was a good read. Rome man-to-man with the guy that caught the pick, and I just didn't give a good ball to Rome.
Uh-oh.
Now play Ben Johnson.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I didn't quite see it. I'll have to check it out on film just one more time. Just in my mind, there might have been another option that we could have gotten to.
Uh-oh. All right, guys, make mistakes.
Uh-oh. It was a good read. Rome man-to-man with the guy that caught the pick, and I just didn't give a good ball to Rome.
Well, that's
I
damn sure.
Didn't quite see it. I'll have to check it out on film just one more time. Just in my mind, there might have been another option that we could have gotten to.
It's also
Snap
Waddle.
and a play fake. Caleb Williams looking to throw. Oh, and the crosser, it's intercepted.
Oh.
Down tiptoeing to the sideline left, a swipe by Nate Wiggins. Jumped the route, and the Ravens are going to be first down inside the Bear 15-yard line with 9 minutes to go in the game.
Indeed.
Yeah,
all right, enough.
It was
Go
a
ahead.
good read.
Hold on.
Rome man-to-man with the guy that caught the pick, and I just didn't give a good ball to Rome.
All right, go ahead.
So the Packers played the Bears here, early 90s. We're on the 1 yard line, and Homer's got the play called, and he's looking at it, and he says, "We got it. We got it. He got the coverage you wanted."
Right.
And he goes, "We got it. We got it." And then he's like moving down. He was at the 50, and now he's moving down to the 40s. We got it. We got it. And that was the play that beat Donnell Wolford for. A little sluggo that they ran.
Mm-hmm.
I think Robert Brooks ended up with a 99-yard touchdown on that play.
I believe he did, yes.
Okay. But Holmgren knew right there and then that we got it. The coach knows once he sees the coverage, usually what direction he's going to have to go as far as what player is going to be the guy that ends up with the football. He's got a good feeling of it. Something else could change during the play, and then they do something else. But they know. And if they see the right coverage, they know they've got it, a chance for something big to happen. So when the coach tells you that, you probably should have gone a different direction. That's probably the direction you should have gone.
Now, in fairness to Caleb, I'll say this in defense. That's right after the game. He might not. Well, I mean, he probably looked at the pictures afterwards. I don't know. If Caleb looked at the tape or was with a coach.
He sees the tape and he sees the guy there that's ready to put him in the Malachi Crunch. And that's what was going to happen. I give all credit to that guy. He could have taken Rome out anyway after the interception. But I think he knew that if he kind of got a headshot in there, it would be problematic or a blindside hit.
Mm-hmm.
So I give the guy from Baltimore all the credit in the world. He saw that Rome was going to the ground, and he just left him alone. He just left him alone, let him go, and then they ended up returning to whatever they returned it to, the 9 yard line, and they scored a touchdown to who? Kohler? Who the hell's Kohler on National Tight End Day?
National Tight End Day.
Kohler's the guy that ends up scoring that thing. No Likely, no Andrews, no nothing.
Waddle's sending me the pictures now. You know, when Waddle starts sending video and picture, you know he means business. Yeah.
And Tommy knows.
He's saying the play here is Monangai in the flat.
Yeah.
There's no doubt. And that's what Ben Johnson was alluding to.
But Tommy will tell you, Roma Dunze was going to get decapitated.
Yeah, Waddle's doing the All-22 study now. And so, not good. And you don't like it when the quarterback says made the right read. Not if everybody else is looking at the tape saying, no, you didn't make the right read.
Tommy's looking at the All-22. Wait till he comes in here and starts shaking his head.
Well,
That's who you ought to ask.
Oh,
Do you
always.
believe? Tommy, do you believe? Watching it now that you see it, do you believe?
I think there's ask him.
I think Tommy believes in life after love, but share a song. I don't know if he necessarily believes in what's happening.
Can he feel something inside of himself?
Inside, yeah.
Jay's on the west side. What's up, Jay?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, man.
Hey, man, I don't blame it totally on Caleb, but it's like every week, every time we're in scoring position, why is every time it's a penalty? So you just can't blame everything on Caleb. Yeah, it's a growing thing. We knew this was going to be a fight. But you can't help your quarterback out if you just constantly getting penalized every time we're in scoring position.
Terrible.
Every time.
Yeah, the penalties are a problem. I know, Jay. That's not all on Caleb. You're absolutely right. The defensive woes yesterday. Now, you were very shorthanded, but still, you struggled to get off the field. You're right about that. What was it? I made a note of it. Let me just try to find it. Oh, boy. I know I had it jotted down somewhere. Oh, here. Yeah. Ravens had 4 scoring drives of 9 or more plays. They had 3 of their scoring drives went 10, 12, and 12 plays, I believe. They went on some long, extended scoring drives.
Yeah.
Probably bailed out a little bit by the refs on that last one.
Yeah.
Which should have been a penalty on the 3rd and 7 play to DeAndre Hopkins.
Here's my other thing. Stewart, right? The second
Shamar
round draft
Stewart.
choice. Shamar Stewart. He goes down with an injury, 8-9 plays into a drive, right? Mm-hmm. They're sending the kids out for him. They're sending the trainers out for him, right? Mm-hmm. He gets up and he jogs off.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
What are you
Big
doing?
No.
What are you doing?
Yeah, Yurko will tell you.
One of the veterans had to go to him. He's there writhing in the pain on the ground. Yeah. One of the veterans goes to him and says, stay down.
Yeah.
Stay down.
That's like a veteran move, right, Yurk?
Well, where were they at? You're 9 plays into a drive. Where's the veteran at to tell the kid to stay down? He got up, ran off the field. Your TV timeout was wasted. You wait for the orange guy, the guy with the orange glove on his hand, to come out of the field, cross his chest. You know they're going to a commercial break. Your team needed a break.
Yeah.
They needed something. You got hurt, unfortunately. Stay down. You're not Superman. Stay down. Let him look at it. Let him assess it. And then you get up and you walk off the field.
That's the rookie, trying to be, I'm good, I'm okay, I'm good, I'm all right for the team.
Again, my point was, where's the veteran? Where's the veteran telling the kid to stay down?
I don't know.
Don't move. They're coming for you. Stay.
That's a great old veteran move by Yurko.
I mean, what was he doing? I saw him run. I go, no, what are you doing?
That's a great move.
Nuts.
Yurko says he had a sign to the family members watching.
If I was on a knee, I was fine. If I wasn't on a knee,
you weren't fine.
It was a problem. And it was always a calf issue.
Always.
Cramp.
Oh, cramp.
Cramp. You remember the cramp. And if I was on a knee, I was fine. But if I was laying down, no good.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
We'll go around the NFL a little bit here. Coming up in the Brunch Rush, we'll take more of your Bears calls at 312-332-3776. Bears lose 30-16. We're breaking it down on your home for the Bears. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Here comes the Chicago Bears podcast. It drops daily on the ESPN Chicago app, and its rotating co-hosts make an essential pod for Bears fans. Join host Pat the Designer and company for the Chicago Bears podcast from ESPN Chicago, your home for Chicago Bears content.
Yeah.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to make you a winner every Friday in October with our $500K Double Down giveaway. Earn entries each week to boost your chance of winning a guaranteed $50,000. Then you can choose to walk away or risk half for a shot at $100,000 in cash. Do you dare to double down? Only at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-80-94. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. ComEd wants to help you manage your energy usage and save using the ComEd app. With the app, you can better understand how much energy you're using and when, so you're able to manage it more efficiently and stay in control right from your phone. Anytime, anywhere, so make your life easier and save with the added control and convenience of the ComEd app. Download the app today at ComEd.com/app.
At People's Bank, earning $400 cash has never been easier. Open a new checking account online,
Complete a few simple steps, and they'll deposit $400 right into your account. Move towards your goals faster with the checking account that fits your life.
$400 cash incentive is available to new checking account customers who open an eligible account online, enroll in e-statements, and receive qualifying direct deposits totaling $1,000 or more within 90 days. Limited to one account per customer. Other terms and conditions apply. Visit ibankpeoples.com/new/checking/account/offer for details. Member FDIC.
You ever notice that some people are picky when it comes to their beer?
Yeah, and Yuengling gets it. That's why they brew a beer for everyone's taste.
You want something light and easy? They've got it. Rich and toasty? That too. Something classic? That's their bread and butter.
So whether you're on the golf course, watching the game, or grilling in the backyard, there's a Yuengling for the occasion.
Check out the lineup next time you're out. You might end up bringing home more than one.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Stock up with big fall savings at Menards. Winterize with RV and Marine antifreeze and automotive antifreeze on sale now. Save big on an 8-pack of 100-watt or 12-pack of 60-watt LED light bulbs. Protect your home and family with great sale prices on select security lights and smoke alarms. Plus, stay warm with a fantastic selection of space heaters on sale. Check out Menards' weekly flyer for all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Out here, it's football season, where nothing beats backyard grilling, gathering around the fire pit, and cheering on your favorite team with friends. The yard is mowed, the lights are strung, and the grill is warming up. Whether you need to fill up your propane, get a new grill, or even a generator, out here, it's game day. And we're ready for it. Tractor Supply, for life out here.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Whether you're building robots, developing award-winning video games, training on medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you to change the game. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
You're not kidding looking at the video of that interception, Marlon Humphrey. Taking some pity maybe in a sense, or just being classy, and he could have destroyed Romadou.
Yes. Yeah.
He could have absolutely destroyed him.
Yeah, so if that ball was out front, he makes the catch, it is absolutely hasta la bye-bye to Roma Dunza.
So those with trained eyes, the head coach, Ben Johnson, Jurko, Waddle, are wondering what the heck is Caleb looking at if he thinks he made the right read on that play. That the play is Monangai in the flat. Because the flat has been totally vacated by the coverage. So, I don't know, maybe Caleb will sit down and look at it again and go, oh yeah, that's in the immediate aftermath, is he a little confused? Did he not get a good look at the tape afterwards? I have no idea. But for him to say this.
Yeah, it was a good read. Rome man-to-man with the guy that caught the pick, and I just didn't give a good ball to Rome.
I don't know. Everybody else who sees this isn't me. I'm listening again to NFL experts. Guys who played, looking at tape saying, no, that's not the right read. Sorry. Usually the quarterback knows, like, I made a wrong read. That was wrong. And this is what the head coach said about it.
Yeah, I didn't quite see it. I'll have to check it out on film just one more time. Just in my mind, there might have been another option that we could have gotten to.
Yeah, so I don't know where the confusion
and here's your
is
dilemma. In my mind, what's in his mind, he's got to be able to put in Caleb Williams' mind. And they've got to be thinking of the same thing. And then that's when it's going to happen. That's when the transformation is going to happen. You know, when his mind matches up with Caleb's mind.
Right.
Then they're going to be in pretty good shape. And that's going to be a process.
That's a good point. I guess that's part of Ben Johnson's continued efforts with Caleb. Like, okay, you think you made the right read here? No, let me show you what the right read is. And how do you get on the same page?
That's exactly correct.
Okay. You want to go around the league a little bit? Want to do the brunch rush?
Love to.
Abdalla.
All right, gentlemen. I don't know. You guys keep gushing over this Drake May guy. He took 6 sacks yesterday.
I said that. He's taken a lot of sacks.
Myles Garrett had 5 of them in a loss. There was there's the meme going around of the horrible house with like the Lamborghini in the driveway.
Yeah.
It's like the rundown shanty with a Lamborghini parked next to it.
His problem right now is the sacks. I said that. He's taking way too many sacks.
I might be out on him, guys. I'm just
They've
saying, too
played
many
the
sacks.
easiest strength of schedule in the NFL. So I think there could be a little bit noise in like the overall numbers of the Patriots and their 6-2 record. I think he looks really good though. His accuracy, his deep ball accuracy especially, and just his overall accuracy are impressive. There's no two ways about that. That looks real. He is incredibly accurate, and his deep balls are dimes. Not only does he lead the NFL in completion percentage.
Yeah, he completed 75% of his balls.
He leads the league in completion percentage over expectation.
Mm-hmm.
So even when you factor that in, he's still number one. He's your third choice for MVP right now for a reason.
He was 11.8 yards per attempt yesterday.
Yeah, but he is taking way too many sacks. That's the weakness
6
in his
times.
game right now.
Yeah.
His sack percentage is way too high for a player that is putting up the kind of numbers he's putting up, to be quite honest. If he can figure out that part of it, if Drake May learns to stop taking some of those sacks, they potentially have a really special player on their hands in New England. So, but yeah, I think there's probably a little bit of noise in just the overall record. I mean, they got the Falcons at home again this week. They've played the easiest schedule, and that's going to continue for another week probably, coming off a game against the Browns, and now the Falcons on deck, especially if Penix can't play. If they go up there with what they rolled with the Atlanta Falcons rolled out yesterday, you'd be better off having me play quarterback for you.
Yep.
Than Kirk Cousins at this point.
Yep.
Good luck to you.
At home too, right?
They get him at home. Yeah.
No, I'm saying the Falcons played the Dolphins at home.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the strength of schedule is still pretty easy for the New England Patriots. All right. What else, Adam?
The Eagles beat the Giants pretty handily. Jalen Hurts had 4 touchdowns. Saquon Barkley, 150 yards, 1 touchdown. But the real loss here, America's favorite meatball, Cam Scatterbo. Dislocated his ankle.
Awful.
Ian Rappaport saying he's going to be out for the rest of the season.
Well, I would think.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
It was bad. It was gruesome.
I don't know how you come back from that.
Not a hip drop tackle, though. I saw the play just moments ago, matter of fact. I went to look it up. Just bad coinciding of timing. He jumped to get a ball coming down, and the guy was on him tackling, and everything just kind of met at the same time, and it went snap, crackle,
It's a
pop.
violent game, man.
Yeah. Snap, crackle, pop.
That was it. Best game for Saquon of the year. The Bears get that defense in a couple of weeks.
Thank heavens.
This week's Bengals team can't stop the run. Now, the Ravens really couldn't either. The Bears weren't all that successful. I think Swift's dealing with maybe a little bit more of that. What is it for Swift? Is it a groin, you guys?
It's a groin,
what is it? I think
Carmen.
a groin, yeah.
He's got a groin.
He only had 11 carries, but the Ravens haven't stopped the run all that well, although their defense, I think, is getting healthier, which was a bad timing for the Bears. The Bengals can't stop the run, either can the Giants. The Bears the next 2 weeks have 2 very winnable, beatable teams and 2 defenses that aren't great. The pass rush is good for the Giants, but their coverage unit stinks. They can't stop the run, and the Bengals defense just stinks, period, across the board. End of story. So that's good for the Bears. I mean, Saquon hasn't done anything all year and ran all over them yesterday. What else, Adam?
Well, it seems like the Eagles and both the Eagles and the Bills had their, quote, get-right games against the Giants and the Bills.
The Bills sure did.
Beat the
against
pants
the Red Rifle.
off the Panthers
Holy
yesterday.
cow.
Yeah, 40-9, where they were coming off the bye, though, and they needed to, quote, regroup and reassess everything. So they came off the bye, and then coming off their emotional comeback and win against the Giants. We're still talking about the Giants. The Broncos just at home beat the crap out of the Cowboys, 44-24. I'll say this, not a lot of close games yesterday. There was not a lot of good games yesterday.
Hardly any.
No.
Yeah. I mean, the noon window, you thought the Bears might still be in it, but after the pick and they scored, it was like, okay, this one's probably not. And then that long drive, they were able, the Ravens were able to kill clock, get that last touchdown. There was nothing that was close. Big weekend for the favorites. That's usually a good weekend for the public.
Yeah.
Big weekend for the favorites.
Some of you guys should be walking around here with a little money in your pocket, I hope.
I had just an okay weekend. I had 2 plays that I had good bets on that lost. I won some other ones, but I was big on Denver and not Denver, on Dallas, excuse me.
Yeah,
and Dallas did not play as well as I thought.
5,280 feet, my friend. It's for
yeah,
real.
You did say that.
I always tell you it's real. It's
I had
not
the
a joke.
Packers last night. I had a couple of the favorites. I had the Packers and the Eagles, so I had a couple of them. But yeah, Denver got the job done. I thought Dallas was the right side. I was on the wrong side of that game. So.
And then the nightcap last night, the Packers beating the Steelers, scoring 21 points in the fourth quarter, 28 in the second half.
Well, I mean,
overall.
Tucker Kraft, Yurko was just talking about him last week. They keep finding quarterbacks and tight ends, don't they?
Yes, they do.
In Green Bay?
Yep.
Man, oh man.
I mean,
have a game, Tucker Kraft.
I mean, they got wide receivers still coming out of the woodwork. Heath? Who the hell is this Heath guy?
I mean, they just...
Somebody's on the side go, where the hell did he come from?
He's just fine guys.
How many guys do they have? And Romeo Dobbs has become their number one guy.
Well, and Jalen's out, obviously. Watson still can. He caught a big, the big bomb.
Watson.
In that, what was that, late third quarter, early fourth? I guess that was late third quarter. He's still capable of that, taking the top off of defense. They're dangerous. They don't look like maybe as great as I thought they'd look, and I didn't think they played a great first half, but they're clearly better than the Steelers. The Steelers just aren't that good, despite their record. I've been telling you that. They're just not. Their defense isn't good. They don't get a lot of pressure. They can't cover. Rodgers has been okay, but
they kicked 6 field goals yesterday. Is that what they did? Was it a 6 field goal game for them, or did they not get an extra point?
They did not. They failed on an extra point.
All right, thank you. I saw the field goal kicker out there a lot. I was getting a little tired of watching them.
Yeah.
It's driving me nuts.
I think they failed on an extra point, and then they went for 2 at one point, didn't they?
I don't
make
know.
up for it?
That's why I was asking. I mean, I don't know. I was in transit at one point.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was 4 for 4 field goals with Boswell.
Yeah, 4. Yeah, Boswell had 4.
Look, 56-yarder could have been good at 60. I watched that one.
He's got a strong leg.
Yeah.
He's got a strong
That guy's got a cannon, Carm.
He does.
What
else, Adam?
Well, the biggest story from yesterday probably took place from a game on Saturday where LSU announced that they have fired Brian Kelly, and now that means LSU, Florida, Penn State, UCLA, Arkansas, Virginia Tech, Oklahoma State, and Stanford all have job
Say
openings.
that again?
LSU, Florida, Penn State, UCLA, Arkansas, Virginia Tech, Oklahoma State, and Stanford.
Yeah, some of the biggest
all have openings.
Programs in the country. The buyouts here is what's amazing. These schools can just say $54 million buyout, no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Kelly's is offset. So if he gets a new job, they're not on the hook.
Okay.
Where who was the last one to get fired before Kelly?
Gundy or Franklin?
They owe them the money.
The guy,
really?
Not Gundy.
Yes.
Yeah,
It
but
was
like
Franklin.
Franklin.
They owe him?
Yeah,
Yes.
he's going to get the money no matter what.
And I was reading that even if Kelly takes they're trying to work it into the language that even if Kelly takes a broadcasting job,
oh wow,
it may
offset
that as well.
I mean,
broadcasting job. Who wants to hear from him?
Listen, man, you get these coaching
and which
shows,
accent will
whatever.
you use?
Yeah, which accent will
all
you
of
use?
them. It depends
Yeah,
on the.
we'll use his normal
if he's on
accent.
the SEC network, he'll use that. If
Southern accent.
I mean, the Pac-12 network doesn't exist anymore,
Aye.
so he can't use his surfer anymore. If he goes on the Big Ten network, he's got a good Midwestern.
Does this at any point? I don't follow this stuff as closely at the college level, especially with the coaches and these buyouts. At some point, does it stop schools, or is this just the price of play? Is this just the price of poker? Like, do they have to give these buyouts? The big schools aren't going to get the best coaches if they're not giving.
I mean, they're the ones that can afford it. First of all,
I guess so.
And if they want the guy they want, that's part of the negotiation.
So it
They
just
can
doesn't
say,
matter?
No, we're not going to give you the buyout.
Like, are they going to keep giving these huge buyouts to these coaches? Is it just the way it
problem
is?
If the contract's guaranteed, the contract's guaranteed. The buyout theoretically takes some money off the guarantee over the long haul.
I guess, yeah, you're right. I guess it does give them a little protection long term anyway to get out of it.
Yeah.
And then if there's some offset language, these schools have big endowments, obviously, especially these big power schools and these big football schools. So I guess it's no big deal. But man, everywhere you look, big name coaches are getting fired. They're like, yeah, we'll cover we got the buyout. It's no problem.
I always say, not everybody can win, guys.
The trustees are like, no problem.
Somebody's got to lose. I'd love to find one of those teams that's just like cannon fodder. You go in there, you get the guys playing in the right direction, just not enough talent. Fellas, we're going to lose, but we're going to go out and we're going to compete.
Like Northwestern?
Yeah. We'll be an 0-11.
They were there.
They beat Penn State.
They did beat Penn State.
You know, with that idea, that's why he's obviously going to get a job here in this coaching cycle,
Yeah.
but Lane Kiffin should stay at Ole Miss.
That's a good point.
The smaller spotlight. You got a team that's in the SEC. You're competitive. Some years you might win the conference. You're not likely to.
Right.
You go to Florida or LSU, Kiffin's going to fall apart. Just stay where you're at. Just keep cooking where you're at.
What was the report over the weekend? Who was the college coach that said there? Oh, was it Sarkisian? Was there a report that said Sark is going to listen to NFL?
Well, that was from Diana Rossini in The Athletic. Many outlets have refuted that report, and Sark was actually pretty upset after the game about that. He went after the media.
Oh, okay.
After the game.
I missed that. Okay.
He should probably tell his agents to stop leaking stuff.
Yeah, tell your agents to stop leaking stuff.
I think there's a lot of interesting reporting with that. Where did that come from? Because his agency is claiming it didn't come from them.
Because usually it comes. This happened with Pat Fitzgerald a lot. Like they would leak. Oh, there's a lot of NFL teams just so that they could leverage that and get more money out of their schools.
Do the Mannings not want him coaching Arch anymore?
Oh,
interesting. Yeah, I'm just saying because there's reporting out there. I think On3 is reporting that Sark and his people are very upset at this because it created something that wasn't actually happening behind the scenes.
Wow, that is interesting. And did it come from the Mannings? I love it. Now here's where I love a good conspiracy
theory. That's just wild
No,
speculation,
that's
which
awesome.
I like.
Let's run with it. Let's run with it. Peyton doesn't want his nephew being coached by Sark, so he's leaking to his NFL. He's leaking to Rossini.
He's had all these great offenses.
This is great.
And now all of a sudden he's the problem with Arch. Okay.
I love it because normally it is the agent leveraging that info to get them more money. But if that's not where it came from,
the leverage,
you do start to wonder then. That is good. I love it. All right, what else? Is that it, Adam?
That's the lunch rush.
That's the brunch rush.
Brunch
We got
lunch rush,
players of the weekend next.
Do it, man.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Here comes it's Bears and Bengals, live from Cincinnati. Sunday starting at noon. This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
Just like a strong offense keeps moving the ball, Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can keep your company growing. Business checking, treasury management, commercial loans, big business, small business. Republic Bank has everything you need for your business. Our team is here to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC. Visit ourbankchicago.com today.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
BetterHelp therapists have helped over 5 million people worldwide on their mental health journeys. Moments in therapy can change lives. Hey guys, it's Silvy. This World Mental Health Day, we're celebrating the therapists who have helped millions of people take a step forward. If you're ready to find the therapist for you, BetterHelp is there to help you start that journey. Our fans get 10% off their first month. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword timeout. That's keyword timeout after calling pound 250.
Dude, did you hear Fry the Coop has Vienna beef on their chicken sandwiches now?
Wait, hot dogs on chicken? That's interesting.
No, not their famous hot dogs. They're pickles. Vienna Beef has been making pickles for over 100 years. Now their zesty pickles are stacked on Fry the Coop's epic fried chicken sandwiches.
Oh, sweet, spicy, crinkle cut? This is unreal.
Fry the Coop and Vienna Beef pickles, the perfect combo, the perfect sandwich, the perfect bite every single time.
Kap J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, it's really nice to work with a law firm who's there for you and has your back when you're injured.
That's right, Hoodie. With Howard, it's personal.
Thanks, guys. And well, after all, Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
Auto, truck, rideshare, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6 million.
Injury law made personal is Howard Ankin, our attorney on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings
on ESPN Chicago.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees, and it should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee. Included with every tire purchase with paid installation, you'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's a limited lifetime tire guarantee only at Midas.
The post-career day press conference, brought to you by Progressive.
Anthony, can you tell us what happened during career day?
I'm a biomedical researcher. The kids just weren't impressed.
How did you feel when your son called in the backup?
Embarrassed, and I knew it would be a fireman. It's always a fireman. It's cliche, but a crowd favorite. He had an axe and everything. I can't compete with that.
And will the fireman be helping your son with his science fair project?
Hope not. I'm literally a scientist.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. You can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. Together, let's drive.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Yurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
All right, Players of the Weekend brought to you by our friends at White Buffalo Barbershop. Our Players of the Weekend know how to step up. So do the great expert barbers and stylists at White Buffalo. Sharp cuts, hot towel shaves, every detail done right. That's where I go. Find them in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Book with the Zazu Salons app. I love that. Z-A-Z-U. Or go to whitebuffalobarbershop.com. Whitebuffalobarbershop.com. All right, Yerk, who are you going with?
You know, Carm, I'm going to stay in the professional ranks. Some would say maybe R.J. Harvey had himself one hell of a game.
He did.
With the Denver Broncos, 3 touchdowns. Might say Breece Hall finally stepped up.
He had a great game.
Had himself a couple tutties and a passing touchdown.
Justin had a great second half.
A
Give him
lot
credit.
of people might say a lot of these guys had great games. But I'm going to say the guy that had it was Cook. The running back.
James Cook.
All
right.
Out of Buffalo. 11 rushes, by the way. I believe it was 11 rushes, was it now, or 21 rushes? Either
James
way,
Cook had 19 rushes.
19 rushes for 216 yards.
216.
11.6 average, if I'm not mistaken. And a couple of touchdowns.
Yep.
I will give it to Cook.
That's a good call. All right, Bleck, who are you going with?
I'm gonna go to Friday night. I'm gonna hand it to the Chicago Bulls bench.
Ooh, good call.
Against the Magic on Friday night. The Bulls won the game 110-98. Off to a hot start, guys.
2-0.
That's right. The guy
2-0.
game tonight, hosting at the UC against the Hawks.
That's right.
Let's see. Jalen Smith had 16 off the bench. Patrick Williams 12 off the bench. Kevin Herter 11 off the bench. Iodesumu 15 off the bench. And actually, I saw positive minutes out of Julian Phillips.
Wow.
So I'm gonna give it to the bench.
Bench mob,
The
baby.
bench mob.
And, I didn't quite go bench mob yet.
Well,
it's
bench
early.
mob.
It's early, but good win on the road at Orlando
Against
on Friday
the good
night.
Orlando team. That's
That's a
true. And,
good
you know,
Orlando
it was one of those games where we have to remind ourselves that Matas is still a young player. He was in foul trouble from the word go. I think he fouled out. He was terrible. So
Bench
he's still a
mob.
young player. He's got to learn. But to Chris's point, the bench picked up the slack.
But they pivoted to Patrick Williams, and he had a good game.
Yes. Which
So-
we don't say
so it
often.
worked,
Yeah.
so.
It's all good. Good Bulls bench. There you go. Abdalla, who are you going with?
I mentioned him earlier. I'm going to say Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett had 5 sacks, which is a third of the entire Bears team's sacks.
He is a beast. He wrecks games. That said, his team still stinks.
Yeah.
Now, and he put up a little bit of a stink in the offseason. I'm sick of it until he got paid, of course. So, how much does he actually hate it? Because he gets paid handsomely. But he's awesome. I mean, he's truly a game record.
Yeah. Should they move him to one of these teams?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, that's a cost a fortune. I don't think they will. And they haven't really I don't even heard any talk of that. I will take you to Saturday night, Yerk, and I'll go ahead and give the World Series some love. Yamamoto becomes the first pitcher since
Don Larson.
to go the distance in a World Series game. First pitcher since
Clayton Kershaw.
Johnny Cueto in 2015.
Madison Baumgartner.
Baumgartner does have one, but that was in 2014. Yamamoto is the first pitcher since 2015 to go the distance in a World Series game. He's done it now twice in this postseason where he's gone 9. Only the 6th complete game in the World Series this century, Yurko. You think you can name them all? I mean, you know 3 of them, Yamamoto, Cueto, and Mad Bum. You know the other 3? This century. Kershaw. Kershaw never did it.
Who's the guy from Houston?
Who are you thinking of? Like Roy Oswalt, Roger Clemens?
Detroit. The guy that used to
Justin
be with Detroit.
Verlander. Good guess.
Verlander.
Never did it.
Verlander.
Never did it. Go back to the early part of the century. Think about one really good team.
In the World Series.
Yeah.
None of the White Sox pitchers
None of the White Sox did it in the World Series.
They did it the playoff before.
They did it in the ALCS.
Early portion. Give me a team.
Diamondbacks.
Diamondbacks. What a good team they had. Schilling.
The other one.
Lefty, Randy Johnson.
Randy Johnson. Then here you go. This guy was awesome against your Cubs in the NLCS and awesome in the World Series with the Marlins.
Florida Marlins, Bartolo Colon.
No, Josh Beckett.
And
then the last one I think would be tough. It was Cliff Lee. So Randy Johnson, Josh Beckett, Cliff Lee, Mad Bum, Cueto. No, different one.
Cliff the Spaceman Lee.
That's Bill Lee.
Love that guy.
Mad Bum, Cueto, and Yamamoto, the only 6 to ever do it. So those are our players of the weekend. Brought to you by Buffalo Barbershop.
White Buffalo.
We're going to hear Ben Johnson, the head coach, sit down with Jeff Joniak coming up at about 11:15.
Scatterbo!
We will play the coaches show for you in its entirety. See if they revisit that INT. If Ben Johnson, as he said in his postgame yesterday, needed another chance to look at it. But he had a sneaking suspicion there was a better place to go with the football. Tom Waddle agrees as he's looking at the All-22 this morning. Speaking of Tom Waddle and Silvy will get you home later, starting at 3 after Bleck and Abdalla are on from 2 until 3. And Waddle and Silvy will take you into Game 3 in L.A. tonight as the series shifts to L.A. between the World Series shifts to L.A., and they'll take it to Game 3 between the Blue Jays and the Dodgers. It's Carmen and Yurko back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey guys, it's Carm. If you're like me, you know a great haircut is more than just looking good. It's about the whole experience. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop, a Zazu Salon's partner. At White Buffalo, they redefine grooming excellence with top-tier barbers and a vibe that's second to none. Need to unwind? Grab a beer with your cut and catch all the big games right from your chair.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Book your appointment today. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com for more info.
Wondering what makes Neutral so tasty? It's simple. Real vodka, real juice, and nothing fake. When good ingredients go in, great taste comes out. Head to Susie's Bar and Grill in Yorkville, where there's always something happening. Live music, trivia nights, Sunday football, and more. Don't miss Susie's signature pies like meat lovers and bacon cheeseburger. Visit susiesyorkville.com for details. Join them this Friday from 7 to 9 for Halloween and Neutral samples. The Halloween bash kicks off at 9. Neutral, real vodka, real juice, real tasty.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
It's Bears Monday.
Half to Caleb, looking to throw. Pressure coming. They got him. Nibbling away at the ankles of Caleb Williams. He's brought down. And the Ravens somehow turn these Bears away after a promising drive. Second and 1 from the 3. Again, takes and turns, gives, and a walk into the end zone. Left side, untouched. Touchdown, King Henry. And a 6-6 ball game, an extra point away from taking the lead. They're bringing out Santos, and there we go, the Mayday team. This will be a long field goal. Try off the logo of the Ravens. 3, 2, snap, placement, kick, swings the right leg. It's going to be short. We had a great view of it here. Short from 58. He'll take the snap, rolling to the near side. He looked for, but could not throw it to who he wanted. He goes deeper, and he makes the catch. Bateman breaking tackles inside the 30-yard line before Byard makes the stop. They were thinking, I think they were looking for King Henry on the short route. He went deeper, and the Ravens strike quickly with a deep shot of 36 yards. Snap and a play fake. Caleb Williams looking to throw. Oh, and the crosser, it's intercepted. Down tiptoeing to the sideline left, a swipe by Nate Wiggins. Jumped the route, and the Ravens are going to be first down inside the Bear 15-yard line with 9 minutes to go in the game. On 4th down and goal at the 1, movement, but no flag. Urban wants it. He's got to get back in his stance. Snap back to Caleb. Caleb looking. Caleb sings it back of the end zone off target for DJ. That's it.
It's Bears Monday on ESPN Chicago.
The Bears' winning streak is over. Bears lose. They fail to cover the spread. They had 4 cracks at it down at the 1-yard line at the closing in the closing minute of the game. But as you heard Jeff Joniak describe the action, came away empty. Season low in points for the Bears. Just 1 of 3 in the red zone, hovering around 30% their last 4 games. It's pretty bad. 11 more penalties. That's really bad. And Ben Johnson's had it and basically put it on the players and the leaders and the captains to try to figure it out because the coaches keep drilling it home. And Caleb has sort of stalled out here in the last month after playing some good football and making some improvements. Still not taking sacks, which is great. The pick was a bad one, probably a bad read. At the very least, it was a bad throw for sure. Not playing great right now. Bears are going to try to bounce back right back on the road inside the AFC North against Cincinnati this weekend. Waddle's homecoming. Waddle and Silvy are going with listeners. They'll have a lot on that all week. The Bears are a favorite right now, and I would imagine the Bears are going to close as a favorite, Yerk, against the Bengals. And they're going to be a favorite at home in all likelihood the week after against the Giants. So, yeah, you lost. Your winning streak's over. You fell to 4-3, but you still got a chance against 2 dreadful defenses. Yeah, the Giants, in fairness, can get after the passer a little bit because they've got some really ferocious pass rushers, but they can't cover. They can't tackle in the back end. They cannot stop the run at all. The Bengals defense is just as bad as it's ever been, whether it's Lou Anarumo or Al Golden calling it like it is now. It stinks. It's terrible. Justin Fields and the Jets just went in there and put up 39. So if you can't score this weekend, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I really don't.
Hopefully the Bears put points on the board because I have a feeling they're going to have to.
Against that defense, against that offense, without the players that you're going to have to go in there without.
Right. I mean, you got no corners, really. You got no corners.
You're down your top 3 corners.
Of any ilk. You've got no corners of any ilk that are going to be playing out there, and you're going against Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. And though Joe Flacco is not Joe Burrow, Joe Flacco has been able to put points on the board for that team.
They scored points this weekend.
Yeah.
Their defense just is truly awful.
They're awful.
Even with Trey Hendrickson back. It is just truly awful. So we're talking about it on a Bears Monday with you, 312-332-3776. You can ring us up, give us your thoughts, your concerns. What do you want to see this week as they try to fix it? They do have a chance here, as they will be a favorite in all likelihood, the next 2 weeks with a road game and a home game to get themselves to 6-3. I feel pretty good about that, I think, through 9 games, if that would be the case. But the Bears lose in Baltimore, and for the second time in 4 years, they lose to Tyler Huntley, the backup. Lamar has never played a game against the Bears. It's one of only 2 teams he's never faced in the NFL.
Did not know that.
The Ravens played some games all week with Lamar. Maybe they did know all week, and that's why there was some reporting from NFL insiders that, don't be shocked, but then they played some games, and it's going to burn them. They completely misrepresented Lamar's status at practice on Friday. They're going to pay for it now. By the way of a fine and probably a draft pick. And I think it's going to be harsh, especially in the wake of the scandal that broke last week. I think it's bad optics, bad timing. Not that I think there was anything nefarious involved. I think they just didn't want to give up a competitive advantage, and they got cute, and they got caught.
Yep.
And I make no mistake, I would think the league is going to come in here and hit them pretty hard in the wake of everything that happened. Yurko said so much as maybe even a second-round draft pick.
Second-round draft
wow,
choice.
That'd be
$200,000.
But they violated league rules,
yes,
for
they
sure.
did.
It's stuff that the league doesn't take kindly to. They want these injury reports for a reason. a very specific reason, even though the coaches don't want it. Obviously, they got to deal with it. It's a necessary evil. They tried to get cute. They got busted on Saturday.
Yeah.
And again, it seems like it started with an Ian Rappaport report that Lamar only took practice squad reps on Friday. And that is, considering the way they listed him, that is a no-no. The Ravens quickly tried to backtrack and change and they said, oh, we've got a correction. But the league said, yeah, we're not having it.
Yeah, we're not playing this game.
Not playing this game with you. And John Harbaugh said, oh, no, it was a simple accident. It was an oversight. So the Bears got to face the backup, but it didn't matter as they lose in Baltimore. I want to take your Bears calls here at 312-332-ESPN. We're going to play the coach's show in 10 minutes, not even. You will hear Jeff Joniak sit down one-on-one with Ben Johnson. The injuries continue to mount. Like Jurko said, they're going in now without their three best players in their defensive backfield. They're certainly their three best corners. They're going to be without Jalen Johnson, without Kyler Gordon, who, if you missed that over the weekend, was put on IR. He has to miss 4 games now, eligible to come off ahead of the game against the Steelers here in a few weeks. They played without Tyreek Stevenson. Maybe he gets back. They lost Dominique Robinson and Shamar Turner during the game. There's still really no pass rush to speak of. Sweat's been a little bit better lately, but there's not much of a pass rush to speak of. What did you think of Theo Benedette in his third start? I guess his second start, right? But
the couple of obvious times he got beat off the corner by Mike Green. Yeah, got to the quarterback, caused him some problems and some issues. But besides those two glaring ones, there's one where poor Joe Thuney got picked off on a stunt, and the penetrator ended up making the sack, and he was totally caught up in his 3 technique. He was in there. He got pinged right there in the hip, and the guy got right to the quarterback, ended up making a sack. Bennett's okay. He's all right. I think he's better in the run than he is the pass, but it's only 2 times I saw him really get beat in the pass.
Yeah.
That was problematic. Otherwise, nothing that really kind of popped out and made you say, oh, God, that was terrible.
Has he settled it more than Braxton Jones in your mind? Like, are they better off? And Braxton Jones just went on IR for what it's worth, too.
What did he go on IR for?
Braxton, I believe,
headache?
is it a
headache?
No. It's
what do you have?
Is it I can't remember now. Back, shoulder? I can't remember. I'll double check real quick.
How did he hurt his back?
I'll double check. It might not be back.
Lounging
on got the back injury.
Lounging on the sofa? I mean, what happened?
Oh, Jurko. He's still practicing, isn't he? I mean,
yeah, but they're not killing each other in practice, Carm.
I will double check real quick what it was.
Braxton Jones was on the injury report last week with a knee.
Knee. There you go.
Knee.
The knee
I got
injury.
you.
So anyway, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, I got to know. I mean,
not really. That's not what I was asking. I was asking,
is he better than?
Is like he settled
Jones?
It better?
Yeah, I think he's fine. I think you gave the Braxton Jones thing you did. You knew you didn't like it. You knew you were going to go a different direction, and you finally went that direction. And now you got to commit. Like when Cortez came to the New World, he burned his boats.
That's right.
Why? Motivation. There's no going back. Once you've done that, you're not going back. Now it's Benedict. That's it. That's where you're going.
For Kyler Gordon, it's groin, which has been a recurring problem, and calf injuries.
It's all connected.
Hamstring, groin. This time it's actually hamstring. It's also been groin. So we've got hamstring, groin, calf. He's missed a lot of games in his career with these soft tissue injuries. Is that just some guys, it's just inevitable?
Listen, you've seen Kyler Gordon, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's great physical shape,
Great
right?
physical specimen.
Some guys are more likely, for one reason or another, body type, body angles.
Just wound tight a little, maybe in their muscles.
A little tighter to be susceptible to soft tissue injuries.
Yohan Moncada.
And other guys are not.
Right.
And other guys, doesn't make a difference what they do. They never stretch, never do anything, but they never pull anything.
Yeah, like
it's amazing.
Like Joker looks like a block of cheese, but he never gets hurt.
Never
like
gets hurt.
Ever. Like nothing's pulled,
doesn't
nothing's
pull
strained.
anything. He doesn't move fast enough to pull anything.
And it's the old joke, like, well, you can't, like Barkley, I think, is the old joke, you can't strain fat, right?
That's right.
Whoever says that, I don't know if it's Barkley or whoever is like always had that joke. You can't, maybe he's an old baseball player. I don't know. You can't strain fat. Like Moncada. Moncada looks like an Adonis.
Yeah.
How functional is it, though, when every time he runs, he pulls a groin? Like, literally every time he exerts himself running, he pulls something. Kyler Gordon seems to have a little of that going on here, too.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate.
Groin, hammy, calf.
Because he's a player.
He is a player. He's played 2 games.
He's a player.
I mean, how do you pay that? How do you know?
He did pay it. He got paid.
Yeah.
Brisker's the one that's looking to get paid now.
To get paid. Jeez. because he's so good when he's on the field. He makes a difference. He's like a Swiss Army knife for Dennis Allen out there.
Yeah, utility man.
You know, so that's a real bummer.
I'm bummed,
to say the least. Here.
Yeah, you're bummed. I'm bummed.
Hopefully, Komet and Stevenson get back this week for the road trip to Cincinnati. We can grab a couple calls and we'll take a break and we'll play the one-on-one that Jeff Joniak has each and every week with Ben Johnson. You'll get the Coaches Show coming up here on your home for Bears football. Chase is on the south side. He's got similar questions about some of these soft tissue injuries. What's up, Chase?
Hey, guys, what's going on? Hey, before I get started, man, hey, Carmen, you see your boy Bleck on TV last night, man. He was really good.
Bleck was?
He was on Fox.
He was
on Fox 32.
He's always very good.
Thanks, Chase.
Anytime Bleck and Abdalla go on there.
Who are the other two you were
Handsome.
Lawrence and Tina was there.
Tina?
Yeah. Tina Wynn.
He was,
no, not Turner.
Yeah.
Tina Turner.
All right, go ahead, Chase.
Okay, yeah, guys. So Jurko, 2 points I wanted to make to you. Number one, Dabingo. Would you say right now he might be the worst free agent defensive end signing since Philip Daniels?
Did you just call him Dabingo?
Yeah, he did. Dabingo.
He might be the worst free agent signing. He might be the worst free agent signing since Philip Daniels and Lamar Houston. And also the hamstring issues. Jurko, I got to ask you something about that issue. As a player, co-player, would that annoy you as a player when you start looking at a player constantly getting these type of soft tissue injuries? I know you can't predict that, but at some point, you know, it's like, hey, what have you been? Because when you start asking yourself, this player is, hey, man, what have you been doing all off season to get like? Because I think that in this conditioning, I mean, is it conditioning? Like, what do you call with all these hamstring injuries that we're seeing across, not just with the Bears, but across the NFL? Like, why are we seeing all these soft tissue injuries?
Can you answer it, Yerk? Thanks, Chase.
Why are you seeing all the soft? Because football is a very physical, tough game. Hydration is important. Whenever you're, taking supplements and stuff like that, hydration is important, and you got to stay on top of your water intake to make sure that everything you have. Because I know when we used to take creatine monohydrate back in the day,
creatine,
that'd dry you out. You had to make sure that
you
had to stay hydrated and that type of thing. Was I ever disappointed? No. Most of the guys that are playing in the NFL are at top physical shape.
Yeah.
Why would I second guess somebody or be upset because somebody pulls an oblique or a groin? That's the way it is. I told you about Eric Affolter. He got his pension. He's got 4 years in the league. He barely played any at all in the NFL. He was a wide receiver out of USC with Rodney Peete. Came into the league, 4 years, hardly ever played, but he ended up getting his pension. He always had a hamstring issue.
Did he?
He always had a problem with his hamstring. Why? I don't know, but the poor guy was maligned with that hamstring injury. Some guys just, have it where they're more susceptible to it, and when it starts to bother them, then it's a real problem.
We talked about Sunday Night Football a little bit.
By the way, hold on. Philip Daniels not a bust.
No, Philip was okay.
Philip Daniels played 59 games here. He started 59 games. He had 23 sacks.
Yeah, he was okay.
Philip Daniels is a player.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they overpaid a little. You always do in free agency, I feel like, though.
I'm sure
Philip
you
was
do,
okay.
yeah.
Philip was okay.
I'd kill for Dio to have 23 sacks.
Please. Are you kidding me?
Over the course of 3-4 years, I'll take it.
Are you kidding me? I mean, Philip Daniels had a 9-sack season for the Bears.
Yes, he did.
I would take that. I failed to mention when we talked about the Sunday night game, and I just thought of it for a second because I happened to glance at the TV and I saw some of the highlights again. I mean, I get wanting to put the throwbacks on, and sometimes it's really cool, like the Eagles yesterday, where it makes me think of the Reggie White days with what the Eagles wore.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's cool. In Pittsburgh, you got to stop with the throwbacks. And what they wore last night, I mean, come on, man. Like, were you trying to, what was the goal there? Who said this is a good idea? Brown mustard pants, yellow mustard tops? That's awful.
That does not look good.
To your point, like Philly and Denver should keep those.
They look great.
Just wear the old school.
Yeah, they look great.
The old school uniform should always go for both of those teams.
Like, I get that. You go, hey, we're going to go old school. Our uniforms were really cool. Like, okay, what in the world was anybody thinking that said, let's wear these on Sunday Night Football? That was terrible. Probably from an era where games were in black and white, I'm guessing, and you wouldn't have noticed how awful it looked on TV anyway. I don't know when those were from. But those were atrocious. Yellow on brown Mustard and yellow mustard? That's what you went with? That's your scheme?
That's it.
No wonder why you lost. You deserve to lose. If you're the Steelers last night.
Mustard. Yeah.
Mustard, Jurko.
That's their throwback.
Mustard. That's not a color to be wearing in a football game.
No.
Mustard.
Terrible, terrible color.
There's a great Curb Your Enthusiasm about yellow mustard jerseys.
About French's? No?
Yuri's when they're in the softball championship. And who's Robert Smigel? Robert Smigel's the coach, the best. I am like the Steinbrenner.
You know what bothers me with mustard, French's? Whenever you sit there, if you don't shake it up right away, you get the water gets spit out.
You got to shake it.
I'm like, what in the H? Then you go and you shake it, then you come out, and you try to get that water out of your bun.
It's disgusting.
Oh,
that's why you got to go with the other brand.
Just shake it. You got to
bun.
No. The one that's in like the
barrel.
The barrel bottle.
Plowman's, right?
Yeah.
Flockman's.
That's it. That's the key.
You still got to shake.
Yeah.
What do you do there,
I keep on YouTube. Everybody's making fun. I know.
Jeez.
You got to shake it up.
Look at that.
All right. The Coach's Show. Ben Johnson sits down one-on-one with Jeff Joniak. You're going to hear it next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
For Chicago sports fans, a big slate of college football games starts with Chicago's College Tailgate. Host Shane Norling and Tyler Rocky have the campus news you need to hype up the day. Join us Saturday morning at 9 for Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago, presented by Yuengling Beer.
Advantage Dealer Group makes car buying simple and fast with their 60-minute guarantee. They know the process starts online, so every one of their dealerships has designed the experience with you in mind. Browse the wide selection of new and used vehicles at Advantage Chevy, Toyota, and Acura. Use their payment calculators. Explore financing options. Stop on by. They value you and your time. Getting you in and out with your new car in 60 minutes or less. Advantage Dealer Group, where car buying fits your schedule.
Injuries on the field are rough, but your injury case doesn't have to be. At Postman Law, there's no fee unless they win. Car crash, work accident, slip and fall. Postman Law's your local injury lawyers. With over $3 billion won for their clients, they don't just show up, they deliver results when it matters most. After an injury, call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Others promise, Postman delivers.
This is attorney advertising.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. You ready to take your sports action to the next level? You need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees, ever. Other books might charge you to get you in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. It's the only place I play. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, max out your savings. The more you buy, the more you save on beds, bases, and more. Plus, get free home delivery on any smart bed with base. Limited time. Check it out at a Sleep Number store near you or at sleepnumber.com today.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
On 4th down and goal at the 1, movement but no flag. Urban wants it. He's got to get back in his stance. Snap back to Caleb. Caleb looking. Caleb zings it back of the end zone off target for DJ. That's it.
That's it is right. Bears lose 30-16. Time for the coaches show every day after the game. Jeff Joniak sits down one-on-one with the head coach, Ben Johnson, right here on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. Your home for Bears football. And our interview with Ben Johnson is presented by villageofbedfordpark.com. Now is the time to make history for your business in Bedford Park. Here's Jeff Joniak with the coach.
Hello, good morning, Ben, and we appreciate the time always here on ESPN Chicago. Did you see anything a little differently on tape after reviewing things from what you saw live yesterday?
Not a whole lot different than how I felt after the game. We have to play cleaner, which really that's been what we've been harping on for the last few weeks. We've been getting by with some of these wins by relying on those takeaways. And so we knew there'd be a time that there'd be a week or two that we don't get the takeaways, and we got to come through and play a cleaner brand of football. And so we didn't get that done yesterday. I thought we beat ourselves probably more often than not.
Yeah, that was my next question. It's a delineation, losing a game and getting beat. Which one of those do you identify as the right tone to strike?
Yeah, I mean, I give that team a lot of credit. We knew what we were going to get from them. It's a prideful group that they've really made their trademark on a physical brand of football. And when I looked at the tape, I didn't feel like we were being out physical this game or out efforted. That really was not the issue. I thought our execution could be cleaner. I thought our discipline could be cleaner. Alignment, assignment, technique. It's really the basics, the fundamentals there of the game that we got to clean up. And you do that against a good opponent and take their record out of it. That is a good opponent. And so you can't do that and expect to win in this league.
Yeah, I agree. And, sometimes people just look at statistics and say, bottom of the barrel in the defensive category, for example, you got your backup quarterback in. But like all good teams, like you yourself, you make adjustments week to week that shine it up a little bit, polish it up, and it could change that quickly. And that's the case with a lot of good teams.
Yeah, they had guys out. We had guys out. End of the day, that really doesn't make a lick of difference. We got to play hard, and we got to play for 60 minutes, and we got to play for each other throughout that time. And we just, like I said, we didn't get it done.
Maddening to watch. I would examine just the sense of the untimely penalties, of course, and the red zone execution here over the last several weeks. I know you keep beating that drum. I'm sure it's being heard. How does it get fixed?
Yeah, and that's where we talked about it in the locker room after the game. I mentioned it at the podium, and we'll talk about it again in the team meeting here this afternoon. That it takes more than just the coaches saying it. We got to bring that vision to life. And so we're here as coaches. We're all in this thing together. We're going to help support. We're going to challenge these guys, and we're going to be along there with them every step of the way. But I think it would go a long way if we had just a little bit more ownership in that locker room to take the bull by the horns here, so that we do get this cleaned up. We got a number of guys that are leaders on this team, and I think now that it's bit us in the rear end with a loss, I think it opens your eyes a little bit more. Okay, well, yeah, we do need to clean this up if we want to get to where we want to go.
I know people talk about player-led teams are important eventually, right? This is a new bunch with a new coach, new staff. What does that look like to you? What does that look like to you? Because you're alluding that you want some of these the leaders on the team. They could be maybe not even captains that emerge as leaders. Things change over the course of a season. More voices are heard. How do you envision that looking?
Well, we've got a number of guys that have played football at a high level in this league, and I think that's where it always starts. Our players voted for captains because they think highly of them and they respect them. That's certainly where it starts. As a new coaching staff, you come in here and you got a way that you want to do things. You have a vision for what it's going to look like, a standard that you're raising. And I think we're at the point now, midway through the season, that these guys understand what's going to be asked of them. And so now that they understand that, there's less, hey, what does the coach want? It's more, hey, how can we make this a little bit better ourselves? And like I said, that ownership of it is going to go a long way for us. But we've got a ton of guys in this locker room, whether it's a second, third contract guy that's been around this league for a while and knows what good football looks like, or like you alluded to, there's some younger players that are really talented that, they're trying to find their voice. And, when they play well, I think it gives them that platform to stand up and speak out.
When the penalties happen like they have, is it sometimes the opposition that creates those potential penalties as much as anything, or do you just look at it as, this is on my guys? We gotta fix this.
Yeah, those are self-inflicted. The pre-snap things, those are on us. It's all about discipline. It doesn't matter that we're on the road. Doesn't matter that we're at home. None of that matters. The pre-snap penalties are the ones that I have an issue with, that the coaching staff has an issue with. Post-snap penalties, those are going to happen. The offensive holdings, the DPIs, that's the cost of doing business. That's the cost of competing. And those are the ones that we can live with at the end of the day. But the pre-snap ones, those are what we have to clean up.
Jeff Joniak with Ben Johnson, head coach of the Chicago Bears on ESPN Chicago this morning. What would you like about the day Rome Odunze put together?
He did a nice job. I thought he showed up. He made some physical catches there. Give their cover players a lot of credit because they are tight coverage players. They have a lot of talent in the back end, and I thought Rome competed his tail off throughout that day. And so there are a few balls that Caleb put right on the money there, and Rome came down with it. And so yeah, I think he had over 100 yards, and certainly it was one of our more explosive days on offense, believe it or not, despite the lack of points. I think we ended up with 11 explosives with how we calculate it. And so, which is good. 8 or more is normally our number there. And I think Rome had a big part to do with that.
All 7 of his catches a first down, by the way, first time, the most in his career. So those you like those chain movers for sure. With Caleb Williams, what is the most difficult layer or chapter? I'm trying to frame this in a certain way of executing the offense in a manner that will reveal consistency in a new system.
Yeah, I think the thing is you look at it in this particular game, and yeah, we didn't score the points. We didn't do enough to win. The stat line, no touchdowns, one interception. I got it. He played better this game than I think he had the previous 2. When you look at it, all 60 minutes. And I'm not saying it's perfect, but I actually came away from watching the tape this morning encouraged that we took a step in the right direction here this week. And I know some people, it's hard to maybe rationalize that because the result wasn't there. But yet I saw tangible growth from him. He's working his ass off. I don't even know if I can say that, Jeff. I apologize. But he is. He is. It's the truth. He's working his tail off. And so I think this thing's going to continue to slow down for him. I think it did to a degree in this game. He did have a couple mistakes that we'll learn from. But no, I came away more encouraged watching the tape than maybe I felt coming off the field yesterday.
Some of those mistakes that he learned from, what do you think they will be?
Yeah, more situational awareness than anything else. I think back to before halftime, he does a great job recognizing man coverage and scrambling and ends up getting 20-plus yards there. I'd like him to go out of bounds, save us the timeout so that we can use that later on in that drive before half. That's one example there. I think we can look back at the interception and possibly think of a better way to handle that one, particularly in a backed up situation. We certainly don't want to turn the ball over ever, but we guaranteed them points by throwing that one there, and so that was a huge turning point in that game. But all in all, I think he did a pretty good job of giving us a chance throughout. When you're down by multiple scores and your running game's not clicking like it had, I think we were 42% efficient in the running game, which is below where it had been the previous 2 weeks. You rely a little bit more on that passing game, and it was better than the previous week, but yet it still wasn't quite where we needed it to be.
Defensive line, I tabulated 29 tackles by the defensive line combined with solos and assists, 22 by Dio, Montez, and Jervon. That's an impressive number, so that speaks to, many hats on the ball to stop that particular running back in King Henry. Still, there were some other carries in the game that did bite you at 7 yards a carry with the other ones. How did you feel they played? Because that's a extraordinary number of tackles for a defensive line in one game.
Yeah, I thought our defensive line played really well. We struck blocks, we shed blocks. I kept talking about the type of physical ball game that this was going to be, and I thought they answered the bell from that regard. I thought that they did a great job. 22 he's a beast. He is a beast, and he gives a lot of teams problems. And I think we kept them under 4 yards a carry, which is pretty good containing them. Our issues on the defensive side stem more from eye discipline in coverage more so than anything else. And so I think the defensive line did step up and play a pretty solid game.
Can this secondary weather the storm, assuming that, we know Kyler's on IR. We don't know what the status of Tyreek will be, but just these are your guys right now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I got a lot of confidence in these guys. They've been around either through training camp or early in the season now. And so we know what they're capable of doing. And, I know that DA is going to put them in good spots to make some plays for us. And, we'll have a tough matchup next week now, not looking ahead too quickly, but Chase and Higgins are a couple of the best in the league, and Flacco's playing at a high level. So, we'll have our work cut out for us. But, I'm confident that these guys will get the job done.
Yeah, you took the baton. I'll wrap it up with a quick peek at the Bengals. You mentioned Jamari's getting an extraordinary number of targets with Joe Flacco in there. But I guess the run game is something you got to really closely look at here, too, because Chase Brown and Samaje Perine did a nice job here in the last couple of weeks together as a tandem.
Yeah, they seem like they're scoring some points on offense right now. And so I know our offense, we need to get our stuff together. And if it comes down to one of those back and forths like it seemed like their game last week was, then we need to be ready to do that.
All right, Ben, we'll let you go. Appreciate the time as always. Thanks for joining us here on ESPN 1000.
There's the Coach's Show. The interview with Ben Johnson is presented by villageofbedfordpark.com. Now's the time to make history for your business in Bedford Park. We'll take a quick break and react to some of that. Some positive things about Caleb. I think you could tell he sort of, as he hinted last night or late in the day yesterday, when he said he's got to look at the tape, but he thinks there was a better option on the interception. That's still the case, obviously. But other than that, he had some really good things and encouraging things to say about Caleb and his performance yesterday. So we'll recap a little bit of that and talk about some of the highlights. You could tell he's kind of had it with these penalties, too, and he's now putting this on the players. And he said he's going to address the team at the team meeting today about the leaders, the captains, and those veteran players kind of taking the bull by the horns here. I mean, he used that expression because it is getting ridiculous. 11 more penalties yesterday, and a couple of them were very, very costly. 312-332-3776 if you want to talk Bears with us on a Bears Monday. We'll be right back.
Carmen and Jurko, they'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
For Chicago sports fans, a big slate of college football games starts with Chicago's College Tailgate. Host Shane Norling and Tyler Rocky have the campus news you need to hype up the day. Join us Saturday morning at 9 for Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago, presented by Yuengling Beer.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table.
Oh, yeah.
Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and football season is here. Are you ready to make money betting on sports? Are you ready to make a winning decision? Are you going to gamble for fun, or are you going to gamble for money? This year, make that decision that will build your bankroll all year long. Go to FatJackSports.com, and for less than $100 a week, make money betting on the games. That's FatJackSports.com. It's a personal portal. It comes to your email. It's hassle-free. It'll make you money. FatJackSports.com.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
This is the run my own business dream. This is the college is paid for dream. This is the retire early dream. This is Busey, where your dreams and possibilities become moments. Through trusted guidance and expertise, through lifelong relationships. Because we're here to help you achieve the life you've always envisioned. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Fall is a time for football, falling leads, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it works for you. And with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you'll save money for fall fun as well. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today and get a fresh haircut for fall at Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Your fantasy roster is set. The Smack Talk is heating up, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Make the connection today with ESPN Bet Fan Center and the ESPN Fantasy app. ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Hit the road in a brand new Acura in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Acura Naperville, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Acura is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Acura Naperville. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Working from home or back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Snap and a play fake. Caleb Williams looking to throw. Oh, and the crosser, it's intercepted. Down tiptoeing to the sideline left, a swipe by Nate Wiggins. Jumped the route, and the Ravens are going to be first down inside the Bear 15-yard line with 9 minutes to go in the game.
If you just heard the coaches show here on your home for the Bears, Ben Johnson did not bury his quarterback. He simply said there's probably a better way to handle that situation on the INT. They were backed up, where he went with the football. Bad turnover, obviously, at the time. They're never good, but certainly when you give the other team the ball inside the red zone, Jurk, and that critical of a situation, only down 3, that was not good. But he didn't bury him. And in fact, he said a lot of nice things about Caleb. He said he thought he was better this game than the previous 2, and that he's encouraged that they took a step or 2 on offense, specifically Caleb. He also said, quote, he's working his ass off, close quote. Then he apologized to Jeff Joniak for using the word ass. And Jeff said, you don't have to apologize. No, you don't have to apologize for that, coach. You can say ass. That's fine.
Yeah.
He said he's working his ass off. So good. The coach was complimentary of the quarterback and said he actually thought he got better this last game than the previous 2. It hasn't been great the last month or so. Good start for Caleb. Hasn't been great here recently. Probably to be expected, right, for a young quarterback, some of the ups and downs. He's going through a little bit of the down right now. Good opportunity this week to start climbing back up.
That's right.
Take advantage of your opponent.
Some confidence. They stink.
Right, Yerk?
Yeah.
Take advantage.
Take advantage of them. They stink.
They stink on defense.
On defense, they're bad.
Stink.
Yeah. You're going to have to put up some points.
They stink.
So let's do it. Let's do it. Let's put points up.
Cincy is allowing 31.6 points per game. It's the most in the NFL. Cincy's allowing 6.2 yards per play. It's the most in the NFL. Unfortunately, that's tied with the Bears and the Cowboys, but the most yards per play in the NFL. The Bengals are 31st, second worst on EPA per play on defense. They stink. They can't stop the run. They can't stop anything.
Got to take advantage of it.
So get some confidence going this week. The Bears are a small favorite right now going on the road in Week 9. Ben Johnson said we have to play a cleaner game. Everybody knows it. He says we knew we couldn't rely on the takeaways forever. See, they say the same things we're saying sometimes.
They know.
You can't expect to take it away 2, 3, 4 times every game. It just doesn't happen. So when it comes to the penalties, he said it's more than just the coaches saying it. A little more ownership from the players in the locker room needs to happen. They've got to take the bull by the horns a little bit. I would ask you, veteran player of the league, what does that look like then? The coach is basically saying, hey, we've said all we can say. This is ridiculous. Now it's incumbent upon the leaders. What does that look like when, I don't know, you ever went through a funk like this where it's 8 games, it's all these penalties? I don't know. They're one of the 5 most penalized teams in the league here.
The defensive line jumps off sides 3 times in one game. Guess what we're doing for the first 25 minutes of practice? We're sitting over there, and it's the green football out on the green grass, all day, up and down the field, all day. They're making it a point. Hey, we don't need this anymore.
What does it look like when the players have to take more ownership, I guess, is what I'm asking, too, then? Like, have you ever find yourself in a situation like that?
You find yourself in a situation like that, and you've got to tread. You got to tread on uneasy waters there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you start calling each other out for certain things, guess what? It can get petty.
I bet.
It can get petty.
But maybe this is where a guy like Tooney and somebody else needs to come in. And
if Reggie said something, people listened. Yeah. If Clyde Simmons said something, people listened. Yeah. So it's got to be the right people saying it.
Right.
Can't be somebody barking in from the background.
It can't be Luther Burden.
Can't be a safety. Right. Luther Burden's not going to be in a position.
It's got to be
Tooney's got to be the guy.
Yeah. It's got to be Grady Jarrett.
It's got to be Tooney. It's got to be Jarrett. It's got to be one of the veteran guys. Byard, yeah. If Jalen Johnson was healthy enough, I think it could be Jalen Johnson. Yes.
Ben Johnson specifically said it's not the post-snap stuff. He goes, look, we know that's going to happen. You're fighting, you're battling, we know that. You live with that. Ben Johnson said
stuff you can control.
Yes, he said it's the pre-snap stuff.
It's the stuff that can be controlled, the lining up properly.
And it's got to stop. Yeah, 11 more penalties. The Bears are one of the 5 most penalized teams in the league, and they've had their bye, so they've played 1 fewer game than a lot of these teams. YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, and more. Plus Monday Night Football, the NBA, college hoops. Take action now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN. I've done this because I am a YouTube TV subscriber, and I do not want to lose ESPN. Randy's in Seattle with Carmen and York. What's up, Randy?
Hey, good morning, boys. How are you?
We're great.
Listen, I told Adam it's probably the only time I'll get a chance to call this week because I'm taking off for Kauai. You guys will be on too early.
Lucky. Nice.
Yeah, no kidding. Basically, I think the Bears proved that they were paper tigers, okay, coming into this game. And disappointing, okay? I mean, yeah, they were 4-2, but you didn't feel like it was a real 4-2. It's been talked about. The really only decent win was the one against Dallas Cowboys. And, look, I'm on the side of I think Caleb still sucks. I'm giving him the rest of the season to see him improve and get better. And I don't think you anoint Rome Odunze your number 1 receiver because he's had way too many drops this season. So I have some problems with that. Hopefully all of that over the course of the rest of the season will get better. I know they're playing better competition, but it's going to be a tough road to hoe going forward this year. And I just hope we see the kind of improvement we need to see going into next season.
Okay. Have a great trip, Randy, and thanks for calling. They got a chance here still with a couple of winnable games to get to 6-3. Though the longer you keep yourself in it,
yes,
that's what we're asking for you.
That's it. You want to be able to go into December still with a shot, and a chance.
Still with a shot,
not 4-7
right.
shot at a chance. That's not what we're looking for. We're not looking for 4-7.
Right.
You're looking for 6-5, 7-5.
Yeah.
With a legitimate chance to maybe make a little bit of noise.
Yes, sir. Sort of appropriate that the Bears were playing Derrick Henry yesterday, and Derrick Henry passed Walter with a couple of touchdowns on the all-time rushing touchdown list. He's maybe even this year, he's closing in on Walter's. He's closing in on passing Walter in overall touchdowns too. Walter, remember, finished his career with 125 overall touchdowns, 110 rushing. Derrick Henry now has 112 on the ground. That is the most amongst all active players. He has 117 total.
So he needs 8 more for the year.
He needs 8 more. Yeah, he is all time. He is the active leader in all purpose scores too. Obviously, rushing and receiving touchdowns. 112. Wow, he's the active leader in yards, touches, yards from scrimmage. What a career for Derrick Henry. We'll grab a few more calls to wrap it here. Rich Eisen's coming up. Bleck and Abdalla back with you at 2, talking Bears, into Waddle and Silvy to get you home until 6:30. And then they'll take you to L.A. for Game 3. Games 3, 4, and 5 from Chavez Ravine, New York, as the Dodgers, if they win them all, will hoist another World Series trophy. So the Blue Jays have to get one of these to get this thing back to Toronto at the end of the week. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
A 1-hour uninterrupted dose of Bleck and Abdalla. No breaks, no gimmicks.
Well, maybe a few gimmicks.
Well, you need a few gimmicks,
right?
But still uninterrupted.
Obviously.
And still pure, honest Bleck and Abdalla fun.
As it should be. Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Yuengling.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. I know how tough it is dealing with lingering pain, whether it's your back, neck, or even headaches. You don't have to live with it anymore. Chiro One offers natural chiropractic care that can help you live pain-free without drugs or surgery. From everyday activities to getting back in the gym, or most importantly, playing with your kids. Chiro One has your back, literally. Visit ChiroOne.com today. They have locations across Chicagoland, including downtown Chicago, South Barrington, and Gurnee. That's ChiroOne.com, and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to make you a winner every Friday in October with our $500K Double Down giveaway. Earn entries each week to boost your chance of winning a guaranteed $50,000. Then you can choose to walk away or risk half for a shot at $100,000 in cash. Do you dare to double down? Only at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-80 94. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Any coach will tell you games are won in the preparation phase. If you're not ready before kickoff, it's too late. The same's true in cybersecurity. That's why companies choose my friends at Trend Micro. With AI-powered proactive security, they don't just respond to attacks, they stop them before they begin. For over 35 years, enterprises worldwide have trusted Trend Micro to prepare, protect, and perform. Don't wait for the whistle. Get secure now at TrendMicro.com. That's TrendMicro.com.
Hey, Joe here from Fry the Coop. Around here, we like to keep things simple and honest. At Fry the Coop, we fry all our chicken and fries in beef fat. Why? I thought you'd never ask. First off, it's delicious. Secondly, it's 0% seed oils, unlike those other guys. And lastly, you heard me say it's delicious, right? At Fry the Coop, we only serve happiness, one sandwich at a time.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
They say a full marathon is the ultimate test. For me, it's more than a race. It's a milestone I once thought impossible. Michelle Smallman here, and I'm running my very first marathon in New York City with the support of Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assists powered by Parity. Together, we're empowering girls and women through sports and education with grants to 32 organizations in 21 states. Every step I take is for the finish line and for the next generation chasing their dreams. Here's to 26.2 miles and a future with no limits.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Well, have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
You've heard me talk about my guy Mitch Lyons for quite some time now. Now is the time for you to see for yourself what Mitch and his team are all about. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com to find your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement. That's Mitch Lyons, Lyons, Wealth.com.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
You know, everyone's doing these new milks these days.
What are you doing?
You know, everyone's doing these new milks these days.
He's doing milks?
Milks.
He's doing some milking?
You know, everyone's doing these new milks these days.
Some cows? He got his hands on an udder? Is that what we're talking about? He's milking a cow?
Did they save any food for you? I heard Oakville sent food yesterday.
Yeah.
Oakville's real good.
Yeah.
Real good in the West Loop.
Here.
Well, like Warehouse District, I guess.
It's a nice salad. They sent some artichoke dip, chicken wings, turkey sandwiches.
That's our guy, Chef Max Robbins.
Yeah.
You know,
Good
it's
stuff.
one of his culinary inventions, mad genius inventions.
Artichokes?
For but the Oakville.
Oh.
For lettuce, entertain you.
Okay.
He's
food was great.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
It's really good. It's a fun place.
It's top notch.
Kind of like a California
dreaming.
It's like something you'd find in wine country. That's what they're going for, obviously. But they pulled it off right here in Chicago. Yeah, it's really good.
Top
Oakville's
notch.
really good.
What a nice
So I heard
salad.
Silvy say they sent food.
I wish you were here.
I also heard you were in the first half talking about your Verizon bill and Madrid, Barcelona versus Madrid or something. I don't know.
Yeah, what about it?
Well, I mean, you do a lot of complaining about what Sylvie's talking about.
I got a topic.
I've heard your Verizon bill was a topic of conversation.
I got a phone come in.
You got a phone come in?
I got a phone call that came in, a text that came in that said your Verizon bill is ready.
Okay.
And I said, take a look at that. Verizon bill's ready. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Had you never gotten that before?
No, I get it.
Oh.
The months came, the month came. Sylvie's never happy with anything.
So
He's just
funny.
like a little weasel in the corner.
That's not true.
That's true, 100%.
Why do you say that?
Just a little weasel in the corner.
Weasel in the corner.
Yeah. They're like chronicling
terrible.
everything. I saw him. He was sitting there and he was talking about his bill.
Your face at the beginning of the videos that he
so
posts before
it's
halftime.
so funny.
Like
It's so
every
funny.
time.
He's so annoyed.
I participate, though. I participated
So
yesterday.
annoyed. I love it.
I was in a better mood yesterday because the Bears were at least up 6-0 by the time I think he took the video. Or it might have been 7-6.
Yeah, it was
At
probably
that point,
7-6.
they didn't take advantage of their stuff. But I was fine yesterday.
I know.
He's back on his swing yesterday.
He was out. Well, sure.
And the poor little guy out there before him,
Braxton
too.
was out there
Yeah,
too.
Boy.
Matt's in Cleveland. What's up, Matt?
Matt.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it.
Sure.
I'm a big fan of the show. I love all the shows, honestly. You guys do a fantastic job, so I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Caleb got outplayed by Tyler Hunt yesterday. We just got to think about that for a second. He didn't have to play great. He just had to do a little bit more than Tyler Hunt, and he didn't do it. I'm really concerned about if he's the quarterback for the future and the draft picks this year. Colson Loveland, not doing enough. You drafted a right tackle to play left tackle. That hasn't worked out yet. And you drafted a 7th-round running back. The 3 biggest needs coming into the year, running back, edge, and left tackle, and it doesn't seem like any of them have been addressed. Love your show, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you. Thanks, Matt. I'm glad Loveland got 5 targets. I mean, that should be more of what we see every week, right? Give him 5 to 7 targets every week, Colson Loveland.
Yeah,
He had
absolutely.
5 yesterday, had 3 catches for 38 yards.
Yeah.
You know, get Burton involved more. We told you he's one of the league's best players in terms of yards per route run. When you get him the ball in space, he's made things happen. They only had 1 attempt. I think it was a screen that went nowhere. Was the only attempt for Burton.
He got a
yesterday.
concussion.
So I'd like to get. Wow, that's the
He's on the list.
How many snaps did he have
Concussion.
yesterday?
That's not good.
Let me see how many snaps he had. Hold on.
It's the last thing I want. Soft melon on the team. Once you get one concussion, it's easier to get your second. You get your second, it's easier to get your third. That's not good. You'd be running around like Rashkan with that big thing on his head, looking like...
Well, I don't mind that. That's okay, though. I mean, let him... Romeo Dobbs is wearing it. If you've got a history of it, wear it. There was a time when they looked down on the players wearing the visors in the NHL. They all wear them now.
They look like Kazoo.
Well...
From the Flintstones.
I don't mind it.
If a guy's got Kazoo used to fly around with the helmet, little alien.
Listen, of course, if it's gonna help, it was only 11 snaps, Yerk, for Burden before he left. And so he didn't have an opportunity to touch the ball a whole heck of a lot. What was I just going to say? Oh, if it's going to help them, wear it. I don't mind that. Like I said, there was a time when it was like, oh, look at these soft guys in the NHL wearing the visors. They all wear the visors.
All they're missing is the antennas.
Okay.
That Kazoo used to have.
Why you got to be a ball?
Two antennas on the side of the head.
You have to wear bigger pads. The rest of your
So
pads
it
have to be
doesn't look
bigger.
as-
So it doesn't look as
off.
Oh yeah,
Because
exactly.
it stands out. I don't mind it. If it's going to help guys that have had a history of concussions.
Hey, the great Kazoo. I just
It's
called
not
it.
Kazoo. It's
Gazoo.
Yes,
with a
it's
G.
Kazoo.
The great Kazoo.
The great Kazoo.
Look at him, Carm. Take a look at him.
I
Look
know
at him.
who he is.
He's sharp as a tack. Look at this
course.
guy.
I remember a Kazoo.
Relaxing, chilling, getting Fred to do whatever the hell he wants. I
Rich
love it.
Eisen's coming up. Bleck and Abdalla are back with you at 2. Thanks to Chris and Adam for producing. Thanks for calling today. We'll be back tomorrow. Tom Thayer will be with us, of course, as he is every Tuesday. We'll talk Bears, Ravens a little bit here and then look ahead to Bears and Bengals in Week 9. Waddle and Silvy are up at 3. Got Game 3 of the World Series later tonight, so enjoy that. Blue Jays at Dodgers from L.A. Have a great day. Rich Eisen is next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Refresh your home today with window images, blinds, and shades. We have everything you need for updating your window treatments. We carry vinyl, aluminum, and faux wood blinds, cellular shades, and more. Plus, you can get them trimmed to width in-store for free. Also, be sure to check out the flyer on Menards.com for all our great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
You know me, I love a moment of certainty. And when it comes to your home, Jeff has the solution.
That's right, Jeff, because in this market, you shouldn't take a chance selling your house with just anyone.
No commissions, no lengthy showings, just a direct approach from a local veteran-owned company.
Since 2007, we've been buying houses quickly in Chicagoland. Get your easy as-is offer today.
Move forward with confidence, just like winning the coin toss. Visit JeffBuysYourHouse.com.
To help those who want to be helped, but may not be able to afford it.
That's what PGA Tour winner Grayson Murray had envisioned for a foundation before he sadly took his own life at just 30 years old. His parents channeled their grief into creating the Grayson Murray Foundation, carrying out his vision to help those struggling with mental health and addiction. To donate and learn more, visit GraysonMurrayFoundation.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
It's go time.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Brees Hall, he's going to throw the ball.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
The Jets are going to win it. Touchdown, Keyshawn Boutte. What a weapon.
Eisen Show. On today's show, complete Week 8 recap, Monday night preview, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Love seeing all the phone lines lit. We're going to get to you because we are guestless on today's program. We just love talking football and talking sports with you.
Let's do it.
Haven't hit games 1 and 2 of the World Series just yet. The Brian Kelly firing in LSU on the heels of the Penn State firing and the UCLA firing of Deshaun Foster, and wondering if there's going to be Florida's right.
Open too.
Exactly. A lot of jobs are already open. A lot of interim head coaches
jobs.
in college football to discuss. Paul Feinbaum is going to be on tomorrow's program to help us untangle all of that, but we'll talk about it. 844-204-RICH being that number to dial. I think some people are having some issues nationally wrapping their arms around the concept that the best team in the National Football League are the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Part of it may be, the East Coast bias. There's an East Coast bias in national media. College football, you just go Southeast. There's a Southeast bias.
Yeah.
Okay? All of us Big Teners are like, okay, tell me your 6 through 10 team in the SEC isn't just as problematic as that in the Big Ten, okay? And then the top 3 in the Big Ten, tell me they're not better than the top 3 in the SEC or just as good. Get out of here with this nonsense. But Indianapolis, the Colts, since Andrew Luck went away. Even when Luck was there, you're wondering, do they have the horses to pull it off like the Sheriff did back in the day? I'm serious. You were wondering that. But the fact that Daniel Jones is quarterbacking a team that's 7-1.
It's unbelievable.
And is not just winning games. They are boat racing people. The landlocked state of Indiana has the boat race team in the National Football League. They are boat racing everybody, and they are physical. The game that they lost, the only one that they've lost this year against the Rams, you were in the stadium for that one, Chris. Mm-hmm. They had the Rams right where they wanted them, and had A.D. Mitchell held on to the ball instead of flipping it flippantly before getting to the end zone. We might be talking about. I just went higher register. No. Hold on. We might be talking about an 8-0 Indianapolis Colts team.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Because, and again, it's tough to wrap your arms around this concept, too, that the MVP of the National Football League is a running back. Guess what? Everybody, it's time to wrap your arms around the idea that we're seeing it happen right now. The quarterback of the moment, Baker Mayfield, hasn't had a big game, right, in 2 weeks, and that's recency bias. And the quarterback of the moment of, the decade is Patrick Mahomes, and a lot of people are already still having Chiefs fatigue. And the quarterback who might be playing the best consistent football start to finish is a second-year player for the Patriots named Drake May. But the MVP of this league through 8 weeks, because you got to take a look at a team that's 7-1. If you're not going to believe in the quarterback as the MVP of the team, he can't be the MVP of the league. And then, you can say what you will about Daniel Jones. He's crushing it right now. Crushing it. Looking like the quarterback of the Giants against the Minnesota Vikings, where he's running it in and throwing it in. He's not running it in a lot, but he's throwing it. And the reason why he's not running it in a lot is because he's got a running back who's running it in from wherever he damn pleases. Jonathan Taylor did it again. The it being 3 touchdowns in a game. It's stupid what he's doing right now.
Yep.
And wherever LaDainian Tomlinson was sitting on Sunday, he began hearing some footsteps. His record for most touchdowns scored in a season, I can't believe I'm saying this. It's within reach. It's within reach. Jonathan Taylor has 15 touchdowns this season through 8 games because he keeps scoring 3 at a time. It's his 4th time this year. He's got 3 or more touchdowns in a game. The only player who has had, it's an old gen stat. He's had 3 or more touchdowns in the 4 of the first 8 games of the season. The only other player who's done it was Gene Choo Choo Roberts of the 1949 New York Giants.
Great name.
Choo Choo. You start calling you Choo Choo, Mike.
Choo Choo. Choo Choo Del Tufo. That's a great name.
Choo Choo Del
The only
Tufo.
players with more such games in an entire season are LT, Marshall Faulk, and Chuck Foreman. Oof. Entire season. He's got 4. LT had 6, Faulk 5, Chuck Foreman had 5. And for Faulk and LT, they won MVP those seasons. He's now tied for the most in a season since 1950, Jonathan Taylor. Most in a season of 3 or more touchdown games through 8 games. He's tied with the 1965 season of 4 for Jim Brown and the 2005 season of 4 for Sean Alexander. In those seasons, Brown and Alexander, they won the MVP. Chuck Foreman's the only one to do this in this category, and they didn't win MVP for the Minnesota Vikings that year. His 80-yard touchdown run was the longest of his career, and the 10th career rushing touchdown of 40 or more yards, that's the most of any player before turning 27. And, again, he's not even 27. He's now tied with Lenny Moore on the Colts' all-time rushing touchdown list with 63, one behind Edgerrin James. Lenny Moore and Edgerrin James are in the Hall of Fame. How's that not the MVP of the league when you're 7-1, right? And if you're boat racing people, the defense plays freer. I mean, it's going so well for the Colts. Nobody's talking about their owner wearing an earbud on the sideline anymore, meddling. Remember that?
Yep.
Right? Oh, my goodness.
Sure.
Nobody's even talking about that anymore.
Well, now I think more owners are going to do it since, she's down there. They have the best record in the NFL. Other owners are going to start getting ideas.
You know what? I mean, when Carly Ursay-Gordon started to do it, and everyone's just like, oh, she's meddling. Oh, what's she doing on the sideline there? Shane Steichen and Chris Ballard were on the hot seat. What's she doing? What notes is she taking? Who's telling her what notes to take? Nobody's talking about that anymore. That's how well the Colts are playing. Now it's like, hey, as you said, copycat league.
For sure.
You know what I mean? Suddenly Jerry Jones isn't having his glasses cleaned while he's having a hot toddy up top. He's sitting down there with a steno pad.
Steno pad.
Yeah, right? I'm just trying to, right?
Jerry Jones' a steno
What is
pad?
he, Xeroxing things off? Handing out notes?
The crazy thing is people who took umbrage with it weren't paying attention. She'd been doing this.
Yeah.
It wasn't like the first time she went. And also her dad, from what I understand, had been basically training her and her sisters in the family business their entire lives for this very moment when he was no longer with them.
Gents, next up, they're going to Pittsburgh.
Ooh.
And if they bring this game that they have brought for the first 2 months of the season into Pittsburgh, there's going to be quite a to-do in the stands and locally there if they send the Pittsburgh Steelers to a 500 record with 3 straight losses, staring up and seeing an Indianapolis Colts team that puts it together with Daniel Jones. It's like this. They get Aaron Rodgers. Colts get Aaron Jones. Colts get Daniel Jones. And one's going to be potentially, 8-1. The other one's 4-4. Oh, my God. They could leave that place like Bane left it in The Dark Knight Rises. and then they take their show on the road to Europe. in Berlin against Atlanta, and then there's a bye. Then they come home, and then they rest up before going to Kansas City. These are some, and then their games against Houston in division. They've got some moments where they're going to force America to wrap their arms around the idea that the Colts are the best team in the AFC and the 1 seed, and you're going to have to go into that building and beat them. And stop Jonathan Taylor, who is unstoppable and the MVP of this league through 8 weeks.
Rich, he's the offensive player of the year. He's not the.
Excuse me. He's so good.
He's getting MVP. He's not going to win quarterback of the year trophy, which is
I don't know.
all
Maybe
that
they should
MVP
maybe
is.
they should make him throw one in.
Right?
Give him a passing touchdown.
That's a good point. Now he's eligible.
Oh, now then he'll be eligible.
That's Arias Consulting for you. Right?
That's how we plus people up. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Rebecca in Allentown, Pennsylvania would like to chime in. What's up, Rebecca? You there, Rebecca? No, hold on a second. I'll give her.
Hi.
You there, Rebecca?
Hi, sorry. Yeah, I'm here.
Yes. What's going on? You're on.
Yeah. There's a question about I think the officiating of the game and also the game in general for the Eagles went.
All right, Rebecca, it's tough to understand you. Say that one more time, please.
How do you think the Eagles game yesterday with the poor officiating and the calls, but also with Saquon finally breaking out and Dallas Goedert being Dallas Goedert?
Okay.
The poor officiating.
Oh, I got you. And thanks for the call, Rebecca. I appreciate it. And she's been holding on for so long. It was difficult to understand her there. But listen, we already hit that. I kind of feel like the Eagles have found it. Jalen Hurts is like, I'm comfortable under center. You know? I'm comfortable under center. That's what they should do. Put him under center. You know what I mean? Put him under center and just be done with it. See what happens next on that. Let's go to, where should I go right here? Let's go to our man, Al in Dallas. What's up, Al? What's going on, Al?
Mm-hmm. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you? I'm live from the driving range trying to take out my frustrations and emotions on what I watched yesterday. I want to go on a little bit of a rant, Rich, and then I want to say something serious at the end, if you don't mind.
Okay.
You're 100% right. Law of unintended consequences. They're unable to officiate that play. It's got to go immediately. But the officiating overall, and my man Brockman can attest, he was probably begging me to stop texting him. The officiating in the league is god-awful. I mean, the block in the back that they had on that running play. Now, what's the big deal? Well, 2 plays later, Scatterboo fractures his ankle. The pass interference call on Slayton, they were down 14 points. They would have scored a touchdown. Like, these calls are just god-awful. And, this doesn't excuse the Giant defense, which was, I think they need to make a change in coordinator. Doesn't excuse them. But around the league, it's becoming ridiculous. So, I'm excited. Like I said, we have our quarterback. We lost our running back. He can make it back next year. All good. We have a good foundation in place. We just need a little bit of a different guy calling the defensive plays.
Okay,
so
and then
that's my rant.
What's your rant? What's your other thing you want to say so I can get you back to the range, Al? Because please.
Yeah. But I was striping him, Brockman, striping him. So I know you haven't touched on it yet, but I'm going to call this Nick Mangold. Was the Rod Gilbert of the New York Jets. This guy was the epitome of what a New York was. Steve, 4 kids, was coaching at Del Barton, loved the New York Rangers, loved his local teams, a great guy, and what a shame. I feel bad for, I associated with him through Barstool. I feel bad for the Willie Colognes of the world and everything like that.
Yeah.
What a terrible, terrible tragedy. You knew something was up, obviously, a couple of weeks ago, but what a shame. What a shame. God almighty. And probably in Pantheon of the New York Jets from when I was alive, top 3 Jet of all time. Right? Well, good God, guy's going to go into the Hall of Fame. You're going to be, you're going to be there in Canton one day when he posthumously gets his gold jacket. It's a shame. What a tragedy.
Al, thanks for the call, and thanks for bringing up again Nick Mangold. The news crossed yesterday during NFL Game Day morning during our pregame show. Nick Mangold, who went into the New York Jets Ring of Honor in 2022 after playing every single game of his career, started them, didn't miss a game at center for the Jets. He passed away at the age of 41. His wife, Jennifer, and their 4 young children, losing their husband and father. He had a chronic kidney disease that caused him to take to social media 2 weeks ago asking for a donor. Apparently, his agent said they found multiple options, but it was too late. And he passed away. And the Jets win in Cincinnati, their first game of the year. They win in Cincinnati, not far from where he grew up, a place appropriately called Centerville, Ohio. He became one of the best Buckeyes and Jets ever. And he passed away at the age of 41. Just awful. Just gutting news. Remember his sister started playing football? Remember that? And he was just awesome.
I just remember he was a guy
great.
who just always, whenever you'd see him on the sidelines or anything, he just had this smile on his face that just let you know he was having so much fun out there on the football field. And that's what I thought of when I saw his name pass up yesterday.
Just terrible news, and we send our best to him and obviously his extended family and the New York Jets. We'll take a break. 844-204-RICH, number to dial here. We'll talk about the AFC. Patriots, Jets, Dolphins, Bills, they all won on Sunday. More of your phone calls here on this busy Football Monday.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to make you a winner every Friday in October with our $500K Double Down giveaway. Earn entries each week to boost your chance of winning a guaranteed $50,000. Then you can choose to walk away or risk half for a shot at $100,000 in cash. Do you dare to double down? Only at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, Chicago, headed to a game? Take the CTA. We'll get you to the game and back for just $5.
That's less money spent on travel and more money in your pocket.
No searching for parking, no random surge pricing on rideshare, no traffic. We'll do the driving for you. The CTA has train stations and bus stops within steps of all the major stadiums and venues in the city. Plus, we've got tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses. There's no need to purchase a ticket ahead of time.
Just tap and ride.
Plan your next trip at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
On average, between 2 and 3 people are killed each day in car accidents with rideshare drivers. According to the University of Chicago, rideshare drivers have directly led to the death of almost 1,000 people per year. While rideshare drivers carry auto insurance, it's important to know that the amount of insurance coverage available often depends upon whether or not the driver is logged onto the rideshare company app and whether there is a passenger in the vehicle. For example, if the driver is logged into their rideshare app, the liability coverage could reach $1 million. If they are not logged into the app, then the rideshare driver is using their own car insurance, which could be much lower coverage. That's why it's important to have a lawyer who knows how to conduct a proper investigation when you're in a rideshare accident. If you've been injured in a rideshare accident, call the Verdoliak Law Group. Call 844-4VLG-LAW. We've been fighting for injured people for 60 years. With over 30,000 clients represented and over $9 billion recovered, Verdoliak Law Group has the resources, knowledge, and experience to fight for you. Call 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. And as you well know, I wasn't the biggest or fastest guy on the field, but I did make a career out of being prepared, paying attention, and never letting defenses catch me off guard. And that's the same way Trend Micro protects businesses. With AI-powered proactive security, they see threats before they happen, and they shut them down fast. In football and in business, it's not about size, it's about smarts. Trend Micro is the smart defense trusted by enterprises worldwide. Your business works too hard to get blindsided. Go to trendmicro.com today.
Whatever happens today, take it on with a fresh cup of True Brew coffee. Now only $1 with True Rewards. True North Store's True Brew coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend created from coffee beans from around the world. As a free True Rewards member, pick the size that is perfect for you and pay only $1. Don't have the True Rewards mobile app? Find it in the Apple or Google Play Store to download and save instantly. True North convenience stores. Fast, friendly, clean. Baseball fans get paid up to 2 days sooner with Credit Union One. Simply open a CU1 free checking account, set up direct deposit, and get ready for an early payday. Plus, with 16 Chicagoland branches, access to more than 90,000 surcharge-free ATMs nationwide, and 24/7 digital and mobile banking, you can bank anytime and anywhere. It's your money. Get access to it sooner. Get started today at cu1.com/Chicago. Federally insured by NCUA.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
A 1-hour, uninterrupted dose of Bleck Abdalla.
Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago.
Talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiter's experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show on the ESPN Radio Network, presented by Progressive Insurance. Chris, you should be ecstatic. I told this of Coop, too. He's 14 years old. He's a Patriot fan. Susie is a Patriot fan. My in-laws are all Patriot fans. I just couldn't, I told him. I saved him a life of being a kid saying he hates his team. And the Patriots are terrific. They're terrific.
Yeah, I know. I've been telling you guys for weeks, and you guys have been laughing at me.
Yeah, because you say it like that.
Yeah, it's like the attitude.
The minute I want to give you some flowers, I want to hit you over the head with a bouquet.
See, that's why we can't be happy for him.
That's all right.
Get the duck boat batteries ready.
It's all right. Drake May's the real thing, and Josh McDaniels has unlocked him. And the guys who are already there, Pop Douglas is doing some things. He's on booty, man.
Mac Hollins led the team in catches and targets yesterday.
Drake May is just incredible. Yeah. I mean, the Hall of Famer Kurt Warner comes on this show every single Wednesday. He called him the best deep thrower in the game. He said the deep throws are like handoffs. And I mentioned that to Mike Vrabel the next day. He goes, well, I'm not going to say we're the best at anything,
Right.
you know?
Yeah.
Because he's, got to keep them on the straight and narrow. And Drake May now with deep passes, 20-plus air yards after yesterday's exhibition of throwing deep balls. He was 2 or 3 for 83 pass yards and a touchdown on deep passes on Sunday against Cleveland. This season, on the 20-plus air yard attempts, he's 13 of 17, 5 touchdowns, no interceptions, and a passer rating of 157.5. Almost perfect. How's that for handoffs, basically, deep ball handoffs? And in terms of his efficiency, passer rating is very difficult to figure out. It's kind of like, OPS in baseball. You know what I mean? Like, what is it?
I don't know that.
All you just need to know is a certain number. Over a certain number, you're really good.
Yeah, right.
Okay?
Yeah.
And 100 passer rating is that
Top-notch.
level of consistency.
Yep.
Best passer rating is 158 and change. Don't ask me why it is. They should just make it an even number like 100, but they don't. I don't know. It's math. I was told there'd be no math. I'm much more verbal. That's why I do this for a
all of
living.
us.
Thank you.
Brockman can count a little, but
Oh, no, Coop is really good at math. Zan's really good at math, too. I've got math kids. I don't know where it came from. Neither does Susie.
their mom. Oh,
No.
well,
I
their mom
digress.
is mostly
I
verbal
digress.
as well.
I digress. Yeah, she's verbal.
ESPN came up with their QBR stat, which is on a 100-point scale.
There you go. At any rate,
I'm being company friendly.
200 pass yards and 100 passer rating in 7 straight games now for Drake May.
Is that good?
It's tied for the longest such streak in NFL history by any quarterback, 23 or younger. And every other quarterback with a streak of 7+ games are named Mahomes.
He's good.
You've heard of them.
Yep.
Yeah. And, Dan Marino.
Oh, he was.
He had 6 of them in 84.
What did they do in those years, Rich?
They won the MVP, Christopher.
Got it.
And you could see, the information on the screen there. That's what he's doing. It's crazy.
It's really crazy.
And how about this one? Every single thing he does is either something Brady was the last to do or Brady never did. Are you noticing that?
Yeah, I am.
Well, they're not gonna compare it to Matt Castle, but you get what I'm saying. I mean, for him to catch a stray, 3 passing touchdowns and no incompletions, and a perfect passer rating in the second half against Cleveland. May's the first Patriots quarterback to do it this century. In a single half. Either half. Choose your half. First or second.
You get a half. You get a half.
And only 14 such instances league-wide this century. He's that good, man. Defensively, they're all over it. And I don't know, New England is, if this wasn't your team, Chris, you might be leading the but who have they really beaten charge? And then I'd have to push back and go, they won in Buffalo on a Sunday night.
No doubt.
Other than that, man, they're the teams that they've beaten.
You have to beat. And the way that they're doing it is
That's
what
correct.
good teams do.
Correct.
You got a bad team in your house? Spank them. You go on the road against a bad team? Spank them. Handle it. And they've been doing that. Yeah, who have they beaten? Sure, I get it. But they went to Buffalo and win, and everyone thinks they're, can go to the Super Bowl. And that was a really, really good Browns defense that came into Foxborough.
That's true. As a matter of fact, if I may jump in here, all these stats I just gave you, Drake May was not sitting back having a sandwich and a smoke in a rocking chair.
Myles Garrett was in his lap all day.
Myles Garrett had 5 sacks. He had Myles Garrett. He was the grim. I mean, Myles Garrett created an entire lawn for his Halloween exhibit for on Friday with Drake May.
$8 million per sack yesterday.
Nice. Wow. We'll talk about that in a second. Atlanta's next at home, and Atlanta hasn't looked very good in the last couple of weeks. The real test that I think might get some people paying attention is at Tampa in week 10.
No doubt.
They have a Thursday night home game against the Jets. A trip to Cincinnati, a Monday night home game against the Giants before their late bye, coming off of it. They're nice and healthy for the Bills to pay a visit. They have to go to the Ravens, and then they've got the Jets and the Dolphins. That's a playoff team right there, people. That's a playoff team and potentially a division-winning team, and potentially, who knows, they don't play the Colts, a team that can be in the mix for a high seed. Let's just put it that way.
In the mix.
So congratulations
and it's
to
all much sooner than anyone in New
Patriots.
England, I hope, would admit.
Let me just say this about Myles Garrett. Guy's a Hall of Famer, okay? So I just want everyone to hear this. And I know he came on our show and he's like, I'm not playing for the Browns ever again. And then he took a fat contract and now he's playing for the Browns again. So you might think this is me axe grinding. It is not. I know so many Browns fans who want, I feel for them. I want them to win. I think this league is better when the Browns are really good. How does that sound? Okay. But it's tough for me to hear this soundbite, quite frankly, although I do feel for the guy. Hit it.
It doesn't get any easier. Each week you ask me, so.
Does the loss diminish how you feel about your performance today at all, I guess?
I would throw the whole performance away for a win.
And I totally respect him. I do. But it's like full Don Draper, Mike. It's a full Don Draper moment right here. Because he had 100% the exit strategy all mapped out when he came on our show at the Super Bowl.
He did a whole tour.
He had the whole exit strategy mapped out. But right now, it's very difficult for me to sit here and think anything else but you got it, Mike?
That's what the money is for.
That's it.
No, boo-hoo.
No.
Come on, man.
I understand
you signed up and wanted this.
It still can't be easy for him to get through it. So I'll give him that. But the bottom line is Micah Parsons got his exit visas, got more money than Myles Garrett, and he's on a 5-1-1 team right now. And I'm just wondering why Myles Garrett, with his finger on I think our buddy Albert Breer called it the eject button, why he didn't push it. Because what did you think? Like, who was the quarterback going to be? The quarterback was going to be some rookie or some veteran. Like at the time when this happened, obviously he didn't know that the guy who was going to take the victory formation of that Super Bowl in New Orleans, was going to be his teammate. But he knew it was just going to be some veteran that they went ahead and got and some rookie they were going to draft. He knew that there was a rebuild coming. But he took the cash. And I'm just wondering if he's like, he goes home like Huel, right? And he's lying on his stacks of money on his bed.
And I'm not saying I'm above that and wouldn't have taken the cash if I was in his shoes.
I hear you.
You don't get to go up there and then, expect us to feel bad for you.
Career high and a team record for sacks. He's now got 10 on the season. He had 5 coming into the game, and he's got 10 on the season. 20th time since they started recording sacks that the players had 5 or more in a game. He passed Reggie White for the most sacks by any player prior to their 30th birthday. He's Hall of Fame first ballot material. He'll finish in Ohio. I just thought he would go somewhere other than Ohio. But instead, again, Myles, it's got to be like watching Micah on a Sunday night, sacking Aaron Rodgers for a team going to 5-1-1, cashing bigger checks, and wondering maybe, why did I stay? 844-204-RICH, number to dial. 2 wins in the AFC East. You got to give it up. Got to give it up. First one to Miami Dolphins. I did not see that one coming. Did anybody? Bueller?
No way.
Hey, anybody who thought that Mike McDaniel lost his locker room or whatever, they went into Atlanta and put the bang thing on the Falcons. And this is an instance when Tua is turning the ball over and over again. He admits it. McDaniel's like, hey, we got to start him. And just hope he doesn't throw 10 picks. Honestly, right? And you're like, how's Tua going to handle that? And he's just like, this is my bad. I'm going to play better. And you're just like, this thing is circling the drain. And when's he going to get fired? And then they show up. And he was terrific. The offense was terrific. And the defense balled out. That was a terrific performance in the National Football League on the road when the season's, you could say that at a crossroads. They had 2 3-game win streaks wrapped around a Monday night win. That was a tough one to get against the Jets at home. And they bottled up Bijan, and they uncorked Tua in Atlanta. I guess, is it that building? Is that what it is? I don't know. So, Mike McDaniel, let's do this. We've been playing him like over and over and over again, like all is lost, the sky is falling. Let's give him a victory a podium. Hit it.
You have an embarrassing outing in the National Football League as a team. You go one of two ways, and I didn't see the negative way being something that was on the table for our locker room. Generally, if you can sustain through tough times and continue to build momentum in your game without results, the results do come.
Okay. There you go. Same guy in a loss as he is in a win, which is talking the way he talks. Jalen Waddle killing it. Devin Achane. It's his 13th career receiving touchdown yesterday.
He is so good.
It's tied for 4th in the Super Bowl era for any running back in their first 3 seasons. The aforementioned Chuck Foreman, Christian McCaffrey, and Austin Eckler are the only ones with more.
Oh.
Yeah. And then they allowed a season-low 10 points and 11 first downs. Complimentary football, as they say. Kudos to them. And then there's the New York Jets. Talk about not seeing it coming. Garrett Wilson doesn't even get on a plane. Josh Reynolds isn't going. The top 2 guys targeted at the wide receiver position, out. Gone. Sauce didn't play. Out. Joe Flacco, man of the moment.
Ballin'. From
in the pocket to at the diner by himself. Everybody's talking about him, right? And then, this is crazy. I'll be honest with you. I started watching other games. There were 7 on at once. I started watching other games when Joe Flacco ran one in. I mean, I'm like, okay, is Joe Flacco going to be the one to throw one in and run one in this game and not Justin Fields? Is that really what's happening right now? Joe Flacco, 17th rushing touchdown of his career, oldest man ever to run one in the history of the National Football League from scrimmage. Unbelievable. Pardon me, for Cincinnati. He's the 7th player over 40 to run one in from scrimmage in NFL history. 19 targets of Jamar Chase. It's all working. It's all working. They're up 31-16 in the third quarter. The Bengals, 16-point margin. And that's when the Jets said, you know what? We have no wins. We have an owner with no confidence in the quarterback. I mean, Woody Johnson's comments on Justin Fields at the NFL owners meeting this week are a new threshold. A new threshold for owner criticizing player. I can't recall an instance where, the owner's like, well, our coach is doing well enough, but essentially saying, this is the way you're going to look with a quarterback doing that stuff.
He said it wasn't jiving.
I heard that.
Yeah.
And I also heard him basically say, it could complete a pass, things like that. Justin Fields told us in London that he took all social media off his phone. That's what he told the broadcast team before Jets-Broncos, in which he had -10 net throwing yards, looking awful. Then coming home, getting hurt, looking awful before he got hurt, leading to Woody's comments, and he said that he had tears. Well, it wasn't a football version of tears, but still, he was affected by it. And then he shows up, and the Jets offense shows out. And that offensive line led the way. Much maligned, but the Jets are one of the few teams in the NFL who are starting the same 5 more often than not, if not the entire season. 254 rush yards. Fields wasn't sacked. Breece Hall, man, 18 carries, 133 rush yards, and 2 rushing touchdowns. 800 rushing yard, 100-yard rushing game of his career. And a touchdown pass to Mason Taylor, pulling out the old bag of tricks to take the lead, 39-38. And I'll tell you what, that's when I got Some texts from people, are you watching this thing? Rack it back, start watching it, caught up to speed. Man, everybody's thinking the same thing. This is just another gutting loss.
Yeah, how are you going to blow it?
The old Jet fan in me was just like, there's a trap door, and I could see there's all stripy, that stripy B. That'll be this team. That'll be the trap door. That'll be the trap door from which the game-winning field goal will come in from 60-something yards and end it. But the defense held, and the Bengals lose. And this is fitting result for Justin Fields and Aaron Glenn, who are trying their asses off. And congrats to Aaron Glenn. The team doesn't give up, which is another reason why you need to stick with him and let him get his culture going and find the guys for him. This is Justin Fields after the game.
I'm going to get pretty vulnerable right here, but this week I kind of, I found myself in my closet crying, on the ground, laying down, not because of the hardships, not because of the troubles. I felt like, I was built to handle that, and I was put in place to handle this situation. But in that moment when I was talking to my best friend, how hard it was, and just, not wavering faith-wise, I just had gotten a text from my sister and my stepmom, and it was just an encouraging text on, just keep going and keep spreading the faith. And they just sent me a link on social media. And I tell you guys all the time that I'm not on social media, so I didn't see it. So that was just it was just a sign from God for me to keep going, and that, I'm in the right place. Yesterday I was just praying over and over and over again, like, just one win. And, but all that to say is that, God is real, God is good, and everything that we go through in this life is for a purpose. So, yeah.
What a gutty performance and a win. Do you know, for quarterbacks who have played at least 7 games this year and has thrown at as many attempts as Justin Fields, we call that a qualified quarterback. Do you know there's only one quarterback in the NFL who has yet to throw an interception? You know what the name of their player is? I'll give you a hint. His name's Justin Fields. No interceptions. Didn't turn it over when they let he has 0 interceptions, the only qualified quarterback in this category in the NFL to yet to throw one. And, listen, you could say, oh, they ran it. He didn't turn it over, making all those runs mean nothing. For the owner to say what he said, I understand he's not on social media, and for him to hear it and for him to obviously be affected by it to this point, and then rely on his faith to get him through this game in this fourth quarter and come up with their biggest comeback like this with 23 points in the fourth quarter. Their most points in the fourth quarter since that big 30-point fourth quarter on the Monday night against Miami. Remember that one? Al Michaels came in and talked about it. Hey, man, that's a big W for the Jets. And there's no more winless teams in the National Football League. Kudos to all of them. And I understand, Jets fans and Dolphins fans, you'd rather be in the position of that Patriot fan right there. But for 1 week, feel good about it. They're not easy in the NFL. It ain't easy. And maybe you're just 1 year away from that guy being in the position of the Patriot fan over there. When you are, just handle it a little more class. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Here on the show, your phone calls and a full hour 3 of just us coming up.
Rich Eisen here for Sonos, the speakers that bring every game to life in my own house. With studio quality sound, Sonos makes you feel like you're right there in the stadium. Whether you're cheering on your team, binging your favorite show, or listening to the hottest songs, Sonos fills every room with incredible sound. Setup is easy. Just plug in, open the Sonos app, and you're ready to go. Want stadium quality sound at home just like me? Because I love Sonos. You will too. Explore soundbars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com. Sonos. They look as good as they sound.
At AT&T, we guarantee our network so you can talk college football with your BFF while taking Buster to the vet.
Hey, yeah, I can't believe he ate the whole thing of chicken wings.
And I can't believe we're staging a comeback. Touchdown!
Yes! Staying connected matters. That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit for a full day's service. For wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers, must be connected to impacted tower at onset of outage. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for full details.
Is your roof underperforming? Saggy shingles, leaky spots? Sounds like someone needs a little Avondale Roofing. They don't just patch things up, they go all the way. Tight, sealed, satisfied. It's the kind of roof that'll have your neighbors going,
now that's a roof.
Avondale Roofing. They get on top so you don't have to. Call now. Your house deserves it.
A certified GAF roofing installer.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table.
Oh, yeah.
Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
Fall is here. So many great things you do with the kids this time of year. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking that next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. And now, with the end of the year approaching, this is the perfect opportunity to maximize your insurance benefits or to use your remaining flex spending dollars before they disappear. 5 locations to serve you. Downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4BAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. If you're injured, you want a legal representative that gets you and where you come from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You're talking to Chicagoans.
That's Julio Costa of Costa Iavoni, and his partner Anthony is also here.
Thanks, Courtney. We're proud of the trust we've built here in town.
There's an immediate connection with Chicagoans. They know we'll take the time to understand what they're going through.
And then we will fight to win. At Costa Iavoni, we get you.
Costa Iavoni, your trusted local personal injury attorneys at 708-4-million.
Just like a strong offense keeps moving the ball, Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can keep your company growing. Business checking, treasury management, commercial loans. Big business, small business. Republic Bank has everything you need for your business. Our team is here to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC. Visit ourbankchicago.com today.
Football season is back, and Surfside is bringing you your tailgate must-have. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your home team. Made with real vodka and real brewed tea, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
A 1-hour, uninterrupted dose of Bleck Abdalla.
Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago.
Not going to be the wash that I think Dodgers Mariners would have been.
Clinton and Friends, weekdays from 10 to noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
It's disappointing. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show simulcast, sitting here on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. The Hyundai Hope on Wheels program I've been telling you about, please check it out. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search up Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more about this incredible program that's lasted over 27 years. During that time period, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Don't know if you know that. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised over $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. So, just mentioned to you all about the Jets' comeback win on the Bengals. The Bengals had it right there. A 15-point lead at home in the fourth quarter to go to 500. This is what they brought in Joe Flacco to do, to win these games that Jake Browning was not. And they had it right there in front of them against a winless team that was just running the football because they didn't have the horses at receiver. No Garrett Wilson, no Josh Reynolds. Those were the top two targeted people at the position for the Jets not playing. And they had the ball jammed down their throats. Jammed. And lost it. Because the defense, again, this is the problem for this team, as we know. The defense couldn't get it done. The 38 points is the most scored by Cincinnati in a loss, and tied for the most in a Cincinnati loss since week 2 of 2007. That's how they lost it. Most in a loss this year, most by a Cincinnati Bengals team in a loss in almost 20 years. And after the game, I mean, the head coach essentially said, can somebody step up on defense? Zach Taylor said, hey, we got to find somebody to take the lead there. Mm-hmm. Certainly with Trey Hendrickson in and out of the lineup, somebody's got to make a play. And somebody then went to Jamar Chase with that and made it sound like he's just talking about the team writ large. It didn't go well.
Zach just said one of the messages to the team in the locker room was that somebody needs to step up. What do you think of that?
I play offense. I'm not worried about what the defense got to do. I'm just cheering them on every play.
He didn't say you, well, at least us, he didn't say defense, just said somebody.
I don't know there. No comment for that.
19 targets, 12 receptions, 91 yards for him. 28 receptions in the last 2 weeks is tied for second most in a 2-game span of the Super Bowl era. 3-5. That one's just got to sting more than any of them else. They had a 4-4 record. They would have been a half game behind Pittsburgh, and instead they're 3-5, and a half game right behind them is Baltimore. In the same way that I said, hey, the home games and road games, their division games are right there in front of them. Cincinnati, as we all know, is already held serve against Pittsburgh. They're at Pittsburgh after their bye. They play the Bears at home this coming week and then have a bye and then have Pittsburgh, 2 games against Baltimore. But, I mean, they can't stop anybody. If you put that up again one more time, if you don't mind, take a look at the opposition. 39, 31, 27, 37, 28, 48 in their wins with Burrow. 27. I mean, they gave up 16 points in week 1, but that was Cleveland with Flacco.
We said this earlier in the year. This season looked like it was just mirroring last year in the way the defense was playing.
But they started 2-0, so that
was the difference.
That allowed them, and that's why they're only 2 under right now.
Right.
As opposed to season's over. But that one was, I mean, that's gonna leave a mark. That's gonna make people dine by themselves, stare into the distance.
Harry Douglas here. Look, being a man doesn't mean skipping self-care. Manscaped makes it easy to feel confident, clean, and ready for anything. Whether you're at work, hitting the gym, traveling for business, or heading for a night out. The Lawnmower Trimmer gives you precision, the Beard Hedger keeps your look tight, and their grooming essentials smell incredible. Manscaped's tools are built to perform, helping you stay sharp, smooth, and feeling your best every single day. Because real confidence starts with a clean cut and the right gear. Get all the Manscaped products you need right now at your local Target.
Okay, all signed up. Easy. Now let's run payroll. What the? Hey girl, I'm you with more gusto. Nice. Who's that? New social media manager, hired and onboarded with gusto. And spoiler, we're kind of famous now. Wait, we're famous? Oh, well, I'm famous. Payroll, benefits, and HR. Designed and built for small businesses. Choose a future with gusto.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and football season is here. Are you ready to make money betting on sports? Are you ready to make a winning decision? Are you going to gamble for fun, or are you going to gamble for money? This year, make that decision that will build your bankroll all year long. Go to FatJackSports.com, and for less than $100 a week, make money betting on the games. That's FatJackSports.com. It's a personal portal. It comes to your email. It's hassle-free. It'll make you money. FatJackSports.com.
Hey, usual haircut?
Yeah, but make it quick. I gotta go pay my ComEd bill.
Yeah, I just mailed my check this morning.
There's an easier way, fellas. Get the ComEd app. I just paid my bill while getting this trim. For real? You can pay your bill, check your energy usage, even report and track an outage 24/7. How did I not know about this? Because y'all are too busy filming dance trends on your phones.
Make life easier. Download the ComEd app today at ComEd.com/app.
This is the take care of my family goal. This is the enjoy the life I've built goal. This is the set up a foundation goal. This is Busey, where your goals become lasting legacies. Through bespoke plans that maximize your wealth, through partnerships that give you peace of mind. Because building wealth, tending to it, and passing it down secures a brighter future. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. One moment everything's going your way, the next, an accident changes everything. Medical bills start piling up, paychecks stop coming in, and the insurance companies try to give you the runaround. This is where Postman Law comes in. With over $3 billion recovered for personal injury victims, they deliver speed, ease, and results when you need the most. Car accident, workplace injury, slip and fall, no matter how you got hurt, Postman Law fights for you, so you can focus on getting better while they handle the rest. No upfront fees, no hassle, just real results. Getting the compensation you deserve shouldn't be a battle. That's why Postman Law makes the process simple, guiding you every step of the way and standing up to the insurance company so you don't have to. Don't let an injury keep you on the bench. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Fall's here. Time to upgrade your home before the cold sets in. Chicago Trust Window Works for custom windows and doors that fit your style and budget and help lower energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. But this limited time offer won't last. So what you have to do is dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation and lock in your savings today. Again, dial pound 250 and say Waddle.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
It gives the Dodgers the lead here in the 7th inning. It's 2-1 LA. Game
Game 3 of the Dodgers and Blue Jays. Coverage begins tonight at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
It's go time.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Brees Hall, he's going to throw the ball.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
The Jets are going to win it. Touchdown, Keyshawn Boutte. What a weapon.
Pittman snared it in with one hand. Tucker Kraft having a night.
The Rich Eisen Show. On today's show, complete Week 8 recap, Monday night preview, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of this Monday Rich Eisen Show is on the air on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and, of course, ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. We're about to take a ton of phone calls and clear the banks. We've already talked about a lot of Week 8 National Football League action. Let's kick off Hour 3 with a little bit of college football. So I was watching Alabama survive South Carolina.
Great game.
Yes.
2 of the top quarterbacks we're going to see in the draft next April.
And that's something we're going to talk about. Daniel Jeremiah on Thursday's show is going to join us. I think now is a good enough time for us to try and see who's available.
I like it.
Sark, our friend Diana Rossini of The Athletic, put out a report earlier in the day on Saturday that Sark's reps are kicking tires on National Football League jobs like, say, the Titans. He pushed back vehemently in his post-game press conference after Texas survived the ground in Mississippi State.
Well, that makes me think that it's true then.
By the way, Arch had a terrific game.
He did.
And then got concussed in the final throws, and they won that game.
In overtime.
So I was watching those, getting ready for Michigan State on NBC.
Yeah, a little tighter than you thought it was going to be, huh?
Dude, it was thoroughly enjoyable. Thoroughly enjoyable. It's so much fun.
Yeah, but you were sweating.
When was I sweating?
When it was 10-7 most of the game?
Listen, let me just tell people this. Michigan versus Michigan State is really one of my favorite things to watch. You know, and it doesn't go Michigan's way all the time. And there was a moment in this game where second half, Michigan had only a 10-7 lead, get the ball to start the second half, and Bryce Underwood does not see the blitzer directly coming at him, in front of him. He gets hit, fumbles the ball. Michigan State recovers. The crew covering the game on NBC, who I had, the delightful people who I had at the YouTube game. They produced my YouTube game in Brazil. They fell in love with the Michigan State defensive coordinator because he was very animated. They cut to him like celebrating every sack, every play, like it was New Year's Eve, the ball's dropping, all that stuff. And the ball did drop on the ground. Michigan State had it, but there was a flag on the play for an offsides, and Michigan State fans are going crazy about how the refs screwed him out of a big fumble. There was one game in 2021 that Michigan lost all year long, okay, in the Big Ten. One game. Just one game. That's it. They lost all year long, and Aiden Hutchinson had a sack force fumble of Michigan State for a touchdown, or right before. It was not a touchdown. It was right inside like the 10-yard line. They reviewed it, called it back, and yada yada yada. Kenny Walker ran for a gajillion yards. Michigan lost that game. So, cry me a little bit of a river is all I'm telling Sparty right now. Okay, it was a big play in the game, no doubt. And you could say the guy wasn't offsides easily. But anyway, the reason why I bring all this up is at some point I'm like, let's see what's going on with LSU and Texas A&M. And LSU was up in this game.
Yeah, they led at halftime.
They did. And then the second half happened. And the roof caved in. And you could see Brian Kelly. There was video of him talking to some LSU officials just at this moment. This photograph of him leaving the field on Saturday night. He had just been talking to some LSU members of their staff, the athletic department. Wondering what was being said. And I'm wondering if this is
office.
I'm just wondering if this is a photograph of a man who knew he was leaving the field in Baton Rouge for the last time wearing LSU gear.
It's like Bud Kilmer at halftime in Varsity Blues.
Because, LSU has not done well at all. They haven't performed very well at all with Brian Kelly at the helm. And we just saw what happened when Penn State had lost a couple in a row. And sure enough, next day, we find out. I guess it all trickles out. Thamel was the first to report saying that they'd informed him of their intention to fire him.
Which is an interesting way to put things.
No. I'll tell you why this is.
Why is it?
Because when somebody's got a buyout of $54 million, we need to have conversations about how you're getting it.
Yeah, right. When?
What you still need to do to receive it. Because I don't know if somebody, Baton Rouge, Buddy Garrett Chevrolet stroking that check. But
good question.
Happy friend of the program.
I don't know, man. When you're and this is the thing that I'm taking away from this. In this day and age, when everybody's wringing their hands over NIL and players wanting to get paid, not to go full Jay Billis on you here, but these buyouts are stupid absurd. And I understand that this is put in there to make sure you as a head coach don't just bounce somewhere else. That you don't pull on me what Brian Kelly pulled on Notre Dame for me to go get Brian Kelly.
It's true.
That you make it so prohibitive to you, coach, aren't paying us $50 million to just leave us because you don't want to be around here anymore, that you suddenly view us as a stepping stone. By the way, as you know, when Brian Kelly left for LSU, boy, did I love calling Notre Dame a stepping stone job. I had a field day with that one as a Michigan man.
You did.
And that may be why these buyouts are absurd. But the fact that Brian Kelly, for the next 5 years, if he doesn't take another job, doesn't want to take another job, doesn't want to be a coach anymore, can just sit back and make $800,000+ a month for 5 years to not coach LSU football is insane. It's absurd. It's obscene.
Yeah, it's obscene.
These are public institutions. Where's this money coming from? I understand the TV contracts are fat. That's insane. And so I don't want to hear it. Oh, no, we can't give the NIL dollars to this kid. Oh, my God. Coaches are making an obscene amount of money to not win. And teams are like, we'll eat it. Penn State ate James Franklin and...
Fifth was 50.
Right?
It's insane.
It's a 9-figure buyout for 2 head coaches. Yeah. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial on the program. Let's go to Levi in Denver, Colorado. What's up, Levi?
Howdy, how we doing this morning?
I'm well, sir. How are you doing?
Man. I'm doing good. I wanted to call in, first of all. Great job on the Overreaction Monday podcast. Love listening to that every Monday.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
But I'm calling in as a Broncos fan. Now, first of all, I would apologize to TJ, but you never apologize for winning. So I want to see the Broncos get their flowers. They're doing great. Bo Nixon defense. But I'm actually calling in about the Cowboys because I have friends that are Cowboys fans, and I thought it was funny because the Broncos did really well, but I think Rex Ryan put it pretty well this morning, said offensive coordinators basically just have to decide whether they want to run or pass at this point against this defense. And so my question to you is this salvageable because they're still around 500. Their offense has done really great, but I think they need to do something big to kind of fix this defense up and help them. And other than go back in time and sign Micah Parsons, is there something, a big move or something that they could do that could maybe help them the rest of the way this season? Because I don't think they could continue like this.
Levi in Denver, I greatly appreciate it. The answer to that is no. There's I don't see a defensive move that could be made in the trade deadline.
Well,
do you?
When Tom was here, he kind of asked me that question, and I really couldn't give him an answer other than Trey Hendrickson or, at the
Max Crosby, you were eyeing him in Las Vegas?
I never even saw that as an option, but Quentin Williams was kind of on.
Yeah, the Jets aren't trading him.
They're not trading him. So if it's not one of those two, I really don't know. I'm sure there's got to be somebody out there who might be up for grabs, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, when you
that's
have
not
somebody...
one person that can fix that mess, that's for sure.
Thanks for the call, Levi. I hope that gives you your answer.
And Levi, I predicted that we were going to lose that game, as you know, because Denver's got our number. So it wasn't a surprise.
I'll just tell you this on the Dallas Cowboys, man, is that, the reason why Max Crosby is not available, and reportedly Pete Carroll went to Max last week to tell him all the conversation you're hearing about us taking calls on you. We are not trading you. You are here. You're ours, and you are, and we are yours. Because apparently he wants to stay in Las Vegas, and the reason why he's not available, the reason why Quentin Williams for the New York Jets, as down in the dumps as they are, is not available, is, wait for it, you don't trade people like them.
That's an interesting philosophy.
You know what I'm saying?
The team would have. Let me get this straight. So a team would know they have a generational talent. Let me get this straight.
You pay them.
And that you pay them and you hold on to them and you build around them.
After you drafted them.
And you don't let them go to another team that's regularly kicked you in the tuchus for decades, right?
Wow.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm just going to note
things
that.
for the Cowboys are dire when T.J. Jefferson stops dropping Yiddish words to make a point.
Just no.
And
Just
honestly, credit to the Browns for not letting Myles Garrett leave. They made him an offer he couldn't refuse.
That's another one. So I don't know who they can get to suddenly, as you know, one or two players can solidify. That
how about
kid,
10?
Hold on a second. That kid Overshone is really good. And they opened a practice window for him, and hopefully he comes back as strong and as fast as ever. He can affect some things. And then maybe you add one, or if not two players in trades. And no,
none of this is happening, man. None of this is good. We all know this, all right? And it sounds great, but it's not going to happen.
Well, I don't think it's salvageable this season for the Super Bowl.
The what?
Or for for your needs and purposes as a Cowboys fan, an NFC Championship game appearance to finally end that talk.
Yeah, no.
I don't see it.
They're scoring points, Rich.
That's another good point.
They are.
Until they face a defense like the Denver Broncos.
Yeah.
And then
the best in the business.
See you later. See you later. Dak was asked after the game, what was the question was, what are the Cowboys? Interesting.
What?
It's not who are the Cowboys.
It's Gamora.
I guess is that one step above why are the Cowboys?
Yes.
And just leaving it at that?
Yeah. Where are the Cowboys?
We know where they are.
When are the Cowboys?
We know.
Sounds like Guardians of the Galaxy,
right? But what are the Cowboys? An interesting use of a question.
Okay.
3-4-1. We got to find consistency, honestly. The frustrating part about, coming out here and we lost a game playing our best, you can somewhat live with that, But when we didn't play anything close to that, think Shotty said it in there. If there's somebody that feels like they played their best, come forward and say it. And I don't know if there's any player in that locker room that's going to feel that way. And so talking about identity, trying to find it, we were far from anything that we've been, especially on the offensive side of the ball today. And so that's what's as frustrating as anything is we didn't even play to our identity. We didn't play to our standard. And we've got to find a way to do that on the road.
I know Javonte Williams scored twice. That had to feel good for him, but he only averaged 3.2 yards a carry. So that was off. Dak was off. He's sacked twice. A passer rating just north of 51. That was off. And his passer rating entering week 8 was double that. More than double that. 107.6. 107.7. It's a light FM station in Dallas. Yeah.
We had the game started off great.
Yeah.
Had a nice first drive of the game.
Agreed.
Looked like we were about to punch it in for a tutty. We didn't. Got the field goal, and then it was after that.
That's one way to put it.
Yep. Thank you for the sound effects.
Thank you.
3-4-1. He went all Michael Winslow on us.
Well, the radio folks couldn't see me giving
TJ Jefferson in Police Squad 9. Well, Police Academy, pardon me. Police Academy. My bad. My bad. Dallas' schedule. Then we'll take a break and take more phone calls. And, of course, we'll take the Broncos side of things here. Dallas' schedule. I know. That's why this was so big.
Yeah.
It was right
home
there, man.
against Arizona on a Monday night, bye home again, and then at Vegas on a Monday night before you take on the Eagles, who are 6-2. If you were 4-3-1, and the Eagles are 6-2, Eagles are on a bye while you're home against Arizona, which is going to get apparently Kyler Murray back.
Yeah, and we don't do well against them.
No, I understand that, and Kyler's famous quote of him saying, "Yeah, I grew up here in Dallas. Why am I concerned about Dallas? What have they done? Remember that?
Yeah,
a few times that Kyler Murray actually clapped back at anything.
Yeah, I wish he would have stayed silent.
And then when you're on your bye, Philadelphia's at Green Bay, and then while you're in Vegas on a Monday night, Philadelphia's home against Detroit, and then shows up to Dallas. So Dallas wins the next 2. You're 5-4-1. So that would be the answer to what are the Cowboys? What could the Cowboys be? 5-4-1. Let's say the Eagles, if the Eagles lose both of those at Green Bay and home against Detroit, all right. Now you're only half game back going into that Week 12 game, right?
Yes.
If they split though, they're 7-3. And you'd need to win to go 6-4-1 to go 7-4, and now you're a half game back. But with no games left against Philadelphia, I'm trying to help the man. I'm trying to.
Yeah, you know what we're
about what's salvageable and what isn't. But winning and stopping people on defense would be the first order of business. How does that sound?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Scoring points.
Like you know what would help that? If you had
Except yesterday,
if you had a generationally talented player on your defense who could help stop.
Yeah, and you could try to get somebody else's, but they don't usually trade those.
Yeah.
Okay.
But hey, we get those 2 draft picks.
There is less pie.
844-204-RICH number, but it's still there. It's still there. 844-204-RICH number to dial. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Since 2013, the annual Progressive Keys to Progress event has provided deserving veterans with vehicles, helping our heroes drive their lives forward. Learn more about this program at keystoprogress.com. 844-204-RICH. We'll chat with you. Denver Broncos, we'll talk about them. World Series Game 3 at Dodger Stadium tonight. We'll talk about it all with you here on this Monday edition of the Rich Eisen Show.
They say a full marathon is the ultimate test. For me, it's more than a race. It's a milestone I once thought impossible. Michelle Smallman here, and I'm running my very first marathon in New York City with the support of Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assists powered by Parity. Together, we're empowering girls and women through sports and education. With grants to 32 organizations in 21 states. Every step I take is for the finish line and for the next generation chasing their dreams. Here's to 26.2 miles and a future with no limits.
Paying extra for tire care is BS. You know, bad service. So at Midas, we're rolling out our BS-free tire guarantee, included with paid installation and tax on every purchase. You'll pay nothing for flat replacements, nada for flat repairs, and zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles. That's $0 for all that. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the BS-free tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Hard
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to make you a winner every Friday in October with our $500K Double Down giveaway. Earn entries each week to boost your chance of winning a guaranteed $50,000. Then you can choose to walk away or risk half for a shot at $100,000 in cash. Do you dare to double down? Only at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-80-94. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Cap. My friends at Automatic are celebrating 80 years of making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable. To celebrate their 80th anniversary, Automatic's residential team is giving you $800 off any furnace and AC replacement now through the end of October. It's a great opportunity for Chicagoland homeowners to make sure their home is comfortable. Don't wait for your system to fail. Call the pros you can trust, the best in the business. Go to Automatic.com.
For over 2 decades, I've called the plays here in Chicago, and when it comes to a winning strategy for selling your home, I've found the perfect play.
At Jeff Buys Your House, we offer a fast and easy solution for selling your house. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. We're a local, veteran-owned company, and we've made the process simple since 2007.
Don't take a chance selling your house with just anyone. Trust the team at Jeff Buys Your House. Visit jeffbuysyourhouse.com today for your no-obligation offer.
Great Clips believes veterans make us great, and that's why this Veterans Day they're offering free haircuts to all veterans and active duty service members. Here's how it works. If you served or are serving in the military, simply visit a Great Clips salon on November 11th to get a haircut at no cost to you with your military ID. Don't need a haircut that day? Stop by for a free haircut card to use later. Not a member of the military? Any customer who gets a haircut on Veterans Day will also receive a free haircut card to give to a veteran or active duty military member in recognition of their service. It's just one small way Great Clips is saying thank you for all the sacrifices you as service members make to protect our country. Offer valid while supplies last. Learn more and read giveaway rules at greatclips.com/promotions. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Whatever happens today, plan to conquer it with a fresh cup of True Brew coffee. True North Convenience Store's True Brew coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend created with coffee beans from around the world. This brew is truly perfect for any time of the day. During October and November, enter for a chance to win free coffee for a year. Check the True Rewards app for details or find the mobile app in your favorite app store. Offer valid 10/7 through 12/1. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
After seeing some hoops or pucks at the UC, let the CTA be your drive home. The number 19 United Center Express bus takes you from the arena to Union Station, Ogilvie, and Michigan Avenue for just $3. If you've ever waited for a ride share at the UC, you know it's awful. Take the CTA. Buses run express for an hour after each game and will take you to Metro stops and hotels along Michigan Avenue. At under $3, you've got more money for merch or food at the game. Find the CTA Express buses right outside the stadium.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Harry Douglas here. Fellas, it's time to step up your grooming game. Manscaped just leveled up with the Lawnmower 5 and the Chairman Plus, 2 powerhouses built for unmatched precision, comfort, and control. Whether you're cleaning up before a night out, preparing for a big meeting, or getting ready for a game day, Manscaped has the tools to help you look and feel your absolute best. These aren't just old school clippers. They're engineered for modern men who take pride in their daily routine. So upgrade your grooming gear and experience the difference. And now you can find Manscaped products at your local Walmart.
At Navy Federal Credit Union, all veterans, active duty, and their families can become members and enjoy exclusive benefits. With the Cash Rewards and Cash Rewards Plus cards, you can earn a $250 cash bonus when you spend $2,500 in the first 90 days. Plus, you can earn up to 2% unlimited cash back. Offer ends January 1st, 2026. Join now at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Cashback terms and conditions apply. Visit NavyFederal.org/cash rewards for more information.
There's an app for that. Download, listen live, podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
Found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiter's experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Back here, 844-204-RICH, the number to dial here on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, the ESPN app, and Disney Plus. All right. Okay, I need a little taste of home. What I'm about to say are words that I can't wait to see who this is, because I knew about 50 of them. Tony in Staten Island, New York. What's up, Tony?
Tony?
Hello?
Are you there, Tony?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, Tony. It's Rich from Staten Island. What's up, Tony?
How you doing?
How you doing? I went to Port Richmond High School.
Oh, so you know my dad? Do you know how old are you?
I'm 61. I know you're a little younger than I am. You went to Susan Wagner.
That's correct. But you must have been there when my dad was there then, at Port Richmond. Joel Eisen?
What year did he graduate?
No. He was a French teacher and a college advisor. He's an assistant principal at Port Richmond High School forever. Tony?
Really?
How old are you again?
Really?
How old are you?
Wow.
I think he said 61.
61?
Jeff Dowland's 2 years older than me. And I was on JV when I was playing football.
Okay.
And
look at us.
We had alumni off of Watch Out Road there, Jimmy Max. You remember that restaurant there?
Of course. How do I forget that, Tony? Come on now.
Okay.
Look at us going way back.
We had Port Richmond alumni. We had a fundraiser for Port Richmond High School, and Jeff was there.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Look at all of us hanging out. All right, Anthony, what do you got?
But I wanted to talk to you anyway. I know you're a Jet fan. My brother's a Jet fan. My best friend's a Jet fan.
Yeah.
My wife's friend's a Jet fan, but my son is a Giant fan.
Okay.
And what we're going through in New York, and I live here in Florida now.
Okay.
Well, what we're going through in New York with all this, coaching staff and all that, I don't think it's the coaching for the Giants, in my opinion.
It isn't.
And I know the Jets is going through a hard time too. But Brian Daboll's doing his best to get his plays. And unfortunately, all our good stars are getting hurt.
Yep.
And all I've been hearing is fire Daboll. You got to give him a chance. And, and me as a former football player, I understand. And poor, Jackson Dart, he's doing his best. And I wish he would have started early, but he's losing all his key plays. Malik Neighbors and even Scatterboo. And unfortunately, he dislocated his ankle, and I'm hoping he'll be back. But he's standing all by himself. And if they're having a losing season, they want to throw Daboll under the bus and say fire him, and it's not the answer.
I agree, Tony, because, Tony, this is what I would say to you. Who else is there? What are we going to do? Who are you going to get? Yep. It's going to be somebody else's coordinator, right? Unless you want to try and swing for the fences and go for some home run. Ask Bill Cowher, are you done? Are you done? Honestly, I don't know. What are you going to do? Who are you going to get? You're going to go get you want to go get Belichick and save him from North Carolina? Honestly,
I agree with you.
And would that even be the answer for Jackson Dart? Because
no, it won't.
It wouldn't. With all due respect to Belichick, I mean, he's a guy that look at what Mac Jones is right now. I mean, you got to go get somebody who will be attached at the hip of this kid and be the guy. Like Sean Payton would have been that guy. But Daboll could be that guy. I mean, I think they vibe. They're vibing. They're jiving.
I'm going to tell you this much. You look at, all these coaches that come in, and the coaches that wanted the quarterback, let them develop. Let them develop and have this unity with, calling plays with him. And Jackson, I tell you this much. He knows how to get out of the pocket and extend the plays and off schedule to make the chain move. And that's what you needed in the Giants. But by changing a quarterback, he's going to start all over again, and it may not fit the system that he needs. With this Ole Miss that he's playing, he's doing the same style like Ole Miss.
I got you, man. I'm with you. Tony, don't lose this number. I miss hearing people who sound like my friends growing up, and you take care of yourself, all right, Tony? You got it?
All right. You have my number, right? I mean, we'll keep in touch.
Adam should have it in the back.
And the Jets fan, they need to just let these guys develop. Give them a chance. Can't keep throwing fire to all the coaches. They got to give them a chance.
Tony in Staten Island, congratulations from Florida. He said he was 61. Is that what he said?
I believe he's 61.
If he's 61,
He
I'm
said you were
56.
younger.
There's no doubt that he was there when my dad was. Yeah. There's no doubt.
He said you
That
were a
took
little
me
young.
back. I was like back in New York.
I was
driving
about
around
to
in
get
a car.
emotional. Somebody talking about,
it's
my,
great.
That was great.
I don't know your dad, which, is always great to hear. Sam in Terre Haute, Indiana. What's going on?
Hey, Rich. You guys have been talking about the Indianapolis Colts being more successful than anyone would expect here recently. I feel like Indiana as a whole is in a renaissance for sports right now, be it the Pacers, the Hoosiers, and the Colts.
Oh, Signetti. Oh, my God. I don't know a Big Ten fan that doesn't have Signetti envy right now. Honestly, really.
I'm seriously impressed by how everyone is doing right now. So I want to propose a overreaction Monday for you.
Okay.
And that is that an Indiana football team will be present in a championship game this year.
Oh. I don't think that's an overreaction. Don't you think? Don't you think?
I like it.
All right. How about
It's
this?
good.
Now I'm going to flip the script on you, Sam, about a what's more likely, another staple. What's more likely, the Colts or the Hoosiers are involved in that game?
Hoosiers.
Yeah.
Hoosiers. Okay.
I think it's
okay. Coach Signetti.
I'm a born and raised Colts fan since I was 4 years old. Been season tickets for a long time, but I think the Hoosiers have the better chance.
Okay. Sam, I appreciate the guy. Before I let you go, Sam, do you ever see the movie Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid? You ever see that movie?
I have not.
Okay, it's an old Steve Martin movie that I believe Carl Reiner directed. The villain was trying to use cheese to melt towns. And the only town he was able to melt was Terre Haute, Indiana. So I hope I'm glad that you're doing well. That's a very deep pop culture reference. I don't expect you to get, but look it up. It's also a great Steve Martin movie.
I'm going to have to look it up. I
It's
will.
a lot of fun. Sam in Terre Haute, Indiana. Glad to hear they're all fine there. It's the only, honestly, I don't know why I remember this stuff. I'm disturbed.
Well, you're a Jet fan.
Okay, pal.
Hold on.
Okay. How's the Celtics season going to go? Right now, the only thing they're talking about is Jaylen Brown's hair dye.
How's the Celtics season going? Everyone in the national
guy.
media owes Jason Tatum so much, so many apologies and respect. The dude is literally the MVP of the league.
Okay.
And he's not even playing.
Okay.
You guys.
David in Richmond, Virginia. You're on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, David? Is it David's getting some of the Jaylen Brown topic right now to put on his phone? You there, David? Okay, we got to put David back on hold right
It's
now.
in his pocket.
Is it his
Yeah,
pocket?
he's walking- yeah,
Or is
he's
he just glad to see us?
around.
Okay.
Glad to see us.
C in Alabama. Did I get it right? Did I get it right?
That's right.
Is this our friend from Alabama calling?
Yes, it is.
You C? Like the letter C?
Yeah. Well, my first name is Sione.
Okay.
So I just say C. Most people can't pronounce it,
Okay.
so I just tell them C.
I'm from an area where C is for cookie, which is good enough for me.
Hey,
all right.
Okay. Well, again, love your show.
Thank you.
First time caller.
Okay.
But I just wanted to say something about these coaches in the college. I don't know why these presidents and athletic directors don't have the mindset of, how about, okay, we want this coach. Here's your 3 to 4 year contract. You're going to be one of the top paid coaches in the league for this division or whatever.
Right.
And, after those 3 years, if it's going and progressing like they want, okay, here's another 3 years. But why are you paying a guy to not complete a job?
Because the job is so,
understand.
it's so untenable, and whatever's going on, like we have no idea what's going on in the athletic department and what's going on in that locker room and the gear grinding going on. We have no idea, and it's just like we've got more, television contract money coming in, and we'll pay it, and I guess that's the way it's going right now. It is stunning to me, though. It is stunning to me. That's an insane amount of money that's being thrown out.
I've been trying to preach that to some of my friends. I said, I know it probably would never change, but why waste that money when it could be going something else? You know, I wish I could go somewhere, stay at a place 3-4 years. Hey, you're not performing good enough. Here's your $50 million buyout. Okay, thank you.
Me too, C. Me too. Call back. That's C in Alabama right here.
Can I bring up something about these college coaches? If you're Lane Kiffin, are you answering any of these phone calls from Florida and LSU because you know he's going to get them?
I mean, you can win a national championship from Indiana. You can win a national championship from Ole Miss. You're going to have to come up with something for me to leave. Yeah. How does that sound? You know what I mean? Kurt Cignetti's building what he's building in Indiana right now.
Yeah, but these other schools, Florida and LSU specifically, have more resources.
What resources do they have?
They got Brian Kelly away from Notre Dame.
I got it. And so what are the resources? The facilities?
Yes.
Okay. So then here's
name recognition.
The amount of money that it would cost me to pay you and the amount of money that would have cost me to upgrade my facilities is probably less than what it would be to buy you out.
Okay, interesting point. Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That.
So, I mean, you just do the math. Do the math. So, no.
So you're staying put if you're Lane.
I don't know. Is he happy there? Does he like his house? Does he like his living?
Seems like it.
Okay, then great. Then why would he go?
They're in the top 10.
Yeah. He can win. Now all you got to do is get that ticket to the dance of 12, soon to be 16. That's all. And also, and be as relevant as possible that when it all does eventually change, where we're just going to create one big boat that 64 teams are in, and we're just going to create our own league, well, why would you go? What's the big deal?
Does LSU call Saban?
Good luck. Why would he leave College Game Day? Why would he leave? He wins every week right now.
$20 million a year.
So what? He's got enough money.
He's got money.
I'm not counting anyone else's money. I'm just telling you.
But he and Miss Terry are happy. He wins every week. He's hanging with Pat. It's lit. It's a hot show. What else does he want to, does he really want to go back to LSU? What he's been there, done that. Why would he do it? And deal with the NIL and kids basically saying, hey, coach, if you don't play me, I'm going in the portal. Do you see?
Is that kind of reason he left?
Did I see a kid from LSU basically say, I'm done playing? I gotta over the weekend.
No, really?
Yeah, we're 5-3 right now. I gotta check out my options. I'm gonna go pro. Why would I get hurt? Which is by the way,
I mean, if he's going pro rather than transferring, I get it.
Kind of a rational decision.
Yeah. If it's going to enter the draft, I get it.
Do that. Instead, hang out where you are. You win every week. You're watching McAfee, get these kids kicking field goals, and euphoria. It's like television euphoria every week. You got a front row seat. Why? Why would he leave it? Money.
More work.
I mean, ego to win another championship.
844-204-RICH, number to dial. Hey, man, Broncos, the bandwagon was full all summer long, and then they start 1-2, right? Yeah, they start 1-2. And in losing 2 of the 3 games, they didn't trail in a single second of those games. Remember that? They lost to the gun.
Oh, at the buzzer. Yeah.
in Indianapolis. And by the way, how big is that leverage call potentially going to be? That might be the difference between playing in Indianapolis or Denver for the AFC Championship game.
1 seed. Oh, wow. Yeah.
That week 2 loss and game and decision for, hey, let's wipe off the missed field goal with a leverage penalty. Let's try it again. Colts win. But the here and now is Bo Nix for a 3-quarter stretch, that fourth quarter against the Giants and then the first half against the Cowboys. 60 points on the board, 491 total yards, and 6 total touchdowns for Bo Nix in that period of time. He had 4 touchdown passes against your Cowboys.
Oh, yeah, I knew that.
And the only other Denver Broncos who have 3 such career wins or more with 4 or more passing touchdowns. You want to name those Bronco quarterbacks?
Peyton Manning?
John Elway.
Yeah. Stop. You both nailed each one.
It's done. I was going to, yeah. I mean, it was
You've won. Don't bid anymore. That's it. Knicks and John Elway. And Peyton Manning. And R.J. Harvey. How about this one? Try this one.
Coming out party.
Hold on a minute. Last Broncos rookie with 3 or more touchdowns in a game. Go for it.
TD?
No.
I'm kidding.
Mike Anderson.
No, don't have to kid.
No.
Rookie. Like
rookie,
Olandis Gary?
Mike Anderson.
I'll give you a hint. Coach Spanky Jenky?
Oh, Clinton Portis.
What are the other ones?
Sheriff going to get you?
Sheriff going to get you? Was it Dolomite Jenkins?
Dolomite Jenkins.
Oh, those were great. Those were great. I love those.
All his characters. Halloween week, man. Let's only fitting that we're mentioning Clinton Portis. Man, that was so much fun on NFL Total Access in the beginning years of NFL Network. Yeah. 2002, week 15. R.J. Harvey joining that category.
That was great because I dropped him that week before.
Troy Franklin getting it done. Dobbins with 111 rush yards there. Some goodies. Season high 44 points. Most points in a game for the Broncos in 7 years. And they did it without Dre Greenlaw because Dre Greenlaw decided to celebrate the biggest comeback win maybe of his entire lifetime by targeting Brad Allen. He was suspended, and they did what they did defensively to Dak and everyone else. Hey, man, offense like that, defense like that, special teams, that's how you win championships. Sean Payton's building a little bit of a monster there. It's just, can they be consistent?
Right.
You know, the 3-quarter droughts here, the 4-quarter droughts there.
At least this one, there was kind of no doubt that they were going to win it, and, they ran away with it.
Next up for them is they're at Houston, which just came up with a nice win for them. C.J. Stroud. I was texting my Ohio State buddies. The Stroud, the national semifinal against Georgia type of C.J. Stroud showed up in that game yesterday.
When he gets protection, it doesn't matter who his receivers are. He can throw dimes.
Exactly. So we'll see what happens there at Houston. We're assuming Nico Collins could be back and Christian Kirk could be back, and they'll start feeling good about themselves. Nick Chubb out-snapped Woody Marks, and they both had a good game. And then the big ones in division start. Kansas City, here we come, week 11. After a Thursday night visit against Vegas at home. So they got at Houston and then 2 more at home and then a bye at Washington, at Vegas. That's a big one home for Green Bay. Won't that be fun? A lot of people might be talking about Super Bowl previews and whatnot. Christmas at Kansas City could be for all the marbles, man, before a home date against the Chargers. Fun stuff for the Broncos. They're a fun team to watch. Sean Payton's out of his gourd, with the play calling. He's just as locked in as ever. So nice win for Denver, man. Giving that bandwagon all it can support. Speaking of bandwagon, Dodger fan O'Shea Jackson Jr. is about to join us.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Well done. Excellent transition.
Thank you, sir.
That's why you're the best in the business.
How dare you say that about my fellow Dodger?
I appreciate it.
No, if he was going to say, and speaking of frauds, he would have mentioned you.
Calling you a bandwagon fan is too light.
By the way, after that one game, I was like, they were called the LA Yankees for a second.
Calling you a bandwagon fan is an insult to bandwagon.
Yeah, I agree, yeah.
I'm going to wear my hat.
Why don't you just go home?
Burn that hat.
I'm pulling out my second hat.
By the way, I want to know.
I'm pulling out my second hat.
Is Pops coming out of the center field wall for Game 3?
I don't think so, man.
Okay, we'll find out.
Said we'll enjoy this.
No, he will not.
He said I could cheer for both teams.
No, he will not.
He said it.
That is an abomination of a hat, and only R.J. Herrera could have made it. Yeah. I've been told that's who gave it to you.
He actually got it.
Fire him.
I might have to have another sit-down talk with him.
Another one.
No, another one. 844-204-RICH is the number to tell. Rich Eisen here. As you all know, I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. That's why I'm proud to talk about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch, and when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by my guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me."
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, max out your savings. The more you buy, the more you save on beds, bases, and more. Plus, get free home delivery on any smart bed with base. Limited time. Check it out at a Sleep Number store near you or at sleepnumber.com today.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Any coach will tell you, games are won in the preparation phase. If you're not ready before kickoff, it's too late. The same's true in cybersecurity. That's why companies choose my friends at Trend Micro. With AI-powered proactive security, they don't just respond to attacks, they stop them before they begin. For over 35 years, enterprises worldwide have trusted Trend Micro to prepare, protect, and perform. Don't wait for the whistle. Get secure now at trendmicro.com. That's trendmicro.com.
It's a bird bash at Potawatomi. Thursdays, you could win up to $50,000 cash in the Bird Bash game show. Just play with your rewards card this October for a chance to win. Wouldn't you like to rake in a huge pile of cash? Bird Bash, only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. More info at potawatomi.com/birdbash. Must be 21 years old to play.
At AT&T, we guarantee our network so you can talk college football with your BFF while taking Buster to the vet.
Hey, yeah, I can't believe he ate the whole thing of chicken wings.
And I can't believe we're staging a comeback. Touchdown!
Yes!
Yes!
Staying connected matters. That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit for a full day's service. For wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers, must be connected to impacted tower at onset of outage. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for full details.
They say a full marathon is the ultimate test. For me, it's more than a race. It's a milestone I once thought impossible. Michelle Smallman here, and I'm running my very first marathon in New York City with the support of Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assists powered by Parity. Together, we're empowering girls and women through sports and education with grants to 32 organizations in 21 states. Every step I take is for the finish line and for the next generation chasing their dreams. Here's to 26.2 miles and a future with no limits.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago, brought to you by Costa Ivone.
I died 100 yards.
Amber Indian, weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on Sirius XM Channel 80.
Bouncy meals, baby.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show.
That's right.
Just want to briefly tell you about our partners with Sonos. We love it in our household. Susie and I have Sonos all over the place, and we love it. One kid can listen to one song in the kitchen. Another one can listen to a song in the living room, and then we'll tell them to turn it down. But then now we're going to get into other things Sonos doesn't want me to get into. The studio quality sound, it makes you feel like you're right there in the stadium. Certainly if we're watching a game, it is awesome. We love the sound bars. We love the speakers. I love the headsets. Explore it all at Sonos.com. Setup is easy. Just plug in, open the Sonos app, and you're ready to go. Sonos, they look as good as they sound. Shea Jackson Jr. is here on the Rich Eisen Show. Good to see you, sir.
What an excellent read for Sonos.
I appreciate you saying that. I do these things for a living.
Yeah, this is my first time seeing a Sonos read.
Question for you, sir.
Yeah.
Is this bobblehead of your dad from Game 2 of last year's World Series, is that going to happen tonight? Have we seen him tonight? You got any inside scoop? Are we seeing Cube come out of the center field wall and essentially end the game before it starts, like it did in Game 2?
That would be a shock to me. Okay. Last year was such a moment, especially with Fernando passing and everything that kind of went into it. There was a special moment. I don't know what, if there's anything cooking, but, the Jonas Brothers seem to have Toronto on lock for their Game 2.
Look at you. I thought you would say your dad would come out and try to turn Drake into Fat Joe.
Oh, my goodness, Richard, please.
Turn Drake into the Fat Joe of this series.
You are in rare form this Monday, dude. You've been hanging out with TJ too much.
What are you talking about?
Here with this rap beef talk.
Was Drake at the World Series?
Yeah.
He was.
Game 1 was his birthday. What a crazy coincidence.
That's how big the Game 1 was.
He is Toronto.
Hold on a second. Are you insinuating that something was fixed because it was Drake's birthday?
No, I'm just saying it's a crazy coincidence.
Don't stop it.
I'm just saying, it's a crazy coincidence.
I thought he's supposed to be the jinx, isn't he? Supposed to be
he's the mush.
He is the mush.
He's supposed to be the cooler.
Drake is the mush.
Oh, yeah, we did steal home field advantage. I'm just saying it's a crazy coincidence that this World Series just happens to be a rematch of the biggest rap beef of this generation last year, and Drake put out push-ups as the first diss, and they win Game 1 on his birthday. It's a crazy coincidence.
Yeah. Because you know who is well aware of all of that is Rob Manfred.
It's just a great. No one's saying anything.
He's as locked in on what you just said as anybody named Rob or Manfred ever.
TJ, how do you survive?
Are we still making Manfreds?
I just sit in the corner.
He just roots for the Mets and says nothing.
What can I say?
Man.
I found a screenshot on my laptop because I was cleaning some pictures up, and it was when the Mets were 20-9.
20-9.
And
that was a great day for you.
That's when I loved baseball.
Wow,
I loved baseball.
20-9.
And the I want to say the Rangers, the Blue Jays. I looked. I think they were at 15 wins at that point. They were in fourth place.
They started
the Met
slow,
fan troll in my life, my buddy Steve from grade school, tried on for size with all of us in the text exchange. All us Yankee fans tried on for size. You're not winning just like the rest of us, except for either Toronto or the Dodgers. You're just as bad as us. And we're like, no. You can't pull that one off. You cannot pull off not even making the playoffs after taking Soto the mercenary and then losing. Just collapsing. You can't just yada 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 away that collapse. Just won't do it.
That's true. I agree. Okay. You should stay on his neck about it.
I know. Trust me.
When was the last time you loved baseball?
This season was it was definitely over expectations. Yeah.
Traded away their best player and got better.
Brockman's back in the NFL.
Yeah,
He's good.
Allegedly their best player. You got to use allegedly.
Allegedly, I guess.
Have
you seen Drake May play?
Yeah, he's back in the NFL.
Yeah. No, I'm back.
Yeah, man.
No, I'm back.
He's locked in Luka land. And how about Austin Reeves, man?
We
didn't even talk about his 50 piece.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are we sure that just wasn't Luka in like a Scooby-Doo mask?
Nice. Those meddling kids got 51 out of Austin Reeves.
Austin Reeves almost messed around and got a triple-double.
Absolutely, bro. Listen, and then when we get Jokic in a few years, and the Lakers run that NC lineup,
it's probably going to happen.
It's about to be a wrap, baby.
Speaking of conspiracies, if that happens,
at first.
the Lakers just happened to get another star player in a midseason trade.
We only have a
We're the
minute
Lakers.
left,
That's
but I'll
what
give
we
you the
do.
floor. Walk me through the scenario in which Jokic winds up in Los Angeles. Walk me through it.
Well, it's going to be
planet?
some sort of call from Luka after for whatever season it is, and it's going to be like, brother, have you ever been to the beach over there in Denver? No. You should come to the beach over here in L.A. Let me tell you.
He goes to harness races. He doesn't care about the beach.
You ever rode a horse on a beach, Rich? I have not. I think not, baby. Jokic, come on, man. Boy, whatever it is that they eat, we'll serve it at the game, bro.
Man.
All right?
Have you seen his brothers? They eat a lot. Those are some big
Let me
dogs.
tell you something about Los Angeles.
Right.
We will cater to you.
Okay.
Come
I mean,
on, man.
Slovenia and Serbia are not close on the map.
But
You're aware of that, right?
Language.
This is all great, man. All of it.
Yeah.
This is why I love doing this show. I didn't wake up today saying, you know what's going to happen at the end of the show is Mike Hoskins counts down the final 10 seconds. Is O'Shea's going to ask me if I've ever ridden horseback on a beach. And I'm going to have to come up with an answer.
I've never done that either, Abdalla, but maybe someday you and I should go for a ride on horseback on the beach.
My friend.
Live from Chicago, it's Bleck and Abdalla. Thank you, Rich. Here we go. Bears lose yesterday, 30-16 to the Ravens. They're now 4-3 on the season. We have a lot to get to. Ben Johnson spoke with Jeff Joniak earlier today, and he had a lot of interesting comments about the penalties that have taken place over this course of the season.
Yeah, who's to blame? Who should be to blame? And where do the Bears go from here? Quick turnaround here for them as they have to go back on the road and face the Bengals. Another winnable game for them, or at least it should be. And maybe more for Caleb Williams.
Yes, and we have to talk about the quarterback. People are worried about the development with Caleb Williams. We'll take your calls in 5 minutes here on ESPN 1000.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee, included with every tire purchase with paid installation. You'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Tailgate season is on, and Monster Energy flavors are bringing the heat. Crack open the wickedly creamy citrus blast of Orange Dreamsicle, or ride the shockingly smooth wave of Electric Blue. Both packed with real sugar, bold flavor, and that legendary monster kick. This is the energy your game day deserves. So grab your can and unleash the beast.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst! So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi just works. Visit astound.com today.
Finding your dream home is truly tough. So many options. The stakes are high, so don't go it alone. I'm Chicagoland's real estate agent, Sammy Lubeck. I have deep local knowledge. Working with Baird & Warner, I've got access to private listings you won't find online. I help buyers like you find the right home and win it. Whether it's your first place or your forever one, I'm here to make the process simple and successful. Start your search at www.sammy.homes. Once again, I'm Sammy Lubeck, and I am Chicagoland's real estate agent.
Fall is here. So many great things you do with the kids this time of year. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking that next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. And now, with the end of the year approaching, this is the perfect opportunity to maximize your insurance benefits or to use your remaining flex spending dollars before they disappear. 5 locations to serve you. Downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4BAS. That's 877-877-4827.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. Hey! Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons Inc., New York, New York.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Spite Electric smart home products make everyday living simply smarter. Add color to your home's exterior with LED outdoor string lights. They're perfect for holidays or get-togethers, and they can be scheduled to automatically turn on or off. View our entire selection of Spite Electric smart home products today on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer for other great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Bleck Abdalla, WMVP WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Welcome in to Bleck and Abdalla, 2 to 3 weekdays right here on ESPN 1000. Uninterrupted for the next hour. If you want to join us and talk about Bears football, you can call us at 312-332-3776. Waddle and Silvy coming up at 3. We are uninterrupted, Abdalla, because the Bears yesterday, they lose a game to the Ravens that I think a lot of us thought going into the game was a game that they should win. We're going to take your phone calls today. The Bears lose 30-16 against Baltimore.
Yeah, you got gifted an opportunity because we found out on Saturday that the Ravens were dishonest about their injury report. The NFL will deal with that. That's neither here nor there. But Lamar Jackson was not going to play in this game, and you were gifted an opportunity. And, yeah, you had some injuries on the defensive side of the ball, but this was a game that you should have taken advantage of and gone into Baltimore and won. And yes, your secondary was depleted, and yes, your defensive line was depleted. But once again, we saw a situation where the Bears offense could not take advantage of their trips to the red zone, where their drive stalled because of penalties, where their defense was lacking because of injuries, but also because of penalties. And they continue to shoot themselves in the foot, and they walk out with a loss, and their 4-game winning streak ends with a loss to the Baltimore Ravens on the road in a game that I think a lot of people thought that, without Lamar, they could win this game. With Lamar, people thought that this game was going to be out of reach, but I think without Lamar, people thought that this was a game that they could win, that you could go into Baltimore and at least compete, but they did not look like yes, it was a little bit close. Obviously, the score does not look like it was close. I think it was a little bit closer than the score would dictate. They gave up a touchdown late in the game, but they were a mess yesterday. This game was an absolute mess. Caleb did not play well. The defense was a mess. This game was an absolute disaster.
I'm usually more frustrated with situations like yesterday than, say, that loss to the Lions early in the year. The Lions kicked your butt. Right? Yeah. Like the Lions game, it wasn't even close. And the fact that you were in a game that you theoretically could have won yesterday, but you were your own worst enemy. The offensive penalties, the interception from Caleb in the fourth, the fact that your front four cannot get home at all, cannot disrupt the quarterback whatsoever. Tyler Huntley went 17 of 22, threw for 186 yards and 1 touchdown. Quarterback rating of 116.9. That's not great. The Bears made him look decent. Like that's a quarterback you could beat. But they could not get home yesterday. Yeah, you're banged up in the secondary, no doubt. But we talked about in the pregame show yesterday, Abdalla, when we were on, that you're not going to be able, with the banged up secondary, to give a quarterback a lot of time. They gave him time yesterday. So that's disappointing because you've spent a lot of money up front to get after the quarterback, and they don't get after the quarterback. Your own quarterback struggled yesterday, big time. And now it's the second week in a row where he has looked completely off with the rest of this offense. And we are looking for development, and it's not going to be decided in the next week or the next 2 weeks. This is going to be an entire season conversation about the development with Caleb Williams. But yesterday was not a good day. 25 for 38. He threw for 285 yards, no touchdowns, an interception, 1 sack, quarterback rating of 77. There were a lot of plays left on the field and a lot of decisions that Caleb made that were not great. So I think when you kind of put it all together, what's so frustrating about yesterday is that it wasn't as if the Ravens started yesterday's game on fire and the Bears found themselves down 27-0 after the first quarter. And it's like, okay, well, this is just, you ran into one today. You have no hope. The Ravens were beatable yesterday.
Yeah.
And you, the Chicago Bears, were the reason why it didn't happen. They got in their own way. If they could just get out of their own way, I think this could be a good football team.
No, absolutely. And I think that you had your chances, but you continued to, stall drives with penalties. You continued to not play well. I mean, obviously the interception, deep in your own territory where it was absolutely, that was it. And then, but you still gave yourself an opportunity, with the field goal late in the game. It was 23-16. You're still within one score, and you had 3 minutes left in the game, and then your defense just couldn't stop them. You let the Ravens march down the field with 3 minutes left. You just let them go all the way down the field and score like it was nothing, but your defense could not stop them. If you get a stop, you had all your timeouts. If you get a stop there, you could have absolutely made something happen. But you just let them move all the way down the field and do nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I also, and you and I sit here on Mondays, and we have said this now a couple of times. I'm not someone that is outraged over officiating because I feel like in most situations it goes both ways.
I get
Usually bad officials are bad for both teams. But that decision to not call anything on the DeAndre Hopkins face mask and offensive pass interference, that ended the game right there.
I know.
Because if the Bears get off the field, you're right. You have your timeouts, you have time, and you have an ability with an offense to go down the field and tie the football game, which is exactly what we saw Caleb do in Las Vegas.
But that's
exactly what he did.
But that official
end of the game, ran the team down the field, and they had a chance to tie it up. They did, and everything was good, and they blocked the field goal at the end, and everything, you win the football game.
But that official didn't throw an interception the drive before, and that official didn't commit 11 penalties, and that official didn't throw 2 intentional groundings, and that official didn't, you know what I mean?
I agree with Jurko, though. One of those intentional groundings, I don't think should have been an intentional grounding. There's a receiver in the area.
That one play where the official missed 2 offensive pass interferences in one play by Hopkins. Yeah, it was bad, but that wasn't the game.
No,
right?
I know. And that goes back to the entire point. If the Bears would have taken care of their own business at the start, if you would have punched it in for 2 touchdowns on your first 2 drives, and you would have gone up at the end of the first quarter 14-0, the Bears would have won that game yesterday. Because I don't think Baltimore would have created the momentum to get back in it.
The problem is that we are not seeing the connection between Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams and the rest of the offense that I think fans and you and I thought that we would see through 7 games so far. That it's not clicking yet. That with all of these offensive weapons, and I know that Cole Kmet wasn't out there yesterday, but with everybody else that's out there healthy, between DJ Moore and Swift and Rome Odunze and Colston Loveland and everybody else that's out there healthy, this has not clicked yet, and continue to have these pre-snap penalties and starting at 1st and 15 and 2nd and 12 or whatever it is, where you keep having to start plays over and you have momentum and then you have a penalty or there's a sack or whatever it is, we're just not seeing the progression yet that we have yet. Or we see a little bit of progression where you take a couple steps forward and then you have a game like you did 2 weeks ago. And then you have a game like you did this week where you continue to move backwards. We haven't seen, this is the second week in a row where Caleb hasn't had a touchdown. Like, there hasn't been the progression yet that we've wanted to see where you bring in Ben Johnson and you want this offense. They've relied. We've talked about it in the pregame show yesterday on the pregame tailgate. You have relied on turnovers. You were +3, +3, +4, +3, whatever it was, on turnovers from your defense to win games. And that pendulum was going to swing the other way, and you weren't going to get turnovers. And that was yesterday, and you couldn't win a game because of it. And all day yesterday, I'm thinking, hey, they could really use one of those turnovers. Could we?
Oh, yeah.
A turnover would be great right about now, but you can't rely on those. And yes, up there at Hallis Hall, they will preach that they coach turnovers, and that's what they're all about, and they prep for it. Cool. You can't rely on those.
Well, and to that point, isn't that the perfect depiction is what took place on the Kevin Byard break where he almost had one, which would have been a pick six? Because what happens with turnovers, because they're unpredictable, it's a lucky bounce sometimes. And what happens? A paw gets on the ball, and the ball falls the wrong way. And instead of Byard being able to catch that in stride and then off to the races, he has to backtrack, can't get it, right? So it falls to the ground.
And he's hitting his fist on the ground
it's a pass deflection, good defensive play, but it's not one of those turnovers that changes the game because you can't predict those.
Absolutely.
You can't do it.
Absolutely.
It was unlucky.
And that's the problem, and that's the difference in the game. And yes, that's not the one difference in the game, but when you rely on that and your offense is struggling and your defense is propping up your offense, you're going to have a game like this. And the last two games and the last few games, we talked about it. We can say that this team, I asked a week ago today, I sat here with Tyler Rocky and asked the question, is this team good? And we had the debate. And you could make the case at the time, yes, this team was good. Their defense was getting to the quarterback at the time. After that game against Washington or whoever it was, Washington, the team was getting to the team was getting to the quarterback. The team was turning the ball over. The team was doing everything well, right? The offense was struggling and everything was clicking, right? Now you look at it and you say, well, they blocked a field goal to get a win. They kicked a field goal to get a win. They now have, you beat the Cowboys handily. That's fine. And then this is what happens. This is what happens when you rely on turnovers and you have a game like this where you beat one of the worst teams in the NFL and you rely on last-second plays to win a game, and your defense is propped up by turnovers and not getting to the quarterback.
You can join us today. It's Bleck and Abdalla, uninterrupted until 3 o'clock. Ben Johnson will meet the media at 3 o'clock, and Waddle and Silvy will carry that. And you can join us at 312-332-3776. Let's go to Lewis in Hyde Park. You're on ESPN 1000 Talking Bears. What's up, Lewis?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing today?
We're good, man. What do you think?
Same road, man. It's a replica of last year. We go into a game 4-2. We get hit with a handful of injuries, especially on defense. Like last year at this time, Billings went out, Brisker went out, and Gordon went out. And then going into that Cardinals game, I think we had 2 offensive linemen was injured, and it just went downhill. Same thing. We went into yesterday's game with a lot of injuries. It affected us, and we lost. But I'm going to leave it out on this right quick, and I want to know what you guys think. Out of the 3 quarterbacks we've drafted over the past few years, Justin Fields, Trubisky, Caleb, they have similar abilities. Strong arm, great legs, but major accuracy issues. Why do we keep getting these quarterbacks with accuracy issues?
Okay,
guys, that's all I got to say.
Yeah, we'll try and talk about it. I don't think they're the same type of quarterbacks. I do think that Justin performed well at Ohio State. I do think that Caleb was amazing in college as a Heisman Trophy winner. There were times the year following that it was too much hero ball and him trying to do it all on his own, and he got himself in trouble in some of those spots. Mitchell Trubisky was not the same college quarterback as the other two. So I think that's one. I mean, Mitchell wasn't even close to being what they were in college. The accuracy issues, I don't know. It's very confusing to me. I'm a USC fan. I watched all of Caleb's games at SC. Downfield accuracy was not something I was worried about coming out of college into the NFL. I don't get why it's something now. I would imagine it has to do with his footwork and the fact that Ben Johnson's trying to coach him into being a better pocket presence quarterback that has better footwork, which would hopefully lead into him having a higher completion percentage. But I don't know. I didn't see that in college.
Well, you have to hope that that's something that you can coach him into better accuracy, right? You've been able so far, 7 games into the season, you've been able to coach most of the sacks out of Caleb Williams. If you believe that sacks are a quarterback stat, holding the ball for too long, which he's still doing for the most part, but whether it's a bad offensive line, holding the ball for too long, not getting rid of it, or running around in the backfield before eventually taking a sack like he did last year, he's cut his sacks in half from last year. So if you believe that Ben Johnson has done that by getting a better offensive line and getting him to get rid of the football faster, then I can hope that within the next half of this year and whatever next year brings, that they can hopefully coach accuracy into him.
So let's just put a pin into this storyline as we follow along throughout the week. The Bears face off against the Cincinnati Bengals this weekend. Zach Taylor just met the media, and he said that Joe Flacco will be day-to-day dealing with a shoulder injury.
Interesting.
And Trey Hendrickson is also day-to-day this week for the Bengals.
Interesting.
So as we go through the week, we will have the Bears facing off against a team with a quarterback situation that's up in the air because Joe Flacco will be day-to-day dealing with a shoulder issue.
Well,
per Zach Taylor as he's meeting the media in Cincinnati right now.
Flacco and Hendrickson aside, this is the worst defense in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, the Ravens were bad too. I think it's more about the team that's here up at Hallis Hall performing to their abilities, I think is the key. I think they can run and play offensive football with a lot of good defenses.
Yeah.
But they need to stop shooting themselves in the foot.
But they're facing, on Sunday, they'll be facing a team that gives up the most points per game.
Yeah, and we just saw the Jets yesterday beat them.
Yeah, that's my point. They're giving up 31.6 points per game in the Bengals.
But how many false starts are we going to get from Colson Loveland? How many pump fake snaps from Drew Dahlman are we getting? How many Caleb miscommunication throwaways behind the line of scrimmage, which is then a illegal, pass downfield? Like, how many of those are we going to get from this team? Because all of that negates the fact that you're going up against bad defenses.
Oh, I'm aware. And the Ravens were right there, too. The Ravens are giving up 30 points a game. So you're working with a couple games here in the Bengals and the Giants where if this offense can't get it together, then this is a problem.
We go to Eric in Hyde Park. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Eric?
Hi. What's up, guys?
What's up? You tell us.
What would you like to say today?
Yeah, so I was just going to say, I think, us comparing QBs, especially this young into their careers, I don't think it's, a great thing to do because we don't really know, how each QB would perform in, another QB system. For example, I think Caleb, if we drafted Jaden Daniels or Drake May, I feel like they'd be given the same result as Caleb is doing right now.
Yeah, a lot of it, and that's a fair point, Eric, and I think that's why it's all nuanced, and it's something that takes time, and I don't think you can rush a decision on quarterbacks, and I think that what we've seen here in the last couple of seasons is that the talent for a lot of these players is there. They have to get in the right situation, and we can roll off the different examples, whether it be Baker Mayfield in Tampa, Sam Darnold with Seattle. There are quarterbacks who were drafted extremely highly in the draft that were drafted to dysfunctional situations, and they flamed out, and it didn't work. And then they get to a place that's more stable, because think about the rationale to how they got to that place. They're no longer a quarterback going to a team that's the worst in the league. So they're going to places that are like middle of the pack, some stability, perhaps with coaching staffs.
Yeah.
And then you get slotted in there and you can start to become a better player. It's not a surprise. I don't think in hindsight it shouldn't be surprising that Sam Darnold spending time with Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings, a team that's been very good for the last few seasons, that he turned out to be a decent player last year. And look, he's playing good football.
Look, Daniel Jones was in the same room with him for like an hour.
Daniel Jones, exactly.
He was there. He was in the same room with him for like a week and a half after the trade deadline or whatever it was, and was there. And then
just breathing that quarterback air
as a backup. And now look at him. He's the best offense in the NFL.
Yeah, okay? I mean, there are a lot of examples. So like any Bears fan today that's looking for the Bears to move forward from Caleb Williams. One, you're wrong. That's not what they should be doing. And two, that's not the way this. It feels like it's not the way this is working as a league. It's like if you bail out of the young quarterback, you really need to know he's a bust, or else he's going to pop up somewhere else and he's going to be successful.
Yeah. The problem with that is, though, you don't have 5 and 6 years like they with Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold, right? Like, they're going to have to make a decision on Caleb Williams after next year.
Okay, that's still a full season and 10 games.
I 100% agree with you. Like,
but even a decision like that, he's still not a bust.
Of course.
He's way past that.
Of course. He's
already better than Trubisky. He's better than Fields.
But you can
he's past all that.
But you have to understand that someone watching Drake May every single week is why can't we have that?
Well, yes, okay. You and I are both married, but we don't look at, seeing a supermodel who's dating an actor saying, "Oh, what if?" It's like that's not the case. You have what you have right now.
I get that. But I don't know if that's the right comparison.
Yeah, I mean, it probably isn't.
That's not the right comparison.
It's the first thing that popped in my head, and I went with it, right?
No, it's kind of like when I would say the right analogy is
maybe ordering dinner and someone else orders a steak, and you say, no, I'm going to stick with my meal and not be envious of the steak.
Oh, man, I should have ordered that.
I should have gone with the cacio e pepe because I'm not actually getting the real deal here.
It's like, oh, man, I should have gotten the fajitas.
Yeah, you're right. That's probably better.
The fajitas sound so much better.
Let's go with that one.
Right?
Strike the original analogy from the record.
Yeah.
Let's go with that one. That's a better one.
The dinner analogy is much better.
We workshopped that. I feel good about it now.
Because that's obvious. And yeah, you gotta deal with the dinner that you ordered. Maybe I can have a bite of your dinner. Maybe I can have a bite.
I don't want a bite of the Drake May.
You don't want a bite of Drake May?
No, thank you.
You don't want a little taste?
He's playing great football right now.
Yeah.
No shade at Drake May. I'm also willing to see this process out.
Of course.
I think people who are out on Caleb right now are extremely short-sighted. And I think here's my thought on this. If he just improves a little this season from where he's at right now, just a little.
Yeah.
Just a little. This is going to be a playoff team. They're going to make the play. If he improves a little this season over the next 10 games, they're going to make the playoffs.
My issue is
they're eighth in the conference after a loss yesterday.
I understand that they're eighth
only
in the conference.
Two teams ahead of them got wins.
I think that
there's only 2 teams in the conference at 6.
I think that we're spending a lot of time on Caleb Williams and not a lot of time on the side of the ball that gave up 185 yards to Snoop Huntley yesterday.
But the people want to talk about Caleb.
I understand that, but you got to understand that people are like, oh, Huntley outperformed Caleb Williams. Yeah, again, this goes back to my problem that Caleb Williams and Tyler Huntley were at no point on the same field at the same time.
Okay, well, come on.
This goes back to Dennis
They're in
Allen's,
a competition.
I get that, but Dennis Allen's defense was bad yesterday. They were bad. They were bad yesterday.
I agree with you.
Okay?
Reggie on the south side. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Reggie?
Hey, love the show. I appreciate the call. I just wanted to say, the defense was bad yesterday. We did have 3
Thank you, Reggie.
missing starters, but my whole thing is that now we get to really see Caleb. I know everybody's talking about Caleb, but he's in a sound system now. We can see the changes and the adjustments from the non-sacks and different things that Ben Johnson is bringing to the table. And now, all the things that we're saying bad from him, from not having a same coach and offensive coordinator the same years. We got a good coach now. We see the improvement. Now we have to believe what we're seeing from Caleb now. And that's what I just wanted to say. What do you all think about, like, what we're seeing now with the system that he's in and with fair judgment? Like, he's not accurate. I'm a Caleb fan. I love the guy since USC, but it's just like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Just want to hear you all thoughts, and thank you for the call.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know what's going on. It's not great.
Well, here's the thing. I think you go back to what Ben Johnson said today when he sat down with Jeff Joniak, and that Ben Johnson talked about how when he goes back and looks at the tape and says that he is more encouraged going back and watching the tape than what we saw live during the game.
Yeah, let's listen to it. Here's Ben Johnson. A couple of cuts here on Johnson with Jeff Joniak. The Coach's Show airs every day following a Bears game right here on ESPN Chicago. So the first one is talking about how can Caleb find consistency as a quarterback.
The thing is, you look at it in this particular game, and we didn't score the points. We didn't do enough to win. The stat line, no touchdowns, one interception. I got it. He played better this game than I think he had the previous two. When you look at it, all 60 minutes. And I'm not saying it's perfect, but I actually came away from watching the tape this morning encouraged that we took a step in the right direction here this week. And I know some people, it's hard to maybe rationalize that because the result wasn't there. But yet I saw tangible growth from him. He's working his ass off. I don't even know if I can say that, Jeff. I apologize. But he is. He is. It's the truth. He's working his tail off. And so I think this thing's going to continue to slow down for him. I think it did to a degree in this game. He did have a couple mistakes that we'll learn from. But no, I came away more encouraged watching the tape than maybe I felt coming off the field yesterday.
What can Caleb improve on? Here's Ben Johnson.
More situational awareness than anything else. I think back to before halftime, he does a great job recognizing man coverage and scrambling and ends up getting 20-plus yards there. I'd like him to go out of bounds, save us the timeout so that we can use that later on in that drive before half. That's one example there. I think we can look back at the interception and possibly think of a better way to handle that one, particularly in a backed up situation. We certainly don't want to turn the ball over ever, but we guaranteed them points by throwing that one there, and so that was a huge turning point in that game. But all in all, I think he did a pretty good job of giving us a chance throughout. When you're down by multiple scores and your running game's not clicking like it had, I think we were 42% efficient in the running game, which is below where it had been the previous 2 weeks. You rely a little bit more on that passing game, and it was better than the previous week, but yet it wasn't. It still wasn't quite where we needed it to be.
So that's Ben Johnson with Jeff Joniak. You could hear the interview exclusively on ESPN Chicago the day following a Bears game. I don't think that Ben Johnson was blowing smoke, telling all of us that Caleb's working his ass off, that it was better yesterday than what he's seen in the last 2 weeks, and that it's coming along. I don't think Ben Johnson said that today to the media, and I'm guessing he will share those same thoughts in about 33 minutes when he speaks up at Hallis Hall to the rest of the assembled media. I don't think he's saying that to prop up a fragile quarterback to try and give him confidence. I think this is what Ben Johnson really thinks about the quarterback situation right now.
Yeah, I think that, there's a few plays, on the sideline throw to Rome, catch that football. I think that was right there to you. I think the final play of the game, DJ, keep running. Don't just stop. The ball was right there if you keep running.
So there's today on Mondays, the day after the game, every all 22 film breakdown YouTube person out there is clipping the plays so you can see it, right? So if you don't have access to the all 22 film, you get a lot of it shared on social media. And what's going around right now is the final play of the game for the Bears, in which they have an opportunity because what happens is DJ Moore is running at the back of the end zone. No one is with him.
Mm-hmm.
He stops in the middle of the field. Roquan Smith is in the middle of the field. And DJ essentially sits down directly behind Roquan Smith. When Caleb throws the football to the open window, which is passing behind Roquan Smith. So if DJ Moore would have kept running his route, that would have been a touchdown. Now, the game was essentially over at that point anyway. The Bears would have had to get an onside kick, which is virtually impossible these days.
Yeah.
They had no timeouts. The game was over. But I think the depiction of the final play in DJ Moore just stopping on his route, I think stuff like that tends to happen a lot, and why there's so much miscommunication, because Caleb threw it to the spot I believe most quarterbacks would probably suggest he should throw the football, is to the open window, assuming your wide receiver is going to keep running.
Because if DJ kept running, the ball's thrown perfectly right there.
But on game day, most fans see the side view, and it looks like Caleb sucks, and he's just winging it out of bounds, and he's a terrible quarterback.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? So, like, that's where this is one of those clips where I think it actually makes Caleb look better because it looks like he found the right spot he was supposed to put the football.
Yeah, and again, the game's out of reach at that point, and a lot of stuff has to go right, and they had like a 2% chance.
Yeah, they weren't going to win the game, but it's an obvious miscommunication.
But they might have covered.
Yeah, that's true. That's certainly true.
They would have at least covered for some of us, okay? Who grabbed the 6.5 before Lamar was announced that he was not going to play. That's neither here nor there. But stuff like that continues to happen. It's the miscommunication. It's the not necessarily drops, but the misthrows, the not necessarily overthrows, but misreads and wrong routes or freelancing, whatever it is. These guys, through 7 games and preseason and training camp, as of right now, not necessarily halfway through the season, but close to it, aren't on the same page yet. And I think people are starting to get frustrated, and we've talked to a bunch of them right now, are starting to get frustrated that it's not clicking yet, and thought that it would have been clicking by now. And thought that it would, against one of the 29th, 28th ranked defense yesterday, would look better. Yeah. And on Sunday against the worst ranked defense, it better look better. And in 2 weeks from now, against the 29th ranked defense, it better look better against the Giants.
It's something that we talk about a lot on the show, and I know it's the first football season we're on here from 2 to 3, and we were on at night before. But like the phrase I always think of is like there are no sexy losses in the NFL. Every team in the league, when you lose a game, there are 100 different things that you could point to why the game had the outcome that it did. And rarely do you lose a game watching football as a football fan and say to yourself, at least it was close. They almost had that one. All games when your favorite team loses in the NFL feel like a gut punch and like that there's no hope and that you're in the wrong direction and there's no development and the entire roster sucks, right? Like it is such a little delicate week-to-week thing that you, as a sports fan, you have to recognize, right? Like there are no sexy losses. So the fact that they're 4-3, you started this conversation at 2 o'clock, Abdalla, by saying, like, if you asked us what you thought the Bears would be heading into week 9 of the season, I think 4-3 would feel pretty good.
I didn't have them at 4-3. I thought that they would be 3-4 right now because I had them losing to Washington at the beginning of the season and losing this game to Baltimore because we all thought Lamar would be healthy even before his initial injury and coming back. Like at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough game.
This is going to be a tough game.
In August, this was a game that we thought would be tough. It felt like a game you should have gotten because you had opportunity.
Yes, and this upcoming week before Joe Burrow got hurt, right? So to be at 4-3 with an opportunity to go to 5-3. Now, glass half full, you lost. Like you said, you lost. Glass half full, you're still above 500. Glass half full, You didn't lose any ground in the conference. You're still 8th. Glass half full. You're still 3rd in the division. Okay, it's not all bad. You can still have a run at making the playoffs. You can still be in the hunt. You can still be a wild card team. There's a lot of things because you had the luxury of winning 4 games in a row and being 4-2. You can be more critical and you have a chance to correct these mistakes. But it's the NFL, and you only have a few days here to correct these mistakes because, yes, you did tell us that Joe Flacco is day-to-day. You did tell us that Trey Hendrickson is day-to-day with an injury. But if both those guys play, Joe Flacco has been distributing the football to 2 of the best wide receivers in the NFL. I know that their defense, like I said, is the worst in the NFL, but those are 2 of the best wide receivers in the NFL up against 3 backups.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. And
like, it's our defense here in the Bears are starting 3 backups.
I'm trying to talk myself into feeling good about 4-3. And I also have my eyes on the idea that I did say before the season, I thought they would have a record of 10-7.
Yeah.
So right now that would mean with 10 games left, the Bears would have to go 6-4 to finish off the season. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know if the Bears can get to 6 wins here out of the next 10.
I mean, you get 2 in the next 2 weeks.
Well, if you do, yeah, then game on. Then I think I've got a
2
chance.
winnable games in the next 2 weeks.
Then I think I have a chance. It's Bleck and Abdalla.
I don't think Pittsburgh's all that.
Brought to you by Yuengling and Abdalla. We visited the Yuengling Brewery in Pottsville, Pennsylvania back in June. It was an awesome time. It was like stepping into American history. Still family owned, still brewing, still the oldest brewery in America.
Oh, yeah, you can feel the passion. We went into one of those caves where they used to house all the beer, and it feels like that in the studio right now. Like it's that cold in this studio. And if you could house the beer in this studio right now. Nearly 200 years of brewing, Chris. It makes you appreciate every sip even more.
They even survived Prohibition with that kind of commitment. Yeah, you can taste it.
Whether I'm grilling, just hanging out, I'm reaching for an ice-cold Yuengling.
Let's start with the lager. That's right, the legend, the traditional lager. You could also try the light lager, the Golden Pilsner, the Black and Tan.
And if you haven't yet, you've got to try Flight. Just 2.6 grams of carbs, 95 calories, super light and crisp.
So next time when you're at the bar or stocking up, grab a Yuengling. That's right.
You'll be
all
glad
together.
you did. 1, 2, 3. Grab a Yuengling. You'll be glad you did.
Bleck Abdalla for Yuengling. That's right. DG Yuengling and Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. It was a great trip. I mean, Abdalla's right. It's so cool. The building is like, so the building's on the street, the original brewery, and 40 feet into the building goes down into the cave.
Yeah.
And the caves are down there, and the caves are ice cold, and that's where they would store the beer back in the day when
No
they
refrigeration.
originally started. It's fantastic. All right, let's do this. We're going to continue with the phone calls at 312-332-3776. A lot of people want to talk about the penalties. Ben Johnson addressed this with Jeff Joniak when he joined him earlier this morning here on ESPN Chicago. I think it's important. Take a listen to Ben Johnson talking about all of the pre-snap penalties with the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, and that's where we talked about in the locker room after the game. I mentioned it at the podium, and we'll talk about it again in the team meeting here this afternoon. That it takes more than just the coaches saying it. We got to bring that vision to life. And so we're here as coaches. We're all in this thing together. We're going to help support. We're going to challenge these guys, and we're going to be along there with them every step of the way. But I think it would go a long way if we had just a little bit more ownership in that locker room to take the bull by the horns here, so that we do get this cleaned up. We got a number of guys that are leaders on this team, and I think now that it's bit us in the rear end with a loss, I think it opens your eyes a little bit more. Okay, well, yeah, we do need to clean this up if we want to get to where we want to go.
I know people talk about player-led teams are important eventually, right? This is a new bunch with a new coach, new staff. What does that look like to you? What does that look like to you? Because you're alluding that you want some of these the leaders on the team. They could be maybe not even captains that emerge as leaders. Things change over the course of a season. More voices are heard. How do you envision that looking?
Well, we've got a number of guys that have played football at a high level in this league, and I think that's where it always starts. Our players voted for captains because they think highly of them and they respect them. That's certainly where it starts. As a new coaching staff, you come in here and you got a way that you want to do things. You have a vision for what it's going to look like, a standard that you're raising. And I think we're at the point now, midway through the season, that these guys understand what's going to be asked of them. And so now that they understand that, there's less, hey, what does the coach want? It's more, hey, how can we make this a little bit better ourselves? And like I said, that ownership of it is going to go a long way for us. But we've got a ton of guys in this locker room, whether it's a second, third contract guy that's been around this league for a while and knows what good football looks like, or like you alluded to, there's some younger players that are really talented that, they're trying to find their voice. And, when they play well, I think it gives them that platform to stand up and speak out.
So that was Ben Johnson earlier today, the Coach's Show with Jeff Joniak. You can listen to it on the day following a Bears game right here on ESPN Chicago. He's looking for the leaders to step up. The coaches can say it, but it's up to the players. So he mentioned this yesterday to the media following the game, doubling down today. I'm imagining he will echo those same comments in 20 minutes when he meets the rest of the media at Hallis Hall. He's looking for the players to step up. You got to eliminate the pre-snap penalties. You have to.
Yeah, and again, I don't know how much you can. It's not like they're. What are you going to do? You're not going to bench people. Like I heard Courtney on with Kap J Hood today, and she's like, "You're not going to bench players. That's not going to do any good. You're not going to. What are you trying to send a message? You're not going to bench your good players. You've got guys that are like Cole Kmet can't play. He's hurt. Are you going to bench Colston Loveland because he's got some pre-snap penalties? You're not going to bench Theo Benedict. You don't have healthy guys that can play. Who are you going to play instead of them? You don't have bodies. That's the problem. You can only coach these guys so much. Eventually, they have to take ownership. And so, yeah, the ones that are during plays and the holdings and that kind of stuff, those are understandable. Those are heat of the moment, whatever. But the other ones, these guys have to be held accountable. And whether it's, they're not at the point of like a players only closed door meeting or whatever. I don't think it's that bad. Again, they're over 500. They're 4-3. Like, this isn't a dire situation, but I do think that this has to be addressed. Double-digit penalties for multiple games in a row, being the most penalized team in the NFL and having played multiple games less than other teams is ridiculous.
Same team that last year said that they wanted to be coached harder, right? Same group.
Well, and I think that
same team
that Ben Johnson is coaching them harder.
Oh no, I know. No. I'm sarcastically suggesting like this is on you, players.
Yeah,
this is completely on you. You got a coach who's coaching you harder. This is what you asked for.
Yeah,
and they're not doing the job.
No, and
because like sometimes you got to look at some of the players and question their abilities because of this, right?
Sure.
Like that's where I tend to lean on this idea that Ben Johnson and this coaching staff, they're still figuring out the roster on who they want to be here long term.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of guys who are holdovers who may not fit what their style on the details and getting things done the way that they want it. The coaching staff's going to be here longer than a lot of these players.
Oh, yeah.
There's a couple players who are going to be here for a long time.
Yes.
But some of these players, there's a couple of names I think on offense that I think Bears fans can kind of project out roster spots as we go forward based on players who were drafted this year who could perhaps take roles of those players. I know that one of those guys didn't play, but how many false starts has Cole Kmet had this season? More than a couple.
Yeah.
How many?
Loveland's had a couple too.
How many false starts or illegal procedure penalties has DJ Moore had this season?
A lot.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not going to be surprising when some of these names are no longer on this team, either by the trade deadline or by the time we get to next training camp. Because what did they do with their first 2 picks this season in the draft? They took a tight end and a wide receiver.
Yep.
It is possible that some of these guys are just not the type of guys that they want.
Well, and I think absolutely you're going to see,
you see what I'm saying?
A lot of roster turnover from Ben Johnson, and that's true for any team in the NFL when a new coaching staff comes in.
But when the coaching staff is saying, "Guys, we're coaching it. We've shown them exactly what we want, and the stuff continues to happen.
And I think it's telling that Ben Johnson's not afraid to say this to the media.
I'll give a nod to Darnell Wright. Darnell Wright was someone who could fall into that same bucket. He was called out early, and he has come correct.
Absolutely.
He has been great since he was called out.
He's absolutely turned it around. You know what?
Exactly.
You know what I don't notice on Sundays anymore? Darnell Wright.
I mean, I noticed him a few weeks ago because he's mauling
well.
dudes.
Yeah, when he's playing
but
well.
He hasn't had the pre-snap penalties.
Nope.
He's played really well.
Yeah.
But that's someone who was called out specifically by his positional coach. And he's played well.
Absolutely.
He responded. All right, let's talk to you at 312-332-3776. Let's go to Zach in Irving Park. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Zach?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just want to say, I think the pre-snap penalties and stuff, that's the one thing I won't give Ben Johnson a pass on. I think he's done a great job as a head coach so far. I think he brings fire and preparation, but I know it's teaching the first year new scheme to these guys, but that's on him to teach it and have them ready. The pre-snap stuff's on the coaching staff. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for the call, Zach. Appreciate it. We go to Ryan in LaGrange. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I won't share my bias here. Diehard Lions fan, but do watch all the Bears games just because if they win, it's a better time at the bar and the restaurants around town.
Yeah.
But just knowing Ben Johnson, watching him over the last couple of years, I really don't think he likes Caleb Williams.
What tells you that?
His demeanor. I know you're saying you're not blowing smoke anywhere. I have a vibe. The guy cannot make simple throws that he needs to be successful in his system. I mean, you watch him at USC. I know you're a diehard fan.
Yeah.
He can't make simple plays. And then you bring up these guys down the line, Darnold, Jones, Baker. That's 5-6 years into their career. You guys are going to wait around for that? It's just.
Well, I mean, you're a Lions fan. Tell me, was it worth waiting around?
For Goff?
Yeah.
I still don't think Goff's that good. I think he's a statue. I mean, if we didn't have a decent offensive line, he'd be murdered every single play.
NFC Championship.
All right, that's fair. I mean, I agree. I agree with your assessment of Jared Goff. I think he's gettable as a team that faces him. But yeah, I mean, I think you've had a lot of success with Jared Goff.
I mean, I also think he chose this job. He could have had any job he wanted.
Thanks,
to.
Ryan.
Of
Appreciate
any of the
it.
openings, right?
Yeah,
he chose this job.
Going back to the comments that Ben Johnson had for Caleb today, I don't think he's doing that because he needs to build up Caleb to the media. I don't think that's the case.
Because here's the thing. If Caleb doesn't work out in a year and a half, they don't pick up the 5th-year option, and he's going to have his pick of whatever quarterback is in the draft. And Ben Johnson's going to get to hand select a quarterback. And we do this again. And we go through this cycle again just like we did with Trubisky and Fields and Caleb. And we move on. And guess what? Ben Johnson will be here longer than Caleb. That's just going to be how it is. So he's not tied to Caleb.
Sandwich bet? Who's here longer?
Caleb or Ben Johnson?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter to me.
Ribs? You want to bet ribs?
Ribs? A rib sandwich? A McRib?
Jim in Naperville, you're on ESPN 1000.
Hey, guys, how are you?
Good. What's up? What's going on?
Hey, I got a couple of quick thoughts. When is Ben Johnson going to address these missed calls, which is a weekly thing against the Bears, like the Hopkins push-off? How about the no roughing call on Caleb on that great catch that DJ made? I mean, that was a perfect example of roughing the passer where the guy came down with all of his weight on Caleb, not to mention the guy hit him low, which is why he was limping going to the line. I mean, Ben Johnson's got to be willing to take the fine and speak out publicly to say we're getting jobbed. And until he does that, I think it's going to continue. And you can't have your top players making mistakes. Caleb doesn't run out of bounds before the half. DJ doesn't run out of bounds when he's going down to the goal line at the end of the game with the clock running, of all things. Tooney with a false start, and, of course, Loveland with his weekly false start. When your top people are making mental mistakes like that, you're not going to win. And he's got to either get these people to understand it or get new people.
Great call, Jim. Appreciate it. We go to Frank on the south side. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Frank?
Hey, y'all. How y'all doing? I'm a little mad about yesterday, but if I was the Bears, I'd trade DJ Moore, or if I was DJ Moore, I would ask for a trade And the reason is, who is the highest paid player in Bears history? DJ Moore. Who is the best wide receiver? To me, at least, DJ Moore. DJ Moore wouldn't drop as many passes as Roma Doomsday, and he's always good when you get the ball in the stands. He's not a running back. I mean, have him really line up and run routes. And the reason why I would trade him for the Bears, since y'all not using him as y'all should use him, trade him and try to get a pass rush, because what we seen yesterday was terrible. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Frank. Appreciate it. I think that DJ Moore is someone that if he doesn't excel this season, he'll probably be somewhere else next year. I could see that. I mean, Roma Odunze is your number one.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like they don't really know. They have an idea of how they can use DJ Moore, but it's just not working.
I think Luther Burden will take that spot.
The handoffs, the screen plays, it just, I get why Ben Johnson has those in the offense because it worked in Detroit. It just doesn't quite work with DJ Moore.
There's something about DJ Moore where he has never been on a team that has proven that they can win, and that's not necessarily his fault. He's a wide receiver. But it feels like at the end of the game there was a lot of talk last year about learning how to win. Well, DJ Moore had a chance to make a big play and get out of bounds after making that one-handed catch, and he didn't do it. A player that knows how to win makes that play. A player that knows how to win finishes his route on that last play. There's something about him that he's a great player, don't get me wrong, but as your wide receiver one superstar, to me, he's not going out and making a ton of winning plays, which has really bothered me about DJ Moore recently.
And Jack's right, because he has all of the talent in the world. Like, he should be the type of dynamic player that Deebo Samuel has been for a long time in the league, right?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
He can run it, he can catch, he can go over the middle, he can do all this stuff. It just doesn't quite ever come together. I don't want to go full blown Zach LaVine on you, but like it's got shades of Zach LaVine.
I don't mind them using
Zach
him.
LaVine in football cleats. I'm just saying.
I don't mind them using him out of the backfield. I don't mind it.
I don't mind it either. But my point is, it hasn't really worked.
No, it's
like
fine.
I get the concept, but it's not really working.
I agree with you. I think if they're going to recoup some draft capital, and try to load up on draft picks and try to retool this team a little bit and get a little bit younger, he would be the guy.
But I'm not doing that because I'm like giving up on the season.
No. Off season.
They're trying to win.
Off-season. Yes. Off season.
It's Bleck Abdalla, brought to you by Yuengling here on ESPN 1000. The Waddle and Silvy Show coming up in 9 minutes right here on ESPN Chicago. YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, the NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN. So that's important. Make sure you do that. I have YouTube TV. I would like to keep ESPN on YouTube TV. Monday Night Football should be good tonight.
I don't want to lose
Sports
things.
Equinox tonight. You got all kinds of action.
What is that? All the sports at once?
All the sports today.
Made up holidays. We have the Sports Equinox, which I actually like, but then we have National Tight End Days, which is the most ridiculous holiday that I can't stand anymore, and we've jumped the shark with it, and it's too much.
It's the sweetest day of football.
Hallmark holiday.
Yeah.
Made by George Kittle for tight ends to profit.
Yeah, he's the hallmark of
Well, Jack,
the
what
NFL.
holiday isn't for profit now? There's nothing pure in this world. It's all for profit.
Halloween.
No, it's not. You see all the costumes, all the stupid costumes for everyone.
It's for big candy.
Yeah, big candy.
I can't stand National
What
Tight
about
End
the
Day.
little-
How many more graphics
You know what
do I have to
holiday's
see
not for
about
profit? Arbor Day. It's for the earth.
For the trees?
For the earth. For our environment. Because we need it.
But who's celebrating that? Are you going out to Arbor Day parties and celebrating?
No, I'm planting trees. I'm giving back.
I guarantee 100%
I'm recycling.
you're not planting trees.
I'm recycling.
You and whatever that company that was supposed to pay Kawhi Leonard, you're not planting trees.
You don't know me.
I do know you, and that's why I can guarantee that you're not planting trees.
Maybe I'm donating to plant trees.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you for producing today's show. Bleck Abdalla, Uninterrupted, brought to you by Yuengling. We will be back tomorrow from 2 to 3 right here on ESPN 1000. Waddle and Silvy will carry the Ben Johnson press conference up at Hallis Hall when he meets the media at 3 o'clock. And the Waddle and Silvy show, they'll also take your phone calls at 312-332-3776. So make sure you hang on the line if you didn't get in with us, Bleck Abdalla. We'll be back tomorrow at 2. It's now time for the song of the night.
Hey, turn up the volume and don't touch that dial because it's time for...
What dial? There's no dial on my phone.
Yeah, it's just an... never mind. Crank the volume because it's time for Bleck Abdalla's Song of the Night.
Yo, later.
Tonight's song. We go to the Stone Temple Pilots, Sex Type Thing from 1993. It's your song of the night.
Why are we listening to Sex Type Thing by the Stone Temple Pilots off the album Core?
Because today's date is October the 27th, and Scott Weiland, lead singer for STP, today would have been his birthday. He passed December 3rd in 2015. He was 48 at the time, but his birthday was October the 27th. Probably one of my top favorite grunge-era lead singers. He was awesome.
Yeah, he was. STP, one of the great grunge bands. They actually do have an album that was out today. Their album number 4. With what song? They had a single off that album.
Why don't you tell us what was on that album?
Why don't you tell us what was on that album?
As Abdalla tries to
Google
Sour Girl was on it.
Sour Girl. That was the one. Sour Girl.
Because Sarah Michelle Gellar was in the music video.
Yes. That album came out yesterday, actually, in 1999. STP, one of the greats.
Underrated. Scott Weiland's underrated.
Yeah.
He was the best.
What was that super group that he was in?
Velvet Revolver, man.
Revolver,
with Slash?
With Slash, yes.
I saw Velvet Revolver. They were awesome.
Good?
Yes, they were good.
Yeah?
What do you mean, yeah? They were the first ones before it was like them, and it was Audio Slave.
That was it. Eagles of Death Metal.
No, but like they were the two that pulled it off the best.
Yeah, I liked Eagles of Death Metal, though.
I thought Velvet Revolver was good.
Velvet Revolver was good.
That would be my platform. If I was like Shay and I had a platform, I'd be standing there by myself, and I would point out that Velvet Revolver was good. Damn it.
You standing on there with the... You'd be the sign guy?
Yeah, I'd be the sign.
Standing on the corner,
I liked Velvet
holding
Revolver.
the sign over your head. Is that guy still standing there with the sign over his head? Sign guy, is he still a thing?
Oh, I thought you were asking about Scott Weiland. I was like, no, he's dead.
I know he's dead.
All right, so we salute STP and Scott Weiland. Sex Type Thing from STP. It's your song of the night. He's dead.
Turn up the volume and don't touch that dial because it's time for...
What dial? There's no dial on my phone.
Yeah, it's just an... never mind. Crank the volume because it's time for Bleck Abdalla's Song of the Night.
Yo, later.
Waddle and Silvy are next.
Bleck Abdalla, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Harry Douglas here. Look, being a man doesn't mean skipping self-care. Manscaped makes it easy to feel confident, clean, and ready for anything. Whether you're at work, hitting the gym, traveling for business, or heading for a night out. The Lawnmower Trimmer gives you precision, the Beard Hedger keeps your look tight, and their grooming essentials smell incredible. Manscaped's tools are built to perform, helping you stay sharp, smooth, and feeling your best every single day. Because real confidence starts with a clean cut and the right gear. Get all the Manscaped products you need right now at your local Target.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Defense. The ref totally blew that call.
Oh, I'm sure he'll make the right call next time.
It's too late. It cost us the game.
Well, it's just one game.
That loss eliminated us from the playoffs.
Oh, the playoffs are on so late. Now you'll be well rested.
Okay, I need you to stop talking now.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Dynaglow vent-free infrared wall heaters are perfect for supplying indoor supplemental heating. They work with either liquid propane or natural gas and require no electricity to operate, making them perfect for garages, basements, and power outages. View our entire selection of Dynaglow heaters on Menards.com. Plus, you can check our weekly flyer for all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
All right, no more Victory Monday, at least for today, this week. Hopefully we'll be back to that next week when we go to Cincinnati later this week, and then hopefully the Bears can turn this thing around. I think Ben Johnson will meet the media at any minute, and we'll go there so we could abruptly head to his press conference. He's doing it virtually today. He was already on with Jeff Joniak, said some interesting things about Caleb Williams, and he actually defended Caleb today, saying that it wasn't as bad as he thought it was going to be as he walked off the field. So he watched the film, some good defending of Caleb today. I want to have some let's have a real conversation about Caleb, too. Like, people get very defensive when it comes to all this. We all want the same goal as Bears fans, to finally have that franchise quarterback.
Bears quarterback conversations bring that type of...
Oh, yeah. Believe me.
Very provincial behavior from fans.
It got really ugly here a couple of years ago with the whole Justin arguing, and glad for Justin. We'll play you some of the stuff that he said this weekend. He's always been a great guy. But, like, I think we could all have a conversation here without getting so defensive. Like, we all want the same thing. We want that first great, truly great franchise quarterback that the Bears have never had. And Caleb can still do that. But it's not good enough now. So we'll get to all that. Want to watch the film, too. We lived through the game. We watched it. We put the onus on the offense all week. We knew what the game plan was going to be. We knew that it would look like this. We knew that Baltimore, even with their backup quarterback, and Courtney was all over that. So I felt like we'd forecast this game correctly. We knew Huntley could play. We knew even with that, the Ravens were going to score, especially if these turnovers went away.
Yes.
We were wondering that. And this was going to be a game where the offense, especially the passing offense, was going to have to step up. And not only did they not step up, they stepped backwards as far as a point-scoring offense. And they've scored the least amount of points they scored all of this year.
Who are you when the defense doesn't deodorize the situation with taking the ball away 4 times? So that was a question. Who are you going to be when some of these Sundays don't include 4 takeaways? And I think, unfortunately, they defined themselves a little bit yesterday. Offensively, they weren't up to the challenge. As you described, you kind of knew that at some point this offense is going to have to be leaned on to deliver. And at some point, the quarterback is going to have to be a win because of quarterback as opposed to a win with quarterback. So still some things to get after, that's for sure.
Yeah, so as soon as Ben starts speaking, we will go right out to Hallis Hall, and he'll do this press conference, as I mentioned, virtually. And, yeah, it's going to be a great week for us. We're hoping to get to Hallis Hall one day this week. We'll be leaving our show for Cincinnati on Thursday evening. We'll be broadcasting from Cincy on Friday.
That's a win all in itself.
Yes,
going to Cincinnati, that's a W just in itself.
It's the Waddle homecoming party for this weekend. I can't wait to see all the sites that you have spoken about. Like, I don't remember the last time I was in Cincy. I think it was when I was still covering the Bears and that stadium first opened. But I went there as a kid, then I went back to cover a game, and those were like the 2 times I've been to Cincinnati, Ohio.
I've been back like once a year for the last 15 years, so you've probably seen almost as much as me. But yeah, I'm
no,
thrilled
that's
to go
pretty
back.
good. Once a year is good, like when you don't live there anymore.
I go back every December to hang out with my high school friends. We have a lunch. We developed a scholarship for one of the kids that goes to Moeller High School. And we have a luncheon that celebrates it, and we get an opportunity to hang out with each other. So it's fun.
Yeah. So if you want to get in line now, there are no calls on the screen. So now is your time to get through. We'll try and cycle through as many calls. It's always about you, the fan, have your voice heard. The good news is, guys, is this is only one loss in the last 5 games. Now they've got to keep it to that. They can't spiral like they did last year, and I don't think any sort of a long losing streak will happen. But we went in, I think the goal for both of us, at least I vocalized it for me, was win 2 out of these next 3. That this was more of a vibes game. If you could win 5 in a row, that would be great for the vibes. If you would lose this game, fine, you still have a chance to go and beat a team with a backup quarterback in Cincy and then beat a Giants team at home. And of those 3 games that we were looking at, if you could take 2 out of 3, the Bears will be what, 6-3 then?
Yes.
So
if they win the next 2, they will be 6-3.
So the good news is
still out there in front of you.
Like, we're just talking about one loss. We're talking about one loss after a 4-game win streak. We're talking about possibilities of winning ahead. But they have got to clean this stuff up.
Unfortunately, we're also talking about a team that commits 9 penalties per game, is disastrously inefficient in the red zone right now, and has a couple of other issues as well. So, you trust that this coaching staff will have them prepared and ready to play. In Cincinnati, Joe Flacco has really given that offense a boost, but he's dealing with a shoulder injury himself now. So, if you can't get your offense right against this Cincinnati defense, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, because you're going to have to score again.
Yes.
Even like whether it's with Flacco or even if they bring what's his name, the former backup quarterback. What was the guy's name who they replaced in Cincinnati?
Browning?
Browning. Yeah. So if Browning, I still think they're going to score on you. The Bears' entire defensive back starting group is out from the beginning of the year. Yeah. Jalen Johnson's been lost forever. Gordon's now on the IR. Tyreek Stevenson, we don't know what his status will be for this week. They're going to score. The Bears are going to have to outscore these teams to win some of these.
Yeah, whether it's Jake Browning or it's Joe Flacco, I would expect that they'll find their way into the end zone, especially with the injuries in our secondary. So, look, again, you've got a ton of your resources invested on the offensive side of the football. I don't think it's asking too much. Coach, quarterback, line, receivers, tight ends, running backs, all of you. You all have to assume the greater responsibility now that your secondary is in shambles. So you be the reason why this team wins a game. They've delivered the football on a platter to you the previous 4 games. 15 takeaways in the previous 4 games.
Pick them up, for goodness sake, right? Isn't that the essence of complimentary football?
Yes.
Like, I know, like the field position game, the game within the game, but isn't also part of complimentary football then when the defense then needs a little help and they've given you all they can give you and they're banged up to score offensively?
I think we talked about this heading into the Dallas Cowboy game, knowing that they had some defensive issues and they were facing a high-power Cowboys defense. It was an opportunity for this Bears offense to say, hey, guess what? We got this. We'll be the reason why we win this one. You get healthy, do the best you can, but we'll be the ones that carry the heavy load here. So,
and they did.
They did.
That was Caleb's best game.
This is another situation where they should take on that responsibility of being the reason why you come out of Cincinnati with a W. I mean, it's simple. At least it sounds simple. I mean, the execution part of it's not so simple, but yeah, this is an offense that needs to lead the way every now and again. That's why you spent, $60 million guaranteed on your center guard. That's why you drafted a tight end 10th. That's why you drafted another receiver with a 39th pick. You gave Ben $12 or $13 million. Come on now. The offense should be leading the way. Not a defense that is taking the ball away at a record pace. That's not what we thought that this team was going to be, the foundation was going to be for them. So it's now time for this offense to get themselves pointed in the right direction.
And you mentioned the penalties. Ben Johnson, at least in his conversation with Jeff Joniak, and we'll hear what he says here on the in the press conference. But he told them, he goes, look, this is going to be on, like, I'm going to have a meeting with the players, an all team meeting, and they have to take it upon themselves to get this right. There were a couple of stats that I tweeted out earlier in the day. The Bears have the most penalties through 7 games, for the most since 1985, and don't make a mistake, this is not the 85 Bears either.
In their franchise history?
Yeah, this is the most in the last 40 years. Let's go to Ben Johnson at Hallis.
Like I said yesterday, we got to play a cleaner game, complement each other better. You know, we had good field position on offense a number of times, and you know, we have to eliminate the penalties. We're shooting ourselves in the foot way too much, and we got to be more efficient in the red zone as well on offense. You know, I thought defensively we came out and we played well for the first, call it 3.5 quarters. And then that end there, you know, we gave up 2 touchdowns to finish the game and allowed 30 points when all was said and done. So, man, it's really not that far off than how we've played the previous 4 games. And yet we won because we had those takeaways. And so this week we didn't get the takeaways. And when you play ugly football like that, it's a lot more difficult to win the ball game. So we're on a mission here this week to get this all cleaned up. And I have complete confidence that we'll do that. Injury-wise, we've got Dom Robinson is going to be out for a few weeks here with the high ankle. We've got Shamar, who's got an ACL, so he'll be out for the season. We've got Luther in concussion protocol right now, and then we got OZ, who is day-to-day. And with that, I'll go ahead and open it up.
Kevin Fishman.
Hey, Ben, I want to ask about 2 goal line plays, just get your take on them after reviewing the tape. The first was that 2nd and goal to the handoff to Kyle and the first drive. They went down for a loss. I'm just curious what you saw as a breakdown on that play.
Yeah, I think that was a coaching fail as much as anything. They gave us a little bit different front than what we anticipated, and we just didn't handle that look very well. So that's on me.
And then the last play of the game, that 4th and goal, just from the snap to Caleb's throw, like was there a situation where he should have snapped it sooner because they might have jumped? And then what could he have done to get that ball to DJ?
Yeah, it took us way too long to get that ball snapped. You know, they're meeting right now. We didn't go over that one as a unit. I got pulled in a different direction here, so I'll get clarity on why that took so long. There was a couple times there on silent cadence that we weren't quite as efficient as we needed to be on that last drive. But yeah, that's one that Caleb would like to have back. We got to hook up on that.
Jason Leisure.
Ben, you've been on the urgency before the snap offensively since pretty much the first time you guys hit the field this year. Are you seeing it yet? Are you seeing that, kind of business-like approach to it yet?
Well, I think the good news is this: is we're not getting flagged for delay of game penalties, and so from that regard, I do think our guys are doing a good job getting the communication out and getting it going. Is it as fast as we would like to? No, it's not. And I think that a lot of that has to do with comfort and time on task. We had a lot of onus on making sure we're all targeted properly and we're all on the same page. And so the communication aspect is huge for us. And so I do think the more ball we play, the more we hear the same stuff, the more we do the same things, the faster our tempo is going to be in and out of the huddle and on the line of scrimmage as well. So I would be more concerned if we were getting flagged for not getting the ball off fast enough, but I can't say I'm completely surprised with us, taking a little bit longer at the line of scrimmage right now.
Dan?
Ben, there was a legal formation penalty on a punt. I'm curious what you saw was the infraction there and what you describe as the significance as obviously Torrey got that ball down inside the one there.
Yeah, D-Jack, he simply lined up about a foot too deep. And so he's played enough ball in this league. He knows better than that. We got to be on the line. It was a heck of a play there by Torrey. So it's a shame that got erased.
On your penalty count, the false starts have been the most prevalent since the start of the year. What's your prescription for getting those to come down here before the season gets too long?
Yeah, we've talked about it with the players. We'll certainly make sure that they understand, especially now that we lost a game and penalties were a big culprit as to why we didn't have the success we wanted to. I think now it really opens Pandora's box up here where, hey, all hands on deck here. We got to get this thing fixed. And we've been harping on it as a coaching staff, and when it results in a loss, I think it just magnifies the issue that was at hand.
Adam?
Ben, quickly to follow up on that, how was that message received by your team leaders, your captains? And then what actions would you like to see them take this week to change those penalties?
Yeah, would like us to stay on side. So, it's simple.
Practice week, yeah.
Yeah, it's discipline. I think they're as fed up with it as everyone is in the building. And so they understand it's just not what good football teams do. And I think they're going to take ownership of it. I think we're going to be just fine.
And then with Caleb's interception, after the game, he said it was a good read. He was just a bit late on the throw. I think you described it a bit differently. After you watched that interception with him, what did you tell him? What would you like to see done differently on that play?
I'd like to see him check that ball down.
Pat Finley?
Ben, when you're in the low red zone from the 10 and in, what's the particular challenge as a play caller?
I think we go in each week with a plan to attack the defenses that we're anticipating, that we're seeing on tape there. We put a lot of onus on being able to run the ball down there. I thought we could have done a little bit better inside the 10 this week. We had some negative plays that certainly didn't help the cause. But no, I feel good about the plan we put into place, and we just got to focus on our execution and in our details.
And there at the end, could Caleb have checked to something quick at the line rather than kind of look over and get the play? I believe that was between first and second down, something like that.
You talking about the end of the game?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure we went on the ball on everything, right. Didn't we?
You may have, but the 15, 20 seconds.
We wasted too much time. We didn't do a good job. And like I said yesterday, I could have done a better job there as well.
Sean?
Hey, Ben, just to follow up on Shamar, that's obviously tough news for him. Just curious what you saw from him and his opportunities and maybe a little bit behind the scenes too over these last 6 months.
Yeah, and he was a guy that we were really excited to finally get out on the field because obviously we had high hopes for him, acquiring him with such a high draft pick. And I thought that when we made that transition to defensive end, it certainly coincided with our ability to stop the run at a higher clip. And so we thought he was part of the solution there for us. I think he looked somewhat natural to play that spot for a guy that hadn't done a ton of it. So we were really excited to see what this next half of the season was going to look like as he continued to develop in that role. So it's a shame that we're going to miss out on him. He has a physical presence and demeanor about him that you really appreciate. He plays the game the way we want, really all three phases to play. He loves football, and I know he'll attack this rehab the right way.
Dan?
Ben, one of your themes over the last 24 hours is kind of the call for increased locker room ownership of the cleanup and improvement efforts. Specifically, what do you want to see from those top of the line leaders?
Yeah, if you see something, say something. It's as simple as that. We got to continue to work on our practice habits and get better in that regard. And I think they understand what I'm looking for. We're going to be in good shape.
Kevin?
Ben, what did encourage you from Caleb's performance yesterday?
He was very efficient with the football there early in the game. I thought he had a number of throws that were on time. We hit a couple in breakers that was encouraging to see as well. We were explosive in the passing game. I want to say overall we had 11 explosives. 9 of those were in the passing game. So I thought he did a good job delivering that football. There's a couple that that is, as we talked about, that need to be automatic here at this point, halfway through the season, that we missed on. And so we're going to keep on working through that process. And I think we're going to be in good shape. I did think he took a step forward here this week.
Steve?
Yeah, hi, Caleb. Kevin kind of asked my question about Caleb's development. So I would ask you, just overall, despite the results yesterday, how do you think the offense is doing so far this season under your tutelage?
We're moving the ball. We're not scoring points as often as we'd like to. So I kind of felt it since the start of the season is when we get the first down, we're able to move the ball really as at will, if you will. And so we're just not resulting in the points. Our red zone percentage is down. We need to score more touchdowns when we get down there. And then if we had 2 more 3-and-outs here this week, that once again, if we get the first down, we're in good shape.
Last question, Pat.
And I presume Austin Booker going to come up from IR?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right, and that's the way we end. So, yes, Austin Booker in, Shamar Turner out, ACL. That's a shame.
Yeah, that's awful.
I think the way they complimented him, too, speaks volumes. Like, he's a competitive guy, plays with a bit of an edge. Hopefully, we thought maybe he was going to start coming into his own a little bit more, but now he's going to not be back until next year. So ring it up at 312-332-3776. He did say that Caleb took a step forward, and he was even more powerful with that with Joniak today. The thing that sticks out with me, I think it does with Waddle as well, is what he said about the interception. And Caleb doesn't throw a lot of interceptions, but this is what has me worried. And I want Caleb Williams to be a star quarterback as much as any Bears fan out there. This was Caleb Williams' answer when he was asked about the interception after the game.
It was a good read. Rome man-to-man with the guy that caught the pick, and I just didn't give a good ball to Rome.
And then if you heard Ben Johnson said it wasn't a good read. He needed to check it down to Carmen Jurko in that situation. So my problem is that we want Caleb to make these correct decisions in real time while the play is being made. After the game, with time to think about it, he still didn't have his decision-making correct. He still was adamant that he made the right read. If he still doesn't know at the press conference that he's making the wrong read, isn't it frustrating to everybody? And doesn't it make you wonder, is he ever going to be truly on point with his decision-making? I've heard someone, and Carmen poo-pooed this, I've heard a few people say he's got a lot of the same problems as Justin. He is far from the same type of quarterback as Justin. But I do agree that the processing of it all is similar to Justin. There are times he misses open guys. There are times he doesn't see the correct place he should go. And if he's standing up at the press conference after the game, still thinking during an interception that he made the right read, how are we going to expect him to make the right read in real time?
Well, I would add to that, like there was a play also from the Saints game that certain coverages will dictate where the ball should go and what you should be doing with the play. And the interception that he throws, first of all, you have to acknowledge you're throwing from your own end zone. So the last thing you want to do is try to make a hero throw. Okay, so you have to measure the risk versus the reward just based on where you're at. I believe at that point they were only down 3. You're in the trail position. The last thing you can do is make a risky decision and turn the ball over. As soon as Humphrey kind of feathers back and he sees that the flat is open, why on earth would you think the right place to throw the ball is into a tight window where he's fortunate that Rome didn't get hurt as well. Marlon Humphrey made a veteran move and pulled off of him. Could have killed him. So the throw itself was the wrong read. What's going through your mind is the question I would ask, not only during that moment, but when you met the media afterwards and you're still sticking to your to your line of thinking that this was the right read. No, I'm throwing from my end zone. I see a coverage or I see a cornerback react in a certain way that I know is going to leave the flat open. So that's the route I'm going to take. It's a sure 7 to 10 yard gain, and I'm going to take the risk out of the play. I mean, when you see the reaction of the corner and when he drops back, he's looking to his right, it should dictate where the ball is ultimately going to go. There was a play in the red zone against the Saints where Ben drew up a beautiful play, and he used motion to dictate the coverage and change it from a 2 deep to a 1 deep, and he got exactly what he was looking for, and Caleb was staring at it, and it should have been this quick post bang 8 right on top of the strong safety who settles his feet, and he's staring at it, but he doesn't throw it. So the point I'm kind of making is that these are the types of plays that leave me more dissatisfied than when he misses an open receiver, because it tells me that he's either not trusting what he's seeing or maybe at times doesn't know what he's looking at.
Yes, and that's the worrisome. And look, we shouldn't. Someone tweeted me too there, and there's a ton of tweets, one side or the other. We're getting into this again, like simply asking questions about, hey, is this happening? Should we be concerned? Like I go by the common sense of, if I'm starting to wonder, then it's there. Like I want him to work. But I don't want to just be one of these guys like some Bears fans are, who are always defending even when they know. Like, there's still Bears fans who defend Justin. We know Justin can't play. Nice kid, we know he can't play. There are just people who want to be loyal because they're super loyal. And with me, I just want finally to get the quarterback right, to get the cream of the crop out of the class and to have a true star quarterback. And again, I shouldn't have to say this, but I will one more time. We want it to happen. We still hope it could happen. But I still think these are alarm bells, or just wondering, why is it going on for Drake May? He had a terrible rookie year with a bad coaching staff who they checked out and now is in a new system, and he's third in the odds in MVP. Jaden Daniels last year finished 7th in MVP voting. We can't score more than 16 points against one of the worst defenses in the NFL. There's time, lots of time. I get it. But simply to, like, I asked the poll question today, like, people are going at it. Some people are saying, this is an absurd question. I'm asking, did the Bears make the wrong choice at quarterback in the 2024 NFL draft? And I gave 3 options. It's not just a yes and no. Because, like we always like to say on this show, there's nuance. There's yes, there's no, and it's too early to know. It's too early.
Looks like it isn't one of the options.
What's that?
I said, it looks like it is not one of the options. No? Okay. I would vote it's too early to tell. I mean, with a lean towards, look, the kid in New England's playing his ass off. I mean, everything that he's doing is it looks and speaks to, this is not a fluke. I mean, that you can live and you'll grow with him. I did not think this was Caleb's worst game. So I agree with the coaching staff and everybody else that there were things in the game where you look at and go, yeah, it's a really good throw. That's a good, 2 or 3, sharp crossers that were really good. He hit the honey hole a couple of times. There's a couple of things. I mean, his completion percentage went up. He was almost 66%. He wasn't dirtying wide receiver screens. He didn't get a ball tipped, I don't think, all day. There were some good throws in this game. There really were. It's just not good enough, especially when you need that quarterback at this point at times to maybe carry you, because your defense isn't going to get 4 takeaways every Sunday. So I didn't think it was disastrous. I mean, I thought the interception was, those are the things that leave me a little bit, Why did you think that the right thing to do with the coverage you saw was to try to make a hero throw when you're in your own end zone and your running back is wide open 5 to 7 yards from you? What is the process? What's going through your brain? So I get more, I get more itchy and scratchy about those things than I do when I see him miss wide open throws.
And so far the results of this, and I want to address more of it, because I think if you're like, someone said this is an absurd question. If you're thinking that a simple poll question on a silly app like Twitter is absurd, then maybe you just don't want it to creep in your mind. You're in denial. That's what I'm saying. If you think any question about a quarterback still who is not completing 65% of his passes, who still isn't living up to the number one overall billing.
He's still dead last in expected completion
and
percentage.
I'm not down him. I'm just saying, I think everything's fair to ask, to have a discussion, to talk down to people and to say a question is absurd. When we all want the same thing, guys. 34.7% of the people say, yes, the Bears got it wrong. 41% of the people say it's too early to know. 24.3% of the people say, no, they didn't get it wrong.
You're going to get the he is him crowd after you.
Like that was the Justin phrase, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He is him. He's him, Silvy.
He was him yesterday in Cincinnati.
You wait till I call. Who threw the game-winning touchdown?
I think it was the running back.
It was Breece Hall, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yes, but the kid played really well yesterday.
Yeah, he played back. He's still not a quarterback.
I'm not looking to bring him back. I'm just saying he played well yesterday.
332-3776. Let's take all of your calls coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The Chicago Bears, the Cincinnati Bengals. Sunday, starting at noon. Turn the TV down and crank up the hometown call on the ESPN Chicago app. It's Bears and Bengals, live from Cincinnati. This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
All right, guys, Circa Sports is the only place I play. That is right. Football season is here. And if you want to stay ahead of the action, you got to check out Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, now right at your fingertips. I love Circa because, first of all, they're not going to nickel and dime you with these Illinois tax bet fees. No, they're going to wear it themselves. They want you to play, be entertained. No bet fees ever. The other books will nickel and dime you. Not Circa. Every play is yours to call. Plus, you got high app limits, low holds, amazing customer service, and you got a game tonight. You got a World Series still. There's basketball. Whatever you want to play, play it at Circa Sports Illinois. Start betting like a pro anytime, anywhere in Illinois. Download circasports.com today. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You've heard their name around town, Costa Iavoni, and I'm talking with personal injury attorneys Julio Costa and Anthony Iavoni. You guys have built a serious rep in Chicago. What's the playbook?
We grew up here. Southside baseball games in the summer.
Football battles on Sundays in the fall.
We know the city, and we fight hard for the people in it.
Exactly. We recognize that our clients are the same people we see in the stands with us at those games.
That's what being local is all about. We get you.
Costa Iavoni, your local personal injury lawyers at 708-4million.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
This is the Let's Revitalize Our Neighborhoods commitment. This is the Roll Up Our Sleeves and Pitch In commitment. This is Busey, where our commitment to strengthen our communities is a top priority. Through energetic, engaged volunteers, through monetary support, community leadership, and advocacy. Because Busey is more than a bank that does well, we're a bank that does good. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth, since 1868. Member FDIC.
Hit the road in a brand new Toyota in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Toyota River Oaks, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Toyota is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Oh, no! We suck again!
Snap
to Caleb, looking to throw. Pressure coming. They got him. Nibbling away at the ankles of Caleb Williams. He's brought down, taking a fake and bootleg to the near side with sweat in his face. Dodges sweat, but then sweat comes back to get him. 2nd and 1 from the 3. Again, takes and turns, gives, and a walk into the end zone. Left side, untouched. Touchdown, King Henry. They're bringing out Santos, and there we go, the Mayday team. This will be a long field goal. Try off the logo of the Ravens. 3, 2, snap, placement, kick, swings the right leg. It's going to be short. Give up the middle. DeAndre Swift. He is in for the touchdown. Snap and a play fake. Caleb Williams looking to throw. Oh, and the crosser, it's intercepted. Down tiptoeing to the sideline left. A swipe by Nate Wiggins. And snap, play fake, throwing wide open left to the 5, into the end zone. Skipping in. The unlikely candidate, Charlie Kolar. Snap, giving. Bears steamroll him, and then he bounces right to the 5, to the end zone. Touchdown.
There you go. Yeah, they don't suck again. They definitely don't. That's why I jumped in early. It's one loss. They control the things that they need to control. And what I don't want to have happen is what happened last year when they traveled to the same area of the country. They were 4-2. And they lost a game, and then things spiraled. They remember their next game was against a not-so-good Arizona team. They went to Arizona, and they got crushed. I don't think, and I certainly would hope that wouldn't happen in Cincinnati. I'm not predicting they're going to win yet, but they got to go there, and they got to play much better. And then they came home, similarly to the Giants game, and they played a subpar Patriots team, and they got crushed again. So what can't happen is one loss to Baltimore, and then it turns into 3 losses at the end of this. What needs to happen is, hey, you lose a football game, you don't play your best game, you clean the penalties up. Caleb takes another more pronounced step forward. I know Ben said he got better, like, we're going from the last 2 games when he wasn't so good, and then we'll see. But you know, I have concerns about decision making, and I also wonder about, like, to me, he reminds me of a closer who is trying to find the strike zone at times, and he was very accurate to start, but sometimes you just don't know where the fastball's going. You know, like, you expect the fastball to be placed in the right area, like
sometimes
Mason
it goes
Miller.
over your head.
He sails it a lot. And you mentioned dirting it last week. Like, those are the throws that make you scratch your head and say, I didn't think that this was ever going to be a part of the equation.
They seem to be, I think Ben at least appeared to be very confident that they're going to clean up their penalties. And I know he's talked about, hey, you know, now it's on the players and the leaders in our locker room to kind of get this figured out. This was not an anomaly. Like, they averaged 9 penalties a game through the first 7 games. There's only 2 teams in the NFL that have committed more penalties than our Bears, and one of them has played an extra game. So, I unfortunately, I don't share his confidence that this is just going to get cleaned up.
Let's go to Dave in Schaumburg. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Dave?
Hey, guys. Yeah, Silvy, you said yesterday wasn't going to be a swing game, but I think it definitely should have been, and I think the Saints game should have been a swing game because, I mean, to me, it's not about the wins and losses. They're not going to the Super Bowl this year, right? It's Caleb is so much more important than winning and losing these individual games, and it is difficult to watch at times. He doesn't look like an NFL quarterback. He doesn't look comfortable in the pocket. He's moving his feet around a lot, and I know Ben said in this press conference that we had 9 explosive pass plays, I think he said, but I mean, there's no vertical passing attack. Everything is deep crossing. When he tries to throw the ball vertically, the accuracy is just horrendous. He had Duvernay in the end zone on a post yesterday. He had a step on his guy. A perfect throw was a touchdown. He way overthrew him. And then a couple of weeks ago against Washington, Rome had beaten 2 guys, had 2 steps on 2 guys, and he way underthrew him. And when you watch some of these other quarterbacks like Drake and Bo and I mean, they're making these wow splash plays. They're dropping balls in the bucket deep down the field for deep explosive plays. And I could handle some of these accuracy issues and some of these turnovers and these penalties that he's got going on if he was also supplementing that with wow plays, like, wow, what a great dime deep down the field, right? But he's not doing that. He's struggling even some of the basic routes. Yeah, so anyone who didn't vote yes on your poll, Silvy, I think is just major coping. They're thinking like Josh Allen, maybe that's a prayer, single-digit % chance. And other than that, most of the time, 24 games in, I mean, you generally have a good idea these days. So I'm definitely thinking we got the wrong guy. We're gonna have to go again.
I hope you're wrong. Look, I'm just starting to think it. I don't know. I am like just someone who's willing to say they don't know. I don't know. Like, I was sure that he was going to make it a year and a half ago. I am just telling you at this point now, I'm starting to worry. That's where I am.
Well, I mean, listen, again, the completion percentage has been a problem. It was a problem last year. It's been a problem all year this year. I believe there's only 2 games where he's completed better than 64% of his passes. And think about the number of wide receiver screens that are thrown, not just in the league, but thrown by our offense. So, yeah, I mean, there are some misses. There's no doubt. Again, I mean, I would argue that this was a much better game for him than the one he played the last 2 weeks. So if you're looking for progress, I think there's some of it in there.
Why didn't, I'm not trying to be a wise ass. Why didn't they score more if it was a much better game than last week?
Yeah, I mean, they should have scored on the final play of the game, and he completely missed DJ Moore. They keep committing penalties. They should. I mean, they definitely, their red zone offense has been a complete disaster over the last 4 weeks. But when you look at his completion percentage and some of the throws he's making, he looked better in this game for the majority of the time than he did against the Saints, in my opinion.
I thought with the start that he had that this was going to be one of those breakout games. I thought the way he was hitting guys in stride, I'm like, okay. And like Carmen and Jurko talked a lot about it. It seems like once those first 15 go by the wayside and they got to think a little more and he's got to react a little more pre-snap and during the play, I feel like that's where he struggles.
Yeah, I mean, look, and the panic. I didn't see any panic in him yesterday. The panic in the interception was a horrible, in my opinion, decision. That wasn't just one got away from him. Once you see that coverage and it develops the way it did, there's only one place to throw the ball. He made a mistake. I thought his footwork was better for the most part. But, I mean, when I say that, all I'm saying to you is I've seen him play worse. That doesn't mean that I'm telling you he's arrived. It's not good enough, especially for somebody who was drafted first overall. You've brought Ben in. You solidified the interior of the offensive line. You've spent a number of draft picks on your weapons. You gave DJ more money. You gave Cole more money. You've pushed all your pot in. So, like, it's not good enough.
Yeah, that I think is the best way to sum it up. Like, no one is saying he's going to be a bust except the last caller and some other fans, at least the 2 people who host the show. But I think there's nothing wrong, Bears fans, with saying it's simply not good enough.
It's not. It
needs to be better. Yeah. We expected better. To ask the number 1 overall pick to be better, sure, quarterbacks develop at a different pace all over the league. But it needs to be better.
Well, I expect the coach to clean up these penalties because those stick to him.
Yeah.
Like, I think the world of the head coach, but when you're committing 9 penalties per game and a lot of them are pre-snap penalties, unfortunately, the coach is going to have to wear some of that himself.
Clay Uptown, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Clay? Hello, Clay.
Fellas. Sorry, I had that Bluetooth speaker.
What's up?
How are you guys doing? Good?
We're fantastic, yes. What's on your mind?
I feel fine about the Bears. I feel like as a fan base, people have seen so many bad quarterbacks. It's like, you ever have a friend that got cheated on 3 times in a row?
Sure. Yeah, I know what you're saying,
they start projecting it like the past into the future, and it's like, yeah, Caleb, he's got a lot of things he has to fix, but, development takes time. It's a rigid learning environment being a quarterback. It's not some straightforward linear progression. And if you compare a lot of these great quarterbacks, most of them by this point in their career had not turned into being really good quarterbacks. And, you know, you have a Boy Scout leader as your head coach the first year with a bunch of bimbos calling, you know, running the offense. I mean, he's got to learn everything over again. And, you know, the game is too fast for him right now, and you can see that. But it's going to slow down. It's going to take time. The Bears are going to be fine. Like, we're going to win 10 or 11 games. It's going to be a playoff team. All the worry warts need to just chill out. Silvy, I took an edible right before the fourth quarter, and it kicked in right as the game was getting done. I go on social media, and I go and see you on the damn swing. And I said, is this edible time travel me back to 2023?
No, and I even said, well, I wasn't totally, like Waddle just used the term pot committed. I got to be honest, I wasn't totally pot committed. I wasn't going to do the swing video until that last drive, until DJ caught the long pass, and then I had 2 bets that were about to cash. Then I got pissed. Like that crap show at the goal line, the disorganization, them not knowing what to do, pushed me over the top. I was all set to just say, look, it's one loss, and then that kind of just pushed me over the edge. But do you get, like, now that I'm doing the edible thing at night, Clay, when I start looking at social media on an edible, it really goes to the next level.
Yeah, well, you don't. So the thing is, social media. I have friends working in Silicon Valley. It's the algorithms are wired exactly like a slot machine in the casino. So it's tiny hits of dopamine. It's like having a lower level version of Coke. I'm not talking about Coca-Cola. I mean the stuff. The good.
You're talking about the app, right? Not the edibles.
Yeah, the app does that.
Yeah,
so that's what those apps do to you if you're sober. So if you take them when you're on an edible on top of that.
That's why. Yeah, that's why I was wondering. Like I start scrolling and my mind starts racing. I start imagining things.
You're probably not the right guy to be doing an edible and scrolling on Twitter.
What else do you want me to do? Just lay and watch a show? That happens then too.
Yeah. Probably not, because there's probably going to be somebody on Twitter that's going to say something.
Oh, I don't respond. I try not to respond. Well, once there's no typing.
But if you're on an edible, do you have the self-control?
I do. Okay. Yeah. Especially when I say it beforehand. All right, 312-332-3776. The officiating this week was absolutely horrid in the NFL. And there's a question I have regarding officiating that I want to ask everyone. All your Caleb calls, I think it's a fair discussion. I think anyone just who wants to rip a discussion is the issue here. 312-332-3776.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Here comes the Chicago Bears podcast. It drops daily on the ESPN Chicago app, and its rotating co-hosts make an essential pod for Bears fans. Join host Pat the Designer and company for the Chicago Bears podcast from ESPN Chicago, your home for Chicago Bears content.
Yeah. Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle here, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands and save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus, save even more with their complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
When your cat's me, then your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse. And you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more.
Whatever happens today, take it on with a fresh cup of True Brew coffee. Now only $1 with True Rewards. True North Store's True Brew coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend created from coffee beans from around the world. As a free True Rewards member, pick the size that is perfect for you and pay only $1. Don't have the True Rewards mobile app? Find it in the Apple or Google Play Store to download and save instantly. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has all the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats right at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy teams synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Whether you're building robots, developing award-winning video games, training on medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you to change the game. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu.
Ravens need 7. Bears lined up, look like they're blitzing, and they are. The throw left on the back shoulder, caught left side, and a first down for the veteran Hopkins.
There you go, Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. That was one of the bad calls there, Charlie, wasn't it? And look, the Bears penalties are Bears penalties. This happens week in and week out. There's going to be a bad play or two. If you watched the league, the Sunday night game, the Giants game, there were, again, multiple issues with the officiating. Here's a question that I have for you, Waddle, is I don't understand replay assist. Yeah, in yesterday's game, I forgot which team it was, did not have a challenge left, or they did not have a timeout left, so they could not challenge. But yet replay assist came through and corrected a call late in the game for them to benefit them.
The sad reality is I don't know what the rules, the hard and fast rules are with regard to that at all. I think they've made it so ambiguous.
Tirico and Collinsworth were confused, too. They were asking their guy, like, when does replay assist come in? When do I need a challenge? Like, if you don't have a timeout to use a challenge, like, should you not be allowed to get, or on the other hand, should challenges all be gone, and should replay assist help everything? And you never have to worry about manipulating the challenge system, or maybe keep yourself with a challenge or two. But, like, when I don't understand the system these days with replay assist. When the league wants to get involved, they get involved. There are other times they don't want to get involved, and then you have to use a challenge. So I'm very, very confused on what the process is.
I just think even beyond that, the play you were just referencing in the Bears game, it should have been offensive interference. I mean, DeAndre Hopkins not only pushed off, but grabbed the face mask.
Yeah.
I think of Nashawn Wright. So,
and that was a big swing play too, wasn't it?
It was a third down play.
Iced it, right?
Yeah, it was a third down play, and that play is made right in front of the official too. So you can't argue that you didn't see it. There was another play. Was it in the Bears game where there was a player that was definitely, maybe it was last night's game, the guy was completely offside.
And Aaron aired it out.
Yeah, that's right. It was last night.
Yeah, and he's like, where's the offside?
And then the officials got together, and then I think they talked about it, and then they realized you're not allowed to use the New York folks.
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand the system these days.
Yeah. So it was an obvious penalty that wasn't called, and they left it as no penalty because there was no flag thrown on the play. It's very confusing at this point.
By the way, YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football. And boy, we got to have a discussion about the college football coaching landscape and college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college football, college basketball, which is starting here. And you got to take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN. That's keepmynetworks.com. Mike, you're in Oak Brook and on ESPN 1000. What's up, Mikey?
Hey, you guys, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, perfect.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So if you guys check your Twitter, I actually tried to tweet you something, and it was a sequence of that play that you're talking about, the goal line interception, whereas you saw I circled the guy that was wide open, but also I had on it the very next time they got the ball, right after the interception, you saw Tyler Huntley go through all of his progression on that touchdown play. You saw him look to the flat, you saw him look over the middle, and you saw him hit the tight end that was open, which looked like it was his third option. My question is, which is to me the million-dollar question is for Ben Johnson, is do you have a plan in place to coach that out of Caleb? Because he's probably always been the most athletic guy on the field. He can make plays with his legs. He can run around. But how do you coach him into doing the things that to making that check down? Like, is there a plan in place to do that? Because we've been seeing it since he's been with the team.
It's all repetition. It's like when you see this coverage, this is where the ball goes. When you see that coverage, this is where the ball goes. To say it, just honestly, it's just playing the position. Like this is the evolution of playing the position. I see this coverage. The corner starts to feather back. I know my flat is open. I'm throwing the ball from my own end zone. I'm not going to take a risk. I'm going to take the 7 to 10 yard gain. Period.
It's a reaction instead of thinking. Like, it's just you see this, you react here.
But there's a process that goes too, because as the defense reacts, you have to watch what they do, and then there's an immediate answer to whatever you see. And I don't understand why he thought the best route was to try to throw a hero ball into somewhere.
Even after the game, and that's what concerns me. It's so slow sometimes.
Yeah.
In the game, and even after the game, he still wasn't onto it.
He said, I made the right read. I just delivered a bad ball, right?
Yeah, and this was Ben Johnson.
And then with Caleb's interception, after the game, he said it was a good read. He was just a bit late on the throw. I think you described it a bit differently. After you watched that interception with him, what did you tell him? What would you like to see done differently on that play?
I'd like to see him check that ball down.
And that's not running him over with the bus. That's just pure just honesty and letting everyone know this is what he needed to do in that situation.
And this is not a complicated read either, because you're looking at it and there's really the play develops. Rome's got a tight split. It's a crossing route. The cornerback is following him. He takes a risk underneath because he knows he's got a lurker on the other side. As soon as Humphrey drops back a little bit, you just dump it to the check down. So, I mean, the plays and the reads get more detailed and difficult to process than that.
Yeah, that was a pretty obvious one. 312-332-3776. There's somebody who is calling about the process of picking the quarterback, which is more of a question for with the general manager. I want to get to that call. And I also have a goal for the Bears. I have a pretty simple goal with their first-round draft pick and a goal for the team where they work together. And I want to share that with you coming up next.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy
Football! Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance. Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
All right, guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria flavor without the wait or the price tag? You just started the work week. Stop at your grocery store and pick up Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table. We've got Monday Night Football. We've got the World Series. So put a Connie's pizza in the oven and enjoy and put your feet up. Connie's restaurants, you know them, you love them, over 60 years. Now they've got it in the frozen variety. Maybe you're hosting, maybe you simply want to dodge dinner duty, or you're just hungry and you need a snack. The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza, authentic Chicago flavor without the pizzeria prices.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and football season is here. Are you ready to make money betting on sports? Are you ready to make a winning decision? Are you going to gamble for fun, or are you going to gamble for money? This year, make that decision that will build your bankroll all year long. Go to FatJackSports.com, and for less than $100 a week, make money betting on the games. That's FatJackSports.com. It's a personal portal. It comes to your email. It's hassle-free. It'll make you money. FatJackSports.com.
Hey, it's Kap. My friends at Automatic are celebrating 80 years of making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable. To celebrate their 80th anniversary, Automatic's residential team is giving you $800 off any furnace and AC replacement now through the end of October. It's a great opportunity for Chicagoland homeowners to make sure their home is comfortable. Don't wait for your system to fail. Call the pros you can trust, the best in the business. Go to Automatic.com.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Well, have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
This college football season, show your school spirit every time you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom school designs that let everyone know who you root for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing snacks for the watch party, or celebrating a win, you can unlock 15% cash back at ESPN. 1 free year of Perplexity Pro and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard.
Max cashback varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank, N.A.
Fall is a time for football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. With convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it works for you. And with everyday affordable prices, you'll save money for fall fun, too. Download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC. HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
I think you just kind of wanted to get a feel for everybody in the organization. What were we about in terms of like what's our direction, what's our North Star, how are we going to get there? And I think through our actions we've shown that. And you know, history's the history. Like I'm kind of done talking about it. Like we go back so much all the time, and those days are over. So we're bringing players in here that want to really just change everything up and do things a different way. Obviously, we love our history here, but it hasn't been smooth recently, and it's time to change. So I feel like we got to stop going back all the time.
Charlie, when was that? That was from during the draft process or after they had selected Caleb?
Shortly after the draft process, yeah.
So after they took Caleb?
It was April 26th, so I think it would have been after that of 24.
Yeah, I'm trying to think when the draft was in 2024, if it happened in May or whatever. It was leading either into the draft or immediately after that back in 2024. Ryan Poles right there. And like, as far as one of his draft picks this year, here's my goal for Colston Loveland. I simply want his numbers to be better than the Bears' penalty yards for a game. Like, I think it's pretty simple. Like, if he can have more catches than the Bears have penalties.
Oh, I don't know about that. That's a bit aggressive.
Well, then one needs to go up and the other needs to go down.
You really think he's going to have a 9-catch game?
He was the 10th overall pick. Like, 10th overall picks have a huge impact, and I'm not, like, the number needs to come down, obviously, but, like, my goal is it works together. Colston Loveland's catches have to go up. The Bears' total penalties have to come down. Colston Loveland's yardage has to go up. The penalty yardage has to go down. When Loveland starts beating the Bears' penalties, could play the game with DJ Moore, too. DJ Moore was headed for another pedestrian game, if not for that, the off-balance throw late in the game while trailing by 2 touchdowns. What was that, a 50-yard catch?
42 yards, I think it was. Was it 40, 42, something like that? It was big. It was big one.
But he was just, he had what was he before that? He was really
he ran for 25, something like that. Maybe a little bit more. He had 4 catches on the day.
4 catches for 73 yards, and that was 42. So, he had 31 yards. He had 3 catches for 31 yards. When DJ Moore has more catches and yardage than Bears penalties, we're making progress. When Colston Loveland has more catches than Bears penalties, we're making progress. Right now, if you want to know why the Bears offense isn't going anywhere, the guys getting paid high who are drafted high aren't contributing, and it's not necessarily on them. It all works together. And the Bears penalty thing is an absolute joke.
I don't know how that gets. I mean, I hope. They seem confident that it's going to get better, but 9 penalties for 76 yards is their average Sunday.
Can I play you what Ben told Jeff Joniak? He had a long answer on that. And I thought it was better than anything that happened in the press conference today. This was Joniak's interview with Ben Johnson. They played it on Carmen and Jurko. It's available on the ESPN Chicago app, on our YouTube channel as well. You can see the video of him speaking to Jeff. And here's Ben Johnson about penalties.
Yeah, and that's where we talked about in the locker room after the game. I mentioned it at the podium. And we'll talk about it again in the team meeting here this afternoon, that, it takes more than just the coaches saying it. We got to bring that vision to life. And so we're here as coaches. We're all in this thing together. We're going to help support. We're going to challenge these guys, and we're going to be along there with them every step of the way. But I think it would go a long way if we had just a little bit more ownership in that locker room to take the bull by the horns here, so that we do get this cleaned up. We got a number of guys that are leaders on this team, and I think now that it's bit us in the rear end with a loss, I think it opens your eyes a little bit more. Okay, well, yeah, we do need to clean this up if we want to get to where we want to go.
I know people talk about player-led teams are important eventually, right? This is a new bunch with a new coach, new staff. What does that look like to you? What does that look like to you? Because you're alluding that you want some of these the leaders on the team. They could be maybe not even captains that emerge as leaders. Things change over the course of a season. More voices are heard. How do you envision that looking?
Well, we've got a number of guys that have played football at a high level in this league, and I think that's where it always starts. Our players voted for captains because they think highly of them and they respect them. That's certainly where it starts. As a new coaching staff, you come in here and you got a way that you want to do things. You have a vision for what it's going to look like, a standard that you're raising. And I think we're at the point now, midway through the season, that these guys understand what's going to be asked of them. And so now that they understand that, there's less, hey, what does the coach want? It's more, hey, how can we make this a little bit better ourselves? And like I said, that ownership of it is going to go a long way for us. But we've got a ton of guys in this locker room, whether it's a second, third contract guy that's been around this league for a while and knows what good football looks like, or like you alluded to, there's some younger players that are really talented that, they're trying to find their voice. And, when they play well, I think it gives them that platform to stand up and speak out.
There's Ben Johnson with Jeff Joniak. They know it's an issue.
What are you going to do? You're going to bench Theo Benedict? You don't have a better alternative. I mean, he keeps jumping off sides. Colston Loveland is too twitchy at times. He keeps getting these same penalties. Cole Kmet's not even available. So there seems to be a casualness to this that it's just going to get better. I hope he's right.
You're on the one, and you can't snap the football last week.
How much of it is cadence? How much of it is like I don't have a firm grip as to why this constantly happens.
Yeah.
I just don't.
Chris in Tampa's got an interesting question. Chris, you're on ESPN 1000.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for taking the call. 2 quick points. Number one, we don't know what Caleb is going to develop into. He has never played in a pro-style offense. In high school, in college, both at his 2 locations in college, and now with the Bears. And hopefully we're all dreaming that Ben is going to be able to teach him how to play the pro-style offense. The gross negligence is on the general manager, who did not interview 3 quarterbacks who played a pro system, per se, in college and bring them in. He was just so tunnel-visioned on taking Caleb because Caleb had wow plays in college. So he's going to transfer and become a great superstar NFL quarterback. Well, that unfortunately never hasn't happened so far. And another quick point is, Silvy, it's a very general blanket statement for you to say Justin Fields is not a quarterback. I hope he does well, but they were 3 touchdowns he led drives in yesterday's game to bring the Jets their first win. To say he's not an NFL quarterback, and he hasn't had the support of what Caleb Williams has in Chicago with offensive line and offensive weapons. He has nothing except for the 6 that he played at Pittsburgh, and he did well. But we're all hoping Caleb can turn into a pro-style quarterback, but he's never had that taught to him. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, Chris, thank you. I would say if you're still holding out hope that Justin Fields can turn into a starting quarterback, then you haven't watched the league. Mike Tomlin knows what he's doing. Mike Tomlin went with Russell Wilson, who can't play. Russell Wilson is no longer a starting quarterback. And instead of going with the younger guy who has the, quote, upside, he chose to go back to Russell Wilson and he benched Justin Fields. Justin probably would have been benched for this game if Tyrod Taylor was not hurt.
Yes.
So, I've always compared Justin's a great guy. Great. He could not have been friendlier to my kids. On Christmas Day dinner, we saw him at Deer Path Inn. I've wanted so much for Justin. I was a believer in Justin earlier. It was apparent he could not play, could not read a defense. He's not accurate enough. He's a fantastic athlete who can run the football, but his days of being a starting quarterback in the NFL are done.
Look, you're going to get games like yesterday where he will occasionally play well. But the vast majority of the body of work is not good enough to be a starter in this league. That's just reality.
Remember my comp last week or 2 weeks ago when I texted Greeny? He's the golfer who wants to be a scratch golfer, who will hit a couple of shots every round that go, ooh, see, I know I got it in him. I know I got it in me. But the majority of his 80 other shots that he's taken on the golf course are not good. But the 2 or the 3 as him and some other people. Oh yeah, you can keep practicing. You'll get there. You'll get there. It's the course's fault. It's the club's fault. It's your pro who's teaching you. It's his fault. Now, it's probably because you're not going to be a scratch golfer. I'm pretty certain that Justin will never be a true solution for any team. As a quarterback, he'll probably get paid to be a backup, but I don't think he's going to be a starter anymore.
I'm glad this isn't a daily conversation that we have.
No, and I thought he was going to say something about, did he ever get to the point, what it said on the screen was that he wanted to talk about Poles' decision with Drake May. Did I miss that part?
I think he kind of suggested that he made a glaring mistake by not even identifying or talking to any of the quarterbacks that were available in the draft that were pro-style QBs. Look, I share the caller's thought about this. There is an adjustment period because he has never played in a structured environment ever. But even in a non-structured environment, you understand that coverage dictates where the ball goes. So processing still exists, even in an environment where you're not in a structured offense. So, yeah, I think that getting in and out of the huddle, we talked about that ad nauseum during the preseason, all of that stuff about being a quarterback at this level, all of the procedural stuff was something that he was going to have to become more used to. But processing and reading is, you still have to do that even if you're not in a structured environment in college.
Julian in Lindenhurst. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Julian?
Hey, hi, guys. I just wondered, do you think they gave up too quick on the running game? And, Caleb, we got to keep working with him. It's not time to give up on him yet.
No one's getting that is not even a topic. Like, who would give up on Caleb? No one is suggesting that they give up on Caleb. The discussion is he ever going to live up to the hype that he had coming in?
Yeah, that's a tough call because hype is, that's something that's generated by the outside and it's hard to live up to. I mean, it's just like Connor Bernard with the Hawks, right? He was generational talent, and now we're like, maybe not. So maybe the same thing with Caleb, but we still haven't seen enough.
I don't think, to your point, I don't think they got away from the run too early. I mean, I thought I didn't watch that game and think, no, they were relying too much on throwing the ball. I think at the end, that's all they really could do was throw it because they were trailing by 2 touchdowns. But no, I don't think that the run-pass ratio was off.
Sherman in Chatham, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Sherm?
Hey, guys. What we're seeing lately with Caleb is also something that came out, I think, during the draft process. The guy does not like to be questioned, apparently. And I know that Troy Aikman kind of backtracked on what he said and did a kind of a half-baked apology. But if NFL Hall of Fame quarterbacks, multiple Super Bowl winner, can't tell you that perhaps you didn't make the right decision or have the best of game, then I don't understand that. I don't understand how you can take that as an affront against your talent. And this whole thing about this guy trying to tell us what we did not see, whether or not we are, have the benefit of a crack research team or just our naked eye. If he thinks that we're naive enough to think that he made the right decision, that's not confidence. That's not even arrogance. That's just stupidity.
Who are you referring to?
Caleb.
But I'm confused. Do you understand where he's going?
I'm kind of lost as well.
Wait, Sherm, re-explain what you're trying. I don't understand what you're trying to say.
My apologies. I think I just jumped right into the middle of it. Caleb apparently does not like to be criticized, and I don't think that he'll ever grow as a quarterback and reach his potential if he can't take this criticism, constructive or otherwise, and use it as fuel. If an NFL Hall of Fame quarterback can't question stuff you do on the
you're talking
field.
about Aikman. Now you're talking. Okay, you're going back to the Aikman stuff. Sherm, I think from what I've heard, and I don't know this 100%. I'll play you what Ben said today. Is that he is definitely open to being coached and coached hard. And that has been the process with Ben. I think the Aikman stuff, as we talked about it 2-3 weeks ago, was more about saying that the DeAndre Swift screen touchdown was luck, and that there wasn't any credit given to DeAndre Swift or the Bears for scheming up that play.
Troy got it right. They are winning. They had been winning ugly, though. I think if that was his insinuation. Love to get Troy's response to how they played yesterday. Maybe Troy could write a report on his criticisms of what he saw. You wouldn't say that you've heard anything where Caleb's not taking criticism. Is he not inside the building? No, I thought I think Carm referenced it, was having a little fun with it, calling it baby years. But no, I haven't heard anything like that. I do think that people took the Aikman thing a little bit to the extreme. I didn't think it was nearly as bad as what people thought, but nobody likes to be criticized. Let's just be honest here, especially professional athletes. This is what Ben said about Caleb working hard. He is the one thing I'll say about if you say, well, he's just defending. He has not defended really anybody when they haven't needed defending.
or I guess I phrased that wrong. He has not just defended someone because he thinks there's outside noise. He is the first to say Braxton Jones, not good enough. Theo Benedict needs to play better. He said that a couple weeks ago. He told you with the penalties that it's got to be a player-led thing. The players have to take it upon himself. He told you that Caleb needed to make the check down to Monungai. But this stood out to me as far as Caleb's work ethic and what Ben wants to say about him making progress.
More situational awareness than anything else. I think back to before halftime, he does a great job recognizing man coverage and scrambling and ends up getting 20-plus yards there. I'd like him to go out of bounds, save us the timeout so that we can use that later on in that drive before half. That's one example there. I think we can look back at the interception and possibly think of a better way to handle that one, particularly in a backed up situation. We certainly don't want to turn the ball over ever, but we guaranteed them points by throwing that one there, and so that was a huge turning point in that game. But all in all, I think he did a pretty good job of giving us a chance throughout. When you're down by multiple scores and your running game's not clicking like it had, I think we were 42% efficient in the running game, which is below where it had been the previous 2 weeks. You rely a little bit more on that passing game, and it was better than the previous week, but yet it wasn't. It still wasn't quite where we needed it to be.
Charlie, where's the one where he said did I miss that too about working his ass off, or was that not the bite?
It wasn't in that bite.
He said that to Joniak and then apologized for using the word ass.
Where is that one? I thought we talked about.
Let me pull that one up.
That he said he's working his ass off, and he really went to bat for him. I'll play that for you at 4:30. Steve is in Kalamazoo. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Steve?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. A lot of talk about Caleb and the offense, but, my ire is drawn, and maybe it goes back to polls, but this D-line, right? The money we have invested in Montez, what we put into Grady and Dio, and I have to double check, but 3 pressures, that's it, 0 sacks. Yet we're hanging our head because the secondary is beat up. Well, look at Detroit last week. They literally went out there with all 4 starters down. And you know why they succeeded? Because they could put pressure. And nobody is talking about that, and that's going to be an Achilles heel until we can fix the issue. Love to hear what you guys have to say about it.
We talked about it in the pregame show, actually, that the Lions game on Monday night was something to look at and say, hey, just because you are banged up in the secondary doesn't mean that you still can't function as a defense. You have to find a way to pressure the quarterback. Unfortunately, we don't have a Hutch on our side. We don't have some of the guys that they have. I believe they ended up sacking Baker Mayfield 4 or 5 times, but I don't think there's a day that has gone by that we've talked football and we haven't lamented the lack of a consistent pass rush from the 4.
And then what the most maddening thing is what he hit on earlier is the polls equation in this. And that's why, when the process is wrong, that's when I get mad. If you're dismissing Drake May, I would have picked Caleb, but I'm not a personnel guy. I didn't get to sit down with these guys. I don't have a scout's eye. But Poles is paid to get this right. And when he, as reported, laughed at Drake May's tape, that scares me. When he ignores the defensive line and then doesn't fix it really in several drafts, that scares me. When he drafts a right tackle and a injured developmental left tackle out of Yale the year before to fix the left tackle position, that scares me.
I cry when I watch Drake May's tape now, wondering what could have been.
So you would take him now? If you go back in time.
Can you promise me that he's going to play like this?
I can't.
Well, so that's why I said initially when I voted on your web poll question was it's too early to tell. I still believe it's too early to tell. The lean is heavily towards Drake May, but I've seen things develop over the course of time that do change over the course of time.
Yeah.
So
let's go to Scott in Florida. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Scotty?
Hey, guys. Hey, by the way, I had a great time in Vegas with you. So, but what I wanted to get to, when you look at, I think as Bear fans, we get to the point we see around the league other quarterbacks, and we think their quarterbacks complete 85% of their passes, which they don't. So every time a pass hits the ground or someone drops it, I personally, myself too, we have meltdown. But I heard the guy earlier talking about Bo Nix. He's completing 62.8% of his passes. Caleb's at 61.9. Baker's 63.9. Daniels this year's at 61. Then you get Mahomes, Stafford, those guys are at 66. If Caleb completed one more pass per game, he'd be at 65. 2, he'd be at 68. 3, 71. 4 would put him with Drake. I think that's why Ben is positive.
Sure.
The 2 plays have to come when they're driving and they go up by 14 points. Those are the 2 completions he has to make. But I think that's why Ben sees a positivity, because he's a coach, and he knows you're not going to complete them all.
Well, no quarterback's going to complete them all. The reality, though, in the game in 2025 and the last several years is guys are expected to complete 65 to 67% of their passes. 70's too high of a mark for most. I mean, they're currently 20 guys in the league that are completing 25 or 65% of their passes or more. Carm's given you the stat for the last couple of weeks. Caleb's dead last in the league in expected completion percentage. It's got to get better. To just put your head in the sand and just not acknowledge it, at the risk of pissing someone off is silly. This has got to get better. That's the reality.
That's it. I don't know why that's so hard or why it's like that offends people.
All of it's got to get better.
Does it make you less of a fan or dumber as a fan if you want the performance to improve?
They're 5 for their last 16 in the red zone in the last 4 weeks. That's 31%. It's not good enough. It's not good enough for the coach. It's not good enough for the line. It's not good enough for the quarterback, the backs, the receivers. It's all got to get better.
Can you read the stats that you texted to us yesterday about his last 3 games? I think you compiled stats from Caleb. We'll do that on the other side. I want you to read that when we come back. You sent something yesterday. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. We've had full phone lines. I like it. Good discussion thus far. And we'll play you more of the sound that went on from Ben Johnson. Good stuff with Jeff Joniak, where he did defend Caleb. I promise we'll get to all that coming up next.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
The Kap J Hood podcast is available on the ESPN Chicago app and wherever you like to pod. Presented by Republic Bank. Or listen live to Kap J Hood on the app as well. Weekday morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
Even when my favorite team doesn't win, weekends during this time of year are still glorious. And one of my guilty pleasures during football season is the game day feasts, eating dips with chips and wings and veggies, all while watching my favorite team play. And that means Daisy French Onion Dip and Daisy Ranch Dip as well. These are as delicious as a homemade dip, and they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find right there in your own kitchen. So do what I do. Put Daisy French Onion Dips on your game day roster. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at your local grocery store.
At People's Bank, earning $400 cash has never been easier. Open a new checking account online, complete a few simple steps, and they'll deposit $400 right into your account. Move towards your goals faster with the checking account that fits your life.
$400 cash incentive is available to new checking account customers who open an eligible account online, enroll in e-statements, and receive qualifying direct deposits totaling $1,000 or more within 90 days. Limited to 1 account per customer. Other terms and conditions apply. Visit ibankpeoples.com/new/checking/account/offer for details. Member FDIC.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. You ready to take your sports action to the next level? You need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees. Ever. Other books might charge you to get you in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. It's the only place I play. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
It's been a few years of big real estate moves for Chicago Fire FC with a new performance center on the near west side and plans for a South Loop Stadium. Now it's making another one on the Mag Mile. The Fire have signed a lease to move their headquarters to the historic Wrigley building later this year from their current home in the Loop. Not a big surprise since the Michigan Avenue landmark is owned by billionaire Fire chairman Joe Mansueto. That'll be the club's new home office as it hunts for new naming rights partners and other sponsors at a new 22,000-seat venue planned along the Chicago River just south of Roosevelt Road. The Fire won city council approval for the stadium plan last month, but still need city officials to sign off on a deal to use TIF money on new roads, utilities, and other infrastructure to support it. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible. Overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. This one's for the flavor fanatics. Sour apple 5-hour energy shots don't mess around. They bring the bite. Tart, tangy, and packed with tasty caffeine, this little 2-ounce bottle punches above its weight. With zero sugar and as much caffeine as your favorite 12-ounce coffee, it's the kind of pick-me-up that keep your taste buds happy without the crash. And it doesn't stop at sour apple. There are 17 bold flavors waiting for you to discover. Pick one up in store or stock up online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon today.
Illinois State University offers more than 150 majors, from accounting to zoology, and we're adding new areas of study all the time, like engineering, sports communication, and data science. Check out all our offerings at illinoisstate.edu/majors and apply today.
It's that time again when we venture deep into the great unknown.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
A trip inside the mind of a multi-concussed former Bears wide receiver.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him, and he had an all-time day in the use of smelling salt.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Tom Waddle, every team wants to have a Tom Waddle. If I had a football team, I'd like to have a Tom Waddle on my team because you draw from that.
It's time to go inside Waddle's world.
Tom Waddle did have to use a lot of smelling salt.
Oh, yeah. Waddle's World brought to you by the fellas, Tyler and Charlie, who were out ripping it up on Saturday night, myself and Silvy. And as we like to say, if you want some of this, come and get it. But
can I bring something to the table right now while you just related to what you just said? Here's a question to everybody out there. If you're in your car, if you're listening on the app, maybe you're watching us on YouTube, hello, or Twitch, wherever you may be listening to Waddle and Silvy, maybe you're listening to this in the podcast and it's a day later or hours later. I want you to think to yourself.
Think to myself.
You have a computer issue on a Saturday night, and you'd like to get it fixed. Who in your life would you call?
My sister or my daughter is who I would call.
You would call your daughter?
Yeah.
Okay. What if your daughter isn't available?
Then I'm calling Tyler because he's the next smartest guy I know.
So I was told that, yes, that this did indeed happen, that all the producers were out. They were doing a night of drinking. They were doing a night of looking. They were doing a night of imitating the quarterback-center exchange. And the phone rang on Tyler Aki's phone on a Saturday evening, and it was Tom Waddle.
It was more like mid-afternoon.
Yeah,
it was okay, then I was given my mistake. I was given the wrong information.
But don't let the truth, mess up a good story.
No. The truth is important. I was told by the same person who said that they could beat Dennis Rodman in a one-on-one basketball game, that this was Saturday night.
Call was made at 4:14 in the afternoon.
I think that's fine. I think that's fine then.
And by the way,
the way he dialed this up was like this was an 8:30. Like you're sitting at home, it's dark outside, and you're calling Tyler on a Saturday night. Okay, my mistake.
By the way, I think we have that kind of relationship, don't we? That I can call you and ask you about something like that.
We were fired up when we saw you
in the middle of the afternoon.
We thought you were ready to come down to the city and start ripping some beers with the fellas.
I had no idea that you guys were out. I was assuming because you sent me a picture of Charlie on your couch earlier in the day that the two of you were just hanging around watching college ball. Babysitting duty.
Very disappointed in Danny Zetterman. The intel given to me has got to be better than that.
Danny is quite often,
You
an
exaggerator. You caught me mid-heater, too, on the pool table.
I know. Well, you had to. You handed me over to Charlie.
Yeah,
at one point.
So you guys were out watching college football, I would assume, at this time.
Mm-hmm.
And then it turned into a nightcap.
Yeah, there was a lengthy nightcap.
How did everyone act? Was everyone on the up and up?
I think so. Yeah, it was.
Is that where the what were you guys doing? Was you and Jack? You guys were doing karaoke.
Yeah,
did the karaoke? Was that night?
It was that night. Yeah, This was all one night. I mean, it was just like I almost liken it to how Greg Norman.
Day, really.
I liken it to how Greg Norman rolled out Live Golf. It was like, all right, there's our core group, and then there was another name that got added, and then another name, and then another name, and it was like all night long there was a new person showing up.
Who was so like in Live Golf? Who was the big golfer? Was it Phil or who was the big?
Phil was the thing that gave it credibility.
Who was your Phil in the group?
Well, it started out with
Brooks Koepka.
I think Potsy's the John Rahm here.
Potsy's John Rahm.
What does that mean?
Where
I would say Potsy's more your Phil Mickelson.
No, Potsy was more like John Rahm because we thought like the whole Live Golf thing was over and done, and then all of a sudden Potsy showed up, and we were like, oh, we didn't think there were any more names to be added to this cast of characters anymore, and then all of a sudden Potsy brought a crew.
Did you guys? Is Jack okay after hanging with you guys?
Yeah, Jack's
okay.
Does Jack malfunction after a couple of drinks?
They say computers and liquids don't mesh. It's not a match made in heaven, but Jack is all right. I think he's doing all right.
Who got most liquored up?
Oh, Aiden was included. That's great.
Yeah. Aiden showed up. Yep. Aiden was out there.
Can't get rid of that kid.
Full squad.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. We have a great crew here, and we love to see it. We love to hear about it when all these guys who work together are friends away. It's what's differentiated, in my opinion, this radio station from many, where people don't even like talking to each other, that everyone likes to hang out here. And this is the next generation, and they're great at their jobs, and they become great friends. It's what makes this a unique environment for sure. And then Danny also, we took our kids. I took my oldest Mason and a friend of his, and Danny took Avery, his oldest, to go see. Went to Bergie's, which is a card shop in Highland Park, and Horace Grant and Dennis Rodman were there signing autographs on Saturday. Huge line, where many people who are my age, maybe a few years younger, took their kids to meet the players they used to look up to.
How long did the lines take for everyone to get through? A couple hours?
It was a good 45 minutes to an hour, I think, wait. My kids were excited to meet them. Dennis wasn't the most talkative. He was far less talkative here than he was at lunch with a legend several years ago. Horace could not have been nicer. And but Danny Zetterman, his big takeaway was he didn't think Dennis looked good. I thought Dennis looked like Dennis. And he claims that he could beat Dennis in a game of pickup basketball one-on-one half court. And there's no chance of that.
One of Danny's many strange sports takes.
And like he was so argumentative and so insistent on I could beat Dennis Rodman in a game. Dennis Rodman would lock his ass up. He may not even be able to make a basket because he would block all of his shots.
His theory was that Dennis didn't look like he was in any shape at all to move. That was his theory as to why he was going to be.
Dennis may not be able to lock down Kevin Durant these days, but Danny's like 50 years old too, and Dennis is still one of the greatest defensive players to ever play the sport.
And Danny's not.
No.
At one point, Danny said, like, well, he's not much of a scorer. And I'm like, I think that changes with you defending him.
You know what's funny? It reminds me of Ben Simmons, right? Ben Simmons in the offseason goes out and hits like 75 out of 100 three-pointers that he makes. But then he goes into a real game and just shrivels up, can't make a three to save his life.
You think Danny's the same way?
Exactly.
Danny's
I'm talking about like Dennis Rodman. He may not be the most offensively gifted player, but
compared
against someone like Danny, he'll light him up.
And then defensively, he's not like Danny's not doing a thing on offense. Dennis used to guard Shaq, and then the next game he would guard their point guard or their shooting guard. He was so good.
The only thing that's more nonsensical than Danny's statement is us actually having this conversation to try to justify why we feel that Dennis Rodman would actually beat Danny Zetterman.
I would love to make that happen.
You got an extra $100K in your pocket?
I do not know.
That conversation did trigger me. His defense of himself did trigger me.
I couldn't believe that you could be so misguided.
I want to see you take him on.
I'd take him on.
And then you know what his excuse was with Tyler's too young.
Tyler's too young. Why? Because he's in too good of shape?
That's what he said.
I'm in better shape than Dennis Rodman.
Yeah. Paul in Western Springs, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Paulie?
Hey, thanks for the call.
We're happy to make it.
I think Ben Johnson knows that Caleb is not Jared Goff. And why not let him run more to gain some confidence? And secondly, Caleb has played well in a hurry-up offense. Why have they gotten away from that? Thank you, and I'll listen to your answer.
I thought that he made some better decisions with regard to scrambling. I thought the scramble drill was a little bit better this week. The big play, the only thing he did, situational awareness, and the coach talked about that. You got to get out of bounds and preserve your timeouts. I'm not sure why. I thought the season began, there were more called quarterback runs. I think it would be, it would behoove them to get him on the edge a little bit more. We'll see.
Stan on the Northwest side. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Stan?
Hey, great show, guys. I was just curious, and Waddle just alluded to it. Maybe when they're in the red zone, does Johnson have to rethink his play calling and maybe getting Caleb on the edge to give him a few more options? I'll hang up and listen to you.
I love that option. There was an example of it, I think, in the first red zone trip where he ended up keeping the ball and ran it for about 2 yards. I think he could have, and Hamilton was on him, and Hamilton's an all-pro, but he could have, I thought, kind of stopped and just kind of shot the ball over top of him to Colston Level, and he chose to continue to run, and I think it was a 2-yard gain. I mean, it's a tough play to make, but it's one of those creative plays that you expect someone like Caleb to actually execute. That's something that I thought he would do. But I've been asking myself the same question. Why aren't we seeing more run-pass options down by the goal line? And then there are other situations where he hasn't made good decisions and hasn't made good throws. So I think I don't blame it all on him. I think it's been a combination of everything. But again, I think the one thing that the coach mentioned that really resonates with me, and it's about being a quarterback, is situational awareness. And whether it's running out of bounds to preserve a timeout after a 20-plus yard run, which was a very positive play, or knowing that you're throwing the ball from your own end zone, you're only down 3, and you're in come from behind mode, that you shouldn't take the riskiest throw that you could think of. What you should do is take the one that's available to you. That's situational awareness, and those are the things I think that probably bother a head coach more than anything.
I see Eddie on the north side up. Like I've told you my thing with Eddie, and there are other callers. And usually Tyler's got an order for me too, where he says, "Here are the best calls," and I'll tell you this: that Eddie's not in the best call group right now. But I did see the description.
Is Eddie ever in the good call group?
I think his calls have become so bad they've become good again.
This might take the cake.
Oh, really?
And because I'm looking at the description, and I have to take it. I have to. Eddie on the north side.
Good afternoon, boys.
Wait, hold on here. Are you? First of all, are you gin drinking right now?
No, I'm not. I'm driving to the hardware store. I need some paper bags because I'm doing some wrapping of some flowers out in the backyard. Nice. I'm a gardener too. How about that?
What don't you do?
I know. But anyway, hey, it's Halloween. Let's Ben Johnson threw on a Halloween mask of Eberflus, and I think we're looking at the same thing as last year. Caleb Williams last year threw 7 games. You know how many touchdowns he had? 9. You know how many he has this year?
9.
9. That's what we got.
9 times.
So you think after watching Ben Johnson for 7 games coach the Chicago Bears, you say that he is Eberflus 2.0?
Well, he's a better talker. I don't care about talk. Silvy, it's been since 1985. I want to win a Super Bowl, and I don't see it going the way we're going right now. But the defense to Ben Johnson, he did not draft a quarterback, and that's a problem all the way down the line. Is I've always called and said that we got the general manager, then we got the CEO. We got the CEO before the general manager, and then we got the coach before the general manager. It's like the whole line is all messed up all the time. And somebody steps in there with, it's like, well, I didn't draft this guy. You know, maybe I didn't want him. You know, maybe he doesn't fit Ben Johnson's offense. You know, it's just a circle that goes around and around since 1985.
I've heard that, Eddie. And thanks. He's not Eberflus 2.0. And
I would say the one thing that is the least of their problems is their coaching staff.
Yes.
That's what I would say.
And I think they're going to show you in these next few games. I hope that's the case, where they bounce back and they won't let this loss drag them down.
Now, I will also acknowledge, as I said earlier, I think the 9 penalties per game has to stick to the coach.
Of course. It's always a reflection. All these penalties is a reflection on the coach.
Yes, it needs to be cleaned up. It needs to be fixed. So does the red zone efficiency. So there are some things. Look, I'm not telling you that Ben Johnson and his staff are perfect. But from where I sit, I would say that, to me, that coaching staff's the least of their problems up there. And again, remember, they had won 4 in a row, and it wasn't perfect. They're not a perfect team. Nobody expected this team to be an NFC championship competitor this year. So, you got to kind of put it all into perspective. Maybe they got out a little ahead of themselves with the 4 wins. They were winning by taking the ball away 4 times a game.
Yes,
they had 15 takeaways, which then leads people to think they're a finished product. They're not a finished product. The quarterback's not a finished product. I'm not going to sit here and guarantee you that he's going to be an all-pro down the road. I don't know who he's going to be. But if you're willing to make that assessment right now, I think you're jumping the gun. I think you have to let the 2025 season play out. I heard Yerk say it the other day. It's not going to be just this year. You're going to get the full 2026 season as well before they even have to make a decision.
Yeah.
So
this conversation about Caleb is strictly, is he doing enough? And I think both of us say no, not yet.
No.
And then the poll question is just, did they take the wrong guy? That's it. With watching Drake May, with watching Bo Nix, with watching Jaden Daniels last year.
Maybe.
And I don't think that's an absurd question.
No.
Not when
Drake May is one of the best quarterbacks right now through 9 weeks or 8 weeks or wherever they're at. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the league, statistically and everything else. He's doing this all while taking 28 sacks. He's the second most sacked quarterback in the league behind Cam Ward, and yet he still found a way to have 118.7 quarterback rating. He's got, he's got 15 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. He's completing 75.2% of his
Who are
passes.
his receivers?
You tell me.
That's what I mean. Look at all these receivers here.
Oh, I'm with you. So, I mean, your question is a valid question. I just don't think, what do they, everybody will tell you, especially the quarterback position. Some guys, may tell, Drake May is ahead of the class right now and kind of defining himself maybe a little earlier than Caleb. Yeah. These things take time. So, good, bad, or indifferent, and we may get to the end of the season, I might look at you and go, oh, hell, this ain't right.
Yeah.
But right now, it's not good enough.
Yeah, we got off track with the Zetterman stuff. I want you to share those stats for us coming up next. Remind me to do that. We'll do that coming up next. YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love. Don't let this happen, guys. That includes college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, more. Take action now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Because I want to tell you about my friends over at BetterHelp.com. Right now you get 10% off. All you have to do is use your cell phone, pick it up, and hit pound 250. That's pound 250. Then say the keyword timeout. What is BetterHelp? BetterHelp is a place where you can get that online therapy that you may need. Like whether you're dealing with a big issue, whether you're dealing with something where you just want to be a better dad like me. That's why I see a therapist. Why I want to be calmer and feel better. With a healthy mind, the body is going to follow. I've seen my therapist for over 6 years right now. BetterHelp makes it easy for you. You don't have to get to an appointment in an office across town. You don't have to worry about sitting in a waiting room. You do it all virtually, where they have over 30,000 therapists, and they'll match you up with someone perfect. They've served over 5 million people. It's the world's largest online therapy provider. They're great at what they do. Don't believe me? Check out their reviews. Did you know that they have nearly 2 million client reviews, and they are rated at a 4.9 out of 5? That's as good as it gets, guys. So go to your cell phone now, call pound 250, and say the keyword timeout for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp and BetterHelp.com.
Hey, football fans, it's Adam Colopy with the Village of Bedford Park. Just like a winning team needs great players, your business needs the right support to succeed. And that's exactly what you'll find in Bedford Park. Our team works hard to block obstacles, open lanes, and help drive your business into the end zone. Plus, we offer a safe and reliable Lake Michigan water supply. Ready to move the chains for your business? Contact me, Adam Colopy, at ACOLLOPY@villageofbedfordpark.com.
At Postman Law, they're used to winning. And after an injury, you could use a win. With more than $3 billion won for their clients, they know how to deliver. Fast. Car crash, work injury, serious accident. Postman Law makes it simple. Speed, ease, results. Because when the game's on the line, you need a team that knows how to finish strong. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com to get started. Others promise. Postman delivers.
This is attorney advertising.
When it comes to looking sharp, I don't mess around. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop. These guys aren't just barbers, they're artists. Whether it's a classic cut, a fresh fade, or a hot shave, they do it all with precision. And the vibe is top-notch, blending tradition with a modern twist. At White Buffalo, every cut is as unique as you are, born original, just like you.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com to book your appointment today.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Your fantasy roster is set. The Smack Talk is heating up, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Make the connection today with ESPN Bet Fan Center and the ESPN Fantasy app. ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
The post-crib assembly press conference, brought to you by Progressive.
Michael, you had some trouble putting the crib together today. What went wrong?
You know, those instructions can be tough, and, well, you saw the outcome.
Were you upset when your wife pulled you and called in the backup?
No, I mean, the baby needs a crib to sleep in, so whatever it takes.
You've got a changing table to put together next. It's got a lot of drawers. What's your comment?
You know what? We're done here.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth.
ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Snap from center, take and turn, give, up the middle, DeAndre Swift. He is in for the touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
DeAndre Swift, though, did not carry the ball as much as he's had in the past. And Carmen Jurko brought up a good point that maybe his groin is a little more worrisome. When I was driving back from the radio station in the third quarter, the first drive, they went with Monangai exclusively in that drive out of the third quarter. And Thayer was worried at that point that, is DeAndre Swift not healthy because they didn't have him in that first drive, and then he did come back. But makes you wonder, like Jurko asked the question too, where was the toss play? The toss play that has been working so well, they didn't run that as much as they have in the past.
Didn't feel like their screen game was really a priority either. They ran one really good one that got into the red zone later in the game, but it didn't look like it was a huge priority for them.
DJ picked up that one that I thought for sure was never going to pick up the first down.
Yeah.
I was surprised that he made that guy miss and picked up the first down. All right, what do you got? What did you send us yesterday? I thought this was interesting.
This was last night, and I sent you guys for looking at some of the stuff. Caleb's last 4 weeks, completing less than 61% of his passes, 2 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. QB rating has been 77 or less in 3 of the 4. Over that stretch, they are 5 for 16 in the red zone, which is a 31% efficiency, all while being helped out by a rejuvenated running game. And they've committed 64 penalties. They're averaging 9 penalties for 76 yards per game. Only 2 teams have committed more. One of them has played 9 games. And I said Ben needs to wear some of that too. Sadly, there has been little to no improvement from the quarterback over this particular stretch. Go Blackhawks is what I sent to you before the Blackhawks game.
But so it sounds like after watching the film, you thought then he did play better than initially as well.
I thought that, I thought he made some better throws. It's not where it needs to be. I mean, I think that's kind of the summation of it all. It wasn't horrible. I mean, is that the best? I mean, it's about where's the bar now?
Was it good enough? Wasn't horrible? Is that how you would term it?
Yeah, I mean, it was better than the Saints game. Now, again, he made a catastrophic mistake with the interception with the read, because at that point you're gifting them points because you're only down 3 at the time. Like, that was a catastrophic mistake on his behalf. But other than that, I thought. I thought his feet were calmer. As I said, I didn't see him dirt and screens. I didn't see any tipped balls. Maybe there was one. I don't recall a tipped pass. I thought that they hit some intermediate to deeper in routes, that there were a couple sideline throws that need to be better. It's not where it needs to be, but I didn't think it was hideous, I guess is the best way to say it. It's like, oh my God, no, I don't think he was horrible. I just, as we had shaped our impressions or our expectations for that game, it was all right. This is an opportunity. Maybe this is the game where the defense doesn't deliver 4 takeaways. They're without their top 3 cornerbacks. This is the game where the quarterback takes care of this for everybody, and they win because of him. He didn't do that. He wasn't garbage, but he didn't do what we were all hoping he would do.
Yep, 332-3776. Well said. It's time for everyone to get in. There are a few lines open now here, as there usually is at about 5. Once new people get in their car on their way home, we'll recap what Ben Johnson said today. In his exclusive one-on-one interview with Jeff Joniak, he did say that Caleb is working his ass off. We do have that bite to play for you, and we'll play that coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Here comes the boom. The Chicago Bears podcast. Here comes the boom. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. Join host Pat the Designer with special guests and guest host daily. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod.
Yeah. You know, I've been thinking, what if your Wi-Fi was actually smart, like really smart? Talking about your TV, your phone, your laptop, even your fridge working together to make life easier. And that's what Xfinity does. Their devices are so in sync, it's like they're reading your mind. Your Wi-Fi knows when you need a boost before you even ask for it. And get this, they have the best equipment to stream 4 games at once with multi-view. 4 games. I don't know about you, but I love having all my options in one place. And Xfinity Mobile, well, that's the cherry on top. It gives you Wi-Fi wherever you need it and 5G everywhere else. Whether you're at home or on the go, you're covered. Honestly, it makes life easier, and I love anything that makes my life easier. Xfinity is seamless, it's effortless, and just in tune with you. So if you want to see what I'm talking about, get started today. Call them. Visit Xfinity.com or stop by an Xfinity store near you. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees are extra and subject to change.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to make you a winner every Friday in October with our $500K Double Down giveaway. Earn entries each week to boost your chance of winning a guaranteed $50,000. Then you can choose to walk away or risk half for a shot at $100,000 in cash. Do you dare to double down? Only at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-80-94. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table.
Oh, yeah.
Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
I also heard you were in the first half talking about your Verizon bill and Madrid, Barcelona versus Madrid or something. I don't know.
Sylvie's never happy with anything. He's
so
just
funny.
like a little weasel in the corner.
That's not true.
That's true, 100%.
Why do you say that?
Just a little weasel in the corner.
Weasel in the corner.
Yeah. You're like
terrible.
Everything. I saw him. He was sitting there and he was talking about his bill. I was in a better mood yesterday because the Bears were at least up 6-0 by the time I think he took the video, or it might have been 7-6.
Yeah,
at that point, they didn't take advantage of their stuff. But I was fine yesterday.
I know.
He's back on his swing yesterday.
He was out. Well, sure.
And the poor little guy out there before him,
Braxton was out there too.
Braxton was insistent of doing a swing video. He's like, I want to come out and do it too. I'm like, Braxton, you can't swear, you know. And he goes, can I say F once?
Wow.
But he meant it as F, not in the real world. I go, okay, you could say F in once. And like I put that on there. I taped him. He must have went for 3 minutes, and I used about 10 seconds.
He found out the fine art of editing.
Yeah. But yeah, like Yurko, because I tried this time. I really wanted to get along with Yurko up there because he complained about me last time, asking him, get this, a football question during a football game.
How dare you?
To the former NFL player. So, you know, and he's like, look, he's always He's looking to ask me questions about the game. I'm trying to focus, this and that. My point was this time I was going to write stuff down because usually he's doing the nonsense, not me. I'm just trying to engage him every now and then with a question. So at one time he was showing Peggy and me his Verizon bill. Look at this, guys, $315 for 4 users on my Verizon bill. How's that? And then he went into the Madrid game. Who did, Barcelona or someone? Real Madrid. One team won for the first time in the matchup in a long time. And he was trying to explain that to me during the game.
I was going to say, what point of the game was this?
This was all during the game. And I love it when he's in a good mood. I have no complaints about it. That's what makes Jurko special. What was just funny was 2 games ago, he was ripping me for sitting there and asking him a football question. And taking up space.
He's one of a kind.
He is. So Bears lose yesterday. They scored only 16 points. It hasn't been good lately. Waddle just gave the stats for the
last 4 weeks.
Especially for Caleb, too. We want to see where this development is and where it's going. And we still have hope. No one is writing him off. Like Julian, one of our longtime callers, said, hey, we can't dismiss Caleb. No one is dismissing Caleb. Way, way, way too early to have that sort of discussion. All this is, hey, did they pick maybe the wrong guy? Is the progression not happening fast enough? Why does Drake May look like that with less skill guys with a first-time head coach? Why did Jaden Daniels look like that last year? Bo Nix has been fairly consistent in 2 years with Sean Payton. When is it our turn? When's our guy going to pop? And it may still happen, and I'm hoping beyond hope it's going to happen. But I think you're burying your head in the sand if you're just not even wondering a little bit why he hasn't been better as a quarterback.
And think about, again, the table has been set. You've gotten arguably one of the top 2 or 3 offensive minds in all of football as your head coach, offensive coordinator, and pretty much your quarterback coach. You have spent a ton of money solidifying your offensive line, and you've seen the sack totals come down, and he's done a really nice job bringing that down as well. They've spent a ton of draft capital on wide receivers and tight ends. So, too much is given, much is expected. I don't think any of these conversations are too harsh in any way, shape, or form. And if anyone up at Hallis Hall felt that way, I would say you're being awfully defensive for a group that has pushed all your chips in on offense. But I don't anticipate hearing that from them up there.
It's a long season, and by the time the end of the season comes, we could be like, we got our guy. Now this is good things happen to those who wait. And I hope that's the case. But I promised myself as a twofold, as a Bears fan and as a talk show host, that when we lived through the Jay Cutler ups and downs, I defended him too long because he was our guy.
Yeah.
He was our guy. I believed in the talent. And when it was there, when the questions were there were many times that we fought instead of just saying, well, maybe they got a point. Maybe it should be better. And then it took me to Josh McCown playing. And that's when I said to myself at that point, I'm never going to do this again. And then I watched Kap with Mitch Trubisky, insisting that Mitch Trubisky was the guy and that Mitch Trubisky was going to be great. And he would question Dan Weeder when Dan Weeder would say to him, Kap, it's not looking good here. Doesn't matter. He just kept turning a blind eye to all of it. And so it happened to Kap, dismissing warning signs. And I'm not telling you that Caleb's going to be Mitch or Jay. And then with Justin, I love Justin, and I thought Justin would be better than Mitch. And by year 3, I'm like, still the same mistake, still the processing issue. So maybe I am fairly scorned because of the past, but I just told myself if I had, I would not miss warning signs. Or what's the harm of saying, should it look better? What's wrong with asking a question? Look, you could call in and say, Silvy, Caleb's going to be great because of this, and this, and this. And I'll say, great. That's a great point. What I rage against is when someone simply gets turned off or think you're dumb for asking the question, should he be better than he is now a year and a half
I'm
in.
dumb for a lot of other reasons than that. Look, this is what I wrote down. Quarterback, this is the first thing I wrote down. Quarterback isn't good enough right now. Final stats don't tell the story. 285 yards, 64 yards came in the final drive, down 14 with 2 minutes to go. Completion percentage was up to 66. He completed 25 passes, but it wasn't an efficient game. And hasn't played, I wrote this down, hasn't played well the last 4 weeks. Since the Cowboys game, just under 61% completion percentage with only 2 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. He had quarterback ratings in the past 4 games of 73, 99, 62, and 77. That's just, and I wrote down, you're not winning games because of him. I think you could argue they won the game because of him in a lot of ways against the Cowboys.
Oh yeah,
but the last 4, the 3 wins following that,
and he took them down. He didn't have a good game, but he took them downfield in the Raiders. Which game was it when he took them downfield late in the game?
Yes,
the Raiders game.
So I mean, look, it is what it is, as they say. Is it good enough at this point for me? No. Is it a disaster? No. I've seen disasters. It's not a disaster. Where it's going, I can't.
You can't confidently say.
I can't confidently say. There's things that drive me crazy, and there's other things that I'm encouraged by. So, look, I've always tried to be patient, too. Like, everyone wants to be first to be right. I'd rather be right and be last. But I just want to be right. So that's why the whole Justin thing, hey, listen, give it a couple of years. With Mitch, you know what? It doesn't look good, but let's see how... At some point, they define themselves.
Yeah. You know, we were looking for comps. Is this off? I'm not talking about the body type. But I want him to be like Dak. Like, is it like, shouldn't at least the not the high point, like he could be better, but Dak's pretty damn good, isn't he? When Dak is healthy, isn't Dak pretty good? And don't they have similar characteristics as far as, Dak maybe isn't as athletic anymore after the foot injury or whatever that devastating injury was. He was pretty mobile. He's got a good arm. He gets the balls to his weapons, and he throws for a lot of yards, a lot of touchdowns.
I think Dak's been more accurate in his career, hasn't he?
Yeah, but I had no clue that Caleb would be this inaccurate. Yeah. Like, this has been a surprise to me.
I mean, you go all the way back to 2016, Dak's rookie year, where accuracy, guys weren't completing 68% of your passes. He completed 68% of his passes on 459 attempts. That's pretty accurate. He's 67% for his career.
Yeah, he's good. Like, that's what I think he should be. Is that wrong to think that, or is it because he's just not accurate? You think this will always be the trait of his?
You know how I feel. I think that this is something you may always have to deal with, and it's not about getting used to an offense. It's just some of these missed throws are out there for him. And it doesn't mean you can't be successful. It just means to think that you're going to be 72% completion rate. No, because, again, on the positive side, look at the number of splash plays, big plays that they've had. They, coming into this game, they were still averaging like 345 yards and 25 points per game. So the offense works. Were they gifted a lot of good field position because of the defense? Yeah. So, like, I'm not all of a sudden taking the offense and throwing it in the trash because you scored 16 against the Baltimore Ravens, a team that was desperate to win. You didn't have a good game. Your quarterback didn't carry you the manner in which he needed to carry you. But I think this offense still works.
Yeah. Scott and Aurora, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Scotty?
Good afternoon, man. How are you guys?
We're good.
Good. Thanks for taking my call, and thank you for the entertainment that you guys give us all week long. We appreciate it.
We appreciate you, Scott.
One show nightly.
Hey, quick question. When the Bears get in the red zone and they're struggling as of right now, are we being out-coached or are we being outplayed?
I don't think you're being out-coached. I think you're being out-executed. I think your coach is, and again, remember, he's got a feeling-out process himself. No excuse, because they came out of the blocks, 6 of 7 in red zone opportunities, I believe it was, in their first 3 games. This is a new phenomenon over the last 4 or 5 weeks. So I think it's player error. But I think the coaches, Coach has got to assume responsibility for it as well.
For the penalties.
Find something, like, the one thing I would say is like, I want more creativity from him in the red zone.
Yeah. I've like, hey, where's the one that we say, oh, that goes on the coach's tally?
And by the way,
like,
I'm not
schemed that touchdown for us in the red zone or on the goal line.
And I'm not talking about giving the ball to Jonah Jackson on a guard around. That's not what I'm talking about. But you've got a 6'5" Cole Kmet, you've got 6'5", Colston Loveland, and you've got all these athletic players.
6'3" Rome.
Yeah, I mean, like, get Caleb on the edge a little bit more with a little run pass option. So I would say that, but I think it's more player execution than anything at this point.
Let me play you, Ben. This was him defending Caleb today to Jeff Joniak. Can get this interview on the ESPN podcast page and also on the YouTube page.
I think the thing is, you look at it in this particular game, and we didn't score the points. We didn't do enough to win. The stat line, no touchdowns, one interception. I got it. He played better this game than I think he had the previous two. When you look at it, all 60 minutes. And I'm not saying it's perfect, but I actually came away from watching the tape this morning encouraged that we took a step in the right direction here this week. And I know some people, it's hard to maybe rationalize that because the result wasn't there. But yet I saw tangible growth from him. He's working his ass off. I don't even know if I can say that, Jeff. I apologize. But he is. He is. It's the truth. He's working his tail off. And so I think this thing's going to continue to slow down for him. I think it did to a degree in this game. He did have a couple mistakes that we'll learn from. But no, I came away more encouraged watching the tape than maybe I felt coming off the field yesterday.
The best thing I thought he said there was he's working his ass off. That's what I wanted to hear. That's good. I don't think he sugarcoats that sort of stuff. He wouldn't say it if it weren't true. And there had been whispers that maybe he didn't grind as hard as he should grind. Maybe he worked, but he didn't know how to work. Now Ben's telling you that he's working his ass off, and that was good for me.
Where's the bar, I guess, is the question. And I think it's an individual. Where's the bar for the quarterback? Where's the bar for the coach? Where's the bar for you? Where's the bar for me in terms of measuring what you're seeing? And whether or not you're happy with what you're seeing, you're underwhelmed, you're overwhelmed, where's your bar? And because he's always going to be compared to the other quarterbacks in his draft class.
Yes.
Right now, you watch Drake May, he's playing at a different level. My biggest problem with Jaden Daniels all along was I just don't know that he'll be able to withstand the punishment over the long course of time because he's narrowly built.
This is a good question.
But his rookie year was significantly better than Caleb's. Bo Nix is up and down. Yesterday, Bo Nix against that crappy Dallas defense looked the way Caleb looked against that Dallas defense.
Eberflus is terrible.
That
would be you.
I think that they're...
Well, where's your bar? I'm talking about long-term bar.
My bar is better than what I've seen. He has not been nearly as good as he needs to be.
I thought you meant, where do you want him eventually to go?
Correct. My bar, and that bar, he's not where I would have expected him to be this point. I don't think he's, on the ground. I would hope that he'd be better off. And I think the bar moves as you develop as a quarterback.
Sure. Well, where I'm holding the career bar for him in a Bears uniform is he needs to be our first franchise star quarterback.
Yeah.
I will tell you that if he is third in the draft class, but he is a star franchise quarterback and he's just below the two, I can live with that. It doesn't have to be where, okay, maybe it should have been May. Maybe it should have been Daniels. Right. As long as Caleb lives up to the bar that Caleb is supposed to be. It's sort of like Akeem Olajuwon and Michael Jordan. Mm-hmm. Would the Houston Rockets rather have taken Michael Jordan than Akeem?
My guess would be yes, but they're okay with the career that Akeem had.
He won 2 titles and one of the greatest centers of all time. I want Caleb, if you didn't get the best in the draft class, to still be a great player. What you can't have is another Sam Bowie. You can't have a guy who is not going to be a franchise quarterback. So my ask is not, okay, does he have to be number one in the draft class? Does he have to be a Hall of Fame trajectory player? He needs to be a star for the first time that the Bears have ever had. That's where my bar is.
Has he met your expectations
no,
to this
that's
point?
Why.
Right.
No.
And that's where the conversation is.
And I'm patient. And if he ultimately gets there, I'm just having a discussion. Never do I. It's such a weird environment in 2025 where you can't have a discussion anymore. Hey, what bothers you? What makes you happy? Is a guy living up to what you thought he'd be? But Silvy, the Eberflus last year. But Silvy, this it's going to take. But still, just let's have a discussion. What's wrong with that?
And the bar is naturally affected by his draft, where he was drafted.
Of course.
And the amount of resources they've placed around him. So if you look at the situation in New England with Drake May, who's completing 75% of his passes and 15 touchdowns and 2 interceptions, he's been sacked more than any other quarterback in the league other than one other guy. And nobody can really name his weapons. So he has, what I would think, exceeded most people's expectations. But at this particular time, the bar here in Chicago, for me, is not anywhere close to that.
I don't think we've even had a stretch of 3 games where we've said Caleb Williams has lived up to what we all were hoping or thinking he would be yet. No one is saying that doesn't mean he won't get there. But who could say that?
I think the stretch, honestly, the best stretch he's had, if you go back to last year, the Rams game, followed by the Carolina game, followed by the Jacksonville game. That's the best 3-game stretch of his career, in my opinion.
If it's obvious that you're if he's the type of quarterback where you're obviously giving him that contract extension, then I think that's a win. There are some quarterbacks where it's do you really want to give this guy that extension? You don't have to be a Josh Allen, a Lamar Jackson, a Pat Mahomes to make it an easy choice to get that contract extension. If he's one of those guys that's kind of 7 to 12 and, maybe a couple years, all of a sudden he's entering that top 5 range, but it's not consistent. I feel like that's a complete win and is I don't know. Those are kind of.
I think it's a good point, Charlie. By the time you get to that stage,
it can't be a question.
The question has to be erased. Because if you're still asking yourself the question, the answer is embedded in.
Then you have Tua.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's kind of the one I'm talking about.
That's a good one. Yeah, that's who we can't be. Let's go to Regis in Rogers Park. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Reg?
Hey, fellas, good to talk to you. I feel like Silvy when I call. I'm saying hi to my buddy, and then I got to put my solace into Waddle. Tommy, I feel like this Ravens game was a measuring stick. And I don't care that Lamar played or didn't play, but you got to win this game. What do you think about losing to the Ravens, and then we get the Bengals, and then we get the Giants, where the Giants have magic going on? I don't see us winning the next 2 games.
Oof. Well, then we got a bigger issue.
I wouldn't say the Giants have magic going on. That defense hasn't been able to stop anybody.
And Scatterbo just got hurt. Yeah. And he dislocated his ankle. He's out for the year. Neighbors just had surgery, right? That's not magic.
No. Regis, I'm not going to lie. I come out of yesterday's game and say that Snoop Huntley made more plays than my quarterback or played a more efficient game or more of a winning game. Doesn't make me feel good. I'm not going to lie. So, but I'm at this time, I don't know what to say other than it's not where it needs to be, but there's a hell of a lot of football left to go. So And
we got a lot of work to do. It's sloppy.
No doubt. It's very sloppy.
Regis, thank you. I compared Caleb to PCA when PCA started going well this year. And I said, look, this is what I'm hoping for Caleb. Remember, PCA had a rough April, and then in May it went on, and he had that 2 or 3 month stretch where he became an all-star. He became a 30-30 player and dynamic. You still have questions about PCA by the end of the season.
Sure.
But give me those stretch of games where when PCA turned it on, it went on. I want to see the light switch go on eventually. And sure, at the end of the year, we all may still have questions going into year 3, but we know and we see that he can carry and be a star in this league, even over a short period of time.
The closest you've come to seeing that is maybe the Jacksonville game last year and the Dallas game this year.
Yeah. Jason in Lombard, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Jason?
How are we doing, gentlemen?
We're good.
So, I don't know if you guys had seen it, but there's a statistic that someone put out there from Mitch Trubisky comparing his stats through the first 25 games with Caleb's, and Trubisky had more yards, more touchdowns. So, with the apocalyptic coaching staff that he went through, to me, I don't see that there's going to be a transition here until probably week 15, 14, where you're going to start seeing if he's going to get better, that's when it's going to be where he's really grasping what's going on with his offense.
Jason, thanks. I saw that graphic, and I sort of laughed at it, and here's why. Because that's judging Trubisky through 25 games, which was his first 11 with John Fox, and then his next 16 or 17, I think he missed 2 in that 18 season with Nagy. And we were all hopeful after those stretch of games. Going into 19, we were hopeful. What did Trubisky in is he was never able to get better from there. It's not about the immediate stats, and you could compare it through 25. What needs to happen through games 26 to 50 is Caleb needs to be way better than Mitch was in games 26 through 50. This is where the launching has to happen.
A much higher ceiling. I mean, you just trust your eyes. I personally feel that they're in a different category.
Yeah.
Wish Mitch luck. He'll be in this league for a long time as a backup, but
Mitch's 2018 year statistically was not a bad year.
No, it was good.
And he left us with that last drive to set up the field goal against the Eagles, and no one was out on Mitch after a year and a half. So it was what he did after that, and that's where Caleb really needs to differentiate himself. Tom in Arlington Heights, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Tommy?
Silvy, Waddle, good to talk with you as always. This is Tommy, the Waddle disciple. Really good points have been made so far. Silvy, you said, let's have a calm discussion, right?
Or not, nothing's ever calm with me, Tom. You know this. Let's just have a conversation where we listen and debate sports like it should be.
And that is the nature of the platform from which you guys dispense wisdom.
I don't know about wisdom.
And Charlie had a really good point. We'd like to be able to see a very clear-cut decision by the end of year 3.
Yes.
So I'm really not fond of the source of my advice here, but RELAX. I am a Ben believer, and that's one of the things that Tommy has said. So we can have all these discussions about where Caleb should be better, could have been better, and I think we'll all agree he needs to be better if he's going to be the quarterback of the future for us.
Yes.
But relative to a football game, we're not even at halftime yet. Let's give them time for halftime adjustments and see what we look like in the second half. I'll give it to you.
It sounds good. Tom, the only thing about the RELAX where you're quoting Rodgers, you're also quoting Kap quoting Rodgers. And I think
no.
He used
not
to,
quoting Kap.
Tom, he used to say that about Mitch all the time, RELAX. So how do you respond to that?
Fair enough. I'm just saying it will play out next year. I just think it's too early to be making a final decision about whether Caleb is the guy.
Yeah, no one's going into this with final
decisions.
Listen,
I mean, by the same token, I mean, and I don't suggest that Tom's saying this, it doesn't mean I'm going to sit on my couch and ignore what I see and just relax. So I'm going to relax because it's not where it needs to be, but we've got time. No, I think you see it. You acknowledge what you like. You acknowledge what you don't like. You acknowledge what makes you uneasy. And you accentuate the things that you think that they can continue to build on. But I wouldn't necessarily, say I'm sitting at home relaxing, just responding with no emotion to what I'm watching.
What if you had a stream? You're a streamer, right? You love to stream shows. What if you had a show and in the first year, wasn't directed well, wasn't produced well, and you really didn't like the first year of it. And then the second year, the first 7 episodes, been up and down, more slow than good.
TV-wise, I'd be gone.
Yeah, so we're always judging a television show as it happens. I know this is sports, it's different. But I think as human beings, we're always judging, aren't we?
Yeah, listen, at this particular time, I mean, there's certain things. I can't get the penalties out of my head. You're never going to go where you need to go, quarterback included or excluded, when you're committing 9 penalties for 76 yards a game. I just can't get that thought out of my head. So that's got to be cleaned up immediately because that's basic.
All right, let's get to the good, the bad, the dirty, our weekend recap. And don't forget, YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN, and that's not good. The sports that you love, they're all on there. College football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball is starting up, and more. Take action now, guys. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN. More with Good, Bad, Dirty coming up next.
This is Waddle and Silvy. On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes it's Bears and Bengals, live from Cincinnati. Sunday, starting at noon. This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to make you a winner every Friday in October with our $500K Double Down giveaway. Earn entries each week to boost your chance of winning a guaranteed $50,000. Then you can choose to walk away or risk half for a shot at $100,000 in cash. Do you dare to double down? Only at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-80-94. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. If you're like me, you know a great haircut is more than just looking good. It's about the whole experience. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop, a Zazu Salon's partner. At White Buffalo, they redefine grooming excellence with top-tier barbers and a vibe that's second to none. Need to unwind? Grab a beer with your cut and catch all the big games right from your chair.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Book your appointment today. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com for more info.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to chicago-roofingcontractors.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Guys, the 5 o'clock hour of Waddle and Silvy is brought to you by Steinhoffels with 7 Chicagoland locations, including their newest in Maryville, Indiana. So shop in-store or online today at steinhoffels.com. Shop Steinhoffels.
The good.
It's gone! Oh, my God!
The bad.
That is so bad, that is absolutely brutal.
And the dirty.
I'm talking about nasty.
Wow, so many stories are running through my head right now.
Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
That's right. It's the good, the bad, the dirty. As we go around the room, and one has something good, one person has something bad, and the other dirty. We all go through around the circle. That was the worst job I've ever done describing good, bad, dirty.
We know what we're doing.
I think I just stroked out. It's all brought to you by Window Nation, because the only thing better than a free window is 2 free windows. Buy 2, get 2 free, 0 down, no payments, no interest for 2 years. And also brought to you by Trend Micro, the smart AI-driven defense businesses trust to stop threats before they happen. Visit trendmicro.com today. All right, what's your good?
If you didn't stroke out, my good will make you stroke out. My good is Justin Fields. Justin Fields was bus-tossed by his owner, Dick Johnson. What's his name?
Woody
Johnson.
He's got a wood Johnson.
Basically, did you see the press conference where Justin talked about laying in his closet crying?
You want to hear this? Because this was going to be my good, the
okay, well, you can play that. You can play that part. I was just going to say, like, no Garrett Wilson. I have no idea who half the guys were in his huddle. Doesn't mean that he's not going to throw for 12 yards on 3 of 16 next week. But based on what the owner did and had to say, I thought Justin showed a lot of poise and had himself a nice day. Threw for 244 and a touchdown, no interception, 0 sacks. Ran it for 31 yards, and a come-from-behind win against the Bengals. All things considered, that dumpster fire in New York, I thought it was worthy of tipping my cap to him.
They were down big time. They were down. So this is the bite you were saying. So this is my good. Like, I'm sure there are people poking fun at a closet cry, which he explains here. But look, he even told you he's going to be vulnerable. I've always admired Justin Fields, the person. The guys inside the locker room liked him, and I thought that, like, to be willing to say this,
especially
at
after
the podium,
your owner,
yes,
drug you over a mile of broken glass earlier in the week.
So my good is what Justin Fields had to say after the game.
When I was on the field, I was damn near about to start crying. Not because we won, but just because of the goodness of God and just how everything, worked for the greater good. Everything that I've been through this past week, everything that we've been through as a team these past 7 weeks. This I'm gonna get pretty vulnerable right here, but this week I kind of, I found myself in my closet crying, on the ground, laying down, not because of the hardships, not because of the troubles. I felt like, I was built to handle that, and I was put in place to handle this situation. But in that moment when I was talking to my best friend, how hard it was, and just, not wavering faith-wise, I just had gotten a text from my sister and my stepmom, and it was just an encouraging text on, just keep going and keep spreading the faith. And they just sent me a link on social media. And I tell you guys all the time that I'm not on social media, so I didn't see it. So that was just it was just a sign from God for me to keep going, and that, I'm in the right place. So I was just praying over and over and over again, just one win. And, but all that to say is that, God is real. God is good. And everything that we go through in this life is for a purpose. So
I commend